Abandoned by all, the solitary figure of the peerless powerhouse, the Rage Saint Xiao Yan, embarks on a quest to uncover the secrets of the Dou Emperor, only to traverse through the gates of time. Originally on a path of darkness, he is reborn into the normal timeline of the Douqi Continent, destined to experience an extraordinary life. The Fallen Mountain Range, a place that is both remote and bustling on the Douqi Continent, lies at the edge of the Central State. To put it colloquially, this location is akin to a corner of the Central State. Typically, aside from certain magical beast clans that reside nearby, few venture into this region. However, the Fallen Mountain Range is undeniably unique, having witnessed several legendary battles, with many Dou saints reportedly perishing here, thus earning its name. It is precisely due to this uncertain legend that many individuals from distant lands flock here, hoping to uncover the treasures left behind by the Dou saints, aspiring to ascend to greatness, though they ultimately return empty-handed. Yet, this does little to diminish the fervor of treasure hunters, who naively believe that the treasures left by the Dou saints remain undiscovered, rather than accepting the possibility that no such treasures exist. At this moment, along the pathway leading to the mountain peak, a young man clad in a black robe walks slowly along the main road. His features are quite handsome, yet the coldness reflected in his gaze causes many women, who might have otherwise approached him, to hesitate. Strangely, although his pace appears languid, each step propels him several thousand meters forward, yet not a single soul in the mountain seems to notice. Only a few travelers occasionally realize that the black-robed youth, who was once beside them, has inexplicably faded from view. This is the place, the black-robed youth declares, gazing at the most perilous peak within the mountain range. With a single leap, he ascends to the summit, which is the very heart of the Fallen Mountain Range, known as the Pinnacle of the Fallen. Due to its steepness and terrifying altitude, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to visit this location. In stark contrast to the precipitous slopes, the summit of the Pinnacle of the Fallen is remarkably smooth, resembling a colossal mirror stretching across the mountain range. Sunlight cascades from the heavens, only to be reflected straight back into the sky by this mirror, giving rise to a spectacular column of light. It seems this journey was not in vain, the black-robed youth muses, as he senses the vibrations emanating from the light column. A rare fervor flickers within his typically calm black eyes. Within that light column, he perceives a remarkably pure energy, albeit faint. Should he succeed in fully absorbing this energy, he could step into the legendary realm. The black-robed youth gazes at the white light column, but refrains from recklessly rushing into it. He lifts his head, surveying the space before him, and calmly remarks, "Since you are here, why not reveal yourself? What sort of hero hides in the shadows?" It is no surprise that the Rage Saint, a source of great annoyance to the seven clans, possesses such keen perception. A voice chuckles, and a spatial whirlpool forms swiftly within 1,000 meters of the black-robed youth. Gradually, a somewhat slender figure emerges from the vortex. To his astonishment, it is a woman clad in a white gown, strikingly beautiful. Though she wears a smile, the aura of lethal intent radiating from her creates an illusion of facing an endless sea of blood. She gazes at the composed, black-robed youth and smiles. "It has been a long time, Xiao Yan. If your sole purpose is to reminisce, I doubt it was necessary for you to make such a special trip, Huan Dyer. Or perhaps it is more appropriate to address you as the leader of the Huan clan now," Xiao Yan replies, unfazed by the white-clad woman's cordiality. Having dealt with her numerous times before, he is acutely aware of her formidable nature. Despite her outwardly gentle demeanor, those who fall in her clutches could likely fill the entire Fallen Mountain Range. Of course, her accomplishments pale in comparison to his own. After all, no matter how ruthless she is, she still has her boundaries, while the individual before her has long severed all ties. "Do you still not understand my motives?" Huan Dyer smiles. "You are not the only one eyeing that object." "Tizke, what a nuisance." Xiao Yan shakes his head slightly, his palm opening to reveal a flickering pink flame igniting within. "Since you inherited the position of leader of the Huan clan, we have not clashed in quite some time. I am curious to see how you compare to that fellow, the Huan Emperor. Truth be told, had you agreed to relinquish that piece of the ancient emperor's jade back then, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament." Huan Dyer says, a hint of trepidation flickering in her eyes as she observes the flame in Xiao Yan's palm. Even as a peak Dou saint, she dares not underestimate the third-ranked pure Lotus Demon Fire on the flame ranking. "Ah, I informed you a century ago that I destroyed that piece of the ancient emperor's jade." Xiao Yan shakes his head. "If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. So let us part ways amicably. A century ago, I also mentioned that as long as you were willing to cooperate with us, you would forever be a guest of the Huan clan, and upon my ascension to Dou Emperor, I would assist you in reaching that realm." This statement remains valid to this day. Huan Dyer gazes intently at the man who has caused her countless troubles, once again extending an olive branch. "No need. I have tasted betrayal once. "That is sufficient," Xiao Yan replies with a sardonic smile. "Summon your clan's allies. A solitary meeting is not your style. You truly know me well." Huan Dyer responds with a hint of resignation, and then layers of black mist begin to swirl in the sky above the pinnacle of the fallen, quickly expanding to cover vast distances, enveloping the entire summit. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan furrows his brow slightly. He looks up to see the black mist roiling, and soon, four pitch-black gates surge forth from within it, occupying the four cardinal points of the sky. The aura of death emanating from them encircles Xiao Yan, sealing off the space within several thousand miles. Each figure seated upon those four massive gates emanates a formidable aura comparable to that of an 8-star Dou saint. Yet Xiao Yan discerns that the energies of these four 8-star Dou saints possess an unusual quality, distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals. "The gates of death. I never imagined you could wield such a force," Xiao Yan remarks, unfazed by the deathly aura suffusing around him. Thanks to the unique, purifying power of the pure lotus demon fire, such a level of deathly energy cannot harm him the slightest. However, this realm of death, constructed from the four gates of death, should not be underestimated, especially with the primary conjurer being four 8-star Dou saints. When it comes to the second Xiao Xian, our clan will naturally not be as careless as before. An elder at the gate of death chuckled dryly. "I remember you. Your name is Han Yuan Tian, is it not? You were slain by the ancestor of Xiao Xian back in the day. It is quite unexpected that you still have a chance to see the light of day again. It seems your soul clan has truly aided quite a number of things." Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, and within his pitch-black eyes, pink flames began to ignite. "However, do you believe that you are the only one with hidden cards? I have them too. Come forth, the ancient formation of heavenly refinement." With a gentle flick of his hand, Xiao Yan summoned two enormous firelight formations, each towering tens of thousands of feet. As they manifested, the pink flames spread forth, incinerating the black smoke that filled the sky. Even Hun Dyer's eyes registered a flicker of fear upon witnessing the emergence of the formations. "Is this the ancient formation of heavenly refinement from the pure lotus demon saint? Damn it, you actually inherited this technique. It is merely a stroke of luck. However, I am quite eager to see whether your realm of death is more formidable, or if my ancient formation of heavenly refinement surpasses it," Xiao Yan stated calmly. As his words fell, the two firelight formations began to envelop the four gates of death. Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, the other 8-star Dou saints did not dare to be negligent and promptly activated the realm of death to resist the encroachment of the ancient formation of heavenly refinement. "Now, no one is here to disturb us." Xiao Yan gazed up at the ancient formation of heavenly refinement, which was contending against the realm of death, and spoke with an indifferent expression. Although its power would be significantly diminished without his direct manipulation, it was more than sufficient to hold off those few individuals. "If you have any other means, feel free to unleash them all." Slowly extending his palm, Xiao Yan gathered splendid flames that rapidly coalesced into a magnificent fire lotus, which quietly hovered in his hand. "Do you truly believe I fear your fire lotus?" Hun Dyer stepped forward, and boundless energy converged into a tidal wave towering tens of thousands of feet, surging toward Xiao Yan. Wherever the energy tide passed, the space would shatter, and should one be caught within, even an 8-star Dou saint would find it hard to escape unscathed. In the face of the earth-shattering tidal wave that could instill terror even in 8-star Dou saints, Xiao Yan remained calm. He casually threw his hand, and the fire lotus flew forth. The fire lotus was merely the size of a palm, insignificant compared to the towering energy tide. However, at the moment of contact, the originally colossal earthly energy was utterly incinerated within mere breaths. Witnessing this scene, Hun Dyer's pupils constricted slightly. As she saw the fire lotus, undiminished in momentum, approaching her, she immediately bit her fingertip and inscribed a peculiar rune in the void. Subsequently, a blood-red magic talisman materialized before her, violently colliding with the fire lotus in midair. At the moment of their collision, the entire world seemed to be enveloped in a brief silence. The next moment, a wave of energy ripples quietly spread out. This energy fluctuation appeared to have no grandiosity, yet rendered the surrounding space of tens of thousands of miles into void, causing even the entire fallen mountain range below to melt away beneath this terrifying impact. Is that the blood-soul magic talisman of the Soul Clan? No wonder it can withstand the destructive fire lotus. Surprised to see the fire lotus's assault thwarted, Xiao Yan was taken aback. Just as he prepared to consolidate a new offensive, the white light beam that seemed to connect heaven and earth suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. What is this? The sudden turn of events left both Xiao Yan and Hun Dyer momentarily stunned. In the next instant, they witnessed the light beam rapidly expanding, so swiftly that even the two peaked Dou saints failed to react, becoming enveloped within it. Damn it! What is this thing? Both Xiao Yan and Han Dai'er struggled with all their might, but the energy that filled the light beam far surpassed their capabilities. Even with all their efforts, they could not escape the confines of the light beam. Strangely, beneath the might of this light, their imperial-grade soul forces began to feel their consciousness gradually dulling. By the time Xiao Yan's awareness returned to clarity, he found himself no longer surrounded by a blinding white, but rather standing before an ancient and magnificent hall. Instinctively, he glanced around, only to discover that Han Dai'er, who should have been swept along with him, had vanished without a trace. It seems that there is no choice but to advance. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan swiftly darted down the palace path. He was not one to be indecisive. The aura permeating the palace even made him feel a tinge of trepidation. Something that could instill such feelings in a peaked Dou saint could only be achieved by a legendary Dou Emperor. This palace might allow him to break through to the long-desired realm, but could also lead him to eternal damnation. Just as Xiao Yan soared forward, a black beam of light hurtled towards him at great speed. Startled, Xiao Yan quickly summoned his Yaoa to form a protective shield around his body. However, just as he prepared to defend himself, the beam of light suddenly halted, hovering silently before him. What is this? Observing the nature of the black beam, Xiao Yan was taken aback, for what hovered before him was indeed a mass of flame. Moreover, based on its aura, it was not inferior to some Yaoa. Yet, there were several types of black flames on the Yaoa list, but he had seen all of those. This did not resemble any of them. Could it be that this is the number 1 Yaoa? A ridiculous thought flickered in Xiao Yan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Although he had never encountered the top-ranked Yaoa, and no ancient text had recorded it, for some reason, he felt that this flame should be far more resplendent in appearance. Perhaps it is some undiscovered Yaoa. Xiao Yan speculated. The Yaoa list was indeed authoritative, yet there were those who believed that there were far more than just 23 types of Yaoa in the world. Perhaps many others had yet to be revealed. Given that this palace was related to the Dou Emperor, the power of this flame could not be lacking. Just as Xiao Yan pondered the origins of this Yaoa, the flame, which had been stationary, suddenly sprang to life. To his astonishment, the defenses he had set up as a peaked Dou saint proved utterly ineffective against the black flame, which directly surged into his body. Xiao Yan cursed under his breath and hurriedly employed his soul force to scan his body wildly. However, no matter how he scanned, he could not uncover the whereabouts of the black flame. The moment the black flame surged into Xiao Yan's body, the space before him distorted, and a white spatial vortex materialized before him. Upon seeing the vortex, Xiao Yan paused, as if he heard a voice echoing in his ears. Pass through this great door, and you shall encounter your most cherished possession. Most cherished possession. For a moment, Xiao Yan felt a pang of confusion. In his life, devoid of kinship or ties, what could possibly be considered as most cherished? The Yihua? Compelled by an inexplicable force, Xiao Yan took a step forward and crossed into the spatial door. At the very moment he stepped through the portal, Xiao Yan felt his strength rapidly dissipating. Whether it be his fighting spirit or his soul power, both gradually faded away, and even the extraordinary fire that had accompanied him for so long quietly vanished from his body, while his form swiftly diminished. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared before Xiao Yan, compelling him to instinctively shut his eyes. Almost immediately, an exultant voice resonated in his ears, exclaiming, "Madam, it has come to pass. It is a boy." Chapter 2. Sooner in the city of Wutan, within the Xiao family, as dawn's light gently caressed the horizon, a slender figure had already risen. He seated himself upon the mountaintop, gazing into the distance, his tranquil eyes betraying a rare glimmer of confusion. For years had passed since he traversed the spatial gateway, and in this time, he initially believed he had been reborn. Yet, he soon discovered that while he inhabited the same Douqi Continent, the individuals and their characters were utterly dissimilar. In his former life, his father regarded him merely as a tool, a means to prolong his own existence, even aspiring to sacrifice their entire clan for his selfish desires. His two elder brothers, consumed by jealousy of his innate talent, had relentlessly conspired to bring about his demise. Even the girl with whom he shared a childhood bond, whom he held dear, would ultimately cast him aside for her own gain. In that previous existence, he was perpetually ensnared in a web of deceit, devoid of trustworthy kin and sincere friends, which ultimately forged his reclusive nature. However, this lifetime was different. Though merely 4 years had elapsed, Xiao Yan had experienced a warmth and familial affection previously unknown to him. His father and brothers showered him with meticulous care, which he keenly appreciated. Yet, a shadow loomed over this newfound happiness. His mother had passed away shortly after his birth. Although the former Xiao Yan possessed countless methods to resurrect her, he was but a child now, utterly powerless to alter this grim reality. Ultimately, he lamented his lack of strength. "I require greater power, the ability to reshape fate and command all," he murmured, caressing the black ring left by his mother. He reflected that had he still been the formidable sage of fury, he would not have been rendered helpless at the loss of his mother. In his previous life, he began cultivating at the age of 4, ascended to the rank of Dou by 14, and reached the pinnacle of the Dou before turning 17, an unparalleled prodigy within the Jiama Empire. These achievements were accomplished while practicing merely the Huang class techniques. Later, upon switching to Xin class techniques, his progress accelerated dramatically, and by the age of 20, he officially entered the realm of Douwan. Such speed would have marked him as a genius, even in the Central State. In this lifetime, Xiao Yan commenced his cultivation of Douqi at merely 3 years old. Had his meridians not been too fragile to channel Douqi before that age, he likely would have begun his formal training at birth. After a year of diligent practice, he had now attained the 3rd stage of Douqi. At this rate, he would undoubtedly break through to the rank of Dou before turning 10. Nevertheless, he understood the principle of a tree standing out in the forest. Thus he publicly claimed to be a novice in Douqi, carefully concealing his true talents. In addition to Douqi cultivation, Xiao Yan did not neglect the training of his spiritual power. Although the imperial-level spiritual strength he possessed in his former life dissipated upon crossing the spatial gateway, it still surpassed that of an ordinary person. During the 3 years when he was unable to cultivate Douqi, he diligently sought ways to enhance his spiritual capabilities. In truth, he had come across a specialized method for spiritual cultivation, but it required one to be at least a 7th-tier alchemist to practice. Otherwise, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, Xiao Yan racked his brain and unearthed a fragmentary, nameless incantation from his memories. Soul's extreme, guard the celestial spirit, absorb spirit, forge the soul. Although incomplete, it still served to draw in spiritual energy, albeit with an efficiency that paled in comparison to true spiritual cultivation methods. Yet, it was well suited for the currently fragile Xiao Yan. For reasons unknown, he felt that the spiritual energy he could absorb was significantly less than that of his previous life. Frustrated and unable to find answers, he could only attribute it to the disparity in strength. Strangely, why was the Xiao family so bustling today? After concluding his usual spiritual training, Xiao Yan noticed an unusual liveliness in the Xiao household. He vaguely recalled a similar occurrence when he was 4 in his past life. Could it be that that individual had arrived this time as well? Recalling the person who had intertwined with his fate for much of his life stirred a myriad of emotions within him. After some internal conflict, he ultimately decided to return to the Xiao family. Not long after his arrival, he learned the reason for the commotion. A distinguished guest had come to visit. That distinguished guest must be her. After much deliberation, Xiao Yan headed toward the main hall. If it was indeed that individual, he would strike first, eliminating her while she was still undeveloped. The hall of the Xiao family, ordinarily spacious, was exceptionally crowded today. It seemed many had gathered to witness the arrival of the esteemed guest. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's small stature allowed him to slip through the throng with ease. At the head of the hall sat his father, Xiao Yan, alongside several elders of the clan. Surprisingly, the usually solemn elders wore smiles, their joy stemming from the presence of 2 guests. One of them, seated in the main position, was a little girl of an age comparable to Xiao Yan's, possessing an adorably delicate visage, though her expression remained icy, starkly contrasting with the amiable elder beside her. Xiao Yan's gaze lingered momentarily on the girl's exquisitely sculpted face before swiftly averting his eyes. He discerned that her background was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet she was not the person he sought. Therefore, he felt no need to remain. However, just as he prepared to depart, Xiao Zhan called out to him. Reluctantly, Xiao Yan turned back. "Father, is there something you need?" "Yonner, this is Xiner. She will be residing with us for a time. You are of similar age, so take care of her," Xiao Zhan said, affectionately ruffling his son's hair. He understood the formidable background of Suner and harbored a personal interest in fostering a bond, hoping that after Suner's departure from the Xiao family, she would remember this connection, thus easing Xiao Yan's future path. Xiao Yan nodded nonchalantly. The name Suner bore a resemblance to that of a certain unsavory woman. As for caring for her, he would rather abstain. He had endured enough of such experiences. In stark contrast to Xiao Yan's dismissive demeanor, Suner, who initially appeared indifferent, exhibited a flicker of curiosity upon encountering him. Although still young, her maturity surpassed her years. Since her birth, everyone she had encountered, save for her father, had ulterior motives. either seeking to curry favor or desiring something from her. Yet, this Xiao Yan regarded her with a consistently frigid gaze, seemingly indifferent to her presence. This piqued the curiosity of the ancient clan's heiress towards this slightly older young master. Of course, it was merely curiosity. Chapter 3. 5 years unbeknownst to them. 5 years had swiftly slipped by. During this time, no significant events transpired. It was a period of unremarkable tranquility. The only commendable aspect was that Xiao Yan had diligently devoted himself to his cultivation, reaching the 9th stage of Douqi, now merely a step away from becoming a Douqi. If he possessed a Qi-gathering pill at this moment, he could effortlessly transcend to the fighter realm. However, Yutun City, situated at the fringes of the Gamma Empire, could only be deemed a remote and desolate area, where the Qi-gathering pill was a rare commodity. Even if one were to be found, the price would be exorbitantly high for the current Xiao family, rendering it impossible for Xiao Yan to obtain. Thus, he had no choice but to diligently cultivate, patiently awaiting the passage of time to achieve a breakthrough. Upon the mountain behind the Xiao family estate, a diminutive figure sat cross-legged at the summit. Surrounding him, strands of pale, white energy continuously surged into Xiao Yan's body. Despite the energy exceeding what the fighter stage could typically endure, Xiao Yan managed to control it with exquisite precision. When the quantity of Douqi began to surpass his control, he formed a hand seal, causing the influx of energy to swiftly converge at his lower abdomen. Ultimately, under the continuous compression of his soul power, it coalesced into a white vortex of Douqi. At last, he had broken through to the fighter realm. Sensing the surge of power within him, which was at least tenfold stronger than before, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. In his previous life, he had achieved this breakthrough at the tender age of 11, earning the title of a rare genius in the Gamma Empire. In this life, he had accomplished the same feat 2 years earlier, reaching the fighter realm at merely 9 years of age. If this progress were to be made public, it would undoubtedly leave many in utter astonishment. Yet, for Xiao Yan, such speed was merely par for the course. He allocated time to solidify his foundational skills, as the cultivation of Douqi was essentially a foundational phase for a fighter. Although its significance might not be immediately evident, this solid groundwork would undoubtedly facilitate his future training. Moreover, he had also dedicated time to honing his soul power. While the effects of the incomplete incantation were not as pronounced as he had hoped, Xiao Yan's soul power had still seen considerable enhancement over the past 5 years. By his estimation, his soul power alone could rival that of a 4th-rank alchemist. Having achieved the fighter breakthrough, it was indeed time for him to depart from the Xiao family. Rising to his feet, he gazed down at Yutun City and spoke softly. Xiao Yan had meticulously planned for his future and had been preparing for it diligently. His room was stocked with various survival equipment for the wilderness, all of which would accompany him as he left the Xiao family. If he continued to remain cooped up in Yutun City, he might still thrive under the halo of genius. Yet such a life of boundless glory was not what Xiao Yan desired. His past experiences had accustomed him to tempering himself amidst life and death. Although he had not engaged in combat for 9 years, he still vividly remembered that sensation. Furthermore, there were many individuals within the Xiao family who irked him. They feigned cordiality while secretly harboring treachery. Were it not for the kindness shown to him by his father and elder brother, he would have long since dealt with such individuals and would not have lingered here, engaging in hollow pleasantries. Xiao Yan, brother. Just as Xiao Yan was about to return home, a petite figure suddenly darted up from the mountainside. Upon seeing her, Xiao Yan let out a resigned sigh, lamenting that he should have refrained from being overly kind. The girl following him was none other than Sun Er, who had arrived at the Xiao family 5 years prior. Xiao Yan was aware of her extraordinary background, but wished to keep his distance. However, due to Xiao Zhan's insistence that he take good care of this younger sister, he had reluctantly taken her under his wing a few times. Unfortunately, her physique was exceedingly frail. On one occasion during an outing, she suffered from heat stroke, and as fate would have it, Xiao Yan was present at the time. He had used his Douqi to briefly nurture her meridians, and since then, she had become attached to him, addressing him as Xiao Yan, brother. This title, in turn, evoked unpleasant memories, as he recalled that a certain troublesome woman had initially called him the same. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, Sun Er momentarily froze, sensing the aura emanating from him, and exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Yan, brother, you have broken through to the fighter realm?" Yes, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Due to his recent breakthrough, his aura had not yet fully stabilized, making it unsurprising that his true strength was discernible. Now that you have broken through, you should be able to cultivate techniques as well, right? Sun Er smiled gently and remarked, "Xiao Yan, brother, you possess the fire attribute. But I recall that the highest level fire techniques in the Xiao family are only of the yellow rank, advanced. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. In his previous life, he had practiced that very set of yellow rank techniques during his time as a fighter, only later acquiring a profound rank technique after breaking through to the great fighter. This was also the reason for his desire to leave Yuten City. The resources here were woefully inadequate, and remaining would only hinder his cultivation speed. The advanced yellow rank techniques are decent for a fighter, but given your talent, they are somewhat lacking, Sun Er said, twirling a ring on her finger. Soon, a scroll of crimson hue appeared in her hand. I possess a scroll of advanced profound rank techniques that should be quite suitable for you, Xiao Yan, brother. Xiao Yan did not refuse the scroll Sun Er offered. Although he had high-level techniques of his own, he felt no reason to reject her gift. If this scroll were to be auctioned, it could fetch an impressive sum exceeding several 100,000, effectively resolving his financial constraints for future adventures. Seeing Xiao Yan accept the technique scroll, a smile graced Sun Er's delicate face. She understood well that in a backwater place like Yuten City, it would only impede Xiao Yan's cultivation speed. However, with this scroll in hand, he wouldn't need to worry about changing techniques until he reached the Douang stage. As for after that, she was confident in her ability to procure even higher-level techniques for him. If Xiao Yan were privy to Sun Er's thoughts, he would likely be quite exasperated. A dignified saint of rage should not be reduced to relying on a girl's generosity for sustenance. Though he didn't entirely oppose the notion. Chapter 4. The medicine elder. After parting ways with Sun Er, Xiao Yan sought out his father, Xiao Yan. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still Xiao Yan's father in this world. Aside from his two elder brothers, who were already out training, he was Xiao Yan's only remaining family. Xiao Yan had always endeavored to embody the image of a good son and brother in their eyes. Upon learning that his son had broken through to the fighter realm, Xiao Yan initially erupted with joy. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of astonishment as he heard Xiao Yan's intention to venture out for training. What? You intend to leave Yuten City? Yes, Xiao Yan nodded, his demeanor calm as he stated, I wish to embark on a period of training. But you... Xiao Yan gazed at Xiao Yan's youthful face, momentarily at a loss for words. While his elder sons had undertaken similar ventures at the age of 16, and in pairs no less, this young child had yet to fully mature. What prompted him to seek training so soon? Father, you must be aware of our family situation, Xiao Yan said slowly. If my talent were to be exposed, remaining here would only invite danger. Only by vanishing from Yuten City and fading from everyone's sight will they completely forget about me. When I return, it will surely be the time for our Xiao family to rise. At your age, you're already contemplating such matters? Seeing Xiao Yan's serious expression, Xiao Yan found himself both amused and exasperated. He was uncertain whether to chastise the boy for his fanciful thoughts or commend him for his lofty ambitions. However, Xiao Yan was well aware of his son's temperament. Once he made a decision, no amount of persuasion could sway him. Moreover, the little rascal had a point, so he could only acquiesce, albeit with a reminder to bid farewell before departing. Upon receiving his father's consent, Xiao Yan quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Xiao Yan refused, he would have had no choice but to sneak away, which would undoubtedly result in a scolding upon his return. Fortunately, his father was relatively easy to communicate with. Now, only one last matter remained to be addressed. Upon returning to his chamber, Xiao Yan did not immediately commence his usual training. After securing the windows and door, he hung a Do Not Disturb sign on the door and returned to his bedside. Come forth, you little creature hiding in a ring, he said, lifting his palm to gaze at the obsidian ring adorning his finger. With the enhancement of his soul power, Xiao Yan's perception had become increasingly acute. He gradually discerned that the modest improvement of his unnamed mantra was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because, each time he absorbed spiritual energy, a certain force emanated from the ring, siphoning away a significant portion of the energy he was attempting to gather, thus leading to this predicament. Upon realizing this issue, Xiao Yan employed various methods to investigate further and ultimately confirmed that a soul entity was concealed within the ring. Initially, he had contemplated discarding this hindrance, but considering it was a relic left by his mother, he decided to engage in a meaningful dialogue with the entity. You possess quite a keen perception, young one, remarked the ethereal figure that materialized from the ring, revealing a translucent, white-haired elder who scrutinized Xiao Yan with a look of surprise in his aged eyes. The elder's strength was formidable. As the soul entity assessed Xiao Yan, he became aware of the elder's true power. He had assumed that in the Gamma Empire, where Dou Huang was a rare breed, any soul entity encountered would lack significant strength. However, the aura exuding from this elder made Xiao Yan realize that his initial judgment had been flawed. Although Xiao Yan currently possessed only the strength of a doja, his soul power had reached the level of a fourth-rank alchemist. Yet, in the presence of this elder, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, indicating that the elder's soul power was at least that of a fifth-rank alchemist or higher. "Who are you? Why do you reside within my ring?" Xiao Yan inquired, fixing his gaze upon the elder. "As for me, you may call me Yao Lao. My origins are a lengthy tale, which I shall recount when the opportunity arises. For now, you need only know that I harbor no malice toward you," the elder replied, gesturing nonchalantly. "Such pleasant words, but why should I trust you?" Despite Yao Lao's cordial demeanor, Xiao Yan remained vigilant. In his previous life, he had encountered a soul entity that initially displayed kindness, leading him to regard it as family. However, during a crucial moment in his training, that very entity attempted to usurp his body. Had it not been for his desperate resistance and a stroke of luck, he might have fallen prey to its scheme. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Faced with a similar situation now, Xiao Yan was not inclined to trust the elder so readily. Yet, if Yao was indeed the elder's surname, then his identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Xiao Yan vaguely recalled that among the existing Douqi families, there was indeed a Yao clan. Could it be that this elder belonged to that lineage? "You, young one, despite your youth, possess an impressive level of vigilance," Yao Lao observed, shaking his head in resignation. "If I truly intended to harm you, would I have waited until now?" Xiao Yan remained silent, a slight furrow in his brow. The elder's words contained some truth. He had only sensed the presence of this soul entity for about 6 months. If it had malicious intent, it had ample time to act before now. However, he did not fully trust Yao Lao. After all, he had encountered many individuals who spoke one way, but acted another. In truth, had the disparity in their strengths not been so vast, he might have already extinguished this soul entity. "Seeing your suspicion, I cannot help but sigh," Yao Lao remarked, studying Xiao Yan for a moment before continuing. "Do you aspire to become an alchemist? An alchemist? Are you suggesting that I can become one?" Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, then queried. He was well aware of the prestige associated with this profession in the Douqi Continent. However, in his previous life, though renowned, he had never delved into alchemy. Thus he was uncertain of his aptitude in that regard. "Do you have any idea what being an alchemist signifies?" Yao Lao exclaimed, exasperated by Xiao Yan's lack of astonishment. "I am aware, but I recall that alchemists typically require guidance from seasoned practitioners. If you claim that I can become one, then you must be an alchemist yourself." Xiao Yan tilted his head and inquired. "Indeed," Yao Lao replied with a hint of pride. "You possess decent potential. If I were to personally mentor you, I believe you could become a top-tier alchemist in no time." "Oh, may I inquire what rank of alchemist you were in your prime?" Xiao Yan's interest was piqued. "Rank? I no longer recall. Just know that even your so-called Pill King, Gu He, is insignificant to me." Yao Lao waved dismissively. Xiao Yan did not doubt this statement. After all, the elder's soul power was akin to that of a 5th or 6th rank alchemist, suggesting that in life, he was likely even more formidable, possibly a 7th or 8th rank alchemist. To someone of that caliber, the Pill King would indeed seem trivial. "Well, if you wish to learn alchemy, then you must become my disciple," Yao Lao stated, seizing upon Xiao Yan's interest. "Master, I humbly beseech you to accept me as your disciple," Xiao Yan proclaimed, feeling no resistance toward Yao Lao's proposal. He understood the customs of the alchemical world. Without a mentor, one could hardly expect to receive comprehensive instruction. Furthermore, it was merely a title. Should the elder harbor any ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to eliminate him if necessary. Yao Lao, unaware that Xiao Yan had already contemplated the notion of betraying his master, would surely have taken measures to safeguard himself. Observing Xiao Yan complete the formalities of apprenticeship, he nodded in satisfaction, his tone becoming more amiable. "Since you have joined my ranks, I shall not treat you poorly. Do you have a gift for me, master?" Xiao Yan inquired eagerly. "Of course. For a novice, the quality of your cultivation method is of utmost importance. What I shall provide you is a particularly unique technique." Yao Lao zipli, a unique technique, could be a heavenly grade technique, Xiao Yan asked, intrigued. However, he was not overly concerned about cultivation methods. Even without considering the high-tier techniques in his memory, the profound technique bestowed upon him by Suner was sufficient for him to reach the Dou Wang level. Nonetheless, if Yao Lao could indeed present a heavenly grade technique, it would not be difficult to infer the elder's past prowess. "Do you think heavenly grade techniques grow on trees?" Yao Lao's lips twitched. "Oh, if it is not heavenly grade, then I shall not press further." Xiao Yan, suddenly bereft of interest, reflected that it was not a heavenly tier technique, but merely a terrestrial one. Although, in the Gamma Empire, terrestrial tier techniques were considered invaluable treasures in the central state. While rare, they were not impossible to procure. The old alchemist, with a bemused shake of his head, assured him, "Rest assured, though this technique may not be of heavenly tier, it possesses an unearthly peculiarity that, in terms of value, might even surpass that of heavenly tier techniques." Intrigued by the notion of a technique more bizarre than those of heavenly tier, Xiao Yan inquired, "What level is it?" "A low-level yellow tier," the old man replied. "What makes this technique so special?" Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, perplexed. A low-level yellow tier technique, deemed more peculiar than a heavenly one by the old alchemist, could only imply that there was something extraordinary about it, unless the old man was merely jesting. "Why not see for yourself?" The old alchemist flipped his palm, revealing a spectral black scroll. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan reached out and took the scroll. It swiftly transformed into a radiance that surged into his mind, inundating him with a peculiar influx of information. Upon closing his eyes to absorb this knowledge, he soon opened them again, a rare look of astonishment flickering within. The old man had not misled him. This technique was indeed more peculiar than those of heavenly tier. In his past life, Xiao Yan had never encountered a technique capable of evolution. The most astonishing aspect of it was that it evolved by devouring Yihua, or strange fire. The more Yihua consumed and the higher its quality, the greater the level of evolution achieved. Typically, one could only possess one type of Yihua within their body. There were exceptions, such as in Xiao Yan's previous life, where he had refined the Jinglian Yaohua, while forcibly suppressing several other yoke due to his formidable strength, a feat only achievable at the pinnacle of Doushen. However, this technique allowed individuals with relatively modest power to simultaneously control multiple Yihua. Yet, this technique was fraught with peril. After all, Yihua were rare phenomena, exceedingly difficult to locate, and the act of consuming Yihua was no trivial matter. When Xiao Yan had once devoured the Jinglan Yaohua, he had nearly perished, teetering on the brink of destruction. While ordinary were not as formidable, Xiao Yan now lacked the extraordinary cultivation he had possessed as a Manushingja. From Xiao Yan's perspective, a significant drawback of this technique was its initial classification as merely a low-level yellow tier, effectively the lowest grade of technique. Furthermore, it could only be cultivated by doja, or fighters. If one did not begin cultivating this technique from an early stage, such as at the doushi level, they would need to dissipate their douqi to practice it. However, individuals without any background would find themselves lacking in the conditions necessary to subdue Yihua. Conversely, those with a background were unlikely to waste their time on such a perilous technique. Moreover, to elevate this technique to heavenly tier, one would need to consume at least 5 Yihua, or directly devour one of the top 4 Yihua. Yet, which faction could present 5 Yihua at once? Even if such a faction existed, they would have likely already acquired heavenly tier techniques, and thus would not require this one. Indeed, this technique was more peculiar than those at heavenly tier. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, a fervent glimmer shining within them. This technique, which I stumbled upon by chance, I have named Finju. Even with my knowledge, it ranks among the most bizarre techniques in existence. As for whether you should cultivate it, that is for you to decide, the old alchemist remarked, observing Xiao Yan intently. To be frank, only a madman could conceive such a thing. A sensible person would never choose to cultivate it. Under the old man's expectant gaze, Xiao Yan contemplated for a moment before declaring, "But who am I if not a madman? Therefore, I shall certainly cultivate it." Chapter 6. Black Flame having resolved to cultivate the technique referred to as Fa, Xiao Yan promptly closed his eyes, preparing to convert his qi. The initial conversion would not be lengthy and was unlikely to entail any danger. However, as he began to channel qi according to his pathway, he suddenly sensed a surge of intense heat emanating from within his body. What was happening? The abrupt change nearly led to a backlash. Although he managed to stabilize the erratic Douqi with his formidable spiritual strength, the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth betrayed his current state. Upon witnessing this, the old alchemist outside was momentarily taken aback. Surely, Fida, isn't this perilous? To spit blood merely from its initial operation? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan began to probe the situation within his body using his spiritual power. Amidst his fervent scanning, he soon discovered a wisp of pitch-black flame silently burning at the location of his Qi Xuan. Upon seeing this black flame, Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. It was the very flame that had invaded his body at the last moment in his previous life. He had not anticipated that this strange flame would also accompany him in his rebirth. Fortunately, upon closer inspection, he found that this flame was not as powerful as it had been in his past life. It too was in its weakest form. Yet even so, if this flame were to explode within him, his only fate would be to be reduced to ashes. Xiao Yan was not fond of harboring a ticking time bomb within his body. Having previously been unaware of its presence, he could no longer allow it to rampage unchecked. This is also a flame. I wonder if it can facilitate the evolution of Fenjie. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan promptly summoned his Douqi to envelop the black flame. The moment his Douqi encased the black flame, it seemed to recognize that Xiao Yan's intention was directed at it. The previously calm flame immediately erupted into chaos, quickly consuming the Douqi that surrounded it. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan rapidly summoned more Douqi from within his Qigong, continuously directing it towards the black flame. However, no matter the magnitude of his Douqi, the moment it made contact with the black flame, it would be incinerated into nothingness. Over time, signs of depletion began to manifest within Xiao Yan. Cursing inwardly, he realized that the drawbacks of were beginning to surface. The limited capacity for Douqi storage of a mere low-level yellow-tier technique was woefully inadequate. Had he been cultivating a Xuanjie technique, such rapid depletion would not have occurred. Recognizing that his internal energy was insufficient, he resolved to draw from the external world to replenish it. Xiao Yan swiftly formed a cultivation seal, beginning to absorb external energy to augment his Douqi. After all, this was his domain. Regardless of how formidable the black flame might be, it remained a rootless entity. As long as he persisted, he would surely be able to control it. The raw celestial energy, unrefined, met the black flame head-on under Xiao Yan's guidance. While a significant portion of the energy was incinerated into nothingness, a minuscule fraction managed to survive. Xiao Yan intended to envelop this remaining energy along with the black flame, only to discover that this fragment of energy was remarkably pure. Could it be that this flame inadvertently purified these energies for me? Xiao Yan pondered, soon grasping the situation. Though the black flame was powerful, its weakened state rendered it incapable of incinerating the vast quantity of celestial energy in one fell swoop. The energy that remained unscathed had, in essence, been refined by the flame, resulting in its newfound purity. Upon realizing this, Xiao Yan, on one hand, continued to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to counter the black flame, while on the other hand, he divided his focus to channel the refined, pure Douqi extracted by the black flames into the cyclone. After absorbing this energy, Xiao Yan's strength silently surged. Yao Lao was unaware of the situation within Xiao Yan's body. He merely found it perplexing that the transformation of Douqi was taking such an inordinate amount of time. However, lacking any experience with the burning decision, he could only attribute this series of issues to the peculiarities of the technique itself. Little did Yao Lao anticipate that Xiao Yan would remain in this state for an entire 3 days. This protracted tug-of-war culminated in the eventual defeat of the Black Flames. After 3 consecutive days of relentless burning, their might had diminished significantly, ultimately succumbing to the enveloping Douqi. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Yan promptly activated his Douqi, guiding the strand of black flame to follow the path prescribed by the burning decision. Despite being enveloped by Douqi, the temperature emanating from the black flame still inflicted a profound pain deep within Xiao Yan's bones. However, having endured various torments in his previous life, he was naturally unfazed and instead accelerated the operation of the technique. As the technique progressed, the Douqi within Xiao Yan gradually merged with the black flame, transforming the originally pale yellow Douqi into a deep, enigmatic black. Upon completing the final pathway, the entirety of Xiao Yan's Douqi had metamorphosed into black Douqi, with flickers of black flame subtly dancing upon its surface. Moreover, at this moment, Xiao Yan's Douqi cyclone appeared to be enveloped by the black flame. With the energy of heaven and earth rapidly being refined into black flame Douqi as it entered the cyclone, coursing through Xiao Yan's veins. Yao Lao, having waited outside for 3 full days and noticing that Xiao Yan had yet to emerge from his meditative state, furrowed his brow. Just as he prepared to forcibly interrupt Xiao Yan, the latter slowly opened his eyes, exuding an aura that was tenfold stronger than before. What transpired? Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's emergence from meditation, Yao Lao exhaled a sigh of relief, hastily inquiring, as he had never encountered a technique requiring such an extensive duration for transformation. Clearly, something extraordinary had occurred within Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan did not directly respond to Yao Lao's query. Instead, he spread his palm, and a ball of pitch-black flame immediately surged forth from his hand. The scorching heat that radiated from it momentarily left Yao Lao in a daze. Gazing at the black flame in Xiao Yan's palm, he was filled with astonishment. Was this a strange fire? No. After the initial shock, Yao Lao quickly regained his composure. He was intimately familiar with the various types of Yao on the Yao strange fire ranking, except for the mysterious top-ranked fire. Although there were a few black flames among them, they bore significant differences from the one before him. Additionally, he sensed a ferocity within this flame that was characteristic of magical beasts. In other words, it should be classified as beast fire. Yet, if it were merely beast fire, why did it feel no less potent than Yao? Little fellow, from where did this flame originate? Yao Lao could not help but inquire. I'm uncertain as well. I discovered this flame within me while practicing the burning decision. So I merely adopted a trial-and-error approach to see if I could refine it and evolve the technique. Xiao Yan feigned confusion, as he could hardly disclose to Yao Lao that this entity had been carried over from his previous life. And has your burning decision undergone any evolution? Yao Lao continued to question. In comparison to the origin of the black flame, whether the burning decision truly possessed the capability for evolution was of utmost importance. If it lacked such functionality, its value would merely equate to that of an ordinary Xian class technique. It has evolved. The current burning decision should be regarded as low-level Xian class. Xiao Yan revealed a rare smile. Prior to exiting his meditative state, he had sensed the current level of the burning decision and confirmed that it indeed possessed the ability to evolve. Although it was merely at the low end of the Xian class spectrum, due to the unique nature of the burning decision, its effects were comparable to those of mid-level Xian class techniques. Thus, the greatest issue faced during the early stages of cultivating the burning decision had been resolved. At least until he reached the Dou Wang stage, he need not worry about the inadequacy of his techniques. It appears that your black flame is indeed extraordinary. Capable of promoting the burning decision by an entire tier, Yao Lao marveled once more at the black flame wielded by Xiao Yan. From this, it was evident that even if this black flame were not ill, its power was likely comparable, if not identical, to true Yao. At the very least, common beast fire. Even the highest tier of 9-star beast fire could not possibly facilitate a full tier evolution of the burning decision. Xiao Yan held no doubts regarding this. He had experienced the potency of this flame in his previous life. What Yao Lao did not realize was that the black flame Xiao Yan now exhibited was merely in its infancy. When Xiao Yan had encountered it in his past life, its power was vastly superior to what it was now. Should it fully mature, its might would undoubtedly astonish even Yao Lao at his peak. However, what surprised Xiao Yan the most was the significant enhancement of his own strength. He had ascended to the rank of a 9-star Dou warrior. This remarkable advancement left even Xiao Yan somewhat dazed, for he had only recently broken through to the Dou warrior level. And now he was on the cusp of becoming a Dou master? This nearly one-tier leap in strength filled Xiao Yan with unease. He promptly checked the state of his body, relieved to find no signs of instability or superficial Dou qi. If such a minor enhancement had led to foundational issues, it would have been a classic case of gaining little and losing much. It must be the pure energy from before, Xiao Yan pondered, finally grasping the cause. While refining the black flame, he had absorbed a substantial amount of pure energy extracted by it. Perhaps it was precisely this energy that had propelled him to such heights. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, while the pure energy would indeed elevate him by 1 or 2 stars at most, his ascension to the 9-star Dou warrior level was primarily due to the automatic upgrade effect brought on by the burning decision's absorption of the flame. Moreover, the potential for further enhancement was not exhausted. Xiao Yan's current strength was still too weak. Any excessive elevation could adversely affect his body, so the remaining energy lay dormant within him, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash its full power. Once assured of his physical stability, Xiao Yan swiftly pushed open the door and made his way to the kitchen. He had not eaten in a full 3 days, and if he did not consume something soon, he feared he might perish from hunger. He was far from the transcendent figure of his previous life. He had not yet reached the level of fasting. It was also true that Xiao Yan had yet to fully develop. His small mouth and insufficient means precluded him from performing a grand spectacle of devouring an entire pig in 3 bites. Thus, when his nominal cousin, Xiao Yu, arrived in the kitchen searching for him, she was greeted by the sight of a diminutive figure clutching a roasted chicken, surrounded by a mountain of assorted meat bones. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu could not help but quip, "Seriously, did you reincarnate as a starving ghost? It's you. What is the matter?" In mere moments, Xiao Yan had polished off the roasted chicken, and as he held a large pig's head, he innocently looked at his cousin, who bore no blood relation to him, and asked, if one were to identify the individual with whom he shares the most antagonistic relationship, it would undoubtedly be the so-called cousin. This girl had the audacity to intrude upon his frequently used training area to bathe, and upon discovering Xiao Yan, she had the nerve to accuse him of peeping. In a previous life, Xiao Yan might have swiftly dealt with her, but given her connection to the Xiao family, it would have been inappropriate to resort to such drastic measures. Thus, he merely taught her a minor lesson by taking all her clothes. Had it not been for Sun Er fortuitously passing by, that incident would have undoubtedly left Xiao Yu in an embarrassing predicament. From that moment on, Xiao Yu harbored resentment towards Xiao Yan, frequently seeking trouble with him alongside her brother. As a result of her actions, Xiao Ning, still in his youth, found himself confined to a wheelchair. Following this incident, Xiao Yu's anger intensified, vowing to make Xiao Yan pay. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, felt somewhat helpless. He maintained a demeanor of amiability, embodying the principle of mercy, yet engaged in cordial exchanges with Xiao Ning, who had just managed to rise from his wheelchair, leading to the latter experiencing a rare moment in the Douqi Continent akin to being mummified. From that point onward, whenever Xiao Ning encountered Xiao Yan, he would tremble uncontrollably, even contemplating severing his sibling ties with Xiao Yu, which ultimately quelled her aggressive pursuits. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ning, this action inadvertently preserved his own life, as during that period, Xiao Yan had been scheming to capture this unfortunate soul and sell him to traffickers for some extra coin. Although Xiao Yu ceased her harassment, their relationship remained strained. Thus Xiao Yan was taken aback when she approached him. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, the clan leader wants you to see him," she said, instinctively stepping back, for Xiao Yan's gaze often gave her the unsettling impression that he intended to devour her whole, quite literally. Understood, Xiao Yan nodded, then resumed his intimate battle with the big pig. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu hastily exited the kitchen, fearing that if she remained, this rascal might indeed take a bite out of her. After indulging in a hearty meal, Xiao Yan finally sought out his father. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, Xiao Zhan set aside the matters at hand, chiding him with a smile. "You little rascal, where have you been these past few days?" "I was in seclusion," Xiao Yan replied. "With your demeanor, what do you even know about seclusion?" Xiao Zhan chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. He then gently touched his spatial ring, and a scroll of crimson hue materialized in his hand. "You'll be leaving here soon, and as your father, I have little to offer you, but take this." Receiving the red scroll, Xiao Yan opened it and was taken aback. "Lion Mountain Rift? Indeed, though you have broken through to the Douqi level, you lack substantial Dou techniques. With your current cultivation level, you are qualified to practice the Xiao family's yellow rank techniques, but should you venture out for training, those would prove insufficient," Xiao Zhan remarked, ruffling Xiao Yan's hair with a smile. "During this time, make sure to master the Lion Mountain Rift. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Once you've grasped it, you may depart Xiao family." As Xiao Yan held the scroll, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He understood well that the Lion Mountain Rift was the highest-ranked Dou technique available within the Xiao family, though it was merely a low-level Xian rank technique. It was the best resource Xiao Zhan could provide. Even as the clan leader, he did not possess the authority to freely impart it to others. Moreover, there were several elders within the clan keeping a watchful eye on his position, and should they learn that he had privately taught this technique to Xiao Yan, he would undoubtedly face criticism. While it would not cost him his position as clan leader, it would certainly tarnish his reputation. "I understand. Thank you, father," Xiao Yan replied slowly. To be fair, he felt little emotional connection to Xiao Zhan, despite recognizing that both he and his two elder brothers had treated him well. However, the experiences of his past life made him hesitant to fully trust anyone. Yet this time, he felt a subtle shift in his emotions. In the following days, Xiao Yan dedicated himself to mastering the Dou techniques. In addition to the Lion Mountain Rift bestowed by Xiao Zhan, Yao Lao also imparted a technique known as the Eight Extremes Collapse, renowned for its formidable attack power, classified as a high-level Xian rank technique. If mastered to perfection, its might could rival that of Earth rank techniques, which suited his preferences splendidly. Additionally, Xiao Yan secretly practiced another technique called Explosive Step, one he had scavenged after annihilating a sect in his previous life. Due to its uniqueness, he had studied it for a time, but back then, he dismissed it as he was utilizing Earth rank techniques, deeming the Xian rank technique beneath him. To his surprise, it now proved to be somewhat useful. With Xiao Yan's peak Doushang experience and wisdom, he had nearly mastered both Xian rank techniques in just a few days. This remarkable progress astonished Yao Lao, who had anticipated that Xiao Yan would require at least a month or two to thoroughly comprehend a single Xian rank technique. Instead, Xiao Yan had condensed that time frame to less than a tenth. According to Yao Lao's estimates, although Xiao Yan had just recently broken through to the 9-star Douqi level, the evolved low-level Xian rank techniques and several Xian rank techniques he possessed were enough to rival a 3- or 4-star Dou master. This assessment did not even account for the enigmatic Black Flame, which which could contend with extraordinary flames. If utilized in battle, the enhancements it provided would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, Yao Lao overlooked one crucial detail: Xiao Yan's extensive combat experience. As the once feared Demon Wrath Saint, his battle experience surpassed even Yao Lao at his prime. The advantage brought forth by such experience at the Dou Sure stage was immeasurable. When Xiao Yan informed Xiao Zhan that he had mastered the Lion Mountain Rift, Xiao Zhan initially thought his son was jesting. It was only after Xiao Yan demonstrated the technique before him that he believed his son was not only gifted in cultivation, but also possessed an exceptional aptitude for Dou techniques. After returning the scroll of the Lion Mountain Rift to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yan returned to his room and stowed away all the supplies he had previously prepared into his spatial ring. Aside from practicing those 2 sets of Dou techniques, he had also cleverly acquired a technique from Yao Lao to auction off, using the gold earned from the auction to purchase the spatial ring along with its contents. After carefully slipping the ring onto his finger, Xiao Yan gently closed his room door and exited the Xiao family estate. "Little one, are you not going to bid farewell to your sister Sun Er and cousin Xiao Mei?" Yao Lao's teasing voice echoed within Xiao Yan's mind. Having resided within him for so long, he was well aware of the close ties Xiao Yan shared with the 2 young ladies of the Xiao family. "Farewell. It's not like I'm never coming back," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was intentionally avoiding Xiao Sun Er, fearing that if she learned of his departure, she would inevitably cry and cling to him, making it difficult for him to leave. Xiao Yan's departure went unnoticed by anyone, even Xiao Zhan, who only learned of it days later. This revelation left him feeling somewhat melancholic. He had long understood that with Xiao Yan's talent, the confines of Wutan City could not hold him, yet he had not anticipated that the day would come so swiftly. Though Wutan City was small, it provided a sanctuary for Xiao Yan. Any troubles he stirred could be managed by Xiao Zhan. While Xiao Yan was not one to seek trouble, at least the Xiao family could serve as a refuge. Once he departed from the Xiao family, any subsequent issues would be solely his burden to bear. In addition to a sense of reluctance, Xiao Zhan's heart was also filled with a hint of anticipation. He harbored a premonition that when his son returned to the Xiao family, his strength might surpass that of his own father. At that moment, it could very well signify the true rise of the Xiao clan. However, what Xiao Zhan was unaware of was that his precious son already possessed the capability to defeat him in combat. Currently, he was preoccupied with another matter: how to console Sun Er, who was sulking due to Xiao Yan's departure. This rascal could leave just like that, yet he left behind such a mess. Chapter 8. Training in the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Within a secluded valley of the Monster Beast Mountain Range, a waterfall, spanning several dozen meters in width, cascaded down from the summit, creating a myriad of splashes. Beneath the waterfall stood a boy, no more than 10 years old, wielding a black heavy ruler that was somewhat larger than himself, vigorously striking at the torrents before him. It had been 5 months since Xiao Yan left Wutan City. 3 months prior, he had successfully broken through to the Dou Master realm. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of a 2-star Dou Master, just a step away from becoming a 3-star Dou Master. This was partly due to Yao Lao's concern that Xiao Yan's swift ascension during his Doja phase might lead to unforeseen repercussions. Thus, he had advised him to linger a while longer at that stage. Otherwise, he would already have attained the status of a 4-star Dou Master. In truth, upon entering the Monster Beast Mountain Range, Xiao Yan's training speed had somewhat slowed down, not due to external factors, but because he had allocated a portion of his time to practicing alchemy. After months of rigorous training and Yao Lao's meticulous guidance, Xiao Yan's alchemical skills had seen remarkable progress, far exceeding Yao Lao's expectations. In just 5 months, he transformed from a complete novice, having never touched alchemy before, into a second-tier alchemist. Although he remained a second-tier alchemist, he had a considerable success rate even when attempting to concoct third-tier pills. Yao Lao even speculated that if it weren't for Xiao Yan's insufficient Douqi cultivation, he might well be capable of refining 4th-tier pills. Such astonishing progress left even Yao Lao, a master of alchemy, astounded. It was known that even the most extraordinary geniuses within the Yao clan took a year to advance from novice to second-tier alchemist. Yet Xiao Yan's speed surpassed theirs by more than double. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's bewildered expression during his first attempt at alchemy, Yao Lao might have believed he had studied alchemy long before. Moreover, what was truly alarming was Xiao Yan's tender age. He had yet to reach 10. With the talent he was exhibiting now, one could only wonder how far he would progress by the time he reached adulthood. What heights would he achieve by the age of 30 or 40? Merely contemplating this left Yao Lao in a daze. He felt as though he were witnessing the birth of a legend, one capable of redefining the understanding of the entire continent, a myth crafted by his own hands. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, who was entirely focused on his training, he was practicing a new Dou technique he had recently learned. Half a month prior, Yao Lao had formally imparted to him a set of Earth-tier Dou techniques, and during this time, Xiao Yan had devoted all his energy to mastering this technique. After a month of diligent practice, Xiao Yan had successfully cultivated the technique to a minor accomplishment. It was not that he did not aspire to achieve mastery. Rather, his inherent limitations and strength meant that the technique, known as the flame-splitting wave ruler, could only be developed to this level at his current stage. Earth-tier techniques could only manifest their true power when one reached the Douwang level. With a resounding crash, accompanied by a fierce gust of ruler wind, the water from the waterfall was momentarily cleaved apart, although it restored itself just a second later. For one who was merely a Dou master, achieving such a feat without utilizing any Dou Qi was already commendable. Master, I should now meet your training requirements, correct? After executing the final strike, Xiao Yan leaped down from the wooden stake by the waterfall and landed steadily on the ground, inquiring, "What do you think?" Yao Lao could not help but roll his eyes, tossing over a perfectly roasted fish. The boy's level of training left even him without any criticism to make. He was certain that if Xiao Yan were at the Douwang level, he could undoubtedly unleash the true power of the flame-splitting wave ruler. If it were merely a mysterious tier Dou technique, it would be one thing. After all, while such techniques pose some challenges, there were individuals born with an innate talent for them, capable of mastering them swiftly. However, Earth-tier techniques were a different matter altogether. They were not something that could be quickly grasped through mere talent. As Xiao Yan received the roasted fish and prepared to enjoy his lunch, he heard an unusual sound emanating from the entrance of the valley. However, this valley was exceptionally concealed, surrounded by pungent medicinal powders that would deter most magical beasts from approaching. So whose footsteps were these? Instinctively, Xiao Yan grasped the handle of the heavy ruler and looked toward the valley's entrance. Meanwhile, Yao Lao transformed into a streak of light and vanished into Xiao Yan's ring. Soon after, a somewhat disheveled figure clad in white appeared at the entrance of the small valley. It was a girl dressed in white, seemingly a year or two older than Xiao Yan, though this could also be attributed to the fact that girls tend to mature faster than boys. Although her features still bore a youthful innocence, she was undeniably quite charming, giving off the impression of a neighborly little sister at first glance. However, her adorable face was now marred by panic, for a menacing figure was rapidly closing in behind her. Hearing the roars from behind, a look of despair washed over the girl's sweat-drenched face. Just then, she caught sight of Xiao Yan, who was seated on a rock preparing to eat his roasted fish. A flash of surprise crossed her face, but upon realizing that he was merely a child younger than herself, that surprise quickly faded. She knew that this child could offer her no assistance. He would only become another victim. As the roars grew ever closer, the girl gritted her teeth, disregarding the need to catch her breath, and shouted towards Xiao Yan, "Hey, you there, kid? Hurry and run. A magical beast is coming in." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl had quite the spirit. Even when her own life was in peril, she remembered to warn others. However, he had no intention of intervening. He was not one to offer unsolicited help. Although she had alerted him, if it weren't for her presence, the magical beast would not have found this place. Of course, being the paragon of virtue that he was, he would not simply turn a blind eye. After the girl was devoured by the beast, he would seek revenge for her. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to enjoy a blood-soaked spectacle with his roasted fish, he suddenly felt that the girl's appearance seemed somewhat familiar. He furrowed his brow as scenes from his past life flashed through his mind, eventually settling on an image of a pale-haired woman with an indifferent expression. It dawned on him. She was the one, the Heavenly Poison Woman. Chapter 9. The Heavenly Poison Woman. The name Heavenly Poison Woman was unknown in this era of the Douqi Continent. Yet in Xiao Yan's previous life, it represented a figure that instilled terror in the hearts of all. She was capricious, ruthless, and had once, in a fit of rage, annihilated an entire super empire, sparing neither man nor beast. During Xiao Yan's travels across the continent, he once had a fleeting encounter with the renowned Heavenly Poison Woman while passing through the Outcloud Empire. This formidable woman had cultivated her toxic powers to an extraordinary level, instilling profound apprehension even in those of the Douzone realm. Though their confrontation ended without a clear victor and was remarkably brief, she left an indelible mark on Xiao Yan's memory. Upon their next meeting, the Heavenly Poison Woman had ascended to the status of a celestial in the Soul Palace, while Xiao Yan had become the infamous Demon Wrath Sovereign, known throughout Zhongzhou. Due to their opposing allegiances, they inevitably clashed several times, each emerging with varying degrees of triumph, given their similar strengths and burgeoning reputations as young prodigies. Some observers in Zhongzhou began to label them as arch-rivals, encapsulating their formidable natures with a simple phrase: where the poison woman treads, all life falls silent. Where the demon wrath resides, phantoms cease to exist. Unfortunately, this pair of adversaries never truly established a definitive outcome, as the Soul Palace's method for managing the heavenly poison woman's cursed toxic body was flawed. While it afforded her a temporary reprieve, it eventually erupted, releasing a noxious cloud that rendered the surrounding thousands of miles a desolate wasteland, illustrating the terror of her affliction. What Xiao Yan did not anticipate was the sight of this once feared woman now appearing before him in such a disheveled state. Perhaps fatigued from her prolonged escape or distracted, the young girl stumbled over a rock just as the pursuing beast was closing in, nearly losing her balance. Before she could hit the ground, Xiao Yan swiftly reached her side, lifting her effortlessly into his arms, and with a gentle leap, evaded the monstrous attack that was meant for her. The girl's face was still etched with shock, her words unvoiced as Xiao Yan gently placed her atop a stone. He then brandished his weapon, the Xian heavy ruler, and charged towards the oncoming beast with haste. Roaring in fury at Xiao Yan's audacity to attack, the beast, infuriated by the loss of its prey, leapt forward once more. In mere moments, the two figures collided with a resounding force. The black giant ruler struck the beast's head with ferocious might, sending it crashing to the ground amidst a shower of debris. Witnessing this spectacle, the young girl instinctively gasped in astonishment. She knew that while the beast may have been slow, its strength was formidable enough to rival even the best of second-tier magical beasts. Yet, here was a boy who had overpowered it with sheer force. Was she dreaming? Was it the Crimson Flame Magic Bear? Just the right specimen for testing the fruits of his recent training. Xiao Yan recognized the creature at a glance. This fire attribute beast, known for its brute strength, was indeed a second-tier magical beast, capable of threatening even Dou level existences, yet its sluggishness had allowed it to pursue the girl for some time. Meanwhile, the hurled Crimson Flame Magic Bear regained its footing, glaring at Xiao Yan who held the heavy ruler. It roared once more, and had it possessed intelligence, it might have sensed the formidable nature of its opponent. Alas, as a second-tier magical beast, it relied solely on instinct, and instead of fleeing, it charged at Xiao Yan once again. With a tremendous thud, the bear's massive paws slammed into the ground, its fur glowing with a crimson radiance. A torrent of scorching energy spiraled around it, coalescing into a gigantic fireball aimed directly at Xiao Yan, a signature move of the Crimson Flame Magic Bear, with power rivaling a 5-star Dou full force. Facing the colossal fireball, Xiao Yan merely scoffed. Gripping the heavy ruler, he executed a powerful swing, shattering the fireball into a myriad of flames that quickly dispersed in the wind. After vanquishing the bear's attack, Xiao Yan clenched his hand, summoning a dark battle chi garment that enveloped his form. The surface flickered with tendrils of black flame, creating an eerie spectacle. Is that the battle chi garment? The young girl marveled, astonished. The battle chi garment was a hallmark of a powerful Dou, a symbol of high status among mercenary groups. How could someone who appeared younger than herself already possess such strength? In that moment, even the Crimson Flame Magic Bear felt a twinge of fear. Yet, its fear stemmed not from the battle chi garment, for it lacked the intellect to comprehend its significance. Even if it did, its innate power would render it unfazed. However, the bear could sense the terrifying essence of the black flames enveloping Xiao Yan, a primal fear rooted in its very being that suppressed its bloodthirsty instincts, causing it to instinctively retreat. Realizing too late that flight was an option, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle coldly at the bear's sudden desire to escape. He stomped down hard on the ground, and with a deep, resonant sound, propelled himself forward, swiftly outpacing the lumbering second-tier beast. Before the bear could react, the heavy ruler struck it once more, sending it flying. Xiao Yan then activated his explosive steps, closing the distance to the retreating beast. Though he had sheathed his heavy ruler, his speed had increased significantly. With a tightly clenched fist, imbued with a ferocity surpassing even that of the ruler, he delivered a crushing blow to the bear's chest, caving it in and unleashing a surge of dark energy within the creature, thus sealing the fate of the second-tier magical beast. Under the onslaught of the 8 extremes collapse, the Crimson Flame Magic Bear finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground in defeat. It could hardly fathom that it had met its end at the hands of a mere human child. Had humanity's youth grown so potent in these times? After slaying the Crimson Flame Magic Bear, Xiao Yan retrieved a dagger and severed the bear's head, intending to inspect its insides for a magic core. Instead, He was met with a burst of crimson light, followed by a plume of red flames rising from a corpse. To his astonishment, this creature harbored beast fire within. Although devoid of a magic core, the rarity of beast fire surpassed that of cores, as it only manifested within fire attribute magical beasts, and its occurrence was exceedingly rare. Even though this was merely the beast fire of a second-tier creature, it would undoubtedly attract numerous alchemists should it be auctioned off. Yet for Xiao Yan, who already possessed the black flame, it held little allure, and given its low tier, consuming it through the burning decision would not yield any evolutionary benefits. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan produced a jade vial to store the beast fire. Regardless of its circumstances, this entity was still a form of beast fire, capable of fetching a considerable price if sold, and it might possess unforeseen utility. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had acquired a scroll known as the Flame Cultivation Technique, which could nurture a peculiar flame named Transformation Fire. Although it could not rival the extraordinary fires, it surpassed ordinary beast fires by a significant margin. However, to cultivate this so-called Transformation Fire, one required other flames as raw materials. While the beast fire within the Crimson Flame Demon Bear was feeble, it was perfectly suitable for nurturing the Transformation Fire. After sealing the beast fire in the jade vial, Xiao Yan retrieved another vial to collect a sample of the bear's blood. This action left even the old alchemist in the ring somewhat perplexed. Yet he trusted his disciple's reliability and, recognizing the depth of his intentions, refrained from questioning him further. Once he secured the beast fire and blood, Xiao Yan turned to the still-breathing girl in white and inquired, "Are you all right?" The girl, having recovered from her earlier shock, gazed at Xiao Yan with gratitude and said, "Thank you so much. It was merely a trifling matter. No need for thanks," Xiao Yan replied with a seemingly benevolent smile. He then gestured towards the roasted fish, saying, "I notice you appear hungry. If you don't mind, would you care to join me for a meal?" "Really? I can't thank you enough," the girl in white exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Having been chased by the Crimson Flame Demon Bear for so long, she was ravenously hungry and, disregarding her image, quickly seized a roasted fish to devour. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Yan couldn't help but reflect inwardly, astonished that the future infamous Heavenly Poison Maiden had once been a mere innocent rabbit. Her experiences were evidently limited. Had he truly wished her harm, that roasted fish would have sufficed to eliminate her. "My name is Xiao Yan. May I ask yours?" he casually inquired while taking a roasted fish for himself. "I don't have a name, but everyone calls me Little Medical Fairy. You may call me that as well," she answered rather ambiguously. "No name?" Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, implying the absence of parents, a situation not entirely uncommon given that the afflicted poison body was a condition present from the womb. Though it would not manifest unless exposed to toxins after birth, the toxins had already infiltrated the mother's body during gestation, inevitably affecting the father, who had the most contact with the mother. Thus, the afflicted poison body, in a sense, could be regarded as synonymous with the fate of a tragic Lone Star, as the birth of such a child foretold calamity for the family. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan felt no sympathy for the bearer of the afflicted poison body. His current thoughts were focused on how to entice this future heavenly poisoned maiden to his side. Little Medical Fairy is quite a lovely name. It seems fitting for you. Who bestowed it upon you? He continued to engage her. "Because I am a healer. Having saved many lives, they began to call me that," she replied. "A healer? I never anticipated you possessed such remarkable skills," Xiao Yan said, momentarily taken aback. From her visage, he could faintly discern the future heavenly poison maideness likeness. However, he could hardly fathom that the infamous woman, notorious for her wrath, had once been a healer dedicated to saving lives. Time truly is the most formidable weapon in existence. "Why do you look at me like that?" Little Medical Fairy remarked, noticing Xiao Yan's entranced expression. "If you don't eat soon, that roasted fish will grow cold." "It's nothing. I was merely curious about why that magical beast pursued you," Xiao Yan replied, regaining his composure and casually redirecting the conversation. "I was actually out gathering herbs. Fortune favored me as I discovered a valuable medicinal plant, but I didn't anticipate that beast had its sights set on it too. When I went to harvest it, it was absent, but upon my return, it had come back, and thus my misfortune began," she explained, her expression one of dismay, clearly surprised by the ill fate that befell her during what should have been a simple herb-gathering excursion. "You ventured out alone to gather herbs?" Xiao Yan frowned slightly, inquiring. "Not at first. I had several guards accompanying me. However, upon encountering the ferocious beast, they abandoned me," she recounted. "I see." Xiao Yan nodded subtly, then casually asked, "What herb did you collect? May I take a look?" "Of course," she replied, wiping the grease from her hands before retrieving a pale, yellow crystalline chunk from a pouch at her side, presenting it to him. Here it is. Xiao Yan accepted the pale yellow crystal, scrutinizing it for a moment before returning it to her, saying, "It's merely a piece of yellow lotus essence. Hardly a rare, medicinal material. You ignorant fool. This is not yellow lotus essence, but blood lotus essence." Little medical fairy retorted, exasperated. "Blood lotus essence?" Xiao Yan blinked, feigning an innocent expression. "What is that?" Blood lotus essence is an exceedingly rare medicinal material, although it closely resembles yellow lotus essence. Its value exceeds that of yellow lotus essence by several hundred times. However, due to their simultaneous growth, few can distinguish between the two, she explained, pride evident in her tone as she claimed to be among the rare few capable of identifying blood lotus essence. "Oh, how can one differentiate it?" Xiao Yan continued to inquire. "It's simple," Little Medical Fairy said as she leaned closer to Xiao Yan, lightly scratching the surface of the pale, yellow chunk with her nail. "Let me tell you, while blood lotus essence and yellow lotus essence appear similar, there's a hidden secret within. The outer yellow layer is merely a disguise. The true blood lotus essence is concealed within. Once you break the exterior, you'll see a blood red layer inside. That is the essence of blood lotus. But there's no blood color in this one," Xiao Yan remarked, staring at the chunk in her hand. "Impossible. I confirmed it earlier," she protested, inspecting the yellow crystal once more. "See? It's right there. How would the blood mark have vanished?" She examined it repeatedly, but could no longer find the blood mark she had seen earlier. "How could this be? I distinctly saw the blood color. Could it be that you were mistaken?" Xiao Yan casually glanced at the spatial ring on his hand, subtly questioning. Impossible. Little Medical Fairy was still reluctant to accept it. After all, she had been pursued by the Crimson Flame Demon Bear for this blood lotus essence, nearly losing her life in the process, only to discover that the precious material she had fought to protect was nothing more than a common trinket. She could hardly fathom that the true architect behind this turn of events sat across from her, appearing utterly harmless. In this world, there were many knowledgeable about medicinal materials, not just Little Medical Fairy. Without mentioning Xiao Yan's past experiences, in merely a few months, the old alchemist had imparted considerable knowledge on herb identification to him. Thus, upon spotting the blood lotus essence, he recognized it immediately. When Little Medical Fairy handed it to him, he swiftly executed a sleight of hand, swapping the genuine blood lotus essence for an ordinary yellow lotus essence, which he then returned to her. Meanwhile, the authentic blood lotus essence lay quietly in his spatial ring, while the yellow lotus essence he used as a substitute was merely a remnant from his previous alchemical practices. Due to the impression Xiao Yan had left on Little Medical Fairy as someone unfamiliar with medicinal materials, coupled with the speed of his actions, she never suspected that he had swapped out the blood lotus essence right before her eyes. She even began to doubt whether her earlier perception had been a mere figment of her imagination, leading to a significant misunderstanding. But while a blessing in disguise, who knows what fortune may come from this misfortune? Upon witnessing the despondent expression of the little healer, Xiao Yan offered words of comfort, stating, "Although you may have erred, it is precisely because of this yellow lotus essence that we have crossed paths. This signifies that there exists a certain predestined bond between us." He further pondered, "But who exactly is Sai Wang? Did he lose his horse?" The little healer, perplexed by Xiao Yan's remarks, inquired curiously. Xiao Yan realized that the tale of Sai Wang losing his horse was a concept unfamiliar to the Douqi Continent, and thus he succinctly recounted the story. After hearing the fable, the little healer's spirits lifted somewhat. Observing the earnest demeanor of Xiao Yan, she smiled and remarked, "Xiao Yan, you are truly a good person." At her words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had received such praise, especially from someone who had once been his rival. In truth, in his past life, Xiao Yan had also harbored the desire to be a good person, for at his core, he remained a being of earth. However, in that world, kindness was the most undervalued trait. Whether it be family, mentors, friends, or even confidants, all harbored ulterior motives, poised to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Thus, he had been compelled to harden his heart, transforming into the feared and ruthless figure known as the Demon Fury Saint in order to survive. It seemed that this girl, the Heavenly Poison Maiden, shared a similar fate, yet, at present, she remained a pure and benevolent young girl. Perhaps in her previous life, she too had been scarred and wounded, ultimately evolving into that notorious female demon. "Have you finished your meal? If so, we should take our leave." After finishing the roasted fish in his hands, Xiao Yan noticed the little healer's hesitant expression and took the initiative to speak up. "Leave? Where are we going?" she queried. "Of course, I shall escort you home. There are numerous magical beasts in this vicinity, and, as a young lady, It could be rather perilous for you to venture out alone, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Did you not just proclaim me to be a good person? Then I shall see this goodwill through to the end, ensuring your safe return to avoid any unfortunate encounters with magical beasts. I am not that unfortunate. But I appreciate your kindness. The little healer responded, a flicker of delight illuminating her face at the prospect of Xiao Yan accompanying her. To be truthful, after being pursued by a magical beast earlier, she felt a lingering trepidation. The idea of traversing the wilderness alone filled her with dread. Her previous hesitance stemmed from her concern about imposing on Xiao Yan, feeling their acquaintance was not deep enough to warrant such a request. To her surprise, Xiao Yan had proactively offered his assistance. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then upon your return home, please treat me to a meal, Xiao Yan suggested, patting the heavy ruler on his back. Stay close to me. Do not stray too far, for I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise. Very well. Although she verbally acquiesced, the little healer felt a sense of reassurance in her heart. After all, Xiao Yan was a Dou master, capable of dispatching a second-tier magical beast with ease. With such a protector by her side, as long as they did not encounter a third-tier beast or above, her safety was assured. By the way, you are quite young. How did you become so formidable? As they exited the small valley, the little healer glanced at the corpse of the crimson flame magic bear on the ground and could not restrain her curiosity. Naturally, it is due to diligent training. Xiao Yan replied casually, sweeping his hand to collect the bear's remains into his spatial ring. Though deceased, it could still serve as a form of sustenance, and leaving it behind would be an utter waste. Your words lack substance, which individual, through mere hard work, could achieve the status of a Dou master at such a tender age? The little healer retorted, somewhat exasperated. Since you acknowledge the lack of substance, then refrain from questioning further. The auditory senses of these magical beasts are remarkably acute. They may be drawn to our conversation, Xiao Yan cautioned. The little healer waved her hand dismissively, replying, do not speak as if I am entirely ignorant. Moreover, my luck cannot be so wretched as to encounter a magical beast merely by taking a few steps outside. Roar! Before she could finish, a massive blue wolf lunged from the forest. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan sighed and remarked, honestly, have you inadvertently provoked something sinister recently? Chapter 11. The Serpent's Nest Mercenary Group. Boom! With another powerful swing of the heavy ruler, yet another magical beast was cleaved in two. The little healer quickly approached, producing a dagger to sever the creature's head. After a brief search, a look of astonishment crossed her face as she extracted a green crystal from within. The beast possessed a magic core. Here, take this for now, Xiao Yan said, casting a fleeting glance before returning his focus to the surroundings. Since this beast is not of the fire attribute, there's no need to collect its blood. We must hurry. Otherwise, more magical beasts will arrive. Oh, she nodded, carefully cleaning the freshly acquired magic core before stowing it in a small pouch at her side. Throughout their journey, they had encountered over 20 magical beasts. Though most were first tier, they still caused considerable trouble for both Xiao Yan and the little healer. However, amidst the challenges, they had also reaped significant rewards. To date, the little healer had collected 6 or 7 magic cores, even assisting Xiao Yan in gathering samples of blood from fire attribute magical beasts. Naturally, she could not store blood in her pouch, so Xiao Yan had kept it within his spatial ring. To be honest, I almost regret offering to escort you home, Xiao Yan remarked, glancing back at the corpses behind them, panting lightly. They had faced over 20 battles thus far, some against second-tier magical beasts, rivaling the Crimson Flame Magic Bear in strength, and even instances of multiple beasts attacking simultaneously. Such intense combat would have been overwhelming had it not been for the restorative pills concocted by Yao Lao in his spatial ring. If it were solely him, he might have managed, but he was also tasked with protecting the little healer, significantly increasing the difficulty of their encounters. It appears my luck is truly lacking. The little healer sighed, realizing she had not anticipated encountering so many magical beasts upon her departure. She was not adept in combat, nor was she a Dou practitioner. Hence, she felt unable to contribute meaningfully, only able to lend Xiao Yan a hand. I suspect it is not merely poor luck, Xiao Yan observed, eyeing the small pouch at her waist. If it were simply bad fortune, they would have encountered only 2 or 3 beasts at most. The sheer number of beasts continually assailing them suggested a deeper cause. It seemed they were drawn by something. We are almost there, in about 10 minutes. We shall reach my village. Once we arrive, those magical beasts will no longer dare to act so brazenly, the little healer exclaimed, standing atop a rock to survey the distant landscape, her voice filled with excitement. You make it sound easy, but for all we know, We might still encounter more magical beasts along this short stretch, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head in resignation. As they continued forward, to their surprise, they did not encounter a single beast in the following minutes. Seeing this, the little healer expressed her delight. It seems my streak of misfortune has finally come to an end. Xiao Yan remained silent, his brow furrowed. Unbeknownst to him, the absence of magical beast attacks only heightened his unease. Be cautious. I have an inkling that something feels amiss. You are simply being overly cautious. There is nothing to be concerned about. Besides, as long as we do not encounter magical beasts, everything else is manageable, the little healer reassured him. However, no sooner had she spoken than a strange rustling from the leaves above caught their attention. Before Xiao Yan could usher the little healer away, a large net suddenly descended from above, ensnaring them both. We've caught them! We've caught them! In the very moment that Xiao Yan and his companions were ensnared, a cadre of burly men, clad in black garb, surged forth from the nearby thicket. Each bore a badge emblazoned with the figure of a venomous serpent, undoubtedly the insignia of a certain faction. Upon witnessing their carefully laid trap ensnare prey, the group exhibited palpable excitement. However, upon realizing that their catch consisted of mere children, the leader's expression shifted to one of profound disappointment. Just two youngsters? It seemed they were members of the Serpent's Nest mercenary corps, lying in wait to capture a few magical beasts, and they had fortuitously stumbled upon them. We merely chanced upon your trap and inadvertently fell victim to it. Might we trouble you to release us? Xiao Yan donned an innocuous smile, having attempted to free himself from the net earlier, only to discover it was woven from some peculiar material, impervious to his strength. Had he chosen to wield his dark flame, escape would have been effortless. Yet with so many eyes upon him, he preferred to keep his prowess concealed. Truly unfortunate. One of the mercenaries began to approach to assist in their release, but the leader halted him. Wait, what is it? He circled around Xiao Yan and his companion, a smile creeping across his face. This young lad appears rather pleasing to the eye. Perhaps our esteemed leader would take a particular interest in him. Recalling the peculiar quirks of their leader, the others exchanged knowing glances and chuckles. Observing this, the young healer instinctively clutched Xiao Yan's arm, exclaiming, "Stay back. I must warn you. This person beside me is exceptionally formidable. With a single punch, he could fell a 6th-tier magical beast. Should you dare to harm me, he will not let you go unpunished. Must you drag me into your boastful claims?" Xiao Yan retorted, the corners of his mouth twitching. "You could as easily claim you could slay a 9th-tier beast with a single blow. Even if I said it, they wouldn't believe me," he continued, "as if they would take your claim of me defeating a 6th-tier beast seriously. If I were truly that powerful, I wouldn't have been captured in the first place." The leader of the mercenaries, observing the banter, scoffed dismissively. "What concern is it of yours? Spare us your delusions. We are not speaking of you, but rather the lad beside you." This remark left the young healer momentarily speechless, as she recognized that indeed, some individuals possessed eccentricities that led them to eschew the company of women. She had merely heard tales of such peculiarities, but today she found herself confronting one firsthand. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Yan, now imbued with sympathy. Feeling her gaze, Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. If even she could comprehend the situation, he certainly could as well. "Damn it, I've encountered a priest." Chapter 12. Predicament before long. Xiao Yan and the young healer found themselves imprisoned within a specially crafted iron cage, secured atop a vehicle. This cage, designed for the confinement of magical beasts, was far sturdier than the net that had ensnared them earlier. Moreover, their hands were bound with hemp ropes. Blissfully ignorant of the fact that what they deemed an inescapable constraint was, in Xiao Yan's eyes, trivial. Gazing at the iron cage before him, Xiao Yan's mind raced with calculations. It was evident they were being transported back to the headquarters of the Serpent's Nest mercenary corps. His spiritual energy allowed him to gauge the strength of the surrounding mercenaries. The strongest among them was merely a 1-star dome master. With his abilities, breaking free from the cage and dispatching these men would be a trivial endeavor. However, prior to entering the magical Beast Mountain range, he had heard whispers of missing boys in nearby villages and towns, and reflecting upon their leaders' peculiar tendencies. This incident might indeed be linked to the Serpent's Nest mercenary corps. If he could infiltrate their headquarters, perhaps he would uncover vital clues. Xiao Yan was not one to meddle in the affairs of others. He had no desire to intervene. Yet, given that they had provoked him, he felt no qualms about dismantling their operations while simultaneously performing a service. Observing Xiao Yan deep in thought, the young healer assumed he was fearful of their impending fate. She patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, "Lighten up. Growth often comes through adversity, Besides, it will only hurt for a moment and won't be that severe. You speak so easily, yet you are not the one enduring this. Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. Were it not for you, I would not have fallen into their clutches. And yet here you are, making light of the situation. Your predicament stems from their interest in you. So what concern is that of mine? She replied with indignation. Enough. Cease your bickering. There will be ample time for that later. At that moment, the mercenaries escorting them released the duo from their cage and escorted them into a courtyard, comparable in scale to the Xiao family estate. At the entrance stood a flag, its emblem nearly identical to the badges worn by the mercenaries. Indeed, this must be the headquarters of the Serpent's Nest Mercenary Corps, Xiao Yan mused as he surveyed the surroundings while being led toward a grand hall. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he scanned the courtyard and soon detected a small chamber beneath it, harboring several feeble auras. Upon being ushered into the hall, Xiao Yan swiftly employed his spiritual energy to assess the individuals seated therein, who appeared to hold positions of authority. The information returned to him was startling. 1 Dou Ling, 3 Dou Masters, and an additional 20 or so Dou Masters outside. The sheer power of this mercenary corps was alarming. What struck Xiao Yan was not merely the strength of these individuals, but the clear indication that their configuration vastly exceeded that of a typical mercenary group, capable even of ruling a city. Yet, they had chosen to seclude themselves in such a remote location, an anomaly that piqued his curiosity. Leader, these 2 children fell into our trap. How shall we deal with them? The middle-aged man, seated at the head of the table, fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yan as he spoke. From the other's address, it was clear that this man was Mo, the leader of the Serpent's Nest Mercenary Corps and the sole Dou Ling among them. This child is intriguing. We shall keep him and send him to my quarters shortly, Mo remarked, sizing up Xiao Yan with a gluttonous gaze, licking his lips. Seeing Mo's repugnant mannerisms, Xiao Yan feigned fear, though internally, his dark flame energy surged within him, poised for action. And what young girl? Just as Xiao Yan prepared to strike, he heard the mercenary who had brought them pose another question. His eyes flickered. The cramped quarters would hinder his abilities, and her release would be advantageous. You think I am unaware of your intentions? Mo glanced at the young healer, a playful smirk dancing upon his lips. This girl shall be your prize. Do with her as you please, but remember to dispose of her afterward. Thank you, leader. The others' faces lit up with delight at Mo's words. The young healer began to struggle, but with her strength, breaking free from bonds that could restrain even magical beasts was an impossible feat. As the group of individuals gradually approached the little medicine saint, seemingly intent on seizing her, Xiao Yan, who had initially appeared terrified, suddenly extended his palm. In the next moment, a massive, dark ruler emerged from a spatial ring, and with a swift motion, he wielded it to sever the few who were nearing the little medicine saint at the waist. Remarkably, the ropes that had bound his hands had been burned away unbeknownst to him. This unexpected turn of events startled Mo and his companions, and their astonishment deepened when they beheld the manifestation of battle aura enveloping Xiao Yan. A fighter. How could this be? It was not merely the presence of a fighter that left them agape. It was the revelation that he was merely around 10 years old. Seeing Xiao Yan break free from his restraints, the little medicine saint initially felt a surge of joy, but her expression soon morphed into one of concern as she recalled the formidable might of the Serpent's Nest Mercenary Corps. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan regained his previous calm demeanor, casually using the ruler to untie the ropes binding her wrists, remarking lightly, "So, your earlier jests at my expense have come back to haunt you, haven't they?" After the initial shock, Mo quickly regained his composure, but a wave of murderous intent surged within him. A mere 10-year-old already possessing the cultivation of a fighter, such a terrifying talent. If he were to mature, the entire Serpent's Nest Mercenary Corps, along with the forces backing them, would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. Given the enmity that had already formed, there was no way they would let this boy slip away easily. What did it matter if he was a fighter? Their own strength far surpassed his. Regardless of his prodigious talent or daunting background, once he was dead, he would pose no further threat. With a wave of his hand, Mo commanded the grand hall south doors to close automatically. Xiao Yan only needed a glance to discern that the material of the door was anything but ordinary. Perhaps even a great fighter would struggle to breach it. It appeared that this fellow was intent on cutting off any avenue of escape. Though I know not your origins, upon entering our Serpent's Nest Mercenary Corps, you have sealed your fate. Chapter 13. The Transformation of Heavenly Fire. Old pervert, do not speak too confidently. It remains uncertain who will meet their demise today. Listening to Mo's words laced with murderous intent, Xiao Yan scoffed disdainfully. His guiding principle had always been, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I I shall annihilate their entire clan. The members of the Serpent's Nest Mercenary Corps could have chosen to release them when they had them ensnared, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. Alas, they made a grievous error in judgment, leaving Xiao Yan with no choice but to slaughter them all. Such audacity! Did they truly believe that a modicum of talent would grant them free reign? Today, they would learn what it truly meant to be a formidable force. Xiao Yan's taunting words incited Shimo's ire, provoking him to halt the three great fighters beside him, commanding, "None shall move. I shall personally deal with this boy." With a firm grasp, Shimo concentrated deep blue battle aura into his palm, forming it into a colossal blade. Not only that, but a thick suit of battle armor also manifested around him, emanating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. This weapon and armor, entirely composed of condensed battle aura, could only be wielded by one of great fighter rank. Shimo's intent was clear. He aimed to eliminate Xiao Yan in one decisive strike. With his fighter spirit strength and this complete armament, it was indisputable that he was truly a lion hunting a rabbit. Feeling the explosive aura radiating from Shimo, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. The opponent's power exceeded his by 2 levels, and moreover, his water attribute was inherently counter to Xiao Yan's. Such a disparity in rank, coupled with the elemental disadvantage, meant that even with the flame-devouring ruler at his disposal, victory was unattainable. Under normal circumstances, not only would he fail to defeat Shimo, but he would likely struggle to endure more than 2 or 3 exchanges. Yet, he was no ordinary fighter. "Little one, allow me to handle this. Your current strength is simply insufficient to contend with him." The voice of Yao Lao resounded in Xiao Yan's mind, clearly aware of the extreme imbalance in this confrontation. "Not necessarily," Xiao Yan replied with a light chuckle, embedding the Xian heavy ruler into the ground. He then formed a peculiar hand seal, causing the battle aura within him to surge along an unusual pathway, followed by a violent energy that filled every corner of his meridians. Transformation of heavenly fire, first change. With a low cry echoing in his mind, a deep black flame erupted forth, and in mere seconds, his aura soared dramatically. As the flames coursed through his body, the battle aura garb enveloping him solidified, ultimately transforming into a suit of battle armor. How could this be? As Shimo sensed the sudden increase in Xiao Yan's aura, his countenance shifted. He could discern that Xiao Yan's level had nearly ascended by a whole tier. Such a rapid enhancement in strength could only be achieved through some extraordinary secret technique, of which few factions in the Jiao Ma Empire possessed. This terrifying augmentation, coupled with Xiao Yan's formidable talent, led to the realization that the background of this youth must be immensely powerful, certainly not something he could afford to provoke. With this thought, regret flooded Shimo's heart. Had he known earlier that Xiao Yan possessed such a background, he would never have dared to provoke him. However, now that enmity had been established, they were compelled to eliminate one another. No matter how grand Xiao Yan's background may be, his inherent strength remained too weak. Even with the use of a secret technique, if he could be covertly slain, his backing would likely remain oblivious. In truth, it was not only Shimo who was astounded. Even Yao Lao, concealed within the ring, recognized the technique as a secret art of the Burning Flame Valley. But why was Xiao Yan able to utilize a technique exclusive to the Burning Flame Valley? Did he have some connection to them? Find a place to hide. After advising the little medicine saint behind him, Xiao Yan unleashed the burst step, leveraging the explosive force to rapidly charge towards Shimo. Observing Xiao Yan take the initiative to attack, Shimo's heart sank, and he tightened his grip on a large blade, slashing towards Xiao Yan's direction. Clang! At the moment the Xian heavy ruler met the massive blade, a sharp metallic clash resonated throughout the hall. The two forces held firm for merely half a second before Xiao Yan was forcefully propelled back several meters by the overwhelming strength. Indeed, the augmentation from the transformation of heavenly fire was formidable, yet the disparity between a fighter and a fighter spirit was stark. Even with the enhancement, Xiao Yan's capabilities had only risen to that of a 5- or 6-star great fighter, leaving a significant gap before reaching the fighter spirit level. Consequently, in a direct confrontation, Xiao Yan soon found himself at a disadvantage. His figure retreated several dozen meters, and just as he was about to crash into the grand doors, he pivoted sharply, his foot striking against the door with a resounding impact. Immediately, a violent thrust erupted, propelling Xiao Yan into the air, soaring towards Shimo's head with vehement force. Such quick adaptability even took Shimo by surprise, leaving him no time to defend. He could only retreat to evade the incoming strike. The heavy ruler slammed into the ground, scattering a flurry of debris, which, before touching the ground, was drawn towards Xiao by an unseen force, accompanied by a faint roar reminiscent of a lion. The signature technique of the Xiao clan, the Lion Mountain Split. The prior fragments of stone were merely a feint, a diversion obscured by dust and debris. It was the Lion Mountain Split that truly constituted Xiao Yan's offensive maneuver. The crimson energy lion roared forth from behind the rubble, its formidable presence causing a subtle shift in Shimo's expression. Caught unawares, he was forced to retreat repeatedly from Xiao Yan's onslaught. After stumbling back a dozen steps, Shimo finally steadied himself, his gaze towards Xiao Yan now laden with gravity. Though the young man's strength paled in comparison to his own, his combat experience was alarmingly high, even as a dueling-level powerhouse. Shimo found himself somewhat flustered in the face of Xiao Yan's aggressive tactics. He was certain that had he been a Grand Dou Master, even one at the pinnacle of that rank, the previous strike would have certainly inflicted harm upon him. Fortunately, as a dueling, while he could not fully withstand the attack, his defensive prowess was sufficient to effortlessly fend off Xiao Yan's Lion Mountain Split. This young man is indeed enigmatic. After being forced back by Xiao Yan, Shimo shed his previous contempt, now regarding him as a genuine adversary. However, he took solace in the fact that Xiao Yan's inherent strength was still too weak. Even with the use of secret techniques, he had yet to reach the level of dueling. As long as Xiao Yan remained below that threshold, he posed no significant threat. With a deep exhale, Shimo summoned his deep blue fighting energy upon his great sword, a wave of formidable energy radiating from it. In the ethereal haze, a phantom python seemed to coil around the hilt of the sword. Clearly, after being repelled by Xiao Yan, he intended to unleash a combat technique. Witnessing Shimo's transformation, the previously elated Xiao Yao's countenance paled. Despite her modest strength, she recognized that he was about to employ a combat technique, and, given his status, the level of his technique could not be trifled with. In a serious confrontation, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly stand no chance. Xiao Yan could sense the surging energy emanating from Shimo, prompting him to retreat a few steps, creating distance between them. He then casually rummaged through his spatial ring, tossing several pills into his mouth. Most of these were recovery pills designed to replenish fighting energy, with only one being a power-enhancing pill. These concoctions were all personally refined by Xiao Yan during this period. Feeling the power coursing through him, Xiao Yan broke into a grin, raising his Xuanzhongshi. In an instant, black flames surged forth, enveloping the weapon. As his fighting energy infused into the heavy chi, the surrounding elemental energy erupted violently, the mysterious patterns on the chi illuminating with a brilliant glow. A ground-level combat technique? How is this possible? Realizing the surrounding energy's tumult, Shimo felt a profound shock. Only a ground-level technique, more potent than the Xian level, could provoke such a response. With this thought, Shimo disregarded all else, swinging his great sword to release a combat technique that was not yet fully charged. Although he had never witnessed the might of a ground-level technique, he knew it surpassed a Xian-level technique by at least tenfold, even possessing the power to challenge higher ranks. Should this young man release it, Shimo would undoubtedly face severe injury. Thus he had no choice but to act first and interrupt Xiao Yan's accumulation of power. Raging Serpent Slash. With a mighty swing, Shimo unleashed a deep blue energy that coalesced mid-air into a massive water serpent, lunging towards the still channeling Xiao Yan. Its sharp fangs glimmered like blades. And although the technique was not fully charged, the power unleashed was sufficient to grievously wound even a peak Grand Dou Master. The water serpent moved with astonishing speed, reaching Xiao Yan in mere seconds. Just as the serpent was about to strike, a pair of purple-black wings unfurled from Xiao Yan's back. With a powerful flap, he soared into the air, evading Shimo's full-force assault. These purple-black wings were not mere energy wings. They were the Ziyun wings, a flight technique acquired by Xiao Yan in the Monster Mountain range. In his previous life, it was here that he first obtained a fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Fire, and naturally, he had sought out that fragment once more. However, unlike in his past life, where he had stumbled upon the cave while being pursued, only to find a skeleton and 3 open boxes, this time all 3 boxes remained unopened, and the cave contained numerous rare herbs, including several he required. The first box held a flight technique, which he had seldom used until today, when he finally employed it in a real battle. Xiao Yan's original position was very close to the entrance, but with the aid of the Ziyun wings, he caused that terrifying attack to strike the sturdy door meant to seal the chamber. A door capable of withstanding a Grand Dou Master's onslaught. Yet, Shimo's strike shattered it effortlessly, though this was not the outcome he had desired. "Old dog, taste this." As Xiao Yan ascended, He reached the pinnacle of his gathered energy and shouted fiercely. The Zhongshi, entwined with black flames, descended with astonishing heat toward Xiao, who had just released a combat technique. The Flame Splitter. Xiao had just unleashed a technique and had no time to condense another attack. He could only hastily channel his fighting energy in an attempt to withstand Xiao Yan's terrifying strike. He realized that such a powerful move could only be executed once at Xiao Yan's current strength. If he could survive this blow, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly perish in the aftermath. However, he underestimated the power of a ground-level technique. Even though Xiao Yan could not fully harness its might, it was more than sufficient to deal with a dueling-level opponent. The dark red gong effortlessly pierced through Xiao's defenses, cleaving his body in twain before his horrified gaze. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and the other three Grand Dou Masters had not yet arrived to assist. Witnessing instead the tragic demise of Xiao, they could hardly fathom that the seemingly dominant leader, a dueling powerhouse, could be so easily slain by a mere youth of Dou Master strength. Kill him. Avenge our leader. After a fleeting moment of terror, the remaining three Grand Dou Masters reacted swiftly, realizing Xiao Yan's formidable nature. With Xiao Yan having expended a significant amount of fighting energy to execute the Flame Splitter, he was now considerably weaker, presenting them with an opportune moment to eradicate him. Though these three Grand Dou Masters were not as powerful as Xiao, their combined strength far exceeded Xiao Yan's. Even at his peak, overcoming them would not have been an easy feat, let alone in his current state. Teacher, make your move. Observing the three menacing mercenaries, Xiao Yan sighed softly. He lifted his hand, and a wisp of cold white flame suddenly emerged from his palm. In the next moment, the trio, poised to strike, suddenly froze, transforming into ice statues that crashed heavily to the ground. The flicker of white flame was not a manifestation of Xiao Yan's own power, but rather the bone spirit cold fire belonging to Yao Lao. He was acutely aware of Xiao Yan's current frailty and thus harbored no illusions about putting him through trials against these three adversaries. In fact, had everything played out according to his original plan, he would have intervened during the confrontation with Xiao, never anticipating that this young lad would unleash such ferocity and directly slay the foe. Astonishingly, he had triumphed. The petite healer, Xiao Yan, who had been spectating from the sidelines, was equally taken aback by Xiao Yan's victory over such formidable opponents. She did not dwell on the pallor of Xiao Yan's face or contemplate how he had summoned the strength to eliminate three grand fighters in one fell swoop. She was completely enveloped in the elation of surviving a perilous ordeal. Xiao Yan coughed violently a few times, his Douqi once more stabilizing at the level of a Douqi. The battle had been arduous, and coupled with the expiration of the Tianhua, San Xianbian, and the power-accumulating pill, he now felt as feeble as an elderly man on the brink of death. Were it not for Yao Lao's secret card, he would have surely met his end at the hands of those three adversaries. However, it must be noted that had Yao Lao not been present, Xiao Yan would have chosen to flee rather than confront Xiao directly, undoubtedly opting to utilize the Ziyun wings to escape. Given his current strength, while it was challenging to defeat a Douling head-on without employing the Yin Fenjilang Qi, evasion would have been a simple matter. To utilize the Tianhua San Xianbian at the level of a Douqi was indeed a daunting task. Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from within, Xiao Yan could only manage a wry smile before retrieving a healing pill from his spatial ring and swallowing it. Little one, how did you come to master the Tianhua San Xianbian? A voice filled with curiosity echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. It was Yao Lao, aware that the Tianhua San Xianbian was a treasure technique of the Burning Flame Valley, so much so that even he had been denied access to its study. The fact that his disciple had managed to grasp it was indeed surprising. When I was young, I inadvertently saved an old man. Upon awakening, he expressed his gratitude by gifting me a scroll containing the Tianhua San Xianbian, albeit only the first transformation. Xiao Yan recounted the prepared narrative. In truth, the Tianhua San Xianbian was not acquired in such a manner. It had been bestowed upon him during a fortuitous encounter in his past life. Initially, he had only obtained an incomplete version. However, after undergoing rigorous trials, he encountered the ancestor of the Xiao clan and learned that the Tianhua San Xianbian was, in fact, the clan's secret technique for cultivation. In his previous life, Xiao Yan ultimately activated the clan's totem and thereby attained the complete version of the Tianhua San Xianbian, which, in its entirety, surpassed that of the Burning Flame Valleys, which was merely a truncated variant. Of course, the tale Xiao Yan shared with Yao Lao was not entirely fabricated. He had indeed experienced a somewhat similar incident in his previous life, though rather than saving a life, he had taken one, thoroughly pillaging the individual's possessions, which had alleviated numerous predicaments he faced. "Fortunate lad, it appears you encountered a master from the Burning Flame Valley," Yao Lao remarked with a hint of admiration. During Xiao Yan's childhood, he had been in a dormant state, thus unaware of Xiao Yan's experiences. However, such an act was indeed characteristic of the Burning Flame Valley, and he had no reason to doubt Xiao Yan's account. After consuming the healing pill, Xiao Yan felt significantly rejuvenated. While still somewhat weak, he would soon recover to his normal state. Yet, there were matters of greater urgency demanding his attention. He glanced at Xiao Yan and said, "Wait here. I must attend to some affairs." "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. "Naturally, I shall eradicate those ruffians outside," Xiao Yan replied with calm smile. Although he had slain several leaders of the Serpent's Nest mercenary corps, many mercenaries remained outside. Should they congregate, they could pose a considerable threat, particularly given his current state of weakness. Therefore, Xiao Yan resolved to take the initiative and eliminate them all. "Are you truly going to kill the remaining members of the Serpent's Nest mercenary corps?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, startled. She quickly moved to intercept him, saying, "That seems unnecessary. Those mercenaries are merely trying to make a living. They have committed no wrongdoing. You've dealt with the leaders. There is no need to slay the others." "Naive," Xiao Yan scoffed. With enmity established between both parties, he saw no reason for mercy. In his view, leaving any survivors would only invite potential retribution. Even if the majority would not seek vengeance, there would inevitably be one or two obstinate individuals. Xiao Yan had no desire to discern their loyalty. He believed in a decisive approach. However, Xiao Yan was different. As a healer, she often tended to these mercenaries and understood their struggles. Moreover, her inherently kind nature made it impossible for her to stand idly by as Xiao Yan planned to slaughter these lowly mercenaries. Consider their families. These mercenaries have dependents. What will happen to them if you kill their providers? "You are correct. I failed to consider that." Xiao Yan feigned contemplation. Observing the flicker of doubt in Xiao Yan's eyes, she sighed in relief, ready to persuade him further, when he continued, "How could I forget that they have families? Simply slaying them isn't sufficient. One must eradicate the roots of the problem." "That was not my intention." Xiao Yan was taken aback, realizing that her words had inadvertently escalated Xiao Yan's resolve to annihilate entire families. I was merely jesting." At that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled, saying, "Since you wish to spare them, so be it." Initially pondering how to persuade Xiao Yan to abandon his intentions, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned by a sudden shift in demeanor. She looked at him, the embodiment of innocence, and chastised herself for her naivety. He was clearly a bright and cheerful young man, incapable of committing such heinous acts of wholesale slaughter. However, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yan had indeed contemplated the notion of eradicating all potential threats, a thought that had yet to dissipate. His reluctance to act was not due to Xiao Yan's influence, but rather his disinterest in lecturing her. Perhaps soon, she would come to understand the consequences of being too lenient. Chapter 16. The Retribution of the He Family. After dispatching Xiao Yan freed all the young boys who had been captured. However, he merely released them without concern for their return journey. It was not his responsibility to oversee their safety, nor did he have the time for such matters. Xiao Yan concocted a plan, enlisting the help of the mercenaries from the Serpent's Nest to escort them home. Xiao Yan merely chuckled at this suggestion, offering no comment. Before their departure, he cautioned them to allow the mercenaries to leave once they reached a safe area and to take circuitous routes, remaining vigilant for any pursuers. As for the rest, it was a matter of luck. From the boys, Xiao Yan also learned that many more had been taken captive, far beyond those he had just freed. However, most had been transported to another location, the whereabouts of which remained unknown to them. Xiao Yan initially contemplated interrogating the remaining mercenaries for more information, but ultimately deemed it unnecessary. This matter was of little concern to him. He was not one to meddle in affairs that did not involve him. Moreover, the remaining mercenaries likely lacked the authority to know such information, rendering any inquiry futile. The matter has come to a close. The mercenaries and the child have returned home. What do you wish to do now? Xiao Yan, arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe and spoke nonchalantly, perhaps due to the effects of the medicinal pill, or perhaps because he had successfully passed through the period of weakness following the secret technique. His complexion had regained its rosy hue. He had just taken care of the bodies of Xiao and the others, and naturally collected their spatial rings. Although their possessions were of no use to him, they could certainly be of value to the Xiao family. Didn't you ask me to invite you back for a meal? Let's depart. The little medical fairy's eyes twinkled as she spoke with a cheerful smile. Invite me back for a meal? I suspect you're more concerned about being devoured by magical beasts on the way. aren't you? After playing with a few spatial rings, Xiao Yan chuckled and said, "Let us proceed. I'm a man of my word. My only virtue is to fulfill my promises. For instance, if I declare that I will annihilate an entire family, rest assured, I will do just that. While I comprehend your intended meaning, could you perhaps select a different metaphor?" The little medical fairy couldn't help but feel exasperated. She had mentally categorized Xiao Yan as one of those who feign ruthlessness, hence she found it hard to believe his declarations. The village where the little medical fairy resided was not far from the Serpent's Nest mercenary corps. Yet they still took nearly half an hour to arrive due to the relentless onslaught of magical beasts. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Xiao Yan felt a degree of strain when confronting these beasts. Nonetheless, it was precisely this continuous combat that enabled him to successfully break through from the pinnacle of the second star to the third star Dome Master realm. Upon arriving at the tranquil village described by the little medical fairy, the sun had already set. Even before nearing the village entrance, Xiao Yan sensed a wave of murderous intent wash over him. He looked up to see thick smoke rising from the village's center, and amidst the haze, he could discern flickering flames. What has transpired? The little medical fairy also sensed that something was amiss. Before Xiao Yan could stop her, she dashed forward, only to be met with a scene she would never forget. A once peaceful village had transformed into a veritable slaughterhouse. Flames ravaged the streets, and dismembered corpses lay scattered about, their bodies succumbing to the searing flames. In the square where the villagers typically gathered, those who had not been slain were now forcibly herded there, bound tightly and kneeling helplessly on the ground. They dared not struggle, for sharp blades hovered ominously over their necks, wielded by the very mercenaries whom the little medical fairy had previously set free. Before these unfortunate souls stood an elderly man with a dark countenance, casting a cold gaze over the villagers. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's terrified exclamation, he turned to look, and soon someone recognized them and shouted, "Lord Patriarch." It was they who killed the captain. Oh! The old man fixed his gaze upon the two, ultimately resting his eyes on Xiao Yan. To achieve such deeds at such a tender age, it seems the youth truly are the heroes of our time. Indeed, unlike certain individuals who, despite their advanced age, still roam the night, one might fear they could perish from overexertion. Xiao Yan replied coolly to the old man's words. He glanced at the mercenaries, sneering as he said, "It is clear now. I should have eliminated all of you back then." With a mere glance at the corpses on the ground, he recognized several of them as the children he had previously let go. It was evident they had not escaped the clutches of the Serpent's Nest mercenary corps. Although he had anticipated such a tragedy, Xiao Yan still furrowed his brow, instinctively shielding the little medical fairy behind him. Xiao Yan understood that the gruesome scene unfolding before this 11 or 12-year-old girl was too harrowing. It was a consequence of her own choices. She could not blame others. The bound villagers seemed to recognize the little medical fairy as the source of their misfortune and cast upon her glares filled with resentment and hatred. "Though I am uncertain how a mere dome master such as yourself managed this, you have slain my son-in-law, and thus you must pay the price." The old man glared at Xiao Yan coldly. "Ah, so that perverse old man is your son-in-law? I truly feel for your daughter." Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed. Or perhaps his role as a son-in-law is merely a facade. Could he perhaps have other identities, such as your lover? TSK, the mere thought is quite scandalous. Scoundrel. The murderous intent in the old man's eyes intensified. He was well aware of his son-in-law's disgraceful deeds, but had always chosen to turn a blind eye. He never expected this young man would use it against him. "I had intended to spare you due to your youth, but it seems you are quite audacious. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Enough. I detest those who sell their integrity while still seeking to maintain a facade of virtue. If you wish to strike, then do so without further ado. Why prolong the charade? Do you think I am unaware of your nefarious intentions regarding those children you have abducted?" Xiao Yan scoffed disdainfully. Although this old man did not know him, in his previous life, Xiao Yan had encountered him. If memory serves, this old man is He Qian, the patriarch of the He family, a significant force within the Jiama Empire. Though not on par with the three great families of the imperial capital, the mere presence of a Dou Wang in their ranks placed them above the backwaters of Wutan City. In his past life, the He family had provoked Xiao Yan, resulting in their swift obliteration. Who would have thought he would cross paths with them once more? It made Xiao Yan reflect on the old man's misfortune. Having been vanquished once, he had now returned for a second annihilation. Chapter 17, Slaughter. Young man, it seems you possess considerable knowledge. He Qian unleashed a tremendous aura, the unrestrained pressure of a Dou Wang bearing down upon Xiao Yan. Yet, the more one knows, the swifter their demise often comes. Your perverse son-in-law uttered similar words to me. Care to guess how he fared afterward? Xiao Yan smiled faintly, and in the next moment, the power of the medicinal elder surged forth from his ring, flooding into his body. Immediately, a formidable aura, far surpassing that of an ordinary Dou Wang, erupted from him. This aura is that of a Dou Huang? How is this possible? As Xiao Yan's powerful aura manifested, He Qian's expression grew tense. He could not fathom how this child, not yet 10 years old and merely a Dou master, could unleash such Dou Huang-level power. Young man, you cannot deceive me with tricks. After the initial shock, He Qian quickly regained his composure. No matter how extraordinary this child's talent, reaching the Dou master realm before 10 years of age was already unfathomable. Dou Huang was a mere fantasy. Even if he had trained since birth, it would be impossible. Thus, he attributed Xiao Yan's Dou Huang aura to some form of illusion. Strangely, a sense of unease lingered in his heart, prompting him not to engage directly, but to command the mercenaries around him, attack. Kill this boy. Upon hearing He Qian's orders, the mercenaries and He family guards exchanged uncertain glances. While they could not sense the Dou Huang aura as He Qian did, they recognized that Xiao Yan's presence was significantly stronger than theirs, even surpassing that of He Qian. In such circumstances, launching an attack would surely spell their doom. What do you fear? This boy is merely putting on a show. He is not yet 10 years old. How could he possibly possess Dou Huang-level strength? Seeing his subordinates hesitate, He Qian bellowed once more, "Whoever kills him shall become the next leader of the Serpent's Nest mercenary corps. Furthermore, I shall reward them with a volume of profound-tier cultivation techniques." Under the seductive allure of He Qian, several mercenaries finally drew their weapons and charged toward Xiao Yan. These mercenaries were all above the rank of 5-star Dou Shi, and within the original Snake Nest mercenary group, their status was second only to the 3 Grand Dou Shi. At this moment, they could no longer suppress the desires within their hearts as they rushed toward Xiao Yan. Faced with the aggressive onslaught of these mercenaries, Xiao Yan merely waved his hand lightly. A surge of icy white flames erupted forth, and before the Dou Shi-level mercenaries could utter a single scream, they were reduced to mere ashes, dissipating into the air. Hiss! Witnessing the instant annihilation of those Dou Shi, everyone present could not help but gasp in shock, their gazes toward Xiao Yan transforming into expressions of terror. The remaining mercenaries, who had yet to act, felt a sense of relief wash over them, grateful that they had not acted impulsively. Otherwise, they too would have been reduced to ash. Now, do you still think I'm merely putting on a show? Xiao Yan retracted his hand and cast a nonchalant glance at He Qian. The strength of a Dou Wang in the Gama Empire could be deemed formidable, but alas, in the presence of Yao Lao, it was utterly insufficient. Even though Yao Lao was not at the peak of his power, dealing with such a Dou Wang would require little effort. Having witnessed Xiao Yan effortlessly annihilate several Dou Shi, He Qian finally confirmed that Xiao Yan's prowess was far beyond the Dou Shi he had previously displayed. In other words, it was highly likely that he possessed strength that matched his aura, a level of power that He Qian could not hope to contend with. It is important to note that the Gama Empire had yet to see the emergence of a Dou Zone powerhouse. This meant that a Dou Huang was the pinnacle of existence within the Gama Empire, and dealing with a mere 1-star Dou Wang would be an exceedingly simple task. At that moment, He Qian suddenly recalled something. He hastily grabbed a bound villager, placing a knife against the man's throat as he declared, "Kid, drop your weapon and stand still. Otherwise, I shall not hold back." Oh, Xiao Yan regarded He Qian with an expression of disdain, then waved his hand once more, unleashing another wisp of white flame that incinerated the nearest mercenaries into nothingness. "I would like to see how you intend to refrain from being impolite." Damn it! He Qian clenched his teeth and ruthlessly slashed the villager's throat, tossing the lifeless body before Xiao Yan as he snarled, "Did you see that? If you act again, I will kill these innocents. Surely you do not wish to witness the death of so many innocent lives before your eyes? Oh, so I should heed your demands and submit to slaughter? How utterly absurd." Xiao Yan scoffed derisively, raising his Xuanzhong staff and cleaving through the oncoming mercenaries, severing them in twain. "Do you truly believe your threats hold any weight with me? Attack!" Seeing that Xiao Yan remained unfazed, He Qian issued another command, and in an instant, blades were drawn, blood splattered, and heads rolled upon the ground, staining it crimson. "Cease! Do not kill any further." Observing the gruesome spectacle, Xiao Yan remained motionless, yet the small healer he sheltered behind could no longer bear it. In response, Xiao Yan coldly snorted and delivered a swift strike, rendering her momentarily unconscious. He understood that this massacre was merely the beginning, and what was to come would be even more blood-soaked. Ha ha! Perhaps the small healer's agitation conveyed a false sense of confidence to He Qian, who now laughed maniacally. "What? Still not willing to lay down your weapons? If you continue this way, even more lives will be lost because of you. What nonsense are you babbling? Xiao Yan tilted his head innocently and replied, What do you mean by because of me? How does this concern me? It is your refusal to relent that has led to these deaths. He Qian seized another hostage, observing the terror etched upon the victim's face, and continued, Just like before, the more you resist, the greater the number of lives lost because of you. Truly deserving of being the head of a family, you are utterly shameless. Xiao Yan raised the Xuanzhong staff once more, dark flames swiftly enveloping it as the surrounding energies erupted violently at the moment the flames surged forth. It is you who are committing murder. What does this have to do with me? Wait, do you not wish to save these people? As he felt the unprecedented turmoil of energy emanating from Xiao Yan, He Qian was engulfed in panic, yet he continued to shout defiantly, If you do not cease, we will slaughter everyone in this village. I am indifferent. You are the one killing them. Why should I stop? Beneath the raging inferno, Xiao Yan's smile grew ever more radiant. Whether these people lived or died was of no concern to me. Chapter 18, Departure. When the small healer awoke from her stupor, the dawn had already broken. Xiao Yan was gently wiping the blood from the Xuanzhong staff with a white cloth, and the corpses and bloodstains that had once littered the ground had vanished entirely. The small village seemed to have returned to its original tranquility and peace, if not for the charred remains still smoldering on the streets. The small healer might have truly believed that everything that transpired the previous night was merely a dream. Yet these indelible marks served as a constant reminder that a horrific massacre had occurred, one instigated by her own misplaced compassion. What became of those men? The small healer gazed at the calm Xiao Yan, unable to restrain her curiosity. Rest assured, not a single one was spared. Xiao Yan replied coolly, This time, you would not oppose my complete annihilation of them, would you? Of course, even if you did, it would be futile, for I have already acted. And the others? Half are dead, half remain alive. It turned out to be much better than I had anticipated. Xiao Yan clicked his tongue lightly, commenting on the mercenaries of the snake nest, who appeared fierce yet were easily intimidated and deterred by a few words. Truly unprofessional, a rabble of misfits. They deserve their fate. Where are they now? The small healer inquired. They are recuperating at the place where they were bound yesterday. Xiao Yan glanced at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you wish to see them? I advise against it. It would be unwise to go now, for I cannot guarantee your safety. The small healer cast a complex look at Xiao Yan. Though she had been knocked unconscious early on, she still recalled the chilling indifference with which he had regarded the slaughter of other villagers. Despite his current smiling demeanor, a profound sense of dread gripped her. She did not respond to Xiao Yan, or perhaps she simply dared not, and instead made her way towards the square, where the injured villagers had indeed gathered to recuperate. Before she could devise an explanation for the events of the previous night, some villagers recognized her, and a few hot-headed children promptly picked up stones to hurl at her. You witch, what are you doing back here? It wasn't me, it wasn't tea. If you had not drawn those men here, our village would not be in such disarray. Leave at once. Perhaps recalling the tragic fates of their loved ones stirred their anger, for the villagers became increasingly agitated. Even the elderly glared at the small healer with discontent. TSK, 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 what a united village indeed. I am nearly moved to tears. At that moment, a round of applause erupted, and Xiao Yan appeared behind the small healer, leaning against a large tree while smiling. If only you had displayed such fortitude when facing those men yesterday, instead of weeping and begging for mercy, I might have actually held some respect for you. It's you. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, the villagers who had been so indignant fell silent, the child who had thrown stones now hiding behind his mother, gazing at Xiao Yan in sheer terror. Clearly, the horrifying display Xiao Yan had exhibited the previous day had instilled a profound fear in the hearts of the villagers. What? Have you all lost your voices? Weren't you just so fervent in your enunciations? Xiao Yan chuckled disdainfully, cowardly and timid. What a pitiful creature you are. A child in the crowd retorted defiantly. And what are you? However, as soon as he uttered those words, Xiao Yan suddenly vanished from his spot, his hand materializing abruptly before the boy's eyes, seizing his throat and lifting him effortlessly. If you have the courage, repeat what you just said, Xiao Yan said with a smile. Yet, despite the pleasant expression on his face, the icy malice laced within his words sent tremors coursing through the child's body. Xiao Yan, no. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's actions, the little healer cried out urgently. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan remained unmoved, his gaze dancing over the fear reflected in the eyes of the other villagers, and his smile grew ever more radiant. Do not be so terrified. Summon the courage you displayed before the little healer, he urged. Speaking of which, I recall an interesting fact. I could be considered your benefactor. You should have all perished at the hands of those people, but because I intervened and eliminated them, you survived. Therefore, is it not justifiable for you to express your gratitude? After a brief silence, a man who appeared to be the village chief offered a dry chuckle. Though inwardly cursing Xiao Yan's shamelessness, he maintained a facade of politeness. What is it that you desire, sir? Whatever we possess, you are welcome to choose at your leisure. I have no interest in the worthless scraps from your village. Xiao Yan scoffed, discarding the child onto the ground before returning to the little healer's side. Let us depart. Depart? What? Do you wish to remain here? Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe they would permit you to stay? The little healer, observing the hatred in the villager's eyes, felt a bitter pang in her heart. She realized that Xiao Yan spoke the truth. From this moment onward, she could no longer remain here, and the villagers would never accept her again. After leaving the village, she could not help but sob. It is all my fault. Your fault? Did you kill them? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. I understand your kind heart, but must you bear all the responsibility? But they died because of me. Incorrect. They perished due to the killers, not because of you. Gently patting her shoulder, Xiao Yan advised, some matters should not be overcomplicated. Otherwise, you will drive yourself mad. Isn't that just self-deception? You may interpret it that way. When I was in a similar position to yours, a certain wicked woman offered me the same counsel. Xiao Yan shrugged, not wishing to linger on the topic. So, where do you plan to go next? There's a small town nearby, called Qingshan Town. I intend to continue my practice as a physician there. The little healer replied slowly. What about you? I shall continue my cultivation, of course, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. It seems we must part ways. The little healer gazed at Xiao Yan with a complicated expression, silently sighing within her heart. Farewell, Xiao Yan smiled and waved. In the instant the little healer turned to leave, he swiftly struck her neck with a precise motion, then expertly retrieved a sack to stow her inside. He had invested so much effort accompanying her, and he certainly did not intend to merely be a fleeting figure from her childhood. This future heavenly poison woman must remain by his side. Chapter 19. The small valley deep within the monster mountain range, Xiao Yan unfurled his purple cloud wings, soaring above the forest. Although he encountered several flying magical beasts along the way, most were of only first-tier strength, thus posing little trouble for him. While the speed of the purple cloud wings could not rival that of true Douqi wings, it certainly surpassed that of flying magical beasts below 5th tier, enabling him to reach his destination in under half an hour. Upon sighting the small valley from his memories, Xiao Yan tucked away his wings and descended gently. In his past life, while training in the Monster Mountain range, he had stumbled upon this place, rich in energy and replete with rare medicinal herbs. He had resided here for a period, hence his vivid recollection of it. He vaguely remembered a small grass hut in the valley. But now it appeared to be completely deserted, suggesting no one had yet discovered this location. Due to its unique terrain, the valley's energy was far more abundant than that of the outside world, making cultivation here exceedingly effective. According to Xiao Yan's plan, he intended to cultivate here for over half a year until he broke through to the Great Douqi level before departing the Monster Mountain range. After releasing the little healer from the sack, Xiao Yan did not hasten to rouse her, but first removed the small pouch at her waist. The numerous attacks from magical beasts they had encountered en route could not be merely attributed to bad luck. The only explanation was that something was drawing them in. After a brief search, Xiao Yan extracted a black stone from the pouch, besides some medicinal herbs and magical cores. This was the only item that could potentially attract magical beasts. He indeed sensed a peculiar fluctuation emanating from it, yet it was not the right time to investigate further. So he stored it away in his spatial ring. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Yan gently placed his fingers on the little healer's neck. As Douqi surged within her, the previously unconscious little healer gradually regained awareness. Rubbing her sore spots, she quickly recalled the events that transpired. Why did you hit me earlier? Such words. It was not I who struck you. Xiao Yan feigned innocence. If it wasn't you, then who? Alas, it seems that blow has muddled your memory. Xiao Yan sighed heavily. Do you not remember? It was those villagers who knocked you out, believing you to be a demoness. They intended to drown you in a pig cage. Fortunately, I was troubled by concern for you and returned to check, which is how I managed to rescue you. Otherwise, we would be eternally separated. Is that so? The little healer felt something was amiss, but soon her attention was captivated by the fragrant aroma of herbs filling the air. Observing the surrounding flora, her puzzled expression swiftly transformed into delight. For a healer, nothing could elicit more excitement than encountering rare medicinal plants. This is a hidden little valley I discovered. I plan to cultivate here for a while. What about you? Xiao Yan inquired, aware that another reason for his choice was the abundance of herbs, an irresistible allure for one so passionate about medicinal plants. Without hesitation, the little healer nodded in agreement. Of course, another reason is that this place has no exits. The only way out is to fly. Yet, the little healer currently lacks the ability to do so. Therefore, even if she wished to leave, she would need to go through me. Once, someone said that to keep a person, one must first capture their heart. However, the great saint of rage declared that such notions were nonsense. If you broke her limbs, would she still stay? Of course, Xiao Yan was not yet so ruthless. After all, this girl would be a significant ally in the future, and he needed to win her over. The little healer, blissfully unaware of Xiao Yan's ulterior motives, excitedly pulled out her herb-gathering tools and began to harvest the plants in the valley. Observing her enthusiasm, Xiao Yan could only let out a resigned sigh. This foolish girl was so preoccupied with the herbs that she seemed oblivious to the fact that there was not a single habitable place in this valley. Upon witnessing the sight of the little medical fairy, Xiao Yan found himself compelled to take matters into his own hands. He soared outside to gather some timber and stones, embarking on the construction of a dwelling. Although he had stowed away several tents in his spatial ring, those were merely temporary accommodations. Since he intended to break through to the Great Dou Master here, it was only fitting that he establish a residence suitable for long-term habitation. Xiao Yan felt a tinge of helplessness at this predicament. If his adversaries from his past life, particularly that nefarious woman, were to learn that the esteemed sage of magic rage had devolved into a mere carpenter, they would likely be left speechless in disbelief. In an effort to expedite matters, Xiao Yan enlisted the assistance of Yao Lao, utilizing his power. After vanquishing He Qian, he had employed a secret technique from his previous life to temporarily shield Yao Lao's presence within the ring until they arrived at this secluded valley. After all, he needed to maintain the facade of a diligent student in front of Yao Lao, ensuring that his mentor remained oblivious to his true nature. Yao Lao, perplexed by the sudden loss of contact with Xiao Yan, was relieved to re-establish communication. However, before he could inquire about the situation, Xiao Yan preemptively expressed his confusion regarding Yao Lao's abrupt disappearance, feigning concern that his mentor had once again succumbed to slumber. With such impeccable acting skills and a well-prepared script, Yao Lao was easily convinced of Xiao Yan's ignorance regarding the matter. Moreover, Xiao Yan's apparent ineptitude in constructing the dwelling led Yao Lao to exert nearly 80% of his effort during this building endeavor. In the ensuing days, Xiao Yan continued to make trips to a nearby town, procuring essential supplies for long-term living. He even brought back several changes of clothing for the little medical fairy, along with a small alchemical furnace for her to refine pills. As a healer, she could not summon Douqi flames like an alchemist, and due to her unique spiritual attributes, the pills she concocted could only be considered rudimentary mixtures of herbs, albeit with some effectiveness. Yet they paled in comparison to authentic pills. Nevertheless, the little medical fairy remained undeterred, though she lamented her inability to become a true alchemist. Her enthusiasm for the herbs remained unabated. In stark contrast to the leisurely days of the little medical fairy, Xiao Yan immersed himself in rigorous training. His days were consumed either by cultivating Douqi or honing his alchemical skills, with occasional excursions to hunt magical beasts. To aid in his quest for a swift breakthrough to the Great Dou Master, Yao Lao meticulously concocted a medicinal liquid known as burning blood. While applying it was somewhat excruciating, it did enhance his training speed. Under such relentless discipline, Xiao Yan's Douqi cultivation surged remarkably within just a few months. He advanced from a 3-star Dou Master to a 7-star Dou Master, with the threshold to the Great Dou Master within reach. After breaking through to the 7-star Dou Master rank, Xiao Yan's progress slowed considerably. This was not due to any deliberate restraint on his part, but rather the inherent difficulty in elevating through the final stages of each rank. While he had managed to ascend from 3-star to 7-star in 4 months, progressing through the subsequent ranks would require significantly more effort. He could reasonably expect to reach the peak of the 9-star rank, but the Great Dou Master would prove to be a more formidable challenge. However, should Xiao Yan choose to rely on medicinal pills for his breakthrough, he could undoubtedly attain the Great Dou Master status in a short span. Yet, he was reluctant to resort to such external aids, recognizing the potential repercussions on his future potential. Of course, he did not consider the energy derived from devouring Io as external aid, but finding such flames was no simple task. In his previous life, while he possessed several types of Io, they were acquired only after arriving in the Central Plains. As for the Jiama Empire, he had merely heard rumors of a particular oak belonging to the Serpentmen tribe, the veracity of which remained unconfirmed. Despite the deceleration of his Douqi training, Xiao Yan experienced remarkable advancements in his alchemical skills. With each increase in strength, he was able to concoct increasingly higher-grade pills, even successfully producing 4th-rank pills on several occasions. This astonishing progress left even Lao astounded. In moments of idleness, Xiao Yan recalled the items he had discovered within the cave. The flying Dou technique from the first box had already been mastered, while the profound Dou techniques stored in the third box were of no use to him. However, the contents of the second box remained untouched. The 7-colored poison classics. Gazing at the script upon the scroll, Xiao Yan felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that it contained a manual dedicated to the concoction of poisons. While he was not particularly averse to poisons, he was well aware of the countless formidable warriors who had met their demise at the hands of such substances throughout history. The famed heavenly poison maiden from his previous life was a renowned figure known for her mastery of toxins. Many self-proclaimed righteous individuals might scorn such practices. But Xiao Yan was not one to adhere to rigid moralities. In his past life, he had been among those hunted by the so-called righteous sects. Thus, he found the subject quite fascinating and was already contemplating which poisons he would concoct next. Had he possessed these poisons during his battle with Shimo, the conflict might have proven significantly easier. In addition to various poison recipes, the scroll contained accounts of poisonous substances and knowledge concerning toxins that piqued even his interest, such as the concept of poison Douqi. As its name implies, poison Douqi is a type of Douqi imbued with poisonous attributes. Unlike other attributes, this particular Douqi is not innate. It is a mutated form birthed through postnatal transformation, resulting from the fusion of one's normal Douqi with lethal toxins, thereby enhancing its lethality. The 7-color poison classics not only elucidated the nature of poison Douqi, but also detailed methods for merging this attribute of Douqi. Unfortunately, due to his cultivation of the burning decision and the consumption of black flame, the Douqi within Xiao Yan had transformed into black flame Douqi, a product that was inherently antagonistic to poison Douqi. Thus, even if he attempted the methods outlined in the 7-color poison classics, he would yield no beneficial results. Little 1. While poison Douqi does indeed possess its advantages over other forms of Douqi, it is a double-edged sword. Those who harbor such toxic Douqi within themselves are also subject to its corrosive effects. Without reaching the Dou Wang realm, one may find themselves succumbing to its backlash at any moment. Furthermore, this poison Douqi not only erodes the body, but also influences one's temperament. Even Dou Wang-level warriors are not exempt from this fate. Historically, practitioners of poison Douqi either perish from the toxins or are driven to madness. Thus, it would be wise to refrain from such experiments. Yao Lao's cautionary voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, seemingly sensing his intrigue. Rest assured, master, I shall not pursue this path, Xiao Yan replied, though internally, he remained unconvinced. To him, nothing held greater significance than the pursuit of strength. As long as he could become more powerful, he would dare to confront even the depths of hell, let alone mere toxins. Were it not for the influence of Ioa Douqi, he would have certainly considered the endeavor. Upon reading the final segment of the 7-colored poison classics, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened slightly, for it detailed the introduction of the catastrophic poison body, along with specific methods for identifying such a condition. This information provided clarity to a lingering doubt that had troubled him for quite some time. Although the memory of Xiao Yan's past life depicts the Tiandu girl as the current little medicine saint, there remains a considerable disparity between his previous and present existences. What if this little medicine saint does not possess the coveted evil poison body? Under normal circumstances, unless an individual with such a constitution activates the evil poison body, it is exceedingly challenging to discern this rare trait. However, the means to activate the evil poison body entails the ingestion of poison. Does this imply that he should poison the little medicine saint? What if she does not possess the evil poison body and succumbs to the poison? Moreover, Xiao Yan had no intention of hastening the activation of the evil poison body within her. Individuals with the evil poison body bear a delicate, multicolored line on their lower abdomen, as documented in the 7-colored poison classic. Xiao Yan could not help but grimace. This identification method was indeed straightforward and easily recognized. Yet, how could he possibly gaze upon the little medicine saint's lower abdomen? Would he dare to inquire directly? He feared being labeled a rogue. As for lifting her garments, that would be far too beastly. Despite his notorious reputation for ruthlessness, he could not bring himself to violate the modesty of a young girl. After all, he was a formidable figure, a legendary demon, and could not engage in such disgraceful conduct. Nevertheless, when Xiao Yan saw the little medicine saint carrying her clothes towards the brook nestled within the valley, he silently followed her. While it was utterly disgraceful to lift a girl's clothing, observing her bathe was an entirely different matter. Besides, he justified it as merely a quest to confirm whether she possessed the evil poison body, devoid of any ulterior motives. At this moment, The little medicine saint remained blissfully unaware that a young man had been lurking behind a tree, eagerly anticipating a delightful view as she prepared to wash herself. Utilizing the foliage for concealment, Xiao Yan skillfully camouflaged his presence, all the while suppressing a portion of his spiritual energy to shield Yao Lao from detection. After all, how could a dignified Dou expert shamelessly spy on a girl bathing? Consequently, in consideration of Yao Lao's reputation, Xiao Yan once more confined him to the little dark room. Before long, Xiao Yan beheld the multicolored thread on the little medicine saint's abdomen, precisely as described in the seven-colored poison classic, confirming her possession of the evil poison body. With this realization, he prepared to depart, as he had no interest in the girl's slender physique. After all, he was not a connoisseur of bronze. Just as he was about to rise, a sharp cry pierced the air, and a small blue hawk swooped down from above. Reacting instinctively, he attempted to evade, but the slightest movement caused the branch he stood upon to snap, sending him tumbling into the brook below. Damn it! That accursed hawk! Emerging from the water, Xiao Yan cursed under his breath. Just as he intended to take flight in pursuit of the blue hawk, he suddenly sensed a gaze directed at him from behind. Turning awkwardly, he found the little medicine saint glaring at him with her arms crossed. A mix of embarrassment and anger etched on her face. Would you believe me if I said I accidentally fell while practicing my Dou techniques? Xiao Yan chuckled nervously. Smack! Moments latte. A bright red handprint adorned Xiao Yan's face as he silently sat upon a nearby stone, gazing at the flapping blue hawk above. He could not help but reflect on his misfortune. How could he, with his current prowess, still falter while attempting to spy on a girl bathing? Why do you keep staring at my little lawn? Holding a grudge? The little medicine saint, now clad in her garments, summoned the blue hawk, which promptly descended beside her, affectionately nudging her arm. Where did this creature come from? I've never seen it before, Xiao Yan pondered aloud. In his previous life, during his encounters with the Tiandu girl in the Yun Empire, she had been accompanied by a blue giant eagle. Was this the very same creature? I encountered it a few months ago. At that time, it was injured, so I bandaged it up and took care of it for a while. I never expected it to follow me thereafter, the little medicine saint replied with a smile, stroking the blue hawk's feathers. Typically, such magical beasts are exceedingly ferocious. I didn't anticipate that my act of kindness would earn its friendship and loyalty, she added. Only you would engage in such trivial pursuits. Were it me, I would have caught it for soup long ago, Xiao Yan jested, eyeing the blue hawk. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's remark, the once docile blue hawk flapped its wings in indignation. However, before it could act, Xiao Yan conjured a flicker of black flame in his palm, causing the once arrogant creature to retreat behind the little medicine saint, no longer daring to show its face. You really are something, arguing with a child. The little medicine saint sighed, attempting to soothe the blue hawk while displaying a hint of exasperation. The blue hawk was barely 3 years old, still in its juvenile phase. It was indeed akin to a child. Yet, upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan chuckled and asked, "Have you forgotten that I am also a child?" The little medicine saint paused, realizing that she had overlooked Xiao Yan's youthful age, as his maturity had led her to perceive him as older than he truly was. Xiao Yan, of course, had no intention of quarreling with a magical beast that was not even at the first tier. After leaving the brook, he focused his mind and lifted the suppression on Yao Lao, eager to inquire, "Teacher, do you possess any methods to resolve the evil poison body?" "Why do you ask this?" Yao Lao inquired, slightly taken aback. "I previously acquired a scroll detailing poison techniques in the cave. It contains information regarding the evil poison body, and according to its descriptions, the little medicine saint indeed possesses this trait," Xiao Yan explained slowly. "Although she has yet to activate it, the potential danger is considerable. So I wish to know if you have any means to counteract the evil poison body." Despite Xiao Yan's formidable status as a peak doshang in his past life, certain fields of expertise were not within his grasp, especially when it came to the intricacies of this aspect. After all, Yao Lao was known as the foremost alchemist in the Central State, and Xiao Yan had never studied the evil poison body in his previous life, rendering him oblivious to its resolution. To think this little girl possesses the evil poison body, Yao Lao mused, recalling his encounters with previous hosts of the evil poison body and understanding the terrifying nature of such a constitution. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. "I lack a method to dispel the evil poison body. It is inherently unsolvable. However, we could devise a way to control it." "Control the poison body?" "Indeed. This method is known as the poison pill technique. In essence, it involves condensing the toxins accumulated within one's body into a pill, thereby allowing control over the evil poison body. I shall transmit the specific details to you," Yao Lao concluded, sending the information regarding the poison pill technique into Xiao Yan's mind. After perusing the knowledge imparted by Yao Lao, even Xiao Yan's countenance grew solemn. No wonder throughout history, no host of the evil poison body had met with a favorable end. It turned out that the poison pill technique was exceedingly challenging. The technique itself was not overly complex, but the difficulty lay in procuring the 3 essential materials required to execute it. The first was the 3 unique fires. The second was the magic core of a 7th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon, and the third was the Bodhi transformation saliva. The first 2 were challenging yet achievable, but the third material was said to be linked to the ancient Bodhi tree, which only bore fruit once every millennium. According to Xiao Yan's recollection, the last appearance of the Bodhi tree was still 2 or 3 decades away. However, should he successfully condense the poison pill, the power of the calamity poison body would experience a meteoric enhancement, potentially ascending to the level of a Dou Saint. The might of a Dou Saint caliber calamity poison body is undeniably fearsome. Thus, Xiao Yan is reluctant to abandon this method, for it is the sole means to unleash the full potential of the Heavenly Poison Lady's abilities. A Heavenly Poison Lady capable of spiraling into chaos at any moment, no matter how formidable, would not earn his admiration. But if she could be controlled autonomously, the situation would be vastly different. Xiao Yan's objective is to create a calamity poison body that he can command at will. Chapter 22, Objective, Nether Poison Fire. The method of crafting the poison pill is indeed arduous. However, there exists another approach to prolong the eruption of the calamity poison body. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yan's predicament, Elder Yao pondered briefly before continuing. It is said that there exists a sealing technique that can temporarily extend the period before the calamity poison body erupts. Is that so? Then before Xiao Yan could inquire further, Elder Yao decisively interjected, I do not possess such a technique. Then what are you suggesting? Xiao Yan's lips twitched. Although he had several secret techniques at his disposal, none were specifically tailored for the calamity poison body. It appears he must seek ways to gather information on this sealing method in the future. Fear not. While I do not know this sealing technique, I am aware of another method that can suppress the calamity poison body, which would also be beneficial for you. Elder Yao smiled as he spoke. Oh, what method could possibly benefit me? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. Seek out the Nether Poison Fire, which ranks 20th on the exotic fire list. The Nether Poison Fire? Upon hearing this name, images of this exotic fire flooded Xiao Yan's mind. In his previous life, he was an expert in fire manipulation. Aside from the enigmatic number 1 on the list, he was well versed in the information regarding the other exotic fires, even if he had not witnessed them firsthand. Although this flame ranks only 20th on the exotic fire list, its power should not be underestimated. It forms amidst boundless toxic miasma, renowned for devouring various poisons, which renders it inherently toxic. It is said that its toxicity rivals that of the calamity poison body at its peak, making it nearly impossible to consume. Naturally, Xiao Yan disregarded the notion of it being impossible to consume. No matter how exaggerated the claims, it ultimately ranked only 20th. Even the top 3 exotic fires could be subdued, so how could this one compare to the pure Lotus Demon Fire? The Yin-Yang Twin Flames, ranking lower, could even appear more fearsome based on descriptions. Yet in actual combat, aside from the non-combatant Spirit Fire, any of the top 15 exotic fires would undoubtedly overpower these 2. After all, the ranking on the exotic fire list holds significant authority, and based on Xiao Yan's experiences, there has yet to be a case of ranking being overturned. The eruption of the calamity poison body is merely the result of excessive toxin accumulation within a body. However, the Nether Poison Fire absorbs the rare toxins of the world to form. If you can subdue this exotic fire, even without the 3 necessary items, it can greatly alleviate the toxins within the calamity poison body's host, Elder Yao continued. But where can one find this Nether Poison Fire? Xiao Yan furrowed his brows. Although the Nether Poison Fire ranks quite low, it is seldom possessed by individuals. Even in his past life, he had not heard of anyone acquiring this flame, let alone locating it. The Nether Poison Fire typically exists only in ancient nether poison marshes, places teeming with toxic substances, making them rarely discovered, Elder Yao chuckled. However, you are fortunate. Near the Jiama Empire, there lies a location conducive to the formation of the Nether Poison Fire. The Chuyan Empire? Xiao Yan immediately realized. The Chuyan Empire is renowned for its association with poison, being the very land where toxic substances flourish. He vaguely recalls that during his previous journey through the Chuyan Empire, he had heard tales of someone possessing an exotic fire. Perhaps it is indeed the Nether Poison Fire. Indeed, I have visited the Chuyan Empire in the past, and there were indeed rumors of exotic fires. However, I do not favor that place, hence I did not linger. If you truly wish to seek the Nether Poison Fire, you might as well try your luck there. It seems a visit to the Chuyan Empire is unavoidable, Xiao Yan murmured softly. According to Elder Yao, if an exotic fire truly exists in the Xiao Yan Empire, it is likely the nether poison fire. Even if it is not the nether poison fire, acquiring it could allow the burning decision to evolve once more. Clearly, this is a venture with nothing to lose. Of course, the premise is that he can successfully obtain the exotic fire. However, Master, you mentioned earlier the 3 essential items for refining the exotic fire, and I have yet to gather them all. Should I not aim to collect them before setting out? Xiao Yan suddenly recalled this matter and inquired. Previously, Elder Yao had prepared a plan to enhance the success rate of consuming exotic fire, comprising blood lotus pills, ice spirit cold spring, and the spirit gathering essence. He had already procured 2 of the ingredients for the blood lotus pill, only 1 third-tier magic core remaining. However, being in the magical beast mountain range, he need not worry about finding the magic core. He merely needs to venture out and hunt a few third-tier magical beasts to complete the collection. As for the spirit gathering essence, Elder Yao has a bit left, so there's no need for concern. Yet, he has yet to find any related information about the ice spirit cold spring. In truth, the items I prepared for you only cater to exotic fires ranked 16th and below. For those above, they do not hold much efficacy. However, the nether poison fire is an exception. Its most troublesome aspect is its toxicity, not its high temperature like other exotic fires. Therefore, as long as one is prepared against toxins, one can proceed. In the meantime, focus on your cultivation. I will concoct specific pills to counter the nether poison fire during this period. Fortunately, this little valley is rich in medicinal herbs, providing me with all I need. So you need not scurry about gathering materials, Elder Yao added. Xiao Yan nodded. He understood that with his current strength as a 7-star Dou Master, venturing to the Xiao Yan Empire is somewhat beyond his means, as the overall strength there surpasses that of the Jiao Empire. Even Elder Yao might not guarantee his safety. Only after breaking through to the Great Dou Master level, and with the aid of the Heavenly Fire 3 transformations, would he be able to secure a measure of self-protection. Moreover, the Xiao Yan Empire is a domain where poison masters thrive, with toxins abounding. He must also prepare antidotes to avoid falling victim to other schemes. However, what troubles Xiao Yan the most is the issue with the little medicinal fairy. He initially intended to bring her along for training, but the Xiao Yan Empire is notorious for its toxic reputation. If he inadvertently triggers her calamity poison body, the consequences would be dire. For Xiao Yan, if her calamity poison body is not controllable, her utility to him is practically null. He does not wish for the heavenly poison lady he painstakingly acquired to become a ticking time bomb. Only after obtaining the nether poison fire or gathering the necessary materials could he consider activating her calamity poison body. Chapter 23, Third Tier Magic Core. After pondering for a long while, Xiao Yan could not find a satisfactory conclusion and decided to set this matter aside for the time being. After all, there remains time before he breaks through to the Great Dou Master and officially heads to the Xiao Yan Empire. The pressing concern is to advance to the Great Dou Master level as soon as possible. In addition, he must venture out to procure a third-tier magic core so that Elder Yao can begin refining the blood lotus pill. Though Elder Yao stated that the preparation items for subduing the nether poison fire are not necessary, it is always prudent to prepare thoroughly. Indeed, the thought of the dark stone that Xiao Yan had previously acquired from the little healer suddenly struck him. With a flick of his wrist, a fist-sized black stone materialized in his palm. According to his estimations, this object should also be a magic core and of no low grade, which would explain the throngs of magical beasts drawn to it. Could this be the magic core of the black flame purple cloud eagle? As Xiao Yan unveiled the core, Yao Lao also emerged from the ring, scrutinizing the black stone in Xiao Yan's hand. After a moment, he finally spoke, stating that, based on the energy fluctuations emanating from it, it should indeed be a 7th-tier magic core. The black flame purple cloud eagle? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. His purple cloud wings were crafted from a 5th-tier black flame purple cloud eagle. He had not anticipated that this magic core would also originate from such a creature, and of a higher tier nonetheless. A 7th-tier magic core equated to a presence at the Dou zone level. No wonder it incited such frenzy among the magical beasts outside. Best to keep this for now. It would surely prove useful in the future. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to store the magic core in his spatial ring, an eerie glow suddenly ignited from the core, followed by a dark beam that shot forth, penetrating Xiao Yan's mind. This unexpected turn of events caught even Yao Lao off guard, leaving him unable to halt the dark beam in time. However, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze turning exceedingly cold and sinister. Transmigration. It was said that in ancient times, there existed a secret technique whereby, though the body perished, the lingering soul could invade another's body, devouring their essence and supplanting the original host. This bizarre technique was known as transmigration. Yet, such a technique was exceedingly rare. Even Yao Lao had never encountered it, having only gleaned information about it from ancient tomes. He could hardly believe that the owner of this magic core possessed such a skill. Moreover, from the fluctuations just now, it appeared that the soul embedded within a magic core was wholly intact. "Little one, you must endure," Yao Lao murmured softly, gazing at the unconscious Xiao Yan. This internal struggle within Xiao Yan could only be borne by him alone. Even Yao Lao could offer no assistance. After all, the true master of this body was Xiao Yan. Even if Yao Lao could temporarily bestow Dou Huang-level power upon him, he could not suddenly elevate his soul's strength. What Yao Lao did not realize was that Xiao Yan's situation was not as dire as he imagined. The soul within the magic core was indeed intact. Although magical beasts were generally not adept at soul power, it was, after all, a 7th-tier beast, and one would assume that it could easily invade a Douqi's body. However, it had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant Douqi possessed soul power rivaling that of a 5th-tier alchemist. Furthermore, Xiao Yan bore the experience of his past life. He had once faced a similar crisis of transmigration. Compared to that encounter, the soul attack from this 7th-tier black flame purple cloud eagle was trivial. The violent soul emitted a shrill cry, attempting to annihilate Xiao Yan's very essence. Yet before it could act, Xiao Yan had already established a soul defense to counter its assault. "Where does this wretched creature dare to wreak havoc on my territory?" Observing the eagle-like soul wreaking havoc within him, Xiao Yan scoffed coldly. While his soul power was not particularly formidable at present, in terms of wielding it, even Yao Lao at his peak could not compare to him, for in his past life, he had been a true emperor-level soul. Under Xiao Yan's command, the intangible soul force coalesced into a dragon-like entity. Just as he prepared to engage in a direct confrontation with the black flame purple cloud eagle soul, a wisp of black flame suddenly materialized before the soul dragon. Upon witnessing that dark flame, the previously ferocious black flame purple cloud eagle exhibited an expression of sheer terror, desperately retreating. Could it be that this substance could counteract the soul entity? Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan felt a surge of delight. The origins of this black flame were shrouded in mystery. Even in his past life, he had no knowledge of its source. However, it seemed that the black flame purple cloud eagle was immensely fearful of it. If he could control it, he could likely handle this wretched creature with ease. Yet, before Xiao Yan could exert control, the black flame surged forth on its own, enveloping the retreating black flame purple cloud eagle. The once mighty creature emitted a series of terrified cries, but no matter how it struggled, it could not escape the clutches of the enigmatic black flame. Within mere moments, the black flame purple cloud eagle ceased its resistance. When the black flame dissipated, the once menacing eagle-like soul had vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming surge of soul energy. Xiao Yan focused his thoughts and swiftly formed a hand seal to refine this pure soul energy. It is well known that enhancing soul power is a formidable challenge. Typically, it only increases with age or the advancement of one's strength. Rapid enhancement of soul power necessitates the cultivation of soul techniques or the consumption of rare, mystical treasures. Now, this 7th-tier magical beast, which could have posed considerable trouble, had become a remarkable boon after being refined by the black flame. An unexpected windfall for Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan could have shattered the black flame purple cloud eagle soul to obtain this soul energy, the collision would have inevitably resulted in some energy dissipating, and its quality would not have been as pure as this direct refinement. This cunning black flame purple cloud eagle, despite its demise, had devised a method to conceal its soul within a magic core for the purpose of transmigration. Had it encountered another individual, it might have succeeded. However, it was unfortunate for it that it faced the wrathful sage endowed with past life experience and possessing a black flame specifically designed to counter it, resulting in its energy being reduced to mere fodder for another. Chapter 24. The Ascension to Great Douqi. Sensing the dissipating ferocity emanating from Xiao Yan, Yao Lao exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the soul entity that had invaded Xiao Yan had vanished. Yet at that moment, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy erupting from Xiao Yan's body, a force far more violent than before. Yao Lao's expression darkened. He feared that the worst had come to pass. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered that while the energy was indeed tumultuous, it lacked the malevolence of earlier. This could not be the result of transmigration. Glancing down, he quickly identified the source of the rampant energy. The 7th-tier magic core that Xiao Yan had held in his hand was now reduced to dust, and the magnificent energy was flowing into Xiao Yan's body for from the shattered core. Witnessing this, Yao Lao's heart sank further. Although he realized that Xiao Yan had not succumbed to the black flame purple cloud eagle's transmigration, he could not find joy in the revelation. Given Xiao Yan's strength, directly absorbing magic core energy could only result in one outcome. His body would burst apart. Let alone a 7th-tier magic core. Even the most basic magic core was not something one could carelessly absorb. Even a Dou Wang-level existence would face a significant risk of exploding upon absorbing a 1st-tier magic core. This was not merely due to the sheer power of the magic core's energy, but rather because the energy contained within was imbued with the inherent ferocity of the magical beast, rendering it nearly impossible to refine. Only highly skilled alchemists possess the capability to extract its energy and concoct various elixirs. At this moment, Xiao Yan was not absorbing an ordinary 1st-tier magic core, but rather a 7th-tier magic core, energy comparable to that of a Dou zone level. How could a mere Dou Shi hope to withstand such power? At this moment, Xiao Yan had also sensed the invasion of a terrifying energy. He had been peacefully refining a strand of soul energy, and was nearing completion when he suddenly detected a surge of frenzied energy far more potent than his own entering his body. His complexion instantly paled. He promptly employed his soul power to assess his body, only to discover a viscous, purple-black liquid coursing through his meridians. The source of this violent energy was undoubtedly from this liquid. With his vast experience, Xiao Yan quickly recognized it to be the blood essence of some formidable magical beast. To his astonishment, the black flame purple cloud eagle had not only concealed its soul within a magic core, but had also hidden its blood essence alongside it. While this energy was trivial for the former demon rage saint, it represented an insurmountable challenge for him in his current state. In just a few breaths, he felt as if his body might explode from the intensity of the energy, far beyond what he could currently endure. Just then, the black flame re-emerged, and the originally chaotic energy seemed to be drawn into it by some unseen force. The blood essence flowed steadily into the black flame, and, simultaneously, the burning decision within him began to operate autonomously, appearing as if it were evolving once more. Ordinarily, the burning decision could only evolve by consuming flames. Yet he had not ingested any flames at present. The only explanation for this phenomenon was the evolution of the black flame itself, raising its level, which in turn catalyzed the evolution of the burning decision. Although he had never heard of flames capable of evolution, this was the only answer that could elucidate the current situation. Xiao Yan did not dwell on this matter for too long, as he needed to continue refining the energy. Although most of the energy and blood essence had been absorbed by the black flame, a small portion still lingered within Xiao Yan's body. Even this minuscule amount of energy was sufficient to inflict excruciating pain deep within his bones. Taking a deep breath, he immediately mobilized his soul power to suppress the residual violent energy. With his current strength, he could not hope to refine it all. The only solution was to channel it elsewhere. Otherwise, he would face the dire fate of explosive death. With a change in hand seals, a pair of tangible purple-black wings manifested from his back. These were the Ziyun wings he had acquired from the cave. As the Ziyun wings emerged, the rampant violent energy within Xiao Yan seemed to find an outlet and surged into them, causing the wings to expand dramatically, doubling in size. And the original purple patterns on the black wings became much more intricate. Since the Ziyun wings and the black flame purple cloud eagle shared the same origin, Xiao Yan decided to utilize this energy to strengthen the Ziyun wings. Having resolved the energy dilemma, he then focused intently on the residual blood essence within him. The energy from this lingering blood essence was indeed formidable, but after being largely absorbed by the black flame and partially directed to the Ziyun wings, what remained posed little threat. Xiao Yan promptly activated the burning decision to refine that small quantity of blood essence. Outside, the medicinal elder sighed in relief as the violent aura emanating from Xiao Yan suddenly dissipated. Though uncertain of the specifics, it seemed that the young man had successfully navigated the crisis. Although the blood essence was feeble, Xiao Yan still took an entire day and night to completely refine it. This was largely due to his formidable soul power. Otherwise, he would have found himself in a dire predicament due to the residual blood essence. As the last trace of energy was refined, Xiao Yan gradually opened his eyes, a flash of purple-black light shimmering within them. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura erupted from his body, significantly stronger than before, directly breaking through the barrier of a Dome Master and reaching the realm of a Great Dome Master. Had he truly broken through to Great Dome Master? Feeling the majestic energy surging within him, Xiao Yan exhaled gently, marveling at the potency of the 7th-tier magical beast's blood essence. Even a mere remnant could save him months of arduous training. Moreover, during the refining process, some of the blood essence had permeated his flesh and meridians, resulting in a considerable enhancement to his physical form. According to his estimates, his current physical strength was comparable to that of a third-tier magical beast. After all, the 8 extremes collapse he had cultivated required a certain level of physical prowess, which meant he had never slackened in his physical training. Coupled with the enhancement from the black flame, purple cloud, eagle's blood essence, he was now truly formidable. If he were to confront Xiao again, he would certainly not face the same arduous struggle as before. He could even kill him outright without needing to resort to the flame-dispersing shattering wave. In addition to the enhancement of his strength, Xiao Yan was elated by the fortification of the Ziyun wings. Originally crafted from the black flame, purple cloud eagle, which was merely a 5th-tier beast, the Ziyun wings could be classified as a mid to high-level mystic technique. Their flight speed could not rival that of true Douqi wings. However, now, after enhancement, the Ziyun wings could achieve speeds comparable to those of genuine Douwang experts. Despite the significant increase in speed, the Douqi consumption required to manifest the Ziyun wings had multiplied several times. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan was unperturbed by the issue of Douqi supply. As a pharmacist, he could concoct recovery pills, and he had sensed that his burning decision had evolved slightly. As he had previously surmised, the black flame was indeed evolving. After absorbing the blood essence of the black flame purple cloud eagle, its power had markedly increased, prompting the burning decision to ascend from low-level mystic to mid-level mystic, sufficient to sustain the extravagant demands of the Ziyun wings. Of course, this referred to normal distances of flight. Relying on the Ziyun wings for long journeys remained impractical unless his burning decision evolved to Earth level or he broke through to Douwang. However, once he became a Douwang, he would undoubtedly utilize the more energy-efficient Douqi wings. After the black flame completed its evolution, an intriguing piece of information appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. He learned that the black flame originated from a magical beast known as the Nine Nether Sparrow. It was somewhat misleading to label it a magical beast, as it was not a product of this world, but had drifted from another realm to the Douqi Continent. According to the information, the Nine Nether Sparrow was merely the initial form of this lineage. If it continued to evolve, it would transform into a legendary immortal bird, a super divine beast, and the Nine Nether Fire would evolve into an even more powerful flame alongside its growth. Xiao Yan was not a Nine Nether Sparrow, so he could not evolve into an immortal bird. However, based on the previous absorption of the black flame, purple cloud, eagle's blood essence, it seemed the Nine Nether Fire could absorb the blood essence of other magical beasts to continue its evolution, but only if they were avian magical beasts. The blood essence of a 7th-tier magical beast could only allow it to achieve its initial form, to evolve into what was termed the immortal fire. It would likely require a magical beast of the Douqi level. After perusing the information, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Although he coveted the immortal fire, his current strength made that goal seem exceedingly distant. In fact, the Nine Nether Fire's evolution was facilitated by the faint bloodline of an ancient phoenix within the black flame purple cloud eagle. Otherwise, even as a 7th-tier magical beast, it would not have been able to catalyze the Nine Nether Fire's metamorphosis. The benefits he derived from the black flame, purple cloud sculpture extended far beyond mere physical prowess. Xiao Yan's soul energy also experienced significant advancement, with progress far exceeding that of his fighting spirit. After all, he had directly refined the soul essence of a 7th-tier magical beast. By his estimation, his current soul power could be considered peak even among 6th-grade alchemists. If translated into soul realm terms, his current state would be akin to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the mortal realm, merely a step away from entering the late stage of the mortal realm. However, his current inadequacies in strength hindered him from concocting high-tier elixirs. Otherwise, he would have already attained the status of a true 6th-grade alchemist. Upon realizing the extent of his enhancement, Xiao Yan was even struck by an impulse to erect a temple for the black flame purple cloud sculpture, feeling somewhat embarrassed for receiving such benefits. However, after contemplating whether the spirit residing in the heavens might unleash a torrent of curses, he dismissed this unrealistic notion. When Elder Yao learned of the changes within Xiao Yan, he was equally astonished. Although he was a formidable Dozun, he had never encountered anything so peculiar. Naturally, Xiao Yan refrained from revealing the origins of the 9 underworld fire, merely sharing the transformations and enhancements brought about by the black flame. In the following period, rather than enjoying a leisurely respite due to his breakthrough to Great Dou Shi, Xiao Yan found himself busier than ever. His recent advancement was, in essence, facilitated by external forces, Although no hidden dangers had arisen, Elder Yao remained somewhat apprehensive. Thus, he assigned Xiao Yan the task of hunting 10 third-tier magical beasts each day. This was intended both to hone Xiao Yan's internal fighting spirit and to gather the final material needed for concocting the Blood Lotus Pill. Moreover, Xiao Yan set an additional task for himself, to collect as much blood from fire tribute magical beasts as possible. This brutal training through hunting persisted for merely a month before Elder Yao called a halt to it. The rationale was straightforward, due to Xiao Yan's rampant slaughters. The magical beasts in the mountain range, particularly those of Tier 3 and above, had united, even encountering several Tier 4 magical beasts on multiple occasions. Although Xiao Yan possessed methods to contend with Tier 4 beasts, Elder Yao understood that if this continued, more formidable magical beasts would inevitably be drawn in, leading to dire complications. During the course of battle, Xiao Yan discovered that his voice now bore a faint echo of a phoenix's cry. He speculated that this might stem from absorbing the blood essence of the black flame purple cloud sculpture, inheriting a trace of its ancient phoenix lineage. Under such circumstances, if he could find a sound wave Dou skill to complement it, it would undoubtedly provide him with additional advantages. Conveniently, within the final box in that cave lay a sound wave Dou skill suitable for cultivation. In addition to the sound wave Dou skill, Xiao Yan also devoted his energies to another endeavor. Throughout this period of hunting, he had collected several beast fires, which he began to practice with during his spare time, mastering a technique known as the flame manipulation decision. This technique was a premier Dou skill from the Demon Flame Valley. Although the process was somewhat intricate, it could produce a pseudo-exotic fire known as the Transformation Fire. This was also a contingency plan Xiao Yan prepared for himself, not only as preparation for his journey to the Outcloud Empire, but also as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. He even practiced it in secret from Elder Yao, not only to avoid explaining its origins, but also to protect himself from Elder Yao's potential scrutiny. To this day, Xiao Yan still could not fully trust Elder Yao. It was not that Elder Yao had wronged him. Rather, past experiences made it difficult for him to trust others. Thus, he took such precautions, ensuring that if Elder Yao were to act like certain individuals from his previous life, he would at least have the means to protect himself. If he could successfully condense the transformation fire, Xiao Yan would be able to unleash his most proud self-created technique from his past life, the Magic Fury Fire Lotus. The Magic Fury Fire Lotus was a technique Xiao Yan had created in his previous life, marking the beginning of his rise to fame. Initially, he had not practiced any profound Dou skills, possessing few even at the Xian tier, relying solely on this self-created Fire Lotus technique to overcome countless challenges. Therefore, even after acquiring more advanced Dou skills, he still dedicated considerable time to refining this technique, elevating it from a Xian tier to a level that even heavenly tier techniques could scarcely rival. This technique required the fusion of various flames, igniting their destructive potential to create a formidable Fire Lotus. The title of Magic Fury Sage, which Xiao Yan bore in his previous life, was derived from this variability. After acquiring the pure Lotus Demon Fire, the power of his Fire Lotus reached unparalleled heights. To further enhance the effects of his clan's markings, he sought out 2 other immensely powerful exotic fires and integrated them into the Fire Lotus. The final result was a devastating Fire Lotus that could instill dread even in high-tier Dou saints. In this life, Xiao Yan chose to cultivate the flame decision for this very reason. Upon first encountering this technique, he felt as if it had been tailor-made for him. As the potency of his Magic Fury Fire Lotus depended on the quality of the flames he could harness, and undoubtedly, the most potent flames in existence were exotic fires. Initially, Xiao Yan had only blended ordinary flames, resulting in a power level that merely reached the Xian tier. However, with the flame decision, he could simultaneously refine multiple exotic fires, thereby amplifying the power of the Magic Fury Fire Lotus beyond that of his previous life. Nevertheless, with Xiao Yan's current strength, practicing a technique of such caliber was exceedingly strenuous. Had it not been for the enhancement of his soul power from refining the black flame purple cloud sculpture's soul essence, he might have struggled to even take the initial step. Even so, it took him 4 full months to successfully create the seed of the transformation fire. His next task was to gather various beast fires to bolster the seed's strength, enabling him to utilize the Magic Fury Fire Lotus. Regrettably, he was still short of the necessary magical beast blood. Otherwise, he would have had yet another ace up his sleeve. It is time to depart. Xiao Yan exhaled softly. Though he had spent the majority of these past months honing the transformation fire, his cultivation of fighting spirit had not stagnated. At present, his superficial level was already on par with that of his father in Wutan City, let alone his actual combat prowess. Are you really prepared to leave? Elder Yao teased. What about that child bride of yours? Are you planning to leave her behind? You need not worry about that. I have my arrangements, Xiao Yan replied, disregarding Elder Yao's mocking tone as he made his way towards the small wooden house he had constructed. The little medicine fairy was, as usual, seated before the small medicinal furnace, adjusting her new recipe. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, she expressed surprise. Why are you back so early today? I haven't even started cooking yet. Before the little medicine fairy could rise, Xiao Yan gently pressed her down, smiling. Just relax. Let me handle the cooking today. You can cook, she replied, somewhat skeptically, for the Xiao Yan of your had never taken to the kitchen. Though he had grilled fish before, grilling fish and cooking a meal were hardly equivalent. To be frank, I am the foremost chef on the Douqi Continent, he boasted. Such arrogance. The little medicine fairy clearly did not believe him. However, after tasting the meal Xiao Yan prepared, she was compelled to admit that his culinary skills indeed surpassed her own. This is infuriating. Why do you have to make it so delicious? What if I gain weight later? Children should eat well to grow strong. Xiao Yan smiled gently. Stop acting so old. It's as if you're not a child yourself. The little medical sage expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Pray tell, what has inspired such kindness in you today? To prepare a meal for me? I intend to depart soon, and this meal serves as a token of my gratitude for your companionship and culinary contributions during this time, replied Xiao Yan. You plan to leave? The little medical sage was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gently. Very well. I have grown somewhat weary of my stay here. When shall we set off? In a few days, Xiao Yan replied. I must first find a suitable place for you to settle. Upon hearing this, the little medical sage's heart fluttered with apprehension. Are you implying that you will not take me with you? During their time together, she had developed a profound sense of reliance on Xiao Yan. This dependency was, in fact, a deliberate outcome of Xiao Yan's actions. The girl, still just a child, was isolated from the world, and with a few timely interventions, he had managed to engrave an indelible mark upon her heart. Indeed, the place I am heading to is fraught with danger, and having you accompany me might complicate matters, Xiao Yan said slowly. But fret not. I have made arrangements for your well-being. You have always aspired to become a healer, have you not? I shall find a way to establish a clinic that belongs solely to you. But the little medical sage opened her mouth, as if to protest. But seeing the resoluteness in Xiao Yan's demeanor, she lowered her head and resumed her meal in silence. Come now, do not be so disheartened. Would you like to know where I have arranged for you to reside? Xiao Yan observed her sulking expression with interest, aware that his efforts had borne significant fruit, and he had no intention of allowing this undertaking to undermine his progress. Where? She inquired. In my hometown, Wutan City, Xiao Yan replied calmly. Even if he did not take the little medical sage to the Cloud Empire, he would ensure she remained within his sphere of influence. Wutan City was the territory of the Xiao family, making it the most prudent choice for her safety. Moreover, the gold coins and techniques he had acquired in the cave would serve little purpose for him. He could instead bestow them upon his father to bolster their strength. You hail from Wutan City? The little medical sage was taken aback. Although Wutan City was somewhat remote within the Jiama Empire, it was undoubtedly a bustling locale compared to her small village. After all, even the smallest city was still a city, and in comparison to the nearby largest town, it was a veritable giant. I'm not only from Wutan City, but I'm also its young master, Xiao Yan jested lightly. You shall remain there, and once I have completed my affairs, I will return to fetch you. Xiao Yan understood that to truly secure someone's heart, it was not necessary to be in their constant presence. Only through a temporary separation could one recognize their significance. Thus, when he reappeared in her life, her dependency would be even more profound. Chapter 27, Journey to the Cloud Empire. Xiao Yan spent merely 3 days in Wutan City before departing. During this time, he dedicated most of his efforts to attending to the clinic's affairs for the little medical sage, only occasionally returning to visit Xiao Zhan and leaving behind some items. The sight of the Xiao family's avarice for high-level yellow-tier techniques was quite unbearable for him, and this visit was an opportunity to elevate their standing. The techniques he had acquired in the cave were of little use to him, but they represented a tremendous fortune for the Xiao family. Coupled with the spoils he had gathered after vanquishing the He family and the Serpent's Nest mercenary group, he presented everything to Xiao Zhan. With these resources, the Xiao family would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of power in Wutan City in no time. However, he cautioned Xiao Zhan to distribute these treasures gradually, lest he attract unnecessary troubles. He had contemplated gifting a suitable earth-tier technique for Xiao Zhan's cultivation, but ultimately refrained. While such techniques were of little consequence to him, they were incredibly valuable within the Jiama Empire. A careless slip of the tongue could spell disaster for the Xiao family. There were already techniques suitable for Xiao Zhan among what he had provided, and he would reserve the rest for his next return. In addition to these treasures, he gifted Xiao Yan 2 purple heartbreaking barrier pills, which could elevate a great fighter by 1 star. Given that Xiao Yan was still some distance from reaching the fighter spirit level and his talent was not particularly exceptional, he would need to rely on such external aids for rapid advancement. Should Xiao Yan ascend to the fighter spirit rank, the other families would no longer possess the capability to contend with the Xiao family. Once his affairs with the Xiao family were concluded, Xiao Yan turned his focus to establishing a clinic for the little medical sage. Naturally, the clinic would be situated within the Xiao family's territory, ensuring that any unforeseen circumstances could be promptly addressed. Xiao Yan took charge of all the arrangements, with the little medical sage merely assisting him. Unbeknownst to the little medical sage, Xiao Yan had orchestrated 2 additional schemes. One involved enlisting a few ruffians to occasionally stir trouble at the clinic. The other was to request a specialized guard unit from his father to secretly protect the little medical sage, tasked with repelling the troublemakers while subtly revealing that they were sent by Xiao Yan. Moreover, he had preemptively poisoned the ruffians, ensuring they would require regular doses of antidote to relieve their affliction. This tactic was designed to prevent them from resorting to violence during their disturbances, while the antidotes were entrusted to the guard unit. Naturally, he had also administered a sedative to the guards, with their antidotes in Xiao Yan's possession. As a precaution, he left the little medical sage a ring containing a portion of the 9 nether fire he had stored within. Should she encounter formidable adversaries, she could simply cast it aside. After addressing all necessary matters, Xiao Yan officially set forth for the Cloud Empire. He had previously visited the Cloud Empire in a past life, though that was long ago, and his recollection of the route had grown hazy. To mitigate potential missteps, he purchased a detailed map from the middle auction house, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared before embarking on his journey. Due to Wu Tan City's relatively isolated location, reaching the Cloud Empire necessitated traversing nearly the entirety of the Jiama Empire. Furthermore, the distance between the Cloud Empire and the Jiama Empire was considerable. Even with the aid of the purple cloud wings, Xiao Yan took nearly a month to arrive in the Cloud Empire. Of course, this was partly due to Xiao Yan's leisurely pace. When his fighting spirit waned, he chose not to utilize recovery pills, but instead sought a tranquil spot to meditate and restore his energy, which accounted for the extended duration of his journey. Had he opted to rely solely on the recovery pills, he would have reached the Cloud Empire in less than 10 days. Throughout this nearly month-long journey, Xiao Yan repeatedly experienced the cycle of exhausting and gradually replenishing his fighting spirit. During this monotonous process, his internal strength subtly amplified. Upon fully entering the Cloud Empire, he had already ascended to the level of a 5-star great fighter. Upon arriving in the Cloud Empire, Xiao Yan stowed away the purple cloud wings. The Cloud Empire was considerably more perilous than the Jiama Empire. While it lacked the chaos of the Black Corner region, it was still rife with dangers. In the Jiama Empire, even if someone recognized the flight technique, they would merely harbor envy. However, in the Cloud Empire, it was inevitable that some would be tempted by the prospect of seizing such a treasure. To avoid unnecessary complications, he refrained from using the purple cloud wings for travel. Additionally, the map in his possession only extended as far as the Cloud Empire, leaving him uncertain of his course should he wish to take to the skies. The Mitre family, despite its considerable power, is confined solely within the borders of the Gamma Empire. Its influence cannot extend to the Outcloud Empire. Furthermore, even if they possessed a map of the Outcloud Empire, it would only be obtainable in the capital, the central hub, and certainly not in the modest town of Wutan. Thus, upon arriving in the Outcloud Empire, Xiao Yan's foremost task was to acquire the most detailed map available, to familiarize himself with the geography of the region. This would enable him to locate areas conducive to the birth of the nether poison fire, preventing him from floundering about aimlessly like a headless fly and wasting precious time. Fortunately, whether in the Black Corner region or the Outcloud Empire, despite the harsh environment, the shops remained operational. After procuring the map, Xiao Yan did not rush to set off. Instead, he sought refuge in an inn, taking a night to recuperate. Once he regained his peak condition, he realized that regardless of the madness that might surround him, people still needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, making these shops the safest havens in such perilous locales. Naturally, establishments thriving in such areas were not the most reputable, with prices exorbitantly inflated, often several times higher than normal. Even a single map could cost upwards of 10,000, and it was fortunate that Xiao Yan had retained some of the He family's assets. Otherwise, he would scarcely have been able to afford even a map. As his gaze traversed the map, it finally settled upon 3 regions marked with danger signs. The Outcloud Empire, indeed renowned for its toxicity, had 3 areas that met the conditions for the birth of the nether poison fire. However, it was evident that these regions were exceedingly perilous. Otherwise, they would not have been explicitly marked. Fortune favors the bold, Xiao Yan muttered softly as he stowed the map and set off toward the first location. Chapter 28. Anomaly. The environment of the Outcloud Empire was undeniably harsher than that of the Gamma Empire. Throughout his journey, Xiao Yan had engaged in over 100 battles against individuals who sought to prey upon him, mistaking his youth for weakness. Fortunately, he dispatched the vast majority of his adversaries with ease, save for one unfortunate encounter with a Dou Wang-level opponent, which compelled him to flee. He spent nearly half a year exploring 2 of the 3 dangerous regions, facing numerous life-threatening crises, but ultimately overcoming each one. Such trials on the precipice of death honed his skills. Just days ago, he had achieved another breakthrough, ascending to the realm of a 9-star great fighter. With further cultivation, he would effortlessly transition into a Dou Ling. However, he currently lacked the luxury of time to seclude himself. The first 2 locations yielded no traces of Yoa, yet they were replete with peculiar medicinal herbs, and he stumbled upon numerous corpses of treasure seekers who had perished within, all of which he thoroughly looted, resulting in considerable gains. Nonetheless, in comparison to Yoa, these spoils were rather trivial. Only the Sky Poison Marsh remained. Xiao Yan gazed at the final marked location on the map, letting out a soft sigh. According to prior intelligence, the Sky Poison Marsh was the most perilous of the 3, reputed to ensnare even Dou Wang-level fighters. It was for this reason he had reserved it for last. However, it appeared that he must venture there regardless. If the Sky Poison Marsh also lacked the Nether Poison Fire, it would imply that someone had already seized it or that the Outcloud Empire itself bore no Yoa. Should that be the case, his 6 months in the Outcloud Empire would have been a colossal waste of time. I hope it does not disappoint me, he murmured, tucking the map away and setting off toward the direction of the Sky Poison Marsh. Though the area was known as a death zone, Xiao Yan felt no fear. After all, the worst it could offer was mere toxins. Surely, it could not conjure up zombies or anything of that ilk. Unlike the other 2 forbidden zones, the Sky Poison Marsh was flanked by a small village near its entrance, serving as the only route into the marsh. The villagers would likely possess greater insight into the dangers that lay ahead, prompting Xiao Yan to first gather information there before proceeding. Following the route depicted on the map, he walked for an hour until he beheld the outline of the village. However, instead of joy, a sense of unease washed over him. Something about the village felt amiss. Be cautious. The atmosphere within seems peculiar. The voice of Yao Lao echoed in his mind. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yan prepared to utilize his purple cloud wings to ascend and survey the area when a sudden, unsettling sound erupted from a nearby hillside. Turning his head, he beheld a ragged figure tumbling down the slope, landing squarely before him. As he observed the motionless form, a sense of foreboding gripped him. With a swift step, he executed an explosive retreat, and in the next instant, the seemingly lifeless body sprang to life. Lunging toward the spot he had just vacated, its attack missing him entirely. Drawing his Xian Zhongfu, Xiao Yan focused on the figure, only to discover that beneath its tattered clothing lay a horrifying visage. Though the creature retained a semblance of humanity, it was anything but human. Its skin was pallid, riddled with necrotic patches, and the exposed parts of its body exhibited signs of decay that emitted a foul stench. Its face was grotesquely decomposed, with blood seeping from its sunken eyes, creating an unsettling spectacle. What the hell? Is this thing a zombie? Xiao Yan couldn't suppress a curse, his mind racing back to the horror films he had watched before his transmigration, where zombies bore an uncanny resemblance to this creature. But how could such a thing exist in the Douqi Continent? This creature must have succumbed to some potent toxin or perhaps a poison curse, transforming it into a puppet-like being. Yao Lao's tone suggested a grave concern, as if it were also encountering such a phenomenon for the first time. That makes sense. A virus is indeed a toxin. Xiao Yan nodded. Having grown up watching zombie films, he instinctively refused to allow this creature any opportunity to approach. Before it could launch another assault, he summoned the 9 nether fire, incinerating the zombie-like figure into ashes. Regardless of the cause of its mutation, eradicating it completely eliminated any potential threat. Little brat, you acted too swiftly. As Xiao Yan retracted the 9 nether fire, Yao Lao's anxious voice resonated, taken aback by Xiao Yan's decisiveness in obliterating the creature upon first sight. What is wrong? Shouldn't we have captured it alive for study? Perhaps we could devise an antidote. Yao Lao sighed. Forget it. What if it infects me? Xiao Yan shook his head, recalling the plot lines of zombie films where the protagonist's attempts to capture zombies resulted in their own transformations. He had no intention of granting this creature any opportunity to harm him. What are you afraid of? While your black flame may not be is hardly inferior. With it at your side, not even the toxins from a bearer of the eerie poison body could harm you, let alone this creature. Yao Lao's tone was tinged with exasperation. Teacher, you make a valid point, but if that's the case, why should I bother studying an antidote? The venerable Yao Lao found himself somewhat helpless in the face of Xiao Yan's attitude, yet he could not pinpoint any aspect to refute him. Although this puppet appeared formidable, judging by its previous performance, it was at most comparable to a fighter. Given Xiao Yan's current prowess, even if faced with hundreds of such foes, he would handle them with remarkable ease, as the might of his 9 nether fire was undeniably fearsome. However, what concerned him more was the situation in that village. Xiao Yan slowly lifted his gaze towards the village at the entrance of the heavenly poison marsh. Drawing upon his cinematic experience, he surmised that the emergence of these undead signified an infection source nearby. With the village situated so closely, could it be that the entire settlement had undergone a mutation? His concern did not stem from a genuine care for the villagers' fates. After all, this was the empire of Shuyun, and even within the Gamma Empire, the demise of those inhabitants held no significance for him. What truly worried him was that if the village had indeed fallen, his previous intent to glean information regarding the heavenly poison marsh would be rendered futile. Moreover, this would imply that along the path to the marsh, and perhaps even within its depths, there existed these seemingly zombie-like entities. Yet, Xiao Yan couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. How could such beings manifest in the Douqi Continent? Chapter 29. Clouds of Suspicion. Are you concerned about the village facing trouble? Yao Lao seemed to have sensed Xiao Yan's unease and inquired. Yes, Xiao Yan nodded, his expression unusually grave. Yao Lao evidently held a higher regard for his disciple, believing that Xiao Yan was worried about the village's safety. In truth, Xiao Yan's thoughts revolve around whether he should scavenge the corpses of these people once he entered. After all, even if these entities had mutated collectively, some remnants would surely remain. However, that notion did feel somewhat distasteful. Let's take it one step at a time. Xiao Yan stowed away his Xian Zhong Qi. The current upheaval was something he had never anticipated. While he did not fear these creatures, their sheer numbers posed a potential nuisance, and it was likely that a hidden mastermind was orchestrating events. Should the situation spiral out of control, retreat would be his only option. Nevertheless, he genuinely found little that could instill fear in him, not even the appearance of soul dare from his previous life. At that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura surrounding him. Instinctively, his hand rested upon the hilt of his Xian Zhong Qi, and his gaze swiftly scanned the vicinity. "Come out, little mouse," he commanded. After a shout, a rustling sound emerged from the jungle behind him. He immediately turned around to find a silver-haired youth of similar age awkwardly stepping forth from a thicket. The boy's features were strikingly handsome, and although his complexion was fair, he appeared robust. Adorned in white garments, he exuded an ethereal grace. From an outward perspective, the silver-haired youth seemed devoid of any threat. However, it was precisely this lack of menace that heightened Xiao Yan's vigilance. His past experiences had instilled in him a cautiousness that lingered even in the company of close individuals like Yao Lao and Xiao Zhan. Yet, upon encountering this silver-haired boy, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he were a person one was destined never to forget across lifetimes. He scrutinized the boy intently, his body instantly tensing, and inquired, "Who are you? Please don't misunderstand. I am not your enemy." The silver-haired youth hastily waved his hands. "Like you, I am here to investigate these undead creatures." "Investigate the undead?" Xiao Yan murmured, realizing that what he had perceived as zombies were referred to as corpse demons within the Empire of Shuyun. Nevertheless, he maintained his guard and continued questioning. "How do you know I am here to investigate the corpse demons?" "Isn't it obvious? The vicinity has been plagued by these corpse demons for miles. Who would come here if not to uncover their origins?" The silver-haired boy shrugged, adding, "But you're quite bold to venture here at such a young age. Your courage is commendable. You can't be much older yourself," Xiao Yan replied, assessing him. The silver-haired youth appeared to be no more than 12 years old. "I'm not like you," the silver-haired boy began, only to realize something and quickly halted his words. "In any case, my true age is significantly greater than yours. Are there others investigating as well?" Xiao Yan, sensing that the silver-haired youth was not as easy to converse with as Xiao Yixian, shifted the topic. "Yes. 7 or 8 groups have come and gone, but most did not return. Of the remaining 2 teams, one transformed into corpse demons shortly after returning," the silver-haired youth sighed. "Fortunately, the other team possessed an antidote. Otherwise, they might have met the same fate as the previous groups." "An antidote?" Xiao Yan expressed surprise. Recalling his earlier debate with Yao Lao about capturing a corpse demon for research on an antidote, unaware that someone had already developed a solution. Yes, some among us have concocted an antidote that can neutralize the poison, but must be taken within 15 minutes of exposure. Otherwise, one will still succumb to becoming a corpse demon. As he spoke, the silver-haired youth retrieved a small jade vial from his robe and tossed it to Xiao Yan. I can tell you didn't bring an antidote. Take this, but be cautious and don't let them catch you. Xiao Yan caught the vial, examining the few pills inside, and raised an eyebrow. This boy seemed unusually generous. Though he had encountered many youths with such benevolence, this was the empire of Shiyun, and its inhabitants were not typically so kind, unless he had ulterior motives. With this thought, a faint smile played upon Xiao Yan's lips. If this silver-haired youth intended to use him, then he too could exploit this opportunity without any moral qualms. Should the boy be genuinely seeking friendship, it would only indicate he was naive and unsuspecting, an easy target for manipulation. Thus, Xiao Yan feigned profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, elder brother." He had played this role many times in his previous life. He estimated that if he were to return, his acting skills could certainly earn him a little golden trophy. No need for thanks. My family often teaches me to lend a helping hand when possible. The silver-haired youth patted Xiao Yan's shoulder, casually suggesting, "I noticed it might be dangerous for you to venture alone. Why not join me? It's safer to travel together." "Really? Then I'm truly grateful." Xiao Yan agreed without hesitation. Given the boy's youthful age, harmless appearance, and his own superb acting, it would be easy to disarm any suspicion. In his eyes, the silver-haired youth was undoubtedly not as gentle as he appeared. The reason for wanting Xiao Yan alongside him likely stemmed from a desire to scout for danger, using him as a buffer should any threats arise. However, this seemingly innocuous child was, in fact, a veritable demon. While others contemplated how to manipulate Xiao Yan, he had already devised a plan for where to bury the boy's corpse. "My name is Yun Dai. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Yun." The silver-haired youth smiled warmly. "What is your name, little brother?" "I am Mo Yin Xiao." Xiao Yan spoke slowly, aware that in this unfamiliar place, he would not reveal his true name, for even in the empire of Shiyun, the name Xiao Yan was utterly unknown. Chapter 30. The Illusion of Reality. Due to its proximity to the Sky Poison Marsh, this small village was aptly named Poison Marsh Village. However, what was once a tranquil little hamlet had now devolved into a veritable hell on earth. Upon entering the village, they were immediately met with the stench of decaying corpses, and the streets were strewn with dismembered bodies. These corpse demons feasted on human flesh, although victims could transform into these abominations after being scratched or bitten. The pitiful souls had scarcely any time to undergo such a transformation before being consumed by their former kin. Yun Dai, while pinching his nose, explained to Xiao Yan, "It seems the villagers have either become food or mutated into corpse demons." Xiao Yan sighed softly, pondering the fate of what must have been thousands of villagers. This implied they were up against a horde of at least 1,000 corpse demons. He never anticipated that he would encounter such a scenario akin to a biohazard crisis on the Douqi Continent in his lifetime. Just as this thought crossed his mind, eerie sounds emanated from the surrounding houses, and one by one, the corpse demons emerged, encircling Xiao Yan and his companion. "Ah, we are surrounded. This could be troublesome," he mused. With a flick of his finger, Yun Dai summoned a silver longsword to his hand, and gray Douqi coalesced around him, forming a shroud of battle attire. Observing Yun Dai's Douqi garb, Xiao Yan discerned that this individual was indeed a Dou master. However, he refrained from summoning his own Douqi armor, instead drawing forth the Xian Zhong Qi, not wishing to reveal his prowess to this unknown ally. After all, the combat capabilities of these corpse demons were not formidable. Demonstrating merely the strength of a Dou disciple would suffice. The overall strength of these corpse demons was lacking. Even the most ordinary Dou disciple could vanquish several at once. Their true menace lay in their lack of pain perception and the toxic corruption they carried. Should one become tainted by their blood or ensnared by their grasp, they risked infection and transformation into a corpse demon. Fortunately, both Xiao Yan and Yun Dai were well aware of the dangers posed by these creatures, leaving them no opportunity to engage in close combat. Through their combined efforts, they swiftly dispatched the surrounding corpse demons. After effortlessly slaying the last of them, Xiao Yan took a piece of cloth to wipe the toxic blood from the Xian Zhong Qi before sheathing it. "It appears fortune smiles upon us. These corpse demons must have expended considerable energy, or else we would not have triumphed so easily," Yun Dai remarked, relieved. However, these demons likely did not appear without cause. "I suspect someone or something is orchestrating their creation from the shadows." Perhaps, Xiao Yan murmured uncertainly, yet in his heart. He couldn't shake the connection to the nether poison fire. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt that the emergence of these corpse demons was closely tied to that sinister flame, and it was entirely possible that these monstrosities were birthed from the nether poison fire itself. However, if that were indeed the case, then the entity responsible for their creation would not be limited to merely these lowly corpse demons. With the power of the it could potentially command beings of Dou Wang caliber, a prospect not beyond imagination. Suddenly, as Xiao Yan entertained these thoughts, the ground before them collapsed, and from the chasm emerged a colossal skeletal hand, reaching menacingly towards them. Xiao Yan swiftly executed the explosive step to evade the strike, while Yun Dai, possessing his own adept movement techniques, also sidestepped with ease, as the skeletal hand's speed was not overwhelming. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Yan felt a shadow loom above him. Another gigantic skeletal hand descended from the sky, aiming to grasp them directly. The speed of this skeletal hand was blinding. Even with the explosive step, evasion was impossible. At this juncture, Xiao Yan could no longer afford to conceal his strength, and he swung the Xian Zhong Qi fiercely at the skeletal hand. However, upon impact, a powerful recoil sent him staggering backward, while the hand itself remained unscathed, exerting tremendous pressure that forced both of them into the depths below. To their astonishment, the underground of Poison Marsh Village was hollow, and as they fell, they discovered a hidden world reminiscent of a labyrinth. That skeletal force was truly formidable. Yun Dai groaned as he rose from the ground, glancing around in bewilderment. "Where are we?" "I do not know," Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head. As he surveyed his surroundings, a frown creased his brow. Since entering Poison Marsh Village, he had felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance, which now intensified. Perhaps this was the very domain of the nether poison fire. The subterranean passage was infested with numerous corpse demons, each more powerful than those they had previously encountered, compelling Xiao Yan and Yun Dai to avoid unnecessary confrontation and instead utilize their agility to sprint away. Their frantic escape did not last long, as they soon stumbled upon a vast hall, at the center of which stood an ancient altar, where a vibrant green flame flickered and danced. "Is that Yihua?" Yun Dai exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the green flame. Could all of this be the result of that Yihua? "It appears so," Xiao Yan sighed gently, gazing at the flame he had sought for over 6 months. Turning to Yun Dai, he spoke deliberately. "In truth, you are not Yun Dai, are you?" "What do you mean by that?" Yun Dai feigned ignorance. "Do you still wish to maintain the charade?" "Huan Daio." Xiao Yan's voice was icy. "Did you truly believe I would not recognize you?" "Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of the Saint of Rage. You have discerned the flaw so swiftly." Yun Dai chuckled, peeling away his human disguise to reveal a face that Xiao Yan loathed. "But even if you see through my ruse, what does it matter? This time, I shall not repeat the mistakes of the past. Your mimicry is quite convincing." Xiao Yan shook his head. "But alas, you are not her. What are you babbling about?" Huan Dai faltered, confusion evident in her eyes. "Have you been rendered foolish by fear?" "Nay, it is you who are befuddled. Unable to recognize that you are but a mirage," Xiao Yan retorted, turning his gaze back to the green flame. "Indeed, not just you, but even this flame, this underground palace, the corpse demons outside, and this village, all are mere illusions. From the very outset, none of these entities truly exist. They are manifestations of my innermost thoughts. Hence, the presence of zombies, which should not exist in the Douqi Continent, materialized. When I perceived you as Huan Dai, you became her in essence." Though he was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny the perilous nature of this place. In this regard, the Empire of Shuyun could take a modicum of pride, for this was the only locale capable of ensnaring him in poison without his awareness. Chapter 31. Neurotoxin. Xiao Yan surveyed the scene before him, exhaling softly. At this juncture, he could ascertain that both the Huan Dai before him and the nether poison fire upon the altar were not real. They were merely counterfeit constructs born from his psyche. Initially conjuring the image of zombies, he unwittingly summoned them into existence. Yet, his subconscious reminded him that such creatures could not exist in the Douqi Continent, leading to a sense of dissonance. Hence the emergence of Yao Lao to inform him that these so-called zombies were products of toxin. However, this singular aspect was insufficient to dispel the sense of dissonance that lingered in Xiao Yan's heart. Thus, another individual was conjured to assuage his doubts, and naturally, this figure was none other than the one who left the most profound impression on him, Sol Dai. Yet, Xiao Yan's subconscious harbored a deep-seated aversion towards Sol Dai, leading to the emergence of what could be termed as Yun Dai. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Yan found Yun Dai remarkably familiar. for her essence was intricately tied to the complex relationship he had with Soul Dai Air. The absence of any wariness towards her stemmed from the simple fact that Yin Dai was, in essence, a figment of his own imagination, a nonentity, which rendered him oblivious to any perceived threat. Everything that followed was birthed from the thoughts swirling within Xiao Yan's mind. Having previously viewed zombie films, the scenes he encountered upon his entry bore striking resemblance to those of a biohazard. Convinced that the corpse demons conjured by the nether poison fire possessed capabilities far beyond mere appearances, he was confronted by a skeleton that matched the strength of a Dou Wang. These constructs were all designed to fill the void of Xiao Yan's doubts and diminish his sense of incongruity, weaving together a perfect illusion that ensnared him within its grasp. Yet, Xiao Yan was acutely aware that, given his formidable willpower, an ordinary illusion could never ensnare him. Only external forces, such as poison, could exert any influence. Unbeknownst to the wielder of this toxin, the myriad coincidences along the way had already instilled a sense of vigilance within Xiao Yan. Thus, when that massive skeletal hand pressed down upon him, Xiao Yan began to intentionally and instinctively harness his thoughts to guide the entire illusion, striving to ascertain whether the realm he inhabited was indeed real. To put it succinctly, if the earlier experiences of Xiao Yan were akin to a dream, the latter portion transformed into a lucid dream controlled by his own volition. Even if one were to discern the falsity of it all, what difference would it make? Escape from this place was an impossibility. The illusory Soul Dai Air did not dissipate upon Xiao Yan's revelation of her charade. Instead, she remained seated upon the altar, her eyes betraying a hint of derision. It was better to succumb here. At least, one would die with a sense of joy. Ah, indeed, she was crafted for my consciousness. The very tone of her speech is equally irksome. However, you are far from comprehending me as she does. Xiao Yan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he declared, not even the cycles of 100 lifetimes could lead me to perdition. How could a mere illusion ever confine me? As Xiao Yan's words fell, the space before him began to gradually collapse. In the next moment, the entire scene of the underground palace twisted grotesquely, and Soul Dai Air emitted a chilling scream, extending her claw-like hand to rend her own body into countless strips soaked in black blood. Immediately thereafter, a cacophony of discordant sounds filled Xiao Yan's ears, screams, laughter, weeping, and shrieks, all merging into a chaotic and bloody tableau that left his mind in disarray. For an ordinary person, such a scene would likely drive them to madness, but for Xiao Yan, it was merely a trifling matter. He let out a cold laugh, slowly closing his eyes. And in that instant, the cacophony vanished without a trace. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes once more, the chaotic imagery of the underground palace had entirely vanished, replaced by a dimly lit forest. Just as he regained consciousness, he felt a crushing sensation. Looking down, he discovered a black vine tightly constricting his neck. Not only his neck, but his limbs were similarly ensnared by these black tendrils, which bristled with sharp, venomous thorns. For a normal person, being bound in such a manner would likely lead to death, either by strangulation or the lethal venom. However, a faint white glow enveloped Xiao Yan's body, a manifestation of protection that shielded him from these fatal injuries. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan summoned the 9 nether fire, incinerating the tendrils that bound him. Before he even touched the ground, countless black vines surged toward him with alarming speed. With a mere thought, the dark flames erupted, enveloping his entire form, and instantly, the tendrils were reduced to ash by the sudden appearance of the 9 nether fire. Here, Xiao Yan maintained the protective shroud of the 9 nether fire while surveying his surroundings. He now found himself within a forest teeming with massive black trees, from which those vines had sprung forth. Beneath the towering trees lay countless corpses and skeletal remains, remnants of those who had met unfortunate fates. But how had he ended up here? This place was none other than the heavenly poison marsh. At that moment, the faint voice of Yao Lao echoed within his mind. Frail, yet unmistakable. Little one, you've finally awakened. Master, how are you? Xiao Yan immediately inquired, sensing Yao Lao's weakness. The faint white glow that had appeared around him was undoubtedly a manifestation of Yao Lao's power, which had spared him from harm by the black vines. Let's first discuss your situation. Yao Lao sighed. Little one, what transpired? Why did you enter without a backward glance, and why did you not respond despite my calls? In truth, Yao Lao had attempted to seize control of Xiao Yan's body, but discovered that he could not gain dominion over him. Consequently, he had to lend his power to protect Xiao Yan while he was ensnared by the vines. I was poisoned, Xiao Yan replied with a bitter smile. Poisoned? How is that possible? Yao Lao responded, astonished. With your black flame protecting you, how could poison harm you? Moreover, I did not sense any potent toxin within you. Is not an ordinary poison. Xiao Yan shook his head. I was afflicted with a rare neurotoxin that induces hallucinations, leading to a loss of bodily control. It does not target the flesh, but rather the mind. I am unsure how it was delivered. I only know that I was afflicted before I even entered the village. Ah, now it makes sense, Yao Lao mused, coming to a realization after hearing Xiao Yan's account. No wonder you were uncontrollable. I wondered why this place, which is clearly a forest, is named the Heavenly Poison Marsh. It is indeed due to this neurotoxin. Indeed, those ensnared by such a neurotoxin, lost in their illusions, are akin to those who have wandered into a marsh, sinking ever deeper until ultimately consumed. Even Xiao Yan, although he had escaped the illusion wrought by the neurotoxin, would have likely fallen victim had it not been for Yao Lao's assistance. While he could ward off most toxins in the world, this particular neurotoxin proved impervious, as it inflicts no direct harm on the afflicted, but rather ensnares them within its grip. Consequently, the protective function of the Yaoa could not respond to this neurotoxin. Of course, this was also due to Xiao Yan's current lack of strength. Had he been more powerful or better prepared, this neurotoxin would have posed no threat to him. Master, how are you faring now? Xiao Yan pressed on. This forest seems to impose significant restrictions on soul power. My soul energy here is depleting at a rate 100-fold greater than outside. You were ensnared by those black vines for a full 2 hours, during which my soul power shielded you. And now, I am left with scarcely any remaining. Yao Lao sighed, his voice tinged with an unmistakable frailty. I fear that I shall soon lapse into slumber once more. I will find a way to help you restore your soul power swiftly. Xiao Yan replied after a moment of contemplation, his resolve firm. I have no doubt about this, for your performance has always been quite satisfactory to me. However, in the coming days, you may have to embark on this journey alone. The voice of the elder gradually faded into a whisper. Just as it seemed destined to fall silent, the elder appeared to recall something, and his voice emerged once more, urgent yet faint. Yes, after I fall into slumber, you may utilize my ring. Within it lies the Baiji pill I crafted. Should you truly encounter the infernal poison fire, use it to consume that fire. The spiritual essence required to absorb the Yaoa is also contained within the ring. Additionally, I have stored some bone spirit cold fire in there. Should you find yourself in peril, you may employ it. After imparting this final piece of advice, the elder's voice ceased, plunging into a profound slumber. The elder's deep sleep did not instill panic in Xiao Yan. After all, his past life was spent alone and unanchored, accustomed to such a solitary existence. He merely lost a tool that could assist him in shouldering burdens. Furthermore, while the elder's slumber implied a reduction of his trump cards, it also afforded Xiao Yan greater freedom. Many tactics and skills, previously unexecutable before the elder, could now be unleashed. Therefore, this situation was not devoid of advantages for him. Xiao Yan did not linger in contemplation over the elder's slumber. He retrieved several chi-replenishing pills from his spatial ring, consuming them while simultaneously stepping deeper into the depths of the heavenly poison marsh. He understood well that such neurotoxins could hardly arise in this region. The marsh must harbor something concealed within. Even if it were not the infernal poison fire, it was assuredly a treasure of great rarity. Venturing deeper into the heavenly poison marsh was undoubtedly perilous, and the map he had procured from outside could not possibly delineate all the routes within. The same was true for the other 2 forbidden zones. While he could utilize his spiritual strength to probe his surroundings in those places, the restrictions on his spiritual power within the heavenly poison marsh were considerable, preventing him from scanning freely as before. However, Xiao Yan possessed a unique ability that could aid him in navigating the treacherous marsh. His countless experiences of bloody combat and brushes with death in his past life endowed him with an instinct to sense impending danger. This ability was not innate, but rather honed through relentless practice. Leveraging this instinct, Xiao Yan quickly discerned the most dangerous direction within the heavenly poison marsh, which was likely the source of these neurotoxins. As he ventured further, the surrounding trees gradually thinned, until at last, a colossal tree, towering above all others, came into view. Its size could rival the Bodhi tree he had seen in his previous life. What struck him as peculiar was that such a massive tree should have been visible from miles away, yet it had eluded sight until he entered the marsh, and there were no markings on his map to indicate its presence. Approaching the enormous tree, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming sense of danger swell within him, suggesting that the origin of all his troubles lay within its shadow. At that moment, he could no longer afford to conserve his spiritual strength and immediately summoned his spiritual power to scan the tree. Yet, his efforts revealed nothing amiss. Nevertheless, His strong intuition was not to be dismissed. Standing beneath the dark tree, he suddenly recalled a possibility and, with a swift motion, summoned the 9 nether fire, hurling it towards the ominous tree. As the 9 nether fire enveloped the great tree, it emitted a wretched wail. Almost immediately, the tree began to shrink violently, revealing a skeletal figure, its entire form shrouded in a grim gray hue. Within the sockets of its skull flickered a violet flame, lending it an eerie appearance. Crack! The skeleton slowly straightened, a cloud of gray-black energy emanating from it. Xiao Yan promptly swallowed an antidote pill, drawing forth the Xuanzhong scale and adopting a combat stance. An ancient skeleton, long deceased, could scarcely possess the ability to act. Perhaps a Dou Saint-level entity could achieve such a feat. But such beings were certainly not found in the small Xian Empire. Moreover, even a Dou Saint's remains would exert a formidable pressure. Yet Xiao Yan felt none of that now. The skeleton was immobile, just as the tree could not have cried out. The only explanation was that both were parasitized by some entity, which was undoubtedly the source of the neurotoxins. Perhaps the owner of this skeleton was just as unfortunate as Xiao Yan. However, he had little interest in its origins. He only knew that the most effective way to deal with the skeleton was to reduce it to ashes. Chapter 33. The Wrathful Fire Lotus. Roar. The skeleton opened its mouth, and though it had no vocal cords, it emitted a chilling cry that resonated with a peculiar frequency, capable of influencing the hearts of others, leading to a state of mental disarray. Those with wavering will might even succumb to madness. However, such effects were not destined to befall Xiao Yan. He scoffed, opened his mouth wide, and unleashed a roar akin to that of a raging lion, shattering the eerie sound waves emitted by the skeleton and forcing it back several steps. This sound wave technique was the lion's roar, discovered within a stone box in a cave, and combined with the phoenix's song within him. It proved to be the perfect counter to the strange sound waves. As the skeleton was pushed back, it quickly retaliated, slamming its palm against the ground, causing the earth beneath to fracture. Countless pale, skeletal hands clawed from the fissures, attempting to seize Xiao Yan and drag him underground. Yet, Xiao Yan sensed something amiss at the moment the skeleton moved and swiftly activated the purple cloud wings, evading the onslaught of skeletal hands. He activated the Heavenly Fire Transformation. First stage, 9 Nether Transformation. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan unleashed the Heavenly Fire Transformation, the peculiar black flame energy coursing through his veins, swelling his aura exponentially. The last time he employed this transformation, he nearly ascended an entire tier in strength, but this time, the elevation was not as dramatic. After all, the distinction between a Dome Master and a Great Dome Master was stark, despite both being of the same rank. Although this enhancement did not rival his previous experience, its efficacy was significantly improved, as the transformation's potency depended on the quality of the flames. After absorbing the blood essence of the black flame purple cloud sculpture, his 9 nether fire had experienced a remarkable augmentation, thereby elevating the effectiveness of the Heavenly Fire Transformation. Now, on the surface, he had surpassed 5-star Dou Spirit. Should he unleash the techniques he commanded, he would be capable of defeating a peak Dou Spirit powerhouse. Nevertheless, this was still insufficient against the eerie skeleton, whose power seemed to rival that of a Dou Wang, as indicated by its previous hellish hand attack. Feeling the surging fighting spirit within, Xiao Yan let out a low roar. Seizing the moment while the skeletal figure had yet to retract its hand from the ground, he swung the Xian Zhongqi with all his might, aiming a ferocious strike at the skull's head. At that instant, the skeleton, having executed its previous enigmatic assault, found one of its arms trapped beneath the earth, rendering it utterly incapable of evasion and forced to endure Xiao Yan's powerful blow. As the black heavy ruler descended from the heavens, the skeleton raised its other functioning arm to meet the oncoming strike with a violent clash. The moment they collided, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming force transmitting through the ruler, realizing that not only had his strike failed to shatter the skeleton, but he had also been jolted and forced to relinquish his grip on the weapon. However, the dislodgement of his weapon did not alter Xiao Yan's expression. In the very next moment, a crimson energy lion swiftly materialized in front of him, roaring towards the skeleton. The Lion Mountain split, formed in an instant, retained its formidable power. Even an ordinary Dou Ling would find it hard to escape unscathed from such an attack. Regrettably, against an entity of Dou Wang caliber, this assault would prove ineffective. The skeleton merely waved its hand and shattered the energy lion into dust. This creature is remarkably resilient, Xiao Yan mused, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that the skeleton had once possessed strength at least at the Dou Zone level. Otherwise, it could not have withstood his full force without sustaining any injury. Moreover, the entity controlling it evidently possessed considerable intelligence, as the skeleton moved with human-like agility under its command, employing bizarre techniques that would spell doom for even a Douwang in such terrain. Under these circumstances, even if he unleashed the yin, Fun Shi Lang Qi, it would be exceedingly difficult to vanquish it entirely. Then I shall resort to this technique. Xiao Yan extended his left hand, and the pitch-black Jiu Yu was surged upward. Subsequently, he opened his mouth, and a grayish-white flame erupted forth, settling into his right hand. This was the transformation fire he had cultivated through the Nun Yanju. While the yin Fan Shi Lang Qi might inflict some damage upon the skeleton, it would never be enough to obliterate it completely. Furthermore, as the skeleton was not a living entity, even injuries would not diminish its combat prowess. In stark contrast, Xiao Yan knew that employing a ground-level Dou technique would significantly deplete his fighting spirit, complicating matters when facing this foe. Thus, he resolved to unleash one of his most cherished techniques from his past life, aiming to shatter the skeleton entirely. Although the transformation fire was not a true Yoa, exotic fire, it was vastly superior to beast fire, which was why Xiao Yan chose it for his technique. The black and gray flames collided rapidly under Xiao Yan's control, their inherent incompatibility causing them to instinctively repel one another. Yet before they could unleash their respective powers, a wave of fighting spirit surged into the flames, forcibly suppressing them. The two distinct flames intertwined swiftly within Xiao Yan's palm, eventually coalescing into a black and white fireball, brimming with raging energy. Occasionally, sparks erupted from within, igniting the surrounding forest into a blazing inferno. The skeleton leaped into action, but bereft of fighting spirit, it could not manifest wings. It could only rely on its jumping ability to pursue its enemy. Sensing the terrifying power Xiao Yan was gathering, it instinctively sought to interrupt his assault. Faced with the skeleton's claw, Xiao Yan's expression remained remarkably placid. With a flick of his hand, he hurled the still-forming fireball forward. As the fireball soared, a strand of fighting spirit emanated from his fingertips, swiftly chasing after it. Upon the infusion of that fighting spirit into the black and white fireball, the volatile orb suddenly calmed. In the next instant, an eerie black and white fire lotus blossomed from the fireball, its rotation incinerating the very space around it into nothingness. With a resounding explosion, a terrifying wave of flame radiated outward, leveling the entire forest in an instant. In the moment the black and white fire lotus erupted, the ancient forest of the Sun Cloud Empire, which had stood for countless years, was obliterated by more than half. Had Yao Lao been awake, he would surely have been astonished by this formidable strike. Of course, had Yao Lao not fallen into slumber, Xiao Yan would not have resorted to such a technique against his enemy. At this moment, Xiao Yan hovered in the sky. His garments tattered, his complexion pale, and the purple cloud wings on his back had thinned to the brink of collapse, nearly unable to sustain his flight. He hastily retrieved a recovery pill from his storage ring and swallowed it, which somewhat restored his complexion. Although he had mastered the Mo Nu Huolian in his past life, he had only truly employed Ioa to execute it after reaching the Dosheng level. Prior to that, the materials for Mo Nu Huolian were merely beast fires or similar flames like transformation fire, which did not greatly deplete him. However, this time, the execution of Mo Nu Huolian nearly left him utterly exhausted. Had it not been for his soul power reaching the pinnacle of the 6th rank, coupled with the prior consumption of the recovery pill, he would have likely been unable to endure until the fusion was successful. Nonetheless, the power of the Mo Nu Huolian exceeded his expectations. Such might could easily challenge foes of higher ranks. This was merely a combination of Ioa and transformation fire. Were two Ioa to merge, even a Dou Huang would likely be reduced to ashes beneath such a fire lotus. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel fortunate that he hadn't attempted to fuse the bone spirit cold fire left behind by Yao Lao. Otherwise, even if he had succeeded in merging it, he would scarcely escape the explosion's range. Indeed, had it not been for the evolution of his purple cloud wings, he would have struggled to survive the detonation. However, the more potent the Mo Nu Huolian became, the more exhilarated Xiao Yan felt. The technique he had created in his past life had finally manifested its true power in this world. Naturally, he possessed more techniques from his previous life, yet most were temporarily sealed away due to insufficient cultivation level or other conditions. Once he reached the Dou Wang realm, he would be able to wield those techniques once again. After regaining some of his strength, Xiao Yan descended from the sky, slowly approaching the epicenter of the explosion. Under the onslaught of the Mo Nu Huolian, The skeleton must have been utterly obliterated, and he meant that in the literal sense. However, what truly concerned Xiao Yan was not the shattered remnants of bone, but rather the entity that had once been parasitically intertwined with the skeleton. As the smoke dissipated, a vast pit emerged before Xiao Yan, and at the bottom of the pit, a faint purple glow began to shimmer. Soon after, a butterfly radiating a gentle purple light ascended from the depths of the pit. This exquisite purple butterfly appeared stunningly beautiful, and as its wings fluttered, wisps of flame could be seen rising from it. It is indeed it. Spotting the purple butterfly, Xiao Yan felt his heart race. Had he not been well versed in the flames listed in the list of exotic fires, he might have struggled to recognize that this seemingly enchanting butterfly was, in fact, the 21st ranked king Ova Yinming poison fire. The Yihuabang showcases an array of Ita, each possessing unique effects and varying durations, with their rankings often determining their potency. For instance, the Jinglan Yaoa, which Xiao Yan acquired in his previous life, stands as a paragon among Ita, deserving of the title of the king of Ita. In contrast, Yoming Ita holds a comparatively lower rank, primarily due to the fact that nearly all Ioa possess immunity to toxins, rendering its inherent abilities nearly ineffective against others. This realization led both Xiao Yan and Yao Lao to underestimate the true power of Yoming Ita. However, the reality proved to be far beyond their expectations. As upon witnessing the current form of Yoming Ita, Xiao Yan comprehended the source of its terrifying strength. Typically, Yoming Ita manifests in a green hue. Yet, the variant before him now radiated a purple glow, a phenomenon not attributable to discrepancies in the but rather due to its age reaching an alarming magnitude. Such emerges solely in areas saturated with venom, requiring a century to attain sentience and a millennium to take shape. Here, shape refers solely to the flame's form, not other manifestations. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would not have been astonished by the butterfly form of Yiming Ita. Determining the age of Yoming Ita is straightforward. One merely needs to observe its coloration. The deeper the hue, the greater the age. This purple variant signifies an excessive accumulation of its own toxins, which has tainted the surrounding air with lethal venom, thereby presenting itself in this violet guise. Based on Xiao Yan's estimations, this Yoming Ita has likely existed for over 100,000 years. The purple butterfly before him is the very essence of Yoming Ita, previously residing within a skeleton, manipulating everything around it. This suggests that the Yia possesses a modicum of sentience. The eruption of Wanulan had destroyed its host, thus revealing its essence. The thing, perpetually shrouded in a toxic barrier, sees few visitors, prompting Xiao Yan to resolve to commence the absorption of Yoming Ita here. However, he refrained from recklessly beginning the process and instead settled cross-legged, channeling his internal energy to restore his chi. Absorbing Ita is no trivial matter, fraught with peril. Although Xiao Yan had tamed the top 3 in his previous life, he lacked the extraordinary prowess he once possessed, necessitating caution. Once his state was restored to its zenith, Xiao Yan retrieved the Danyao previously concocted by Yao Lao. Given Yoming Ita's inherent toxicity, consuming it would be akin to ingesting poison. Thus, Yao Lao had prepared a 6-tier pill with formidable counteracting properties against venom. This foresight ensured Xiao Yan was adequately prepared, while maintaining the necessary qi to shield against the EOS temperatures. After swallowing the budin, its pure medicinal essence dissolved in his mouth and subsequently spread through his meridians, forming an energy membrane. Concurrently, with a flick of his finger, a small piece of Eling from Yao Lao's ring transformed into a beam of light, swiftly entering Xiao Yan's body, situating itself at the locus of energy. Upon the entry of it, a layer of black flames enveloped Xiao Yan's right hand. He extended his palm and swiftly grasped the butterfly-shaped plant. Although the EOS temperature was exceedingly high, it posed no threat to Xiao Yan under the protection of Oa. Without hesitation, he swallowed the essence of Yoming Ita. Yao Lao had foreseen that the greatest danger in consuming Yoming Ita lay within its toxic composition. Hence the creation of Shan to counteract such poisons was a prudent measure. However, he was unaware that within Yoming Ita resided a uniquely potent neurotoxin capable of inducing hallucinations, thereby undermining the willpower of the consumer. The crux of successfully absorbing Io lies in possessing unwavering resolve. Otherwise, no amount of preparation would suffice. The neurotoxins previously dispersed throughout had already ensnared Xiao Yan in a web of illusions. Now, with Yoming Ita consumed, the effects of the neurotoxin would be magnified exponentially. This elucidated why so few could ever master Ita. Its lethal toxicity, while manageable for the strong, was rendered fatal by the enigmatic neurotoxin. Not only did it induce hallucinations, but it also impaired cognition. Even the sharpest mind would succumb to the sluggishness induced by this amplified neurotoxin. Illusions that once appeared rife with flaws would become flawlessly deceptive, ensnaring the victim in an everlasting dreamscape. At this moment, the neurotoxin of Yoming Ilva commenced its assault. The initial searing sensation seemed to dissipate, and Xiao Yan was astonished to find that, at some point, he had opened his eyes. Yet, the scene before him was no longer the charred forest ravaged by but rather an expansive courtyard, a place steeped in profound memories, for it was his home. Not the current Xiao family led by Xiao Zhan, but the Xiao family from his former life, which bore fundamental differences. In his previous existence, his father had mercilessly coerced them into cultivation from a tender age, executing those whose accomplishments did not meet his expectations. The corpses of those unfortunate children were carted away to an unknown location, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yan was his father's third child, or rather, the third to survive. The others, deemed failures for their lack of cultivation talent, had met their grisly ends. Before him now lay the desolate courtyard, once a source of innumerable painful memories, now transformed into a viscous pool of blood. Corpses rotted within the sanguine mire, with blood swiftly flowing towards the central altar, ultimately forming a grotesque blood-red array. Atop this array stood a man with a mouthful of fangs, suspended above the blood, arms outstretched as he reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. Xiao Yan instantly comprehended. This was his father, who resorted to blood sacrifice in a desperate bid for ascension. The scene of the Xiao family's blood ritual, a pivotal battle from his youth, was re-evoked. This adversary was not merely formidable, but represented the very embodiment of his childhood nightmares. Now, that gruesome spectacle materialized once more before Xiao Yan. The man within the sea of blood suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Xiao Yan. "My child, you have finally returned. Gome, offer your body to the blood pool and become part of its power." With a sneer, Xiao Yan retorted, "Ah, it's you. I thought I had forgotten your vile visage, yet it remains etched in my memory." Drawing the shinjuncture from his back, he coolly stated, "If anyone is to enter, it shall be you. I shall not accompany you. You are the Xiao family. My son, sacrificing for your father is a worthy endeavor." The man cackled from within the blood pool. "Once I break through to that realm, I shall unify the entire Wu Utansha. At that moment, you shall become the greatest benefactor of our Xiao family, and your legacy will be remembered by generations to come." Huh. Resorting to such petty tactics just to break through to the Dou spirit realm. It seems your life is destined to be thus. Xiao Yan slowly stepped into the pool of blood, yet your reappearance is not without merit. At least it allows me the opportunity to slay you once more. Bastard, have you forgotten? I am your father. Do you wish to commit patricide? The man roared. Of course I haven't forgotten. But you may not realize that patricide is merely a second act for me, Xiao Yan replied with a light chuckle. Having dispatched you centuries ago, I see no reason for this encounter to be any different. However, I suspect this time I shan't exert as much effort. Following a brutal skirmish, the man collapsed into an endless sea of blood. He appeared to want to utter something, but upon meeting Xiao Yan's indifferent gaze, he repressed the carefully formulated words. "A man devoid of poison is no true man. This is a lesson you imparted, father." Xiao Yan lifted the heavy ruler and struck down upon his head. Reminiscent of the young boy trembling with a simple blade, boldly engaging in an act of defiance. Accept this trivial concern as a token. As the heavy ruler descended, the scene before him shifted once more, revealing two figures strikingly similar to him. Upon seeing them, Xiao Yan sighed softly, turning to gaze at his two elder brothers. "It appears I must slay you both once more." In that unfathomable abyss, Xiao Yan sat quietly at its bottom, remaining utterly still. Wisps of purple flames danced around him, eventually transforming into countless strands of pale violet energy that swiftly enveloped his form, resembling a colossal cocoon buried beneath the earth. The sentience of this ethereal poison fire was unexpectedly profound. It did not reveal its true form due to the rage of the fire lotus, but rather did so deliberately to entice Xiao Yan into consuming it. In truth, its prior hosts had undergone similar fates, trapped in illusions while devouring foreign flames, only to fall under its dominion. Just as Xiao Yan now found himself ensnared in the memories of his youth, as he beheld the two headless corpses crumpling to the ground, and their lifeless heads rolling toward him. He recalled the scene of their kneeling, weeping confessions. Perhaps it was only at this moment they genuinely believed that familial harmony was paramount. Once upon a time, he too yearned for brotherly affection. But how had it devolved into this? Perhaps it was their repeated betrayals and ambushes, or perhaps the irrevocable rift formed when they had captured him and rendered him powerless. Yet, none of that mattered now. After all, these were merely events from centuries past. He gazed at the two immobile corpses and whispered, "Your gravest error was severing the roots while merely cutting the grass. Thus, I shall not repeat your mistakes." Xiao Yan stepped over the two bodies and continued onward. Soon, another figure emerged. This time, he did not grant her the opportunity to speak, dispatching her with a swift strike of his ruler. "Apologies, but I have little patience for your redundant chatter. Let us proceed to the next." He recognized this individual as a young lord from a certain sect of the Gama Empire, though the name eluded him, vaguely recalling a compound surname. This fellow's sect had once provoked him, leading to their swift extermination. The explosive step he had previously mastered was pilfered from this very sect. Disregarding the identity of the one he had just slain, Xiao Yan pressed forward, encountering a series of figures, some familiar, some not, all former adversaries. In one's lifetime, certain actions are irrevocable. Thus, upon witnessing the reappearance of those he had slain, many might react with fear, sorrow, regret, or guilt. Yet, Xiao Yan was different. His choice was simple. He advanced to slay them once more. Whether they were enemies who had once sought his demise, or mere passers-by who had crossed swords due to misunderstandings. Perhaps some were innocent, inadvertently caught in the turmoil. Yet, Xiao Yan spared none, methodically eliminating them one by one. "Since you have already died once, I trust you won't mind experiencing it a second time." He forged a path from the Gama Empire to the Outcloud Empire, and from there to the Black Corner region, leaving a trail of countless remains in his wake. He Qian, the Earth Demon Old Ghost, the honored one of the Yellow Springs. The Lord of the Heavenly Serpent, the Heavenly Poison Maiden, Yao Tian, Gu Qingyang, Jiufeng, Yao Ming, Hun Miesheng, and the sole entity that sought to possess him. All those he had vanquished or slain previously appear before him, only to be dispatched once again. He tread upon these corpses, advancing step by step. After 3 days and nights of relentless pursuit, he finally halted, for at the end of the path stood a girl clad in a pale red dress, silently facing him. Upon seeing this figure, Xiao Yan sighed softly. "I expected to encounter Hundai, I did not anticipate it would be you. It has been a long time, master." The girl blocked his path, unabashedly revealing her murderous intent, much like the previous phantoms. Indeed, it has been a long time. Xiao Yan regarded this long-lost disciple, momentarily taken aback by silence. "Had you not appeared, I might have forgotten your visage. Now, what is it that you desire? Do you wish to obstruct my path? If so, I shall not hold back." In truth, this inquiry bore little significance. Xiao Yan raised the Xian heavy ruler and struck fiercely at the phantom, for regardless of the answer, he would ultimately slay her. "You remain as merciless as ever, master." In an instant, everything around them disintegrated into ash, and, as the girl vanished, Xiao Yan slowly retracted the Xian heavy ruler. "I have stated before, I shall not regret my actions." The scene shifted once more, and this time, before him stood the long-awaited Hundai, amidst the very precipice that had once filled him with despair. Hundai, faced him, her tone icy as she uttered the words Xiao Yan had long since memorized. "I never liked you. Everything before was merely a facade. As for saving you, it was only because I found you, a pitiful creature, of some use. Yet, it seems that act has served me well. Now, hand over the ancient jade of the Tuo, she ancient emperor." Indeed, those words. Xiao Yan chuckled softly. Had he been a youth he once was, he might have felt despair upon hearing them. Yet, the present him felt nothing at all. "Are you not going to make a move?" Observing Xiao Yan standing motionless, Hundai suddenly inquired, "Do you not wish for revenge?" "Ah, I truly wish to repay you in kind. However, not here, as you are but an illusion." Xiao Yan shook his head with a smile. "Those previous figures were mere bait, intended to incite my wrath. If I were truly, as you claimed, consumed by vengeance, my very being would have been wholly subjugated by you. To be ensnared in a deceptive illusion is to face the singular fate of eternal slumber, until consumed by the retaliatory flames from without." Xiao Yan paused before continuing. "I suspect your previous hosts met their demise in precisely this manner. The wielders of foreign flames in the Outcloud Empire were, in truth, your puppets. While they appear to have subdued you, it was you who commanded them. How did you discern that?" "Please, I have traversed through countless lifetimes. Such trivial deceptions are evident to me from the very beginning." Xiao Yan sighed lightly. "Your neurotoxin may obscure my consciousness and confound my perceptions, but it cannot extinguish the flame of my heart, as long as I remain true to myself. Your illusions cannot harm me. Then why not dispel the illusion from the outset?" The other replied, "You wish for me to languish in this mirage. Yet I too desire to utilize you to relive my past life." Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Moreover, if I do not lower your guard, how can I lead you near the spiritual core?" At that moment, the ghostly poison fire within Xiao Yan's meridians trembled slightly. It sensed something amiss and sought to flee. However, Xiao Yan's soul power was already waiting behind it. As he had indicated, if the ghostly poison fire wished to completely dominate Xiao Yan's body, it must control the cyclone, which resided at the core of his being. Thus, Xiao Yan cleverly capitalized on its greed, directing the essence of the ghostly poison fire to that very location, and at the critical moment he thrust it into the spiritual core. In a distant city, Wutan, the little medicinal sage busied herself in her modest clinic as usual. Managing the establishment was far more challenging than she had anticipated. For the past 6 months, disruptions had become a frequent occurrence. Were it not for the guards left behind by Xiao Yan, the clinic might have been forced to close its doors long ago. Reflecting on this, she felt an overwhelming longing for Xiao Yan. Had he been present, those ruffians would undoubtedly have refrained from repeatedly causing trouble. She gazed at the ring he had gifted her, her thoughts drifting, wondering about the progress of his endeavors. "Excuse me, is the little medicinal sage in?" Just as she was lost in thought, a youthful, melodious voice resonated from the entrance. Turning her gaze, she saw a girl clad in azure garments slowly entering. The girl appeared to be around 10 years old. Though young, her beauty was striking, enhanced by an ethereal grace akin to a delicate lotus. One could only imagine the captivating beauty she would embody as she matured. Even the little medicinal sage, upon seeing her, was momentarily taken aback, let alone others. "I am the little medicinal sage. May I inquire about your purpose?" she asked, regaining her composure. While she was astonished by the girl's appearance and demeanor, she was also perplexed, as her clinic typically catered to mercenaries with healing potions, and today's visitor was distinctly out of the ordinary. "I heard that Brother Xiao Yan recently returned with a friend and helped her establish a clinic. So, I was merely curious," the azure-clad girl replied with a friendly smile, her gaze lingering on the enchanting little medicinal sage. Upon this encounter, she realized how exceptionally beautiful the little medicinal sage was, and it was no wonder that Brother Xiao Yan was so attentive to her. "You know Xiao Yan?" The little medicinal sage blinked in surprise. Although she had cohabited with Xiao Yan for a time in the small valley, he rarely shared details of his past, leaving her unaware of this uniquely graceful girl in his circle. "I am also a member of the Xiao family. You may call me Suner. By relation, I would be considered his younger sister," the azure-clad girl stated, her expression betraying a hint of awkwardness. The little medicinal sage misinterpreted this as shyness, unaware that Suner was recalling another matter. "Ah, so you are Miss Suner." The little medicinal sage's demeanor softened considerably, and she promptly retrieved her cherished tea set to entertain her guest. Since Suner was Xiao Yan's sister, she felt a responsibility to care for her in his absence. A small gesture of loyalty to him. "How did you come to know Brother Xiao Yan?" Suner inquired. "Ah, that is a long story," the little medicinal sage replied, pausing to reminisce about their encounter a year prior. "He saved me when I was being pursued by magical beasts." "Ah, a classic tale of hero saving the damsel," Xuan exclaimed. To be fair, the little medicinal sage's storytelling prowess was not particularly remarkable. She lacked embellishments, making her narrative somewhat mundane. Yet, these seemingly cliched tales captivated Suner, who learned through them that her brother Xiao Yan was a chivalrous soul, always ready to aid those in distress, possessing a gentle, humorous disposition and patience for all. Unbeknownst to Suner, the reality of Xiao Yan's actions diverged significantly from her understanding. The little medicinal sage, already fond of Xiao Yan, unconsciously beautified her recollections, transforming his more peculiar behaviors into something more palatable. For instance, during the Beast Mountain incident, where Xiao Yan appeared indifferent to the villager's demise, she recounted him as tirelessly rescuing people, only thwarted by the brutality of the He family's henchmen. The instance where Xiao Yan had once rendered her unconscious became a tale of him discerning the villager's ill intentions and rescuing her instead. Moreover, moments where Xiao Yan had displayed impatience while escorting her transformed into narratives of him meticulously caring for her. Instances where he had thrown her into a sack were recast, as him carrying her in a princess embrace to evade the He family's pursuit. Even if Xiao Yan himself were present to hear the tale spun by the little medicinal sage, he might find himself questioning the protagonist's resemblance to himself beyond mere name. In truth, Xiao Yan's actions encompassed far more than what was revealed, including several clandestine deeds that the little medicinal sage was unaware of. Thus she could not share them with Suner. Through an unintentional blend of artistry and embellishment, Xiao Yan's image grew ever more grandiose in their minds. As the day progressed, the two young women engaged in delightful conversation, growing increasingly close. By the time Sun'er was ready to depart, they had reached a level of camaraderie akin to sisters. Just before leaving, Sun'er suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, little medicinal sage, I've heard that troublemakers have been frequenting here. Do you want me to help you deal with them?" "That won't be necessary," the little medicinal sage replied, momentarily taken aback before resolutely shaking her head. "Why not?" "Brother Xiao Yan left me a contingent of aid sufficient to handle these ruffians," she explained, producing a small pouch from her bosom. "I prefer not to rely on others for everything." "What is this?" "This is a powder I have been developing recently. Though its potency may be modest, it is more than adequate to teach those delinquents a lesson," she said with a smile. "Oh, I see." Sun'er suddenly understood. The ruffians were being instigated by Xiao Yan, which had initially led her to harbor disappointment in him, thinking him any do well. Her intention had been to forewarn the little medicinal sage, but after hearing her recounting of the past, she sensed there might be some misunderstanding. Brother Xiao Yan was certainly not that kind of person. Now, witnessing the little medicinal sage's demeanor, she realized that Xiao Yan must have intended for her to grow more independent. Brother Xiao Yan truly has noble intentions, she mused. In a tranquil and secluded deep mountain, nestled within its heart, lies a crystal-clear lake, shrouded in ethereal mists that, from afar, resemble a celestial paradise. The outside world could scarcely imagine that within the realm of the Soul Clan, often synonymous with intrigue, exists such a breathtaking locale. Before a seemingly opulent palace perched above the lake, a girl stands quietly, clad in flowing white garments, her silvery hair cascading gracefully, framing a face that radiates innocence and charm, evoking an instinctual urge to protect. Yet, only those well acquainted with her would perceive the malice lurking beneath her angelic exterior. The girl gazes serenely at the lake's surface, her crimson eyes devoid of emotion. After a moment, she softly claps her hands and inquires, "Have they returned?" As her voice fades, a peculiar shadow materializes behind her, kneeling respectfully and addressing her as Mississippi. "There is no need for such formalities. Have you located the person I seek?" The girl slowly turns, revealing a seemingly lively smile. Yet her eyes reflect a chilling stillness that would send shivers down anyone's spine, especially given that she appears to be merely 8 or 9 years old. Although her strength is not particularly formidable, her status within the Soul Clan is paramount. Even the elders tread lightly in her presence. For she is the beloved daughter of the current clan leader and a formidable heir to the mantle. She is also the nemesis of Xiao Yan from a past life, entwined with him for centuries. "Miss, our men have gone to the northwestern continent, to a small place called Wutan City, where there is indeed a youth named Xiao Yan," the guard reports. "Excellent. I anticipated his arrival." Soul Dyer smiles. She extends her palm, allowing a butterfly to alight gently upon it, then continues, "Have you brought him back?" The guard hesitates. "Miss, while there is indeed a Xiao Yan in Wutan City, by the time we arrived, he had long since departed from the Xiao family, so you failed to bring him back. Is that correct?" With a flick of her finger, a wisp of silvery flame ignites, instantly reducing the butterfly to ashes. Before the guard can finish her sentence, she is sent sprawling to the ground, and before she can rise, Soul Dyer places her foot firmly on the guard's hand, grinding her fingers mercilessly. Looking down at the contorted face of the guard, Soul Dyer maintains a smile, yet the murderous intent in her voice instills genuine fear. "Since you did not retrieve him, why have you returned?" The excruciating pain from her crushed fingers nearly elicits a scream from the guard, but she knows that such a fate would be dire, so she stifles her cries and pleads earnestly, "Please grant us another chance, miss. We assure you, we will bring him back next time." Humph. Soul Dyer finally withdraws her foot from the guard's palm, resuming her previously nonchalant demeanor. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. No matter what means you employ, I demand to see him. Should you fail to bring him back this time, do not return. Find a way to end your own life." The guard rises slowly, hesitating before adding, "By the way, miss, although we cannot find Xiao Yan for now, the Xiao family in Wutan City cannot escape. If we capture them, we will surely locate him. That method may be effective on most, but it will yield no results with him." Soul Dyer replies with a light laugh. "He is indifferent to familial ties. This individual is cold-hearted and dismissive of affection. Even if you were to slaughter his entire family before him, he would remain unmoved." "Are you not describing yourself, miss?" The guard mutters inwardly, despite the inopportune timing. "Do you believe he shares my temperament?" Soul Dyer suddenly queries, turning her gaze sharply. "Ah." The guard is taken aback, unprepared to respond when Soul Dyer gestures for silence. It is not unusual for you to think so. After all, he is my most perfect creation. The guard is momentarily stunned. If this statement holds truth, then she not only knows Xiao Yan, but shares a close relationship with him? How could the esteemed young lady of the Soul Clan, who has never left her clan, possibly have such ties with a young master from Wutan City? The optimal approach to deal with someone like Xiao Yan is to vanquish him decisively before he matures, using absolute power. After all, no matter how formidable he was in the past, at this stage, he is merely a Dou master. Even if he possesses a celestial ranked technique, his weakness renders it ineffective. Soldaya elaboratis. She refrains from mentioning the matter of Dou techniques, fully aware that even with a celestial ranked technique, he cannot cultivate it until he reaches Dou Zun. As for earth ranked techniques, one must attain the Dou Wang level to unleash their true potential, while the mystical and yellow ranks are hardly worth considering. Indeed, the guard grows increasingly curious. A young master from such a small place possesses a celestial rank technique? This is utterly astonishing, as such techniques are rare even within a clan. Nevertheless, she refrains from further inquiries and promptly departs to prepare for the journey to the Dou Empire in search of Xiao Yan. Once the guard has left, the lake returns to its serene stillness. Soul Dai Air silently turns and strides into the depths of the palace, her abode, where entry is forbidden to all, including her father. Contrasting the palace's opulent exterior, the interior is starkly spacious, adorned only with daily necessities and a series of meticulously arranged portraits lining the walls, each depicting her adversary, the demon fury saint, Xiao Yan. She delicately caresses the recently painted image, her touch gentle, yet her gaze filled with fervor and obsession. I long to see you soon, Xiao Yan. This time, I shall not allow you to escape. Chapter 39. The Nine Nether Illusory Demon Fire. At this moment, Xiao Yan remains oblivious to the unfolding events in Wutan City. However, even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him, for he is diligently working to merge the two flames within him. Though he has successfully refined the nether poison fire, this does not signify the end of his endeavors. Rather, it marks the commencement of a crucial phase. To elevate the burning decision further, the essential step is to fuse these two flames, thereby creating an entirely new type of Yaoa, exotic fire. This fusion differs from that which occurred during the creation of the Demon Fury Fire Lotus. The latter merely harnessed the chaotic energy during the flames' merger, whereas the fusion of Yaoa necessitates a complete amalgamation of the two flames. Even in his past life, Xiao Yan never accomplished this feat. The process of merging Yaoa must occur within one's own body. The first Yaoa he acquired was the pure Lotus Demon Fire, and despite his audacity, he would never have dared to experiment with it within himself. Moreover, although he had subdued several Yaoa in his previous life through sheer strength, he merely forced them to remain within him without truly refining or merging them. In his recollections, it appeared that only the chieftain of the Flame Clan had ever achieved the fusion of Yaoa. He had once crossed swords with that notable leader, thus leaving a profound impression on him. However, despite the formidable power of the chieftain's fused flames, they paled in comparison to his own pure Lotus Demon Fire. Nevertheless, the might of that flame was still quite remarkable, which stirred within Xiao Yan a sense of anticipation for the newly birthed flames resulting from the fusion of the Nine Nether Fire and the Nether Poison Fire. Unbeknownst to him, it had been a month since Xiao Yan began to absorb the Nether Poison Fire. During this span, the people of the Outcloud Empire had certainly noted the explosive sounds emanating from the swamp of heavenly poison. Yet, due to the inherent dangers of the swamp, despite their curiosity about the event, none dared to approach the area. Deep within the swamp, toxic mists still swirled, and the origin of those black trees was a mystery. In just a month, they had rapidly grown into a dense forest. If one had not witnessed the devastation that had befallen this place a month prior, it would be hard to believe that a cataclysmic explosion, one that even the strongest Dou Wang would dread, had once occurred here. Leaves drifted gently from the heavens, concealing the unfathomable pit along with Xiao Yan, who was seated within, engrossed in his cultivation. And so, another month passed, with the explosive event fading from memory. As the swamp of heavenly poison remained unchanged, and the outside world showed no signs of alteration, people ceased to discuss the incident, resorting instead to casual speculation over meals, pondering whether a high-ranking magical beast residing within had self-destructed its core. The swamp of heavenly poison remained eerily silent, but soon, this 2-month-long tranquility would be shattered by a peculiar sound. Suddenly, from the pit that had been filled with leaves, a flame erupted, incinerating the foliage entirely. Following this, a black-haired youth leapt from the depths of the pit, landing gracefully on the ground. He slowly opened his eyes and within the depths of his previously inky black irises. A flicker of violet-black light appeared momentarily before vanishing without a trace. However, the enormous black tree before him suddenly exploded into a fine powder. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, momentarily disregarding his disheveled state, as his garments had been incinerated during the fusion process. He extended his palm, and with a focused thought, a strange violet-black flame surged forth from his hand. This flame represented the newly forged Dou, resulting from the fusion of a 9 nether fire and the nether poison fire. Based on Xiao Yan's estimations, this newly birthed flame should rank within the top 10 of the Yoba, its power surpassing that of the bone spirit cold fire left by Yao Lao. Let us name you 9 nether phantom fire, he mused, toying with the violet-black flame in his palm. The term phantom was derived from the terrifying neurotoxin associated with the nether poison fire. While it might not realistically affect those above the Dou zone level, it would undoubtedly serve as a devastating weapon against those below the Douwang tier. In his past life, Xiao Yan had encountered a mirage known as Nightmare Heaven Mist while subduing the pure Lotus Demon Fire. This technique, akin to the ancient formation of refining heaven, was a unique skill of the pure Lotus Demon Saint. It was subsequently inherited, albeit weakened, by the pure Lotus Demon Fire. This Nightmare Heaven Mist could ensnare even Dou Sheng level experts, and had Xiao Yan not assembled the fragments of the pure Lotus Demon Fire in his previous life, he might have been eternally lost within it. Once unleashed, the Nightmare Heaven Mist could envelop a vast area, ensnaring all beings within its reach in an eternal illusion. Such efficacy was something even the peak Xiao Yan yearned for. Alas, though he had mastered the method of the refining heaven formation, he had not inherited the Nightmare Heaven Mist. Otherwise, he would have dared to single-handedly eradicate the Soul Clan with the 9 nether phantom fire. Xiao Yan could employ the neurotoxin to create a rudimentary version of the Nightmare Heaven Mist. While it could not compare to the original's ability to ensnare millions for centuries, it would still be sufficient to silently eliminate an entire city as populace. After stowing away the 9 nether phantom fire, Xiao Yan focused his mind and swiftly activated his flame decision, assessing the flow of its operation and the speed at which it absorbed Dou Qi. It was clear to him that, after devouring the nether poison fire, the flame decision had successfully evolved to the earth tier. In truth, had he refined the standard nether poison fire, the flame decision might not have progressed to this level, as the nether poison fire, despite being ranked too low and lacked the energy required for higher advancements. Logically, even with the successful absorption of the nether poison fire, the flame decision would only reach the pinnacle of the Xian tier. However, the nether poison fire he had acquired had existed for several 100,000 years. Its accumulated energy exceedingly formidable. It was this immense energy that compensated for the quality deficiency of the allowing the flame decision to ascend to the earth tier. Earth tier, how fitting. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. After retrieving a set of garments from his spatial ring, he readied himself to depart from the swamp of heavenly poison. It is time to move on. Chapter 40, The Scorpion Tomb. After successfully absorbing the nether poison fire, Xiao Yan did not hasten to leave the Outcloud Empire. Instead, he lingered for a while. Previously, in dealing with that skeleton, he had sacrificed a precious fire of transformation he had painstakingly nurtured to fuse with the magic rage fire lotus, leaving him with scant remnants of the fire of transformation. To utilize it once more, he would need to cultivate it anew. Fortunately, he had already condensed the seed of the fire of transformation and merely needed to continue feeding it with beast fire. Beast fire was not particularly difficult to find in the Outcloud Empire. Although renowned for its poisons, the empire also boasted a plethora of alchemists, who held a status that rivaled the poison masters. Xiao Yan vaguely recalled that in his past life, an alchemist from the Outcloud Empire had infiltrated the Jiamu Empire to participate in their alchemy competition, ultimately winning the championship and bringing disgrace to the Jiamu Empire. Although it was later revealed that the alchemist was a vice president of the Outcloud Empire's Alchemist Guild in disguise, the damage to their reputation was irreparable. However, Xiao Yan held no desire to restore the Jiamu Empire's dignity. After all, that was a matter of his past life, and he had little sense of loyalty to any empire. Of course, if the Jiamu Empire were to offer an Ioo in exchange for his assistance, he would not mind lending a hand, though he suspected they lacked the means to do so. After purchasing several low-tier beast fires from a merchant association, Xiao Yan sought a suitable location to cultivate the fire of transformation. Just then, the shopkeeper called out to him, "Young brother, you must be here for the 100 Poisons mountain range, right? Would you like to purchase a map of the area?" "No, thank you. I have no intention of going to the 100 Poisons mountain range," Xiao Yan replied decisively, shaking his head. He had previously ventured there in search of the nether poison fire and found no reason to return. thus refusing to waste his money. Really? Aren't you here for the scorpion tomb? The shopkeeper inquired, somewhat taken aback. The tomb? What tomb? Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. He had not encountered any tomb during his earlier visit to the 100 Poisons mountain range. It seems you haven't been keeping up with the news lately, the shopkeeper remarked, his expression indicating surprise. The shopkeeper smiled and remarked that just a month ago, a tomb was discovered near the Dou mountain range. It is said to be the resting place of a high-ranking scorpion poison dragon beast, a creature of considerable intelligence, which, out of fear of its remains being disturbed, had specially constructed this tomb for its eternal slumber. The mere mention of a scorpion poison dragon beast took Xiao Yan by surprise. He was somewhat familiar with such magical beasts. This particular beast belonged to a species known as the Scorpion Dragon clan, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the ancient Void Dragon, which endowed it with formidable strength. However, he had not anticipated that the Outcloud Empire would harbor the remains of a deceased Scorpion Poison Dragon beast. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that one of the materials required for the method of controlling the cursed poison body is the magic core of a 7th-tier Scorpion Poison Dragon beast. Although Xiao Yan's strength had significantly increased, should he encounter a 7th-tier magical beast, he would have no choice but to flee, and even that might not guarantee his escape. However, if the beast were already dead, the scenario would be entirely different. The ability to construct a tomb suggests that this Scorpion Poison Dragon beast must have transformed during its lifetime, indicating that it was at least a 6th-tier magical beast. While the 6th-tier magic core does not precisely meet the requirements, it is indeed a similar entity and could still prove beneficial. Furthermore, this may be his only opportunity to obtain the magic core of a Scorpion Poison Dragon beast before heading to the central continent. Yet, the shopkeeper mentioned that the tomb was discovered a month ago. Wouldn't that mean there is little left to find now? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, recalling the shopkeeper's earlier words. Just as he was about to inquire if the shopkeeper knew who had acquired the magic core, he heard the shopkeeper cheerfully say, "Not quite. The tomb is sealed with a barrier set by the Scorpion Poison Dragon beast, which has prevented entry until now. However, in recent days, news of the barrier weakening has been circulating. I believe the tomb will soon be opened, and if you hurry, young brother, you might still have the chance to seize the opportunities within." Hearing this, Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that a seal had been established, preventing the people of the Outcloud Empire from entering, led him to deduce that the Scorpion Poison Dragon beast that built the tomb must also have been a 7th-tier magical beast, perfectly aligning with the material requirements for the poison pill method. Having confirmed that the Scorpion Poison Dragon beast was at least 7th tier, Xiao Yan pulled out a pouch of gold coins and purchased a detailed map. He had previously ventured into the Dou mountain range, but its terrain was exceedingly complex, making it difficult to navigate even on a second visit. Acquiring this map was a prudent measure, especially since the shopkeeper had provided him with such favorable information. After departing from his shop, Xiao Yan sought out an inn. Initially, he had planned to leave the Outcloud Empire after collecting the beast fire, but it appeared he would need to delay his departure, since he intended to venture into the Dou mountain range to seize the Scorpion Poison Dragon beast. He needed to adequately prepare. After all, the allure of the Scorpion Poison Dragon beast was substantial within the Outcloud Empire. The medicinal pills prepared by Yao Lao had mostly been used up, so Xiao Yan aimed to take advantage of this opportunity to craft more. Fortunately, he had gathered a considerable amount of medicinal materials in that small valley. Otherwise, he would have had to spend time procuring them in the city. For the following night, Xiao Yan dedicated himself to the alchemical process. With the enhancement of his strength and the absorption of a nether poison fire, his success rate in refining pills significantly increased, even achieving remarkable success with 5th-tier pills. After a night of diligent crafting, his spatial ring was filled with an array of jade bottles of varying sizes. The consequence of such intense refining was that his alchemical furnace had become completely unusable. However, Xiao Yan felt no sorrow over this loss, as the furnace had been of mediocre quality, suitable only for beginners, and its ability to last until now was commendable. It seemed he would need to acquire a better quality furnace upon his return. Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. Even when refining 6th-tier pills, he felt confident, and such a rudimentary alchemical furnace was evidently inadequate for his current needs. He had resolved that once he dealt with matters here, he would make a trip to the Black Corner region, where he could procure some high-quality alchemical furnaces, at least sufficient for refining 6th-tier pills. Chapter 41, Dou Mountain Range. The Dou Mountain Range, one of the 3 forbidden zones of the Outcloud Empire, holds a status akin to the Beast Mountain Range of the Jiamu Empire, albeit with greater peril. Its vast expanse nearly encompasses 1/3 of the Outcloud Empire's territory. Thus, without a detailed map in Xiao Yan's possession, Locating the so-called Scorpion Tomb would prove exceedingly difficult. While the Dou mountain range does not pose the same dangers as the Heavenly Poison Marsh, it is home to numerous high-tier magical beasts and toxic substances, coupled with the pervasive toxins that linger year-round. Even a Dou Wang-level expert could find themselves perilously ensnared if they ventured in alone. Xiao Yan was acutely aware of this danger. During his last foray into the Dou mountain range, he had been besieged by a horde of magical beasts. Had Yao Lao not been present, he would have had to resort to unleashing the magical Fury Fire Lotus to escape. Due to the inherent dangers of the Dou mountain range, few would dare to enter, save for mercenary groups specializing in hunting magical beasts. Even seasoned mercenaries risked annihilation with the slightest misstep. However, the peril associated with the Dou mountain range was soon forgotten by many after the discovery of the Scorpion Tomb. Over the course of the past month, numerous individuals, driven by greed, had delved deep into the Dou mountain range in an attempt to locate the tomb, resulting in many ill-fated souls permanently entombed within its depths. As Xiao Yan traversed the area, he encountered numerous unfortunate corpses, some so destitute that they lacked even a spatial ring. In exasperation, he would mutter curses while stripping the clothes from their bodies. Since he was already there, he certainly could not return empty-handed. In his previous life, before his falling out with Soul Dyer, she had often remarked on Xiao Yan's tendency to scavenge from the fallen. In her eyes, any corpse that crossed his path, no matter how decayed, deserved to yield something of value. Xiao Yan could only shake his head in exasperation. This habit had been ingrained in him since his previous life. Until he reached the Great Dou Master level, he had relied on yellow tier techniques, and his first acquisition of a mysterious tier combat skill had come from corpse. Ever since, he developed a fondness for such unearned gains, scavenging daily from places like mass graves. In simple terms, it was a classic case of being impoverished and fearful of poverty. With the aid of the map, Xiao Yan successfully located the site of the Scorpion Tomb. However, it was evident he was not the first to arrive. Several groups had already established themselves near the tomb, awaiting the barrier's relaxation to enter and search for the remains of the Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast. Observing the tents, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Through a scan with his spiritual power, he discerned that none of the tent's occupants possessed strength below that of a Great Dou Master, indicating that only those with considerable skill could venture into the Dou mountain range. Some perceptive individuals even began setting up stalls to sell goods at this gathering place. Yet, such scenes were no surprise to Xiao Yan. In his previous life, he often explored ruins and caverns, having done so countless times. Thus, while the gathering was substantial, it did not strike him as particularly extraordinary. As for the wares of the merchants, Xiao Yan could hardly muster the interest to glance at them. On one hand, there was little of use to him. On the other, a stroll through their stalls could easily provoke the ire of some young master from a powerful faction. Such an encounter would likely lead to that individual employing underhanded tactics against him within the tomb, only for Xiao Yan to see through their schemes and ultimately dispatch them. This tiresome and nonsensical sequence of events had transpired countless times in Xiao Yan's past life, to the point of his utter weariness. Typically, before attending any auction or exploring ancient ruins, he would find himself embroiled in similar predicaments. He could almost predict that the young master would be flanked by a formidable elder who would be unable to restrain the reckless behavior of the youth. The young master's classic line would invariably be, "Nothing I desire will escape my grasp. I shall deal with you personally, and my father will not let you off lightly. When he arrives, your demise is assured." After dispatching the young master, the father would inevitably appear, bellowing curses and demanding retribution. Xiao Yan had become so familiar with these cliched exchanges that he could recite them by heart, and he had no desire to relive them. Thus, he deliberately chose a secluded corner to pitch his tent, intending to bide his time until the tomb opened, when he could slip in and seize the opportune moment. However, fate had other plans, and some matters could not be evaded. While Xiao Yan lay in his tent, perusing the scroll of the seven-colored poison scripture, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from nearby. He quickly stowed the scroll and had barely risen when the tent flap was thrust aside, and a girl clad in green burst in. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, she paused momentarily before leaping into his arms, exclaiming, "Brother, I finally found you. Who the hell are you? Get away from me." Xiao Yan retorted, utterly unfamiliar with this girl and having no sister to speak of. Instinctively, he considered throwing her back out, but at that moment, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance of the tent. Leading them was a delicate-looking young man in a gray robe, whose striking features were overshadowed only by the scorpion emblem emblazoned on his attire. Xiao Yan recognized this insignia. It belonged to the Wan Scorpion sect, the most powerful sect in the current state of the Qian Empire. This sect had a long and storied history, wielding immense power, to the extent that even the royal succession was orchestrated from behind the scenes by the Wan Scorpion sect. However, in his past life, Xiao Yan had never interacted with this sect, for by the time he arrived in the Chuyan Empire, the Wan Scorpion sect had long since been eradicated by the Poison Maiden, whose poison sect had then become the preeminent force in the empire. Moreover, behind the young man stood an elder clad in coarse robes, who regarded Xiao Yan with a keen and wary eye, as if he sensed the boy's extraordinary nature. Seeing this, Xiao Yan let out a resigned sigh. The inevitable confrontation with the young master of some faction had finally arrived. "Little brother," the effeminate young man said with a smile, unfurling his fan in a manner that suggested confidence. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan raised a hand to halt him. "Stop. I know what you're about to say." With a swift motion, he pulled the struggling green-clad girl from his embrace and pushed her forward, stating, "The person you seek is here. I have no connection to her, and I have not touched her belongings. Take her and leave me in peace." Chapter 42. What must come will come. Take her away quickly. I wish to be left undisturbed. Xiao Yan held the girl, whose face was etched with despair, and sighed in resignation. He truly wished to avoid any dealings with these individuals, particularly the one who seemed to be the young master. At times, Xiao Yan couldn't help but wonder if these young masters and heirs of various factions were lacking in common sense, as they would often provoke him for no apparent reason. For instance, if he exchanged a few words with a woman, they would assume she held affections for him and see him as a rival. Subsequently, these foolish young masters would go to great lengths to target him, even over trivial matters such as competing for an item he had no interest in, driving a wedge between them where none existed. Killing such dim-witted individuals was not particularly challenging for Xiao Yan, but the ubiquitous presence of such fools across different locales left him feeling fatigued. It was not merely the absurdity of it all that wore him down. Rather, it was the utter lack of novelty. His decisive actions left the members of the Wan Scorpion sect momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, taken aback by the impatience that flickered across Xiao Yan's visage. Prior to their arrival, they had prepared for a forceful confrontation, yet this child seemed unexpectedly perceptive. Was he acting out of cunning? Even the once arrogant young man hesitated, casting a glance at the elder beside him, who wore an expression of grave concern. The elder took a step forward and spoke slowly. "The item in the possession of this girl is a treasured possession of our Wan Scorpion sect. We kindly request that you return to us." "I already told you," Xiao Yan replied, shaking the girl in his grasp. "I haven't touched her. If you want something, ask her directly. Everything here has nothing to do with me." The elder's cold snort belied his assertion that the item was in Xiao Yan's possession. He could sense that this child was not lacking in strength, although he could not fathom how such a young age could harbor such prowess. It was evident that this boy was an exceptionally rare talent. With such talent came an inherent pride. How could a person of such caliber willingly surrender the fugitive upon their mere arrival? The only explanation was that the fugitive possessed something of great value, which this boy had already taken, prompting his eagerness to hand her over in hopes of evading further entanglement and escaping himself. Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Could these fools not engage their brains? Why not simply search the girl for the item instead of squabbling with him? Indeed, I advise you to tread carefully and return the item. We may yet show you leniency. Otherwise, before the gray-robed youth could finish his threat, he was sent flying by a single punch. The other elders, taken by surprise, had barely registered the event before Xiao Yan had already made his move, pressing the young man's head into the ground and delivering a flurry of blows to his body. "Do you not understand human language? I've already told you the item is not with me, yet you insist on blaming me?" Xiao Yan cursed, his patience exhausted. He had sought to avoid conflict, but these imbeciles had chosen to provoke him. Even with his generally good temperament, he could not simply endure such affronts, especially since his disposition was already somewhat irritable. Furthermore, the fusion of two distinct flames had resulted in a powerful side effect, akin to a potent drug. Though Xiao Yan, being young and possessing a formidable will, had so far resisted its influence, the malevolent fire had nevertheless contributed to his growing agitation. This side effect is merely temporary and poses little harm to Xiao Yan himself. In simpler terms, it is akin to experiencing an early onset of menopause, leading to a heightened irritability. Initially, Xiao Yan intended to retreat to a remote mountain forest to calmly navigate this period. However, he ultimately abandoned this plan in pursuit of the 7th-tier Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast Magic Core. Nevertheless, he still aspired to cultivate his mind and spirit during this time. To this end, he sought a calming auxiliary secret technique for his past life's memories. Yet, just as he had begun to practice it for a few days, This incident occurred, triggering the pent-up anger within him, which unfortunately fell upon the unfortunate young lord. In his fury, Xiao Yan harbored no thoughts of mercy. Although he refrained from employing any combat skills, and even left his fighting spirit untouched, the young lord still felt as if his bones were fracturing and his internal organs were suffering damage. At that moment, the accompanying elders finally reacted, sternly shouting, "Release our young master. Otherwise, do not blame us for being uncivilized." "Oh, is that so? I am rather curious to see how you plan to be uncivilized." Xiao Yan retorted with a cold snort, planting his foot firmly on the young lord's chest. The explosive momentum surged forth, and a deafening sound echoed as immense force coursed through the young lord's body, collapsing his chest entirely. Seizing the sudden burst of impact, Xiao Yan swiftly advanced towards the elder clad in hemp. The elder, taken aback by Xiao Yan's speed, hastily conjured a suit of fighting spirit armor. However, just as the armor began to take shape, a crimson energy surged within, ultimately merging with the elder's body, accompanied by a resounding roar akin to that of a lion. The elder's form erupted violently, and amidst the swirling blood mist, a fierce lion made of red energy could be discerned, embodying the pinnacle of the Xiao family's most powerful combat technique, the Lion Mountain Rift. At this stage, Xiao Yan had finally mastered several profound combat techniques to their utmost peaks. The previous move was the highest manifestation of the Lion Mountain Rift, which involved infusing energy into the enemy's body to create a unique tearing effect from within. Once unleashed, it was akin to a lion mercilessly ripping a person apart, showcasing the true might of the Lion Mountain Rift. Chapter 43. Interrogation Secrets. Witnessing Xiao Yan dispatch the most formidable elder with such ruthless efficiency left the remaining subordinates in a state of shock. When Xiao Yan turned his gaze upon them, they snapped back to reality, instinctively attempting to flee. Yet just as they turned, Xiao Yan had already positioned himself at the entrance, wearing a disarmingly pleasant smile. "Since you've come this far, there is no need to rush off," he remarked, drawing forth the heavy, profound ruler to block their escape. "Fear not. Your fortune is somewhat better than that of the two fellows. I shall ensure your demise is devoid of suffering." As they beheld Xiao Yan obstructing their path, the remaining individuals were engulfed by dread. However, they understood that their only chance for survival lay in overcoming this formidable foe. Thus, they unleashed their most potent combat techniques against Xiao Yan, not with the intent to defeat him, but merely to compel him to retreat, allowing for their escape. In response to their assaults, Xiao Yan emitted a derisive chuckle. He did not even summon a fighting spirit armor for defense. Instead, he merely opened his mouth, releasing an invisible sound wave that swiftly dispersed their combined attacks. Moreover, the sound wave, undiminished in strength, crashed down upon their bodies. Advanced profonde combat technique, Roaring Lion. Under the onslaught of this terrifying sonic attack, the remaining members of the Scorpion Gate, all of whom were at least at the pinnacle of the great fighter level, were left dazed and disoriented, with blood streaming from their noses and mouths. Before they could regain their composure, Xiao Yan's heavy, profound ruler swept through the air, severing their forms in half. In less than a minute, only Xiao Yan and the girl in green remained standing within the tent. This display of terrifying strength rendered the girl momentarily speechless. Upon her entry into the tent, she had indeed harbored intentions of creating confusion to escape from those pursuing her. However, she was taken aback by Xiao Yan's extraordinary power, which had effortlessly annihilated his foes. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Yan summoned violet-black flames that swiftly consumed the corpses strewn about the scene. He then approached the young lord, whose vitality proved surprisingly resilient. After enduring a barrage of Xiao Yan's heavy strikes and a crushing blow from his foot, the young lord still clung to life, although his time was evidently short. Yet, Xiao Yan would not allow himself to relax his guard. "Do you know who I am? If you kill me, my father will not spare you." The young lord gasped as he struggled against Xiao Yan's advancing presence. "Ah, the same tired line again. Tell me, do you all share the same literature teacher?" Xiao Yan shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. "Of course, I know who you are. You are merely the young master of the Scorpion Gate. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Honestly, I had no intention of involving myself with you. You lot insisted on provoking me. Do you truly believe that I possess a temper so forgiving?" As he spoke, Xiao Yan raised his foot and stamped down heavily upon the young lord's head. "Only at the brink of death do you mention your father. Should he come seeking me, I would not hesitate to send him to join you in the afterlife. Do you truly think I fear your Scorpion Gate?" After crushing the young lord's skull beneath his foot, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply. Indeed, slaughter proved to be the finest form of release. Following the preceding brutal massacre, the agitation within him had significantly abated. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have restrained himself and could have unleashed a rampage from the outset. Miss, may I inquire as to who you are? Why were they pursuing you? After incinerating the remaining corpse, Xiao Yan turned his gaze toward the girl in green. As the girl had intended to stealthily escape while Xiao Yan dealt with the barely surviving young lord, she found herself halted in her tracks upon hearing his call. Approaching the entrance of the tent, she had nearly made her escape when Xiao Yan's voice rang out. Having witnessed the earlier battle, she had a fair grasp of Xiao Yan's formidable prowess. Though her own strength was lacking, she had cultivated certain advanced movement techniques, allowing her to nearly evade the grasp of the Scorpion Gate members. However, facing Xiao Yan was a different matter entirely. His previously displayed speed could easily eliminate her, and she held no confidence in her ability to flee from one who had so effortlessly decimated several members of the Scorpion Gate. Thus, under the circumstances, she quickly made her choice, readily divulging what Xiao Yan wished to know. My name is Xiao Yan, and I am a mercenary. I have been pursued by the Scorpion Gate due to acquiring a treasure map. A treasure map? What does it pertain to? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, recalling past experiences that indicated such occurrences often bore significance related to the Scorpion Tomb. Could it be that the Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast possessed other hidden treasures? I do not know. Xiao Yan shook her head, unwilling to be foolish enough to divulge such information to Xiao Yan. What if he were to suddenly harbor intentions of seizing her treasure? Are you truly unaware? Xiao Yan fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yan's eyes, a light chuckle escaping his lips. A faint glimmer seemed to awaken in his eyes, and upon witnessing it, Xiao Yan felt her mental state waver, her expression gradually becoming dazed. Of course I am not. Oh, then could you tell me what this treasure map pertains to? Xiao Yan continued to inquire, having realized from the outset that this girl in green intended to divert attention and instigate conflict between him and the members of the Scorpion sect. He understood that this young lady was not as easily manipulated as Xiao Yan. Extracting any semblance of truth from her would prove futile. Thus, Xiao Yan had no inclination to engage in polite conversation. Instead, he resorted to a secret interrogation technique learned from his previous life. This method was straightforward, akin to a form of hypnosis, wherein one's spiritual energy infiltrated the opponent's body, influencing their consciousness to compel them to divulge desired information. Naturally, the efficacy of such a technique hinged upon the practitioner's spiritual power being significantly superior to that of the subject. Otherwise, there existed a risk of backlash. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was already at the pinnacle among 6 great alchemists, and he was confident that no one in the entire empire of Chu Yun could rival him in this regard. Moreover, this Xiao Yan lacked considerable strength, her spiritual power inferior even to that of apprentice alchemists, thus rendering any backlash improbable. Consequently, the moment Xiao Yan employed this secret technique, she succumbed almost instantaneously. Is Xiao Yan your real name? After invoking the interrogation technique, Xiao Yan did not hasten to extract the information he sought. Instead, he posed a seemingly unrelated question regarding the treasure map. The level of this interrogation method was not particularly high. If equated to combat skills, it would barely reach the ranks of advanced yellow-tier techniques. Although Xiao Yan could successfully employ it due to his formidable spiritual power, directly inquiring about matters of great importance to her could provoke resistance, thereby impeding the technique's efficacy. Thus, while his question appeared trivial, it served to lower Xiao Yan's defenses and ascertain her true identity. Yes, surprised by her response, Xiao Yan had anticipated that this girl would venture forth into the world using her real name. Some cunning, but not excessive, he concluded regarding her character. If his memory served him correctly, the royal family of Chu Yun, which was under the control of the Scorpion sect, bore the surname Yi. Could it be that this girl was a member of the royal lineage? If so, this could prove to be quite intriguing. With her affirmation, a brilliant plan began to take shape in Xiao Yan's mind, prompting him to ask a series of questions. How old are you now? Do you have any close relatives? What do you enjoy eating? Under the influence of the interrogation technique, the girl in green quickly transformed into a veritable fountain of information, answering all of Xiao Yan's inquiries without hesitation. In truth, had Xiao Yan been fully conscious, even with the genuine desire to respond, she would likely have found Xiao Yan's banal questions utterly exasperating, akin to participating in a census. He even inquired about trivial matters, such as which hand she used to hold her bowl while eating, and, absurdly, he jotted down all these details on a piece of paper. Once he felt satisfied with the mundane inquiries, Xiao Yan deftly redirected the conversation back to the matter at hand. What is the treasure map related to? It pertains to the Great Beast Cavern. Xiao Yan's expression turned somewhat bewildered. The disparity in their spiritual powers was vast, and coupled with her lowered vigilance, she unwittingly divulged the information she had painstakingly gathered. The Great Beast Cavern? Where's this unfamiliar place? Is it connected to the Scorpion Tomb? The Great Beast Cavern is neither located within the Scorpion Tomb nor within the empire of Xiao Yan. My father once mentioned it as a burial site where powerful magical beasts, possessing unique bloodlines, seek to prevent their corpses from being desecrated by other creatures. Before dying, they would crawl to a special location, known as the Great Beast Cavern. Such a place truly existed. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Magical beasts, once they reached a certain level, retained remnants of their essence and magical cores even after many years of death. Akin to the 7th-tier magical core of the Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle he had previously acquired. These magical beast essences not only contained immense energy, but could also refine one's physical body. Consequently, high-grade magical beast essences were highly sought after, even in the central region, let alone in the impoverished lands of the Jiangma Empire and the Empire of Xiao Yan. Furthermore, even if the so-called Great Beast Cavern lacked magical beast essences, it would undoubtedly house the blood of numerous fire attribute magical beasts, perfectly aligning with the materials he required. Indeed, several magical beast clans in the central region possessed similar locations, such as the so-called Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. In his past life, Xiao Yan had aspired to excavate their ancestral grave, but they had refused him, forcing him to entomb them instead. He had not anticipated that a similar site would exist in this remote area. With the questioning phase concluded, it was time to address the core matter. Xiao Yan lightly snapped his fingers, and immediately, the previously dazed Yi Xiaoyan regained her senses. She suddenly realized the events that had transpired and instinctively recoiled a few steps, exclaiming, "What have you done?" "Nothing of consequence, merely a few minor techniques," Xiao Yan replied, his fingers interlaced before him, a warm smile gracing his face. He was not lying. In truth, he possessed a far more potent soul technique capable of directly brainwashing and altering an individual's personality, molding them into the character he desired, all while ensuring their unwavering loyalty. However, such a technique demanded far stricter requirements than this interrogation method, necessitating at least spiritual realm-level spiritual power. Had it not been for this limitation, Xiao Yan would have employed that method long ago, avoiding the current complexities. "Who exactly are you?" Yi Xiaoyan gazed at Xiao Yan in terror. Having spent considerable time in the empire of Xiao Yan, she had never heard of a figure like him, terrifyingly powerful, coupled with such eerie techniques. It seemed she was fated to fall into his clutches today. "Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters is the treasure map you possess." Xiao Yan extended his hand, stating, "With your strength, you cannot safeguard that map. Even without the Scorpion sect today, should word get out, other factions will pursue you relentlessly. It would be prudent to hand it over to me. I shall ensure its safekeeping." "Never." Yi Xiaoyan clutched her spatial ring, trembling as she spoke. "I would rather die than relinquish it to you. Death is indeed a simple matter. However, there exist far more terrifying fates than death." Xiao Yan chuckled. "Care to guess what I am referring to?" His words ignited an impulse within Yi Xiaoyan to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet the moment she beheld Xiao Yan's smile, she swallowed her words, fearful that he might resort to means of coercion against her. After all, she had witnessed his earlier threats against the members of the Scorpion sect, and their existence served as the most significant warning. After much hesitation, Yi Xiaoyan ultimately chose to extend the map to him, observing her ease in surrendering the treasure map. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile deepening. Just as he was about to accept the map, he suddenly seized Yi Xiaoyan's wrist, twisting it gently, eliciting a sharp crack that echoed painfully. The intense agony compelled her to instinctively release her grip, causing the map to slip from her grasp. Before the map could touch the ground, Xiao Yan swiftly caught it with his other hand. A casual flick revealed a sharp blade concealed within the scroll, which he toyed with momentarily before pressing it gently against Yi Xiaoyan's neck. Quite an intriguing little device, but ultimately, it serves me no purpose. In this world, there exist 3 types of individuals who are most esteemed: the astute, the foolish, and do you know the third? Is those like you who, despite being as dull-witted as a pig, stubbornly believe themselves to be exceptionally clever. Xiao Yan chuckled softly and remarked, "The plot has grown stale. This ruse has been in decline for millennia." Upon realizing that Xiao Yan had seen through her, Yi Xiaoyan immediately bit down on the poison pouch hidden in her mouth, a trickle of black blood oozing from the corner of her lips. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Yan, seething with resentment. "Do you wish to die?" "It won't be so simple," Xiao Yan sneered, inserting a finger gently into her mouth. The poison that had flowed into Xiao Yan's mouth was suddenly drawn towards Xiao Yan's finger as if pulled by an unseen force. Even the toxins that had previously seeped into her mouth were forcefully extracted. The ghostly poison fire possesses the miraculous ability to absorb all manner of poisons. Its presence not only grants Xiao Yan immunity to all toxic substances, but also equips him with the antidote to every poison in existence. Regardless of the toxin, he can siphon it away, which is why he had refrained from dislocating Xiao Yan's jaw to prevent her from ingesting poison. On one hand, he needed her to speak, and on the other, it was entirely unnecessary. With the ghostly poison fire, she was immune to all toxins and could draw them into her own body. Thus, in a certain sense, she could be regarded as a unique form of poison body, albeit one that would never face an outbreak crisis. I have afforded you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it, Xiao Yan mused lightly, rummaging through his storage ring until a small jade vial appeared in his hand. Do you know what lies within? This is something I acquired from a flower thief not long ago. Care to guess its effect? Though Xiao Yan did not explicitly state its purpose, Xiao Yan was no fool. She quickly discerned his implication, her delicate face paling at once. Her earlier, decisive choice to poison herself was made to avoid humiliation. Yet she had not anticipated that Xiao Yan possessed a means to neutralize the toxins within her. I have heard tales of a magical beast in the Gamma Empire known as the Fusion Ape, which favors young girls like you. I wonder if such creatures exist in the Outcloud Empire. Upon witnessing the terror etched across Xiao Yan's visage, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his finger, casting a disdainful glance at the saliva that had tainted it, wiping it discreetly on her garments before continuing. However, even if no fusion apes dwell here, your beauty is still quite commendable. With so many onlookers outside, I believe many would be eager to assist me with this small favor. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with dread. She did not fear death. However, the methods he had alluded to filled her with genuine terror, particularly given her significant status. Should Xiao Yan indeed choose to employ the means he had suggested against her, it would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon the Outcloud royal family. I have surrendered the map to you under such duress. Xiao Yan finally capitulated. I advise you not to attempt any tricks. You must understand that I possess the means to verify the veracity of your words. Xiao Yan released the map dagger with a smile, stating, my patience is finite. Should you continue to toy with me, I assure you that all the threats I mention will come to pass, and not just the people outside. The magical beasts within the 100 Poison Mountains will also be included. To be frank, had Xiao Yan not sought to utilize her for a particular purpose, he would have been disinclined to engage in such lengthy discourse, having already desired to drag this audacious individual out to experience the very essence of suffering. However, as he had articulated, his patience was indeed limited, and she was currently teetering on that precipice. After a series of threats, this time, Xiao Yan refrained from any tricks and produced the genuine map. Yet, Xiao Yan was not one to easily trust. He employed the interrogation technique once more to ascertain the authenticity of the map she presented before slowly unfurling the treasure map in his hands. To Xiao Yan's surprise, he had anticipated the map to be somewhat rudimentary. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Compared to the numerous maps he had acquired in his previous life, this one was, without a doubt, the most detailed he had ever encountered. He scrutinized the map, then glanced at Xiao Yan, who was still under the influence of the interrogation technique, and inquired, do you know where the location marked on this map is? I do not know, Xiao Yan replied, still bearing a dazed expression due to the hypnosis. She shook her head slowly, adding, I obtained this map by chance from a disciple of the Myriad Scorpion sect. I am unaware of the terrain it depicts, only that it does not exist within our Outcloud Empire. I had intended to show it to my father, but alas, I was discovered by those from the Myriad Scorpion sect. Oh, I see. Even though Xiao Yan had not completed her sentence, Xiao Yan managed to piece together the gist of the situation. It seemed that this item was acquired through nefarious means, likely through the murder of a disciple of the Myriad Scorpion sect, only to be pursued and led to this very place. Upon reflection, the misfortune of the Myriad Scorpion sect was palpable. They, the true victims, found themselves entangled with Xiao Yan, ultimately facing their demise here. Naturally, Xiao Yan held no intention of apologizing to the deceased, nor would he consider returning the item to the Myriad Scorpion sect, setting aside the fact that he had already dispatched several of their members. Even if there were no prior grievances, Xiao Yan would still have no inclination to relinquish what was now his. Anything that fell into his possession bore the name Xiao. As for the location marked on the map, Xiao Yan was oblivious. However, Xiao Yan was well aware, for it depicted the routes within the magical Beast Mountain range. He had traversed part of this very area during his recent training, and to his astonishment, the so-called Great Beast Den lay in such close proximity. Upon reflection, it was rather reasonable. The magical Beast Mountain Range boasted an expansive terrain with a far greater number of magical beasts than the 100 Poison Mountains. If a burial ground for magical beasts truly lay hidden within, it would not be surprising. It seemed he would have to pay a visit to the magical Beast Mountain Range when time permitted. Xiao Yan unobtrusively stored the map within his ring, subsequently lifting the hypnosis placed upon Xiao Yan. As she regained her senses, she instinctively stepped back. I have given you the treasure map. You have acquired what you desired. Can you now allow me to leave? Oh, Xiao Yan tilted his head, smiling as he replied. When did I ever say that you could leave upon handing over the treasure map? Chapter 46. The transaction Xiao Yan, realizing that Xiao Yan had no intention of letting her go, appeared utterly bewildered. Unable to contain herself, she queried, You have obtained what you wanted. What more do you seek? Perhaps you have misunderstood something. This map, which you do not even know the location of, is not my objective. It merely serves as my recompense for resolving your issues with the myriad scorpion sect. Our accounts have yet to be settled, Xiao Yan remarked, casually toying with the recently acquired map dagger. What more do you desire? Xiao Yan hastide kovudet herattide, discrete inchink bakirt. She was now mere steps away from the tent's exit, but at that moment, a plume of violet-black flames suddenly erupted from the tent's entrance, blocking her path. Xiao Yan casually stowed the dagger away and spoke slowly. I wish to propose a transaction with you. I possess nothing of value for a transaction. Xiao Yan promptly rebuffed him, fully aware that collaborating with someone like Xiao Yan was akin to courting disaster, even if she managed to achieve her objectives. The price would undoubtedly be exorbitant. You're a member of the royal family of the Outcloud Empire, are you not? Xiao Yan smiled faintly and remarked, Moreover, your status is not insignificant. If I am not mistaken, you must be a princess, am I correct? And what of it? Xiao Yan scoffed, her expression darkening. Earlier, during Xiao Yan's interrogation, he had posed questions regarding her background, yet he had the audacity to claim he merely guessed. Such shamelessness was astounding. If my memory serves me well, it seems the royal family of the Outcloud Empire has been experiencing quite a tumultuous time lately, Xiao Yan continued with a smile. Particularly your father. Though he holds the esteemed title of emperor, he is merely a puppet, compelled to heed the whims of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. To bear the title of emperor in such a manner must be quite stifling. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words laced with sarcasm, Xiao Yan's countenance dimmed. Though his remarks were harsh, they were undeniably true. Everyone within the Outcloud Empire knew that their so-called royal family had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. The succession of emperors was entirely orchestrated by the 10,000 Scorpion sect, rendering any other matters moot. Can you alter the situation? Xiao Yan inhaled deeply and inquired. Are you capable of dismantling the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Dismantling the 10,000 Scorpion sect is not particularly challenging for me, Xiao Yan replied with a light chuckle. But that would be rather tedious. Furthermore, should I do so, it would merely be a superficial remedy. Your royal family would still lack the power of self-preservation. At that point, any random sect could easily become the next 10,000 Scorpion sect. What do you mean? Xiao Yan probed. Are you suggesting that you do not wish to become akin to the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Xiao Yan locked eyes with Xiao Yan, casting forth a genuine bait. Despite knowing she should not succumb to his honeyed words, her heart fluttered at the prospect. If their royal family truly possessed the strength of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, they would no longer have to live in fear, and no one within the Outcloud Empire would dare to challenge their authority. Can you make us like the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Xiao Yan could not help but ask. I believe that for a high-ranking alchemist, fostering a power is far simpler than dismantling another, Xiao Yan said, his fingers gently flicking, summoning a wisp of purple-black flame that danced at his fingertips. Upon witnessing the flame, Xiao Yan was taken aback. Though her own prowess was modest, she could sense that this flame surpassed that of the alchemists revered by their royal family, indicating that this individual's alchemical skills likely exceeded those of the Outcloud Empire's alchemists by a considerable margin. Xiao Yan was correct in her deduction. In truth, Xiao Yan's alchemical prowess was sufficient to dominate the entire Outcloud Empire. After all, the prevailing practitioners were poison masters, and while alchemists enjoyed high status, they were exceedingly rare. High-ranking alchemists were especially scarce, with the most skilled in the Outcloud Empire being only of the 5th rank, a stark contrast to the capabilities found in the Jayamar Empire. With Xiao Yan's current strength, concocting ordinary 5th-grade pills was a mere triviality. Moreover, with a superior alchemical cauldron, he could even attempt to refine 6th-grade pills. Such prowess would undoubtedly render him the foremost alchemist in the Outcloud Empire. If he were to fully support a faction, its rise would be inevitable. Of course, it was impossible to do so without some form of manipulation. What, then, is the nature of your proposed transaction? What do you seek in return? After the initial excitement waned, Xiao Yan regained her composure. She understood that if Xiao Yan's claims held any truth, the Outcloud royal family indeed had the potential for resurgence. However, it was clear that Xiao Yan was not the type to offer assistance without compensation. His price would undoubtedly be steep. My proposition is quite simple, Xiao Yan replied with a smile. I will aid in the resurgence of the Outcloud royal family. And in exchange, you shall unconditionally obey my commands. How does this differ from merely becoming the second 10,000 Scorpion sect? Xiao Yan retorted with a scoff, realizing that his true intent was to manipulate the royal family, just as the 10,000 Scorpion sect had done. Ah, but there's a distinction, Xiao Yan countered, shaking his head. I harbor no interest in your royal authority. You will still maintain the supreme power of the royal family in the Outcloud Empire. All I require is your assistance when I call upon you. Beyond that, I shall not interfere in your affairs. Is what you say truly the case? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's clarifications, Xiao Yan felt a stirring within her, despite knowing that this individual before her was far from benevolent. The benefits he could bring to the Outcloud Empire were unprecedented. If he could indeed follow through, allowing the Outcloud Empire to assist him was not an unreasonable proposition. My greatest virtue is my honesty. The normally deceitful demon fury saint adopted a sincere demeanor. If I were to deceive you, I, Yin Xiao, would reverse my name. What do you say? One could not deny that Xiao Yan's seemingly harmless facade was exceedingly deceptive. Thus, despite having witnessed his brutal methods firsthand and having been threatened by him, she still chose to trust him. I agree to your terms, but I have one condition. Xiao Yan bit her lip and spoke earnestly. What condition? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. I wish to become the empress of the Outcloud Empire. Xiao Yan locked her gaze on Xiao Yan, declaring, if you can assist me in achieving this, I shall yield the Outcloud Empire to your command henceforth. How intriguing. I did not expect this young girl to harbor such ambition. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. Very well, if you wish to become empress. I shall grant you that title. It matters not to me. Chapter 47, A Path Untraveled. After resolving matters with Xiao Yan settled into a meditative state, awaiting the opening of the Scorpion Tomb. As time passed, he sensed numerous auras nearby that were far more formidable than that of a great fighter, some even approaching the level of a Douwang. It seemed the Scorpion Tomb had indeed attracted many powerful figures from the Outcloud Empire. After 3 days of waiting, the protective barrier enveloping the entrance finally dissipated. The long-sealed Scorpion Tomb was at last unveiled, and the throngs of people who had awaited at the entrance rushed inside. Xiao Yan, too, was eager to charge forward, but before she could take a step, Xiao Yan extended his hand to stop her. What are you doing? Xiao Yan turned her head, visibly displeased. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you refrain from rushing ahead, Xiao Yan replied with a cold smile. No sooner had he spoken than the leading individuals in the crowd erupted into anguished cries. Those previously sprinting ahead suddenly collapsed, their bodies engulfed by a multitude of swirling black mists, which rapidly corroded their forms into pools of black liquid. Some trailing behind began to sense that something was amiss, desperately attempting to retreat. However, it was already too late. The black mist enveloped them, transforming them into mere puddles of dark water in an instant. In less than a few minutes, those who possessed at least the strength of a great fighter had been reduced to nothing but bones. This horrifying spectacle sent chills down the spines of those still lingering outside, especially Xiao Yan. Had Xiao Yan not halted her earlier, she too would have likely joined the ranks of the lifeless. What is that? It is clearly a lethal poison. Xiao Yan observed the black mist with great interest. This must be a defensive mechanism of the tomb. The Scorpion Poison Dragon, in its final moments, laid these poisonous mists to deter any intruders seeking to disturb its resting place. Such malice from the Scorpion Poison Dragon. Xiao Yan could not help but complain. Please, you intend to desecrate its grave and yet bemoan its cruelty? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. If it were me, I would consider that creature too merciful. Enough of the trivialities, Xiao Yan said, gazing at Xiao Yan beside her. The tomb is shrouded in toxic mist. How shall we gain entry? Of course, I have my ways, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder. However, before we proceed, I must offer you a piece of advice. It would be prudent for you to leave this place. Why? Xiao Yan asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Because I fear they may turn their wrath upon you, Xiao Yan said with a smile. In such circumstances, I would be unable to divide my attention to protect you. Seeing the ambiguous expression on Xiao Yan's face, Xiao Yan decisively turned to flee. She understood he was not jesting. If she remained, she might face the wrath of other powerful beings lurking about, and given Xiao Yan's temperament, he might indeed take such drastic measures. Once Xiao Yan had exited the vicinity of the Scorpion Tomb, Xiao Yan prepared to make his move. Meanwhile, others hesitated to approach the tomb due to the surrounding toxic mist, although they possessed various means and had made ample preparations. They were uncertain how long their resources would last against the toxic haze. Seeing a daring soul step forward, none dared to intervene. They were curious to see if this young man could indeed enter the Scorpion Tomb. As Xiao Yan stepped into the domain of the tomb, the terrifying toxic mist surged toward him like a tidal wave. Yet, in the face of this lethal fog, which could obliterate even the strongest of fighters, Xiao Yan's countenance bore a smile. With a flourish of his palm, a powerful suction emanated from his hand, and the onlookers were left agape as the ominous mist, which had instilled such dread in them, seemed to be drawn toward Xiao Yan's palm as if compelled by an unseen force, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Witnessing the mist being so effortlessly absorbed by Xiao Yan left the spectators outside in a state of shock. Soon, expressions of wild elation spread across their faces as they rushed toward the entrance of the tomb, eager to seize the opportunity to enter before Xiao Yan. However, just then, Xiao Yan abruptly turned, waving his hand toward the approaching crowd. The previously absorbed toxic mist surged forth, enveloping those who were rushing in. They had not anticipated that the mist, thought to be gone, would re-emerge. Before they could utter a single cry, they were consumed by the renewed toxic haze. This mist was not merely what Xiao Yan had absorbed. It was tainted with toxins from the nether poison fire. The combination rendered the mist even more formidable. Xiao Yan had even infused it with neurotoxins, aware that some among the crowd might possess means to counteract the mist, but once affected by the neurotoxins, their fates would be sealed. Even Xiao Yan, caught unprepared, had succumbed to the effects of this neurotoxin. How much more vulnerable would the others be? This explained why. Once enveloped by the mist, none emitted a sound. They had barely been ensnared before plunging into the illusions conjured by the neurotoxin. Damn it! Those who had hesitated for a moment observed this scene, initially relieved they had not rushed in, followed quickly by a surge of fury. This boy was clearly intent on preventing them from entering the Scorpion Tomb, and to add insult to injury, he had ensnared them. Had it not been for someone sensing something amiss and refraining from a reckless charge, they might have already faced total annihilation. But there are still stragglers. Xiao Yan mused within the toxic mist, shaking his head in mock regret. Gentlemen, this path is blocked. I kindly ask you to return from whence you came. My friend, are you not being a tad excessive? Came a voice from the crowd. This Scorpion Tomb was discovered collectively. Do you truly intend to claim it all for yourself? And what of it? If you disagree, feel free to enter and confront me, Xiao Yan retorted with a grin. A bunch of ineffectual cowards. You might as well scurry back for your milk. You. The others were immediately incensed. And some of the more formidable factions commanded their subordinates to gather reinforcements to besiege the Scorpion Tomb. If you have the gall, stay hidden forever. Huh? Do you think I am easily intimidated? Farewell, everyone. I shall now go treasure hunting. The sound of footsteps echoed from within the toxic mist, indicating that indeed he had entered. The onlookers could only grit their teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless. Wait, that boy bears the emblem of the Wanscalp sect. He is one of them. Indeed, I have seen it too. This is far from over. Even if he is of the Wanscalp sect, he must answer to us. Chapter 48. The Steps of Yu Yanling. Xiao Yan paid no heed to the outrage of those outside. Were it not for the necessity of conserving his strength for the challenges within the tomb, he might have unleashed a fiery wrath upon those noisy interlopers. The insignia of the Wanscalp sect was a deliberate mark he had inscribed upon his attire, a classic yet effective ruse. Moreover, there had indeed been a group of Wanscalp sect members who had vanished near the Scorpion Tomb, providing Xiao Yan with ample cover. The situation, he surmised, would leave even the leader of the Wanscalp sect at a loss for words. Upon entering the Scorpion Tomb, Xiao Yan grasped the Xuanzhong ruler, for he did not believe that the defenses within the tomb were as simplistic as the external toxic mist suggested. By his reckoning, the Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast had laid traps within that would far surpass the dangers posed by the mist outside. Thus, as he stepped inside, Xiao Yan activated his soul power, swiftly scanning the entirety of the tomb. Thanks to his formidable soul strength, he managed to evade numerous traps. The Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast had amassed quite a collection, rivaling that of the cave within the monster beast mountain range. Amongst his findings, Xiao Yan discovered an array of rare medicinal herbs, all of which he graciously accepted. In addition to the herbs, he also stumbled upon various techniques and combat skills, most of which were of the Xian rank, with several even reaching the Earth rank. However, these were primarily suited for beast cultivation, which did not pique Xiao Yan's interest. Nonetheless, with a mindset against waste, he deposited them all in a corner of his spatial ring. These techniques, skills, and herbs had all been laced with potent toxins. Any contact would result in immediate death. It was clear that the scorpion poison dragon beast intended to use these treasures as bait to eliminate any who dared trespass in its domain. Unfortunately for it, Xiao Yan, possessing the nether poison fire, had no reason to fear such toxins. Thus the treasures within the tomb fell into his hands without consequence. Despite Xiao Yan's bountiful acquisitions, he had yet to uncover the most crucial prize, the body of the scorpion poison dragon beast. Eventually, he reached a dead end, where a massive stone door barred his path. Only one tomb chamber remains, Xiao Yan noted, taking a deep breath as he swung the Xuanzhong ruler with force, shattering the door before him. In the instant the door crumbled, an enormous shadow surged forth from behind it, charging directly at Xiao Yan. Feeling the fierce gale rushing toward him, Xiao Yan swiftly swung the Xuanzhong ruler to meet the oncoming force. The moment they collided, he sensed a terrifying power emanating from the opposing end of the ruler, causing his body to be uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. Xiao Yan cleared his throat softly, swiftly erasing the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. A profound seriousness flickered in his eyes. That recent strike, though facilitated by surprise attack, had managed to force him back in an instant. Such prowess was not something an ordinary Dou Wang could achieve. Had it not been for the substantial increase in his power from absorbing the nether poison fire, that blow might have reduced him to mere fragments. Gradually lifting his head, he beheld, at the far end of the corridor, an enormous black scorpion emerging from the rubble. Its body was encased in a formidable exoskeleton, and its massive pincers exuded a faintly nauseating odor, indicative of its venomous nature. Behind it, a scorpion tail shimmered ominously, aiming directly at Xiao Yan's position. What astonished him even more was the presence of 4 pairs of colossal wings on the creature's back, granting it the potential for aerial combat. With just a glance, Xiao Yan recognized this beast as a 4-winged celestial scorpion. In a certain sense, it bore a connection to the scorpion poison dragon beast, for the latter's origin stemmed from this very species. The scorpion poison dragon beast had merely evolved after incorporating a trace of the ancient dragon's bloodline, which enabled its remarkable transformation. How could such a being appear here? Xiao Yan pondered, perplexed. It was baffling that a living creature would emerge from a tomb. Surely, the scorpion poison dragon beast hadn't he reincarnated? Although the 4-winged celestial scorpion did not possess the strength of its dragon-blooded counterpart, it nonetheless ranked among the elite of scorpion-type magical beasts. The force behind that recent attack indicated that this particular scorpion had likely reached the 6th tier, surpassing the skeletal foe he had previously defeated in the Sky Poison Marsh. Before absorbing the nether poison fire, defeating a 6th-tier magical beast would have necessitated summoning the Bone Spirit Cold Fire to create a true dual variant of the magical Fury Fire Lotus. However, Xiao Yan was now different. After refining the nether poison fire, the energy accumulated within it had propelled him past the Dou Ling barrier, allowing him to ascend to the Dou Wang realm. Though he was merely a 1-star Dou Wang within the confines of the Gamma Empire, this was enough to render him a formidable figure in the eyes of the masses. Yet, such power was still somewhat inadequate for confronting a 6th-tier magical beast. At least, that was true for an ordinary Dou Wang. Xiao Yan, however, did not belong to that common rank. Ordinary nether poison fire might have allowed Xiao Yan to break through to 1 or 2 more stars after transcending the Dou Ling stage. Still, the nether poison fire he had refined was undoubtedly a rarity. Its prolonged existence and the terrifying energy it harbored not only facilitated the evolution of his burning decision to the Earth tier, but also enabled him to leap over a tier in rank. However, such rapid ascension had led to signs of a somewhat unstable foundation. Consequently, Xiao Yan had previously dedicated time to solidifying his base, revisiting some of the combat techniques he had acquired in his past life. Although these were primarily Earth-tier techniques, they proved quite practical for a Dou Wang. Let me test my recent arduous training against you. Xiao Yan refrained from employing the Heavenly Fire transformation. He intended to confront this powerful 6th-tier magical beast with his own innate strength. Despite the 4-winged celestial scorpion's massive size, its speed was astonishing. As soon as Xiao Yan recognized its form, it launched another attack, its colossal body cutting through the air with a terrifying gale aimed directly at him. Those formidable pincers descended toward his head, and should they connect, even Xiao Yan would suffer severe repercussions. In light of this formidable beast, which could pose a challenge even to a Dou Huang, Xiao Yan remained vigilant. He immediately activated his movement technique, transforming his body into a crimson silhouette, deftly evading the scorpion's assault. This time, he did not employ the previous explosive steps. The sheer speed of the explosive steps was insufficient to evade the four-winged celestial scorpion strikes. Thus, he decisively utilized a movement technique from his previous life, the soaring flame step. The soaring flame step, an intermediate earth tier movement technique, could only be practiced with fire attribute Douqi. Upon execution, it allowed one to traverse the skies effortlessly. When perfected, it could even enable movement within magma, achieving speeds comparable to advanced earth tier movement techniques. Thanks to the soaring flame step, Xiao Yan's speed surpassed that of the average Dou Huang. After all, this was a technique renowned for its prowess, and although he had yet to master it completely, it sufficed against this magical beast. However, the soaring flame step consumed considerable Douqi. Had the burning decision still been at the Xian tier, it would likely have only sustained the technique for a few minutes. Thankfully, upon advancing to the earth tier, the Douqi capacity of the burning decision had increased tenfold or more. Coupled with the energy restoration pills he had prepared in advance, he need not worry about Douqi consumption. Having evaded the scorpion's assault, Xiao Yan quickly gathered his offensive energy. A purplish-black flame enveloped his heavy chair, and the four-winged celestial scorpion, sensing his gathering power, swiftly swung its massive pincers in an attempt to disrupt his charge. However, with the speed afforded by the soaring flame step, it was unable to land a hit on him. As the four-winged celestial scorpion adjusted its position, Xiao Yan targeted its back and struck down fiercely upon the scorpion's remarkably tough exoskeleton with his spear, unleashing the flame-devouring wave. Xiao Yan refrained from directly employing the magical Fury Fire Lotus. The consumption involved was tremendous, and should he encounter further danger, it would pose a significant problem. Moreover, the confined terrain rendered the use of the magical Fury Fire Lotus perilous, as it could potentially collapse the entire tomb. At that point, escape would be exceedingly challenging, especially since he had yet to acquire the magical core of the Scorpion Poison Dragon Beast. The purplish-black infused with blistering fervor, struck the four-winged celestial scorpion, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Shards and blood erupted from the creature, which let out a pained shriek, its tail lashing out with its sharp, massive stinger aimed directly at Xiao Yan's heart. Clang! Contrary to what the scorpion had anticipated, its tail did not pierce through Xiao Yan's body. Just as it was about to connect, a suit of armor, conjured from purplish-black flames, materialized around him. This was no ordinary Douqi armor. It was an extraordinary fire armor, compressed to its utmost limits. Nevertheless, the force of the scorpion's tail was formidable. Even with the protection of the fire armor, Xiao Yan was still propelled hundreds of meters away. As he was sent flying, his dark eyes suddenly ignited with purplish-black flames, and two beams of this fiery essence surged forth from his gaze, hurtling toward the four-winged celestial scorpion. This sudden offensive caught the four-winged celestial scorpion off guard. Having just been breached by Xiao Yan's flame-devouring wave, it dared not withstand this attack with brute strength. Hastily, it summoned energy to form a barrier in front of itself, hoping to withstand the oncoming assault. However, the four-winged demon scorpion did not anticipate that the defenses it had meticulously established would be utterly futile against the two beams of flame. As the flames descended upon the protective barrier, that seemingly robust energy shield was instantaneously dissolved. The two purple-black flames, having effortlessly obliterated the barrier, did not linger for a moment. They plunged directly into the body of the four-winged demon scorpion. Its immense form quivered violently, and in that fleeting instant, it felt as though countless steel needles had pierced its mind, the excruciating pain causing it to thrash wildly within the tomb. Xiao Yan refrained from pursuing the advantage, for there was no longer any necessity to do so. He observed the four-winged demon scorpion descending into a frenzied state within the tomb while retrieving a medicinal pill to consume. The series of relentless assaults had undeniably drained a significant amount of his energy. Nevertheless, the fruits of his labor were exceedingly gratifying. The recent soul attack was one of Xiao Yan's self-created techniques from his previous life, a fearsome move meticulously designed to target the soul. Similar to the fiery rage lotus, it required the harnessing of flame energy for its execution. However, while the fiery rage lotus inflicted damage on the physical plane, this technique was aimed at the realm of the soul. In his past life, when Xiao Yan was a peak practitioner at the level of the Rage Demon Saint, He had cultivated numerous formidable techniques, among which the most terrifying 9 were collectively referred to as the 9 supreme techniques of rage. Each of these techniques was personally crafted by Xiao Yan, each possessing power that was at least at the advanced heavenly stage, with some even surpassing that threshold. Of course, this does not imply that Xiao Yan possessed only these 9 heavenly stage techniques. In reality, he had mastered hundreds of them. However, the 9 supreme techniques of rage were the most fearsome among his arsenal. In Xiao Yan's era, few could withstand the might of the 9 supreme techniques. Even those of the same pinnacle level as a Dou Saint regarded them with trepidation. The fiery rage lotus, previously employed, was one of the techniques he frequently utilized and was a hallmark of his fame, while the soul extinguishing flame was another profound technique within the 9 supreme techniques. This move was developed through the amalgamation of soul power and the force of Ya, and once unleashed, it could incinerate an enemy's very soul. Consequently, many opponents struck by this technique appeared unscathed on the surface, yet their souls had already been reduced to nothingness, rendering it a particularly sinister move. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had collaborated with Soul Dai on a few rare occasions, one of which was to confront the then leader of the Soul Clan. Even that formidable figure, boasting an imperial soul, was wounded by the soul extinguishing flame granting them the opportunity for victory. However, the other techniques of the 9 supreme techniques were beyond Xiao Yan's current capabilities, given his present strength. Even executing a quasi-heavenly stage technique would lead to an immediate depletion of his Dou Qi, let alone the immeasurably more terrifying techniques. He could utilize the fiery rage lotus and the soul extinguishing flame only because these 2 techniques were conceived during a period of relative weakness in his previous life. Their power depended on the flames he melded with them. Otherwise, if he attempted to invoke them at the peak of his past prowess, he would undoubtedly hesitate to employ such techniques against adversaries. Xiao Yan's decision to use the soul extinguishing flame was a spur-of-the-moment choice. The 4-winged demon scorpion's defenses were remarkably formidable, surpassing his own level by an entire tier. Even utilizing the flame-splitting wave he could not significantly injure it. And given that he could not use the fiery rage lotus within the tomb, he opted for this soul attack. The corporeal form of the 4-winged demon scorpion was indeed incredibly resilient, yet its soul power was relatively weak, as few magical beasts specialize in soul strength. This was the very reason the soul extinguishing flame could achieve such success. Had the opponent possessed formidable soul power or similar soul techniques, it would have been possible to resist the current iteration of the soul extinguishing flame Of course, such a scenario was unlikely for the 4-winged demon scorpion. The moment it was struck by the soul extinguishing flame its death was all but assured. Hence, Xiao Yan refrained from further pursuit, instead choosing to remain in place, consuming medicinal pills to recuperate while awaiting the demise of the 4-winged demon scorpion. During this interval, he cast a glance at the Yeo armor adorning him, noticing a slight indentation at the heart region, a clear indication of the tremendous force behind the recent attack. As time passed, the previously frenzied 4-winged demon scorpion collapsed lifelessly to the ground, its vitality evidently extinguished. Xiao Yan did not rush to approach the creature. Instead, he waited for an entire incense stick's duration to ensure that it had truly succumbed, devoid of any possibility of resurrection, before finally stepping forward. The exoskeleton of the 4-winged demon scorpion was exceedingly hard, suitable for crafting armor. Although it had sustained some damage from the flame-splitting wave the majority remained intact. Given its substantial size, he could peel off its shell and, combined with some unique metals he had previously collected, fashion 4 or 5 complete sets of armor. Naturally, Xiao Yan held no interest in such armor. His Eo armor was far sturdier. However, he could present it to Xiao Zhan or Little Dr. Fairy. Armor crafted from the exoskeleton of the 4-winged demon scorpion would undoubtedly withstand even the full force of a Dou Wang-level assault without sustaining significant damage. Nonetheless, crafting armor would demand considerable time, and Xiao Yan had no time to squander in this endeavor. The poisonous mist outside could only delay those adversaries for so long. He needed to locate the corpse of the scorpion poison dragon beast swiftly. Therefore, after extracting the magic core from the 4-winged demon scorpion, he stored it within his spatial ring and proceeded toward the final tomb chamber. As he stepped into the chamber, a powerful sense of oppression washed over him. He merely furrowed his brow, allowing the 9 nether phantom fire to surge forth from within him, effectively isolating that oppressive aura. Unlike the 4-winged demon scorpion outside, the scorpion poison dragon beast was not particularly large, its size comparable to that of a human. However, it boasted a pair of dragon wings on its back, a feature exclusive to dragonkind, and its tail ended with a sharp scorpion stinger. Even in death, It emanated an aura that rendered any being below the Dou Wang level nearly immobile. Judging solely by its aura, Xiao Yan could ascertain that the scorpion poison dragon beast had likely reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier in its prime. Were it alive, it could have posed a threat to Xiao Yan's current self. However, now it was merely a lifeless corpse. Xiao Yan first severed the dragon wings and stored them within his spatial ring before summoning the 9 nether phantom fire to envelop the corpse of the scorpion poison dragon beast. Under the intense heat of the body rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a blood-red mass of flesh, measuring only half a foot in size. As the blood-red mass took shape, a blood-colored magic core pulsating with violent energy surged forth, drifting toward Xiao Yan. Having learned from the previous experience with the Black Flame Purple Cloud Eagle's magic core, Xiao Yan refrained from catching it directly with his hands. Instead, he enveloped it with his soul power before placing it into his spatial ring. Otherwise, if the 9 nether fire were to extract the energy from the scorpion poison dragon beast magic core, it would be a significant loss. However, Xiao Yan seemed to have overestimated the situation. While the 9 nether fire would naturally absorb the essence, blood, and magic core energy of avian magical beasts, creatures like the scorpion poison dragon beast were beyond its scope of absorption. After collecting the magic core into his ring, Xiao Yan did not cease the incineration of the crimson orb. Instead, he elevated the temperature of the 9 nether illusionary flame. He was acutely aware that the most significant treasure within the scorpion poison dragon beast was not merely the magic core. Its essence blood was equally invaluable. The pinnacle essence blood of a 7th tier magical beast, even in the central state, was exceedingly rare in the market. Under the relentless searing of the 9 nether illusionary flame, the blood-colored mass began to shrivel further, and soon, droplets of purple blood seeped from the crimson lump. Rather than falling to the ground, the purple blood coalesced under the guidance of his soul force, ultimately forming a sphere that hovered in mid-air. This substance was indeed the essence blood of the scorpion poison dragon beast. The essence blood of magical beasts, derived from their life essence, held immense benefits for the human body, and Xiao Yan would certainly not overlook these treasures. After extracting the final drop of essence blood, the blood-colored mass shattered and dissipated within the 9 nether illusionary flame. Xiao Yan paid no heed to the vanishing corpse. He promptly retrieved a jade bottle and carefully stored the essence blood within it. With a soft exhale, he realized that acquiring the 7th tier magic core of the scorpion poison dragon beast marked the conclusion of his journey in the Cloud Empire, leaving only the so-called Douqi transformation saliva to pursue. In his previous life, while passing through the Blackhorn region, he had heard that the Black Emperor sect had auctioned Douqi transformation saliva. Although uncertain of its authenticity, he believed he could gather information about it there. It appeared that a trip to the Blackhorn region was in order. A glimmer flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes, if memory served. An unusual flame had also appeared in the Blackhorn region. Perhaps he could chance upon it during his visit. However, the pressing matter was to find a way to exit the tomb. The main entrance was no longer an option. He was certain that as soon as he revealed himself, countless attacks would come his way. Thus, he had to seek an alternative route, but fortunately, Xiao Yan had already devised a plan. He returned to the area where he had battled the scorpion poison dragon beast and selected a section from the shattered floor. He then summoned the 9 nether illusionary flame, shaping it into a drill that aggressively burrowed into the ground. As a product of 9 years of compulsory education on Earth, Xiao Yan understood a fundamental principle. Where there were no paths, the act of walking would create one. Since the front door was impassable, he would simply excavate a tunnel. Upon departing from the scorpion tomb, Xiao Yan noticed that a crowd was still encircling outside. He glanced at the tunnel he had painstakingly dug and felt a twinge of guilt for resorting to such underhanded tactics. Thus, he infused the tunnel with a substantial amount of poisonous mist, transforming the interior into a lethal zone. This could be considered a parting gift for others. He believed that once the residents of the Cloud Empire found a way to breach the layer of poisonous mist, they would undoubtedly enjoy the present he had left them. By that time, Xiao Yan would have long since vanished. Coincidentally, the tunnel he had excavated led him near the Scorpion Gate, effectively confirming the involvement of its disciples in entering the Scorpion Tomb. After resolving matters concerning the Scorpion Gate, Xiao Yan promptly sought out Xiao Yan, delivering the promised medicinal pills before turning to leave. Given Xiao Yan's nature, the pills were anything but ordinary. He had infused them with special additives to ensure that should Xiao Yan harbor any ulterior motives, these additives would cause her carefully nurtured army to perish utterly. As for the Scorpion Gate, he had made arrangements as well. This significant force within the Cloud Empire was currently embroiled in chaos due to the Scorpion Tomb incident and would naturally be too preoccupied to focus on the affairs of the Cloud royal family. When they finally regained their composure, they would discover that the royal family they once manipulated was no longer a mere puppet. Assisting Xiao Yan in seizing the throne of the Empress was straightforward. Xiao Yan had no intention of engaging in palace intrigue. Thus, he simply eliminated all the current princes, princesses, and feudal lords of the Cloud royal family. To be thorough, he even administered a form of sterilization to the reigning emperor and his consorts, ensuring they would bear no further offspring, and systematically eradicated their relatives to prevent any external forces from grasping power, thereby eliminating the possibility of political strife. Moreover, Xiao Yan always ensured that his deeds remained anonymous. At the crime scenes, he left no traces of his presence, instead inscribing the name Xiao Yan on the walls before departing with nonchalance. When Xiao Yan returned, she would be pleasantly surprised to find her home adorned with treasures plundered from other royal family members, and her reputation would effortlessly surpass the heights achieved by previous emperors of the Cloud Empire. This was the reason Xiao Yan would later be infamous throughout the annals of the Cloud Empire, even capable of silencing crying children. Amidst the ensuing chaos in the Cloud Empire, Xiao Yan had already departed, having promised to assist Xiao Yan with the Scorpion Gate affair. Yet it was imperative for her to prove her worth. Should he return to find the Cloud royal family still languishing in decline, he would have no desire to continue their collaboration. After leaving the Cloud Empire, Xiao Yan did not make a beeline for the Black Corner region. Instead, he headed toward the Tagore Desert. The Black Corner region was unlike any place Xiao Yan had previously visited. It was the most tumultuous area of the Douqi Continent, and even the Cloud Empire appeared much more stable in comparison. After all, the Cloud Empire still had a governing force, and its inhabitants adhered to certain laws, whereas the Black Corner region was devoid of any constraints. That place was a cauldron of chaos, where even a Dou Wang-level existence could easily meet their downfall. Although Xiao Yan had immense confidence in his strength, he would not recklessly charge in alone, especially since he needed to gather information about the Bodhi transformation saliva and the unusual flames. Attempting this alone would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The optimal strategy was to establish a faction. Xiao Yan was reluctant to expend his energy on building a faction. Instead, he planned to find a capable ally to take on this responsibility, ensuring that this individual possessed sufficient strength to prevent his burgeoning power from being eradicated during his absence. Fortunately, he had just the right candidate in mind. In his previous life, he had ventured into the Tagore Desert and obtained the second fragment of the pure Lotus Demon Flames map, which was safeguarded by a former Dou Huang powerhouse. However, this Dou Huang had suffered a certain ceiling that had diminished his strength to that of a Dou Ling, prompting him to live in seclusion in this location. If Xiao Yan's memory served him well, this former Dou Huang's name was Haibo Dong, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the previous generation in the Jiama Empire, renowned for his proficiency in Ice Attribute Douqi, thus earning the title of Ice Emperor. Of course, from Xiao Yan's current perspective, this so-called Ice Emperor seemed rather inexperienced. The Ice Attribute Douqi he prided himself on paled in comparison to the Ice River Valley that Xiao Yan had previously vanquished. Nevertheless, it would still be adequate for the chaotic environment of the Black Corner region. However, Xiao Yan's initial encounter with Haibo Dong had not been particularly pleasant. Upon discovering the second fragment of the map in Haibo Dong's possession, he had engaged in a skirmish with him. Due to the constraints of his ceiling, Haibo Dong was no match for Xiao Yan and quickly succumbed. Xiao Yan had intended to seize the fragment and leave, but upon careful comparison of the two pieces of the map before departing, he realized that the one in his possession was half the size of the one held by Haibo Dong. Thus, he turned back, captured Haibo Dong, and delivered a thorough beating before employing a certain interrogation technique to extract the location of the map fragment. As for the fate of the one-size sovereign, it naturally involved his subjugation by the Nei clan. However, given the necessity to persuade him to undertake tasks on his behalf, a more diplomatic approach was warranted. Thus, he resolved to engage in a cordial dialogue. Should the individual prove unwilling to cooperate, he could not be held accountable for his ruthless disposition. Beyond acquiring the fragmentary map from Haibo Dong, Xiao Yan harbored another intention for venturing into the Tagore Desert, the pursuit of the legendary exotic flame. He had previously heard mention of its existence from Yao Lao, and during his past trials in this realm, similar whispers had reached his ears. However, at that time, he learned that the was purportedly in the possession of the serpent people, who, by their very nature, leaned towards the cold and sinister. Even if they had acquired the Ioa, it was improbable they could harness its power. Xiao Yan's objective was to wrest the Eoa from the serpent people's grasp, a task undeniably formidable. Not to mention, the formidable Queen Medusa of the serpent people posed a significant challenge. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had never clashed with her, thus lacking knowledge of her true prowess. He had merely heard vague rumors suggesting she had reached the Dou zone level. Nevertheless, it seemed that the current Queen Medusa had yet to attain such strength. Otherwise, she would have already conquered the Jia Ma Empire. According to the information Xiao Yan had gathered, she was currently at the pinnacle of the Dou Huang level. Securing the Eoa from her would undoubtedly present a challenge for Xiao Yan, especially considering the multitude of serpent people at her command. Therefore, his approach would not be a direct assault for the Eoa, but rather an initial reconnaissance to ascertain the truth of its existence among the serpent people. Should it exist, he would devise a plan before taking action. Chapter 52. Black Rock City. The distance from the Xian Empire to the Tagore Desert was not particularly great. Thus, even with the aid of his Douqi wings, Xiao Yan expended considerable time on his journey. However, he did not recklessly plunge into the desert. Instead, he opted to pause in a nearby city known as Black Rock City, preparing to procure some supplies before heading to the Tagore Desert. Yet, upon entering an apothecary to purchase medicinal herbs, he was taken aback to discover that nearly all the gold coins he had brought with him had been depleted. With no other recourse, he quietly exited the apothecary, sought out an inn, and with the scant gold he had left, rented a room. Only then did he retrieve several jade vials from his spatial ring and place them upon the table. These vials contained various fourth-grade pills that Xiao Yan had previously concocted, though now they were of no use to him. Even if there were any that could be utilized, he possessed superior alternatives. Thus, it was fortuitous that he could auction off these unnecessary pills. After hesitating briefly, he also took out a parchment scroll from his spatial ring. Unrolling, it revealed a blank canvas, and he then utilized a brush from the room to inscribe a series of characters upon scroll. The text detailed a technique known as the Xianding Ju, a profound cultivation method. Should it be auctioned, it could fetch a substantial price. Once he had successfully transcribed the technique from memory, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief. As he gazed at the words recorded on the scroll, a rare expression of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. This Xianding Ju was the first profound technique he had practiced during his humble beginnings in his previous life. Although it was merely a low-grade, profound technique, which Xiao Yan now deemed insignificant, it had significantly benefited him at that time. Naturally, he possessed other techniques of higher caliber, earth-grade, heaven-grade, and even one he had personally created in his previous life. However, such high-level techniques would not attract buyers in this impoverished locale. More likely, they would draw the attention of powerful individuals from other regions, potentially spilling blood across Black Rock City and the Jia Ma Empire. Thus, to err on the side of caution, Xiao Yan opted to present a profound technique. After the ink on the parchment dried, he rolled it up and placed it alongside the jade vials in a small satchel. He then donned a black cloak to conceal his appearance before departing toward a middle auction house located nearby. The middle auction house was the largest in the Jia Ma Empire, with branches in various cities, including Black Rock City. However, the scale of the auction house here was considerably larger than that in Wutan City, given that Black Rock City itself was far more imposing than the impoverished locale of Wutan. Upon entering the auction house, Xiao Yan's gaze casually swept the interior before making his way to the appraisal room. In stark contrast to the raucous atmosphere outside, the appraisal room was remarkably tranquil. He seated himself at a table designated for appraisals, opposite a voluptuous woman clad in red. She regarded the cloaked Xiao Yan with a professional smile and inquired, "Dear guest, are you here for an appraisal?" "Indeed," Xiao Yan replied with a slight nod. His fingers brushed against his spatial ring, and several small jade vials materialized on the table. Upon seeing these vials, the red-clad woman momentarily appeared taken aback. Cautiously, she lifted one vial, removed its cap, and, after glimpsing the contents, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Pills. Please assess their worth," Xiao Yan requested nonchalantly, deliberately lowering his voice to create a raspy effect that significantly contrasted with his usual tone. The red-clad woman retrieved various tools, delicately pouring the pills from the vials into her instruments for careful examination. After a brief interval, she ceased her actions, her gaze toward Xiao Yan now imbued with a hint of reverence. "Sir, the pills you wish to auction are all of fourth-grade quality. Among them, there are 3 Qi gathering pills, each worth at least 200,000 gold coins, and 5 beast power pills, which together could yield around 700,000 gold coins. However, the most valuable are the 2 purple heart breakthrough pills, which could fetch over 1 million. If all goes smoothly, your pills could command a total nearing 2.5 million gold coins." Excellent. Can you expedite the auction? Xiao Yan inquired, pleased at the prospect of selling pills that held little value for him at such a price. Certainly. Our house will hold an auction in half an hour. Prioritizing the sale of your pills, the red-clad woman assured him respectfully. I also have a scroll of technique. Please include it in the auction as well, Xiao Yan added, producing the Xianding Ju scroll. With this addition, he anticipated a total of at least 3 million gold coins, more than sufficient for acquiring the items he desired. After entrusting the items to the appraiser, Xiao Yan prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, the red-clad woman called out to him, Sir, our auction is about to commence. Might you be interested in attending? Since fate has brought us together, I shall partake, Xiao Yan replied, raising an eyebrow slightly. With no pressing matters at hand, he thought it wise to see if any intriguing items might catch his eye at the auction. Sir, here is a VIP card for our middle auction house. Holders of this card enjoy exclusive services, and we have prepared a special room for our distinguished guests. Where you may proceed directly, the woman informed him, a courteous smile gracing her lips. The woman clad in red carefully stowed away the jade vials along with the scrolls of cultivation techniques, and then produced a crystal card embossed with the emblem of the middle family, presenting it to Xiao Yan. As he gazed at the crystal card, a flash of memory struck him. He recalled how, in his previous life, after delivering a severe beating to Hai Buodong, he had also rifled through the man's belongings and discovered a similar card, albeit appearing far more sophisticated than the one in the woman's possession. Could it be that the old rascal had ties to the middle auction house? Shaking his head lightly to dispel such thoughts, Xiao Yan accepted the card and, under the woman's guidance, made his way to the VIP room of the middle auction house. Not long after the auction commenced, Xiao Yan began to feel a twinge of regret. The items up for bid were disappointingly subpar. Even a weapon embedded with a second-tier magic core was extolled to the heavens. Aside from purchasing a medicinal cauldron, he had refrained from further bidding, and his acquisition of the cauldron was not due to its quality, but rather because his previous cauldron had exploded, leaving him no choice but to procure a replacement. As boredom began to seep in, threatening to lull him in his slumber, a sudden commotion erupted in the hall. Curious, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the source of the noise, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight on stage. There, within a massive iron cage, curled a frail girl who appeared no older than 7 or 8. Her emaciated form bore the signs of illness, and her tattered clothing was marred by bloodstains, evidence of lashes inflicted upon her. Although the Gamma Empire did not prohibit the trafficking of slaves, few were willing to purchase such a young, sickly child. Consequently, this girl had been put up for auction multiple times, each instance ending in failure, and returning her to a fate of harsh punishment that further weakened her already fragile state. A few individuals with peculiar taste had expressed interest in the girl, but upon noticing the bluish scales on her wrists, they suppressed their desires, for these scales indicated that she was a hybrid, born of a human and a serpent, and such beings were often regarded as a dreadful curse. The auctioneer, undeterred, continued to extol the girl's virtues in a desperate effort to secure a sale, but to no avail. Just as he was about to instruct the removal of the cage, a raspy voice resonated from the VIP room, 5,000 gold coins. The individual making the bid was none other than Xiao Yan. His decision to purchase the girl was not born of compassion. Rather, he recognized the unique quality of her eyes. Despite the distance, he could discern the presence of 3 green dots flickering beside the emerald irises, indicative of the rare 3-flower serpent eyes. To his astonishment, he had encountered a possessor of the 3-flower serpent eyes here. It seemed that fortune was indeed favoring him. After successfully acquiring the girl, a smile of delight broke across Xiao Yan's face. The 3-flower serpent eyes, in a certain light, represented a unique constitution, akin to the eerie poison body of the little doctor. However, this particular eye was far more formidable, for while the eerie poison body bore grave risks, those possessing the 3-flower serpent eyes faced no such drawbacks, and instead reaped tremendous benefits. These eyes could subdue most serpent-type magical beasts, forcibly control them, and even absorb their cultivation, leading to an astonishing rate of advancement. Yet, what captivated Xiao Yan's interest the most was another function of the 3-flower serpent eyes. If mastered, these eyes could create their own spatial dimension and exert influence over other souls, inducing illusions, separating souls from bodies, or even controlling another's physical form. Should Xiao Yan possess such extraordinary vision, the power of his desolation flame eyes would escalate to unfathomable heights. After all, the 3-flower serpent eyes were renowned as the most extraordinary pair of eyes in existence, and techniques executed through them would naturally be amplified. However, such eyes were a rarity, only appearing among the descendants of humans and serpent folk. Thus, throughout the annals of history, few had been documented, being a hybrid of human and serpent. The possessor of the three-flower serpent eyes often endured discrimination and ostracization during their youth, leading to a cold demeanor in adulthood. The former celestial serpent manor lord, whom Xiao Yan had defeated in his previous life, and who also bore the three-flower serpent eyes, was a prime example. As he observed the girl, he noted a striking resemblance to that very lord. Could it be that she was indeed the future celestial serpent manor lord? Contemplating this possibility, a peculiar expression crossed Xiao Yan's face. If this girl were truly destined to become the celestial serpent manor lord, his luck was indeed extraordinary. He had encountered nearly all of his future adversaries. At this rate, he might soon stumble upon Hun Dyer as well. Such thoughts brought an involuntary twitch to his lips. It was best not to dwell on such ominous possibilities during moments of joy. Yet, the notion of one day having that insufferable brat in his grasp was undeniably delightful. Once the girl with the three-flower serpent eyes was taken away, the chi-gathering pills he had refined were finally brought forth. The emergence of these pills ignited an electrifying atmosphere in the auction hall. Chi-gathering pills were exceedingly coveted, regardless of location. While most attendees had already surpassed the fighter level, how many among them were without offspring? Consuming a chi-gathering pill at the 9th fighter level would undoubtedly expedite their descendants' ascension. Ultimately, Xiao Yan's 3 chi-gathering pills fetched a staggering price of 900,000 gold coins, exceeding expectations by 300,000. The 5 beast power pills, while slightly less sought after, still commanded a respectable 80,000. The grand finale, however, was the 2 purple heart-breaking pills, which soared to a remarkable 1,500,000 gold coins. Despite both the chi-gathering pills and purple heart-breaking pills being 4th tier, the latter could benefit great fighters and had negligible resistance, allowing for dual consumption to enhance strength, potentially elevating a great fighter by 2 tiers. Within the confines of Blackrock City, great fighters were not uncommon, and they were often either influential family heads or captains of mercenary groups, all of whom were financially robust. Even members of the Alchemist Guild vied for a chance to procure these coveted pills, as the pinnacle of 4th-tier pills was beyond the capability of even their branch president to refine, thus driving the bidding price ever higher. As for Xiao Yan's scroll of the Xian Dingju, it paled in comparison to the aforementioned pills, concluding the bidding at a mere 300,000. After the auction's conclusion, Xiao Yan returned to his lodgings, accompanied by several million gold coins and the items he had successfully bid for, a medicinal cauldron of acceptable quality, and the girl confined within the iron cage. As a distinguished patron of the Mitter auction house, Xiao Yan naturally enjoyed considerable privileges, one of which allowed him to have the items he had purchased delivered to a designated location. This arrangement spared him from potential embarrassment. After all, the thought of carrying a girl through the streets would likely earn him the scorn of passers-by, branding him a deviant. Of course, Xiao Yan was not merely waiting for the delivery. For the sake of caution, he had dispatched some of his soul energy to accompany the transport team from the Mitter auction house, ensuring that no unforeseen complications arose. Although the Mitter auction house had a reputation for integrity, one could never be too careful, especially with the risk of encountering a rogue intent on ambushing them. The medicinal cauldron he had acquired was of little consequence, being a mere trinket, but the girl with the azure serpent's triflower eyes was of utmost importance. The girl being delivered was not confined within an iron cage. However, she remained shackled with heavy shackles on her hands and feet. Noticing this, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. After stowing away the cauldron, he intended to free the girl from her restraints, but she recoiled in fear upon seeing him, her eyes wide with panic. Resembling an innocent little rabbit caught in a snare, she appeared exceedingly frail, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, though it could also be attributed to malnutrition that rendered her youthful appearance even more pronounced. Her hair was somewhat brittle, and she was clad in an exceedingly thin and ill-fitting garment. To call it clothing would be a disservice. It was more akin to tattered rags. "Fear not," Xiao Yan said, shedding his black cloak to reveal his youthful and delicate features. "Look, I am but a child just like you." The girl paused, taken aback by his visage. When she was being escorted, the individual responsible for her transport had mentioned that a significant figure had purchased her. She had envisioned a peculiar old man or a corpulent merchant, never anticipating that the buyer would be a youth only a few years her senior. Perhaps it was Xiao Yan's harmless demeanor or the gentleness in his tone that assuaged her fears. Despite the lingering trepidation in her eyes, she appeared less frightened than before. As Xiao Yan bent down to unshackle her, he inquired, "What is your name?" "Qing Qing," the girl replied timidly, tugging at her sleeve in an effort to conceal the scales on her wrists, fearful of frightening this nobleman before her. Whoever named you has poor taste. Xiao Yan remarked with a shake of his head. To be named Qin merely for possessing azure scales. What would they call someone with multicolored scales? Gaikin. He noticed her subtle gestures and understood that her past experiences of confinement and discrimination had instilled in her a profound sense of inferiority. However, this very vulnerability was advantageous for Xiao Yan, as it meant that leaving a lasting impression on her heart would be a simple task. Having lived for centuries, Xiao Yan knew precisely how to endear himself to a self-deprecating child. He gently stroked Qin's head and, with a warm smile, lifted her sleeve, asking, "Aren't these scales beautiful? Why must you hide them? Are you not afraid?" Qin stammered, momentarily taken aback. Despite her own occasional disdain for her scales, the individual before her seemed unperturbed. "Why should I fear something so beautiful?" Xiao Yan chuckled, running his fingers through her hair. "Now, let us remove your clothing." "What?" Upon hearing his words, Qin's face turned pale. She recalled overhearing discussions among the captors about individuals with peculiar proclivities who favored the physique of young girls. Had she unwittingly encountered such a person? She had thought well of this boy, but now feared he too harbored a sinister heart. "What are you thinking?" "I merely wish to tend to your wounds," Xiao Yan said, bemused by her expression. He had observed numerous whip marks on her body, prompting his desire to treat her injuries, yet she had misconstrued his intentions. As Qin processed his words, her cheeks flushed crimson. Seeing the jade vials before Xiao Yan, she understood that he indeed intended to assist her in healing. Thus, she reluctantly began to remove her clothing, though modesty compelled her to shield her vital areas with her arms. Xiao Yan prepared a basin of warm water and retrieved a clean cloth to gently cleanse her body. Perhaps due to her prolonged neglect, the cloth quickly became soiled, leading him to decide on giving her a bath before proceeding with the treatment of her wounds. Given Xiao Yan's current prowess as an alchemist, the healing salves he concocted were of the highest quality, capable of not only hastening the healing of wounds, but also eradicating scars. The application of the salve brought no pain, only a soothing coolness that alleviated her discomfort significantly. Xiao Yan's movements were meticulous, devoid of any untoward thoughts. After all, as a seasoned elder with centuries of life experience, it would be utterly beastly to harbor any improper thoughts toward a young girl. He was certainly not a pedophile. During the healing process, he discerned that Qin's physique was exceedingly frail. Simply treating her wounds would not suffice. She required a period of proper recuperation. Thus, Xiao Yan resolved to postpone his journey to the Tagore Desert, remaining in Black Rock City to nurture Qin back to health. As an adept alchemist, he understood the intricacies of recovery. Under his attentive care, Qin's condition gradually improved, her complexion regaining its vitality. Once she began to show signs of recovery, Xiao Yan took her out to procure several beautiful garments, adorning her with care. "Now you truly resemble a lovely young lady," he remarked, his gaze softening as he admired Qin's appearance. He believed that through this series of actions, he would indelibly etch himself into her heart. Only with her complete trust would his subsequent plans unfold without hindrance. Yet, he pondered, would the transplantation of the azure serpent's triflower eyes yield any adverse effects? Gazing into Qin's eyes, he squinted slightly, deciding it was best to wait a bit longer. Chapter 55. Before departure to ensure Qin's well-being, Xiao Yan opted to extend his stay in Black Rock City for another month. Only after her full recovery did he resolve to embark on his journey to the Tagore Desert, this time accompanied by Qin. Concerned that she might struggle with the harsh desert climate, he meticulously crafted a batch of elixirs designed to provide a cooling sensation, a remedy for the heat. Throughout this month, while caring for Qin, Xiao Yan did not neglect his own training. Based on his estimations, the intensity of his uchi had reached the level of a 2-star Douwang. This strength was quite formidable within the Jiama Empire, even granting him the potential to contend for a position among the so-called 10 strongest. However, Xiao Yan remained indifferent to such superficial accolades, fully aware that the title of the 10 strongest was but a facade. One could easily encounter a reclusive Douwang in a remote corner, though the progression of a Douwang's ascension could not match the rapid pace of earlier stages. Xiao Yan's training speed assured him of a steady advancement of 1 or 2 stars every few months. At this rate, he estimated that within 2 years, he could attempt to challenge the realm of Douwang. A Douwang of merely 12 or 13 years of age, such prowess, if it were to become known, would undoubtedly create a seismic stir. Even in a place as formidable as Zhongzhou, he would be regarded as an unparalleled prodigy, a rarity that could rival the most extraordinary talents of ancient bloodlines, perhaps even amongst those venerable races possessing the lineage of Didi. Of course, should Xiao Yan manage to discover another form of Ioa and successfully consume it, he would undoubtedly expedite his ascent significantly. Ah, the Yihuo. Xiao Yan sighed softly. While the lower-ranked Tio are manageable, those of higher rank are predominantly monopolized by ancient races. Apart from the enigmatic first-ranked Flame, only the third-ranked Tingyova and the fifth-ranked Xingyan remain unattached to these ancient clans. Taming the Dilinyovo is no trifling task. In his previous life, Xiao Yan would never have been able to refine it without fortuitously assembling several fragmented maps. As for the Songling Zhiyan, its whereabouts are a mystery. He vaguely recalls that the Venerable Sun once possessed such a flame, but it was lost when the Yaoju was annihilated. Never mind. Such matters can be addressed later upon his arrival in Zhongzhou. Xiao Yan shook his head. Even if he were to find them now, he lacks the capability to subdue them. It is far more prudent to proceed step by step. Due to the presence of a Qingling, Xiao Yan opted not to fly using Douqi, but instead chose to ride a creature known as the Voina. In truth, he harbored a disdain for such slow means of transport. Yet to spare Qingling from any fright during the flight, he dutifully complied with this mode of travel. Were he to obtain a badge for a S rank, he could ride a more advanced flying beast. However, a 10-year-old Niaoser in the Jiangma would undoubtedly attract immense attention. Even if he concealed his true identity as a 5th or 6th grade Niaoser and merely presented himself as a 1st grade one, it would still raise eyebrows. Thus, to avoid unnecessary complications, Xiao Yan had no choice but to obediently accompany Qingling on the flying beast. Unlike Shen's rather lackluster demeanor, Qingling was filled with excitement. This journey marked her first venture far from home, especially in such a unique mode of transport. Xiao Yan sighed. Where are we heading this time? Qingling inquired, gazing out at the scenery. To the Tagur Da Xiaomo. Xiao Yan replied with a hint of resignation. I plan to undergo some training there and gather certain items. Initially, Qingling had referred to him as master, a title he did not favor, prompting her to amend it. He had contemplated calling her his sister, but the term brother unconsciously reminded him of the soul from his previous life. Thus, they compromised on the title Xiao Yan Sao, and Qingling became his maid. Upon hearing this title, Xiao Yan felt an odd sensation. Although he was indeed a young master of a small family, he had never truly experienced the privileges that such a position entails in either his past or present life. It was unexpected for him to feel such a taste of it now. In truth, Xiao Yan did not require the service of a young maid. After all, he had walked this arduous path alone for many years, accustomed to the rigors of a solitary training life. He had purchased Qingling solely for her unique Bishe, Sanhuatong, not anticipating any assistance from her. However, once her health improved, she insisted on aiding him, and he acquiesced, allowing her to fulfill the role of a maid and perform minor tasks. Upon hearing the name Tagur Da Xiaomo, Qingling instinctively shuddered. Xiao Yan understood that she was reminded of the serpentine beings inhabiting that desert, despite carrying the bloodline of the serpentine race. Her traumatic childhood experiences had cultivated a profound aversion to them. Fear not. Should any serpents appear, I shall drive them away, Xiao Yan consoled, gently ruffling his hair. With his current strength, unless he encountered the Medusa Queen, he was confident in his ability to defeat any adversaries. Even if he were to face her, he believed he could ensure their safe retreat. As long as I am with Shansha, I fear nothing, regardless of the destination, Chun asserted earnestly, shaking her head. At her words, Xiao Yan paused momentarily. This phrase seemed reminiscent of something someone had said to him long ago. Who could it be? As long as the teacher is present, I fear not even hell itself. He recalled the girl who had once pledged herself as his disciple, who had trusted him so implicitly, yet ultimately, he had been the one to take her life. Xiao Yan Xiao Yit. Just as Xian was lost in memories, his voice jolted him back to reality, prompting a wry smile. It appeared that the phantom of the Yung had indeed left its mark on him. Otherwise, he would not have been plagued by such sentiments. Qingling gazed at Xiao Yan with concern, inquiring, Xiao Yan-san, is something the matter? Are you unwell? Would you like to rest for a while? Nothing's wrong, Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head with a smile. I merely recalled some past events. Not wishing to linger on the topic, Xiao Yan quickly shifted the conversation. For the time being, I intend to focus on my training. All provisions are in the bag. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore, but do not stay out too late. You must return by nightfall. As he spoke, Xiao Yan sensed an oddity in his own words. Did he not feel as though he were raising a daughter? During the flight, no disturbances arose. As they soared above a height of 1,000 meters, any mishap could lead to a catastrophic fall, a fate no one wished to face. Thus, regardless of the rebellious nature of those aboard, all remained remarkably subdued, especially considering that few would choose such a means of transport when capable of wielding dignity like Shen. Upon setting foot on the scorched sands of the Xiao, Xiao Yan was immediately enveloped by a wave of searing warmth. The oppressive heat and arid environment prompted many of his fellow travelers to voice their grievances, yet Xiao Yan felt quite the opposite, embracing the surrounding warmth. He found a certain exhilaration in the air. The atmosphere of the Douqi is rich with fiery energy, making it a haven for those who cultivate Suxing Douqi. Here, he felt as though he were swimming in a sea of vitality. With the aid of special concoctions, akin to fichit, his training speed would undoubtedly see a significant boost. Xiao Yan suddenly recalled the 3 auxiliary substances for refining Yihua mentioned by Yao Lao. Although his current strength would suffice to refine some of the lower-ranked Yihua, and the other 2 substances were not strictly necessary aside from any increase in success probability would be advantageous. It was, after all, prudent to be prepared. He had already gathered the materials for the Sherilandon and was capable of crafting this 5th-grade pill. He merely needed to find a suitable time to do so. The only item he lacked was the Bingling Hanshan. Typically, such springs are found only in frigid locales. Yet, paradoxically, they can also manifest in extremely hot regions. Xiao Yan had no time to venture to the cold extremes, but perhaps he could strike luck in the Douqi, given its scorching nature. However, what astonished Xiao Yan was that he had anticipated that Qin Lin's physique would be rather frail and that she would find it exceedingly difficult to endure the harsh environment of this locale. Thus, he had prepared an assortment of medicinal pills in advance. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Lin moved about with remarkable ease under the sweltering heat, appearing unaffected. Unlike the pedestrians nearby, who were drenched in sweat due to the oppressive temperature, her demeanor was remarkably composed. It is worth noting that while some of those passers-by were not even worthy of being called fighters, they still possessed a modicum of fighting spirit within them. In contrast, Qin Lin had yet to access any fighting spirit, and given her recent recovery from a severe illness, her ability to traverse under the blazing sun was indeed peculiar. With a thought, Xiao Yan summoned a fragment of a spiritual energy to scan Qin Lin and soon discovered a chilling energy coursing through her body. It was this peculiar energy that allowed her to remain unaffected by the scorching environment. Could it be attributed to the Bai Shi Sanhua Tong? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, finding it unexpected that the Bai Shi Sanhua Tong possessed such an ability. However, this revelation presented a dilemma. The presence of this cold energy implied a conflict with the nature of his Jimi Yin Tong. If he were to transplant the Bai Shi Sanhua Tong under such conditions, it might not only fail to enhance its power, but could potentially weaken it. Well, never mind. Regardless, it would be prudent to nurture her for now. After all, the worst-case scenario would still allow him to cultivate her into a formidable force. Xiao Yan did not feel disheartened by the inability to execute his original plan. The enhancement of his Jimi Yin Tong with the Bai Shi Sanhua Tong was merely a fleeting thought. He was well aware of the techniques he had devised. Even if the Jimi Yin Tong received no augmentation, its destructive potential remained exceedingly formidable. After paying the entrance fee for both of them to the guards of the city gate, Xiao Yan led Qin Lin into the city known as Mo Cheng. As she gazed at the surrounding architecture and passers-by, she found herself momentarily entranced. The architectural style and attire here diverged significantly from those of He Yin Cheng, igniting a sense of curiosity in the little girl who had rarely ventured far from home. Upon entering Mo Cheng, Xiao Yan first sought out a luxurious inn to settle Qin Lin comfortably before venturing out again. He had already procured the essentials for the vast desert while in He Yin Cheng, and this trip was primarily to seek out the former Ice Emperor. Of course, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he left a sole imprint on Qin Lin, ensuring he could be alerted should anything happen in his absence. After searching the city for a while, he finally located a shop named Gu Tuesday. Exhaling softly, he stepped into the establishment, noting that the decor bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his previous life. One could only imagine the extent of Hai Bo Dong's laziness, considering he had found this place a decade later in his past life. Feel free to peruse as you wish. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with white hair, was seated behind the counter, engrossed in crafting maps. From his appearance, one would not suspect that he was once a formidable Dou Huang. Yet, Xiao Yan's spiritual energy could accurately sense the concealed Dou Huang-level power within this seemingly ordinary old man, most of which had been sealed away. "Do you want money?" Xiao Yan remarked nonchalantly, seemingly disinterested as he flipped through the maps in the shop. He quickly identified a small fragment of a torn map among a pile of failed works. This fragment was half the size of the one he had obtained in the Monster Mountain range, suggesting that it had been similarly divided by Hai Bo Dong. "If you want the map, you must pay for it." "I have no interest in engaging in jest," Hai Bo Dong replied, furrowing his brow at Xiao Yan's words. Upon noticing Xiao Yan holding the torn fragment, he was momentarily taken aback. Old sir, how much for this fragment? Xiao Yan inquired with a smile, raising the piece in his hand. Not for sale, Hai Bo Dong stated firmly. He had nearly perished in the desert over this fragment, so there was no way he would casually part with it. But you previously stated that if one desires the map, they must pay. Why the change in your words? Kid, do not play games with me. I said it is not for sale, and that is final. Hai Bo Dong waved his hand dismissively. Really not for sale? Not for sale. Very well. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly, then waved his hand to stow the fragment. Since he had declared it was not for sale, then it seemed the only option left was to seize it. Chapter 57. Xiao Yan versus Hai Bo Dong. You are courting death. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan audaciously declare his intention to seize the fragment right before him and act on it, Hai Bo Dong's gaze bore a terrifying intent to kill. As a former Dou Huang, Hai Bo Dong certainly had his pride. In his prime, no one had dared to forcibly take anything from him. Though his power was now sealed, the arrogance of a Dou Huang had not dissipated, and Xiao Yan's actions undoubtedly infringed upon the taboo of this former Ice Emperor. Hand over the fragment now, and you may leave unscathed, Hai Bo Dong instructed, lightly tapping a mechanism on the counter. The previously open door closed on its own, and a chilling, formidable aura erupted from Hai Bo Dong, pressing toward Xiao Yan. However, this so-called oppressive aura posed no threat to Xiao Yan. Had this Ice Emperor maintained his full strength, he might have posed a challenge, but now he was merely a Douling. Dealing with a Douling was something Xiao Yan had been capable of even during his Doushi phase. Spare me the useless chatter. If you want the fragment, come and take it. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. With a casual wave of his hand, he dispelled the cold air that had permeated the vicinity due to Hai Bo Dong's aura. It again brat. Hai Bo Dong's anger turned to mockery. Though his strength had regressed to that of a Douling due to the seal, it did not mean that just anyone could act against him. With a sneer, he transformed into a white shadow, rapidly darting toward Xiao Yan. Yet, just as he was about to strike, he found his attack passing straight through Xiao Yan's form. A shadow clone? The scene astonished Hai Bo Dong, but he quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged from behind him, causing his expression to change drastically. He swiftly formed a hand seal, conjuring a massive transparent ice mirror. Ice mirror. Crack. The moment the ice mirror materialized, it was shattered by a fist in the most violent manner. Hai Bo Dong was also sent flying by the force of the impact, barely stabilizing himself, only to taste blood rising in his throat. After effortlessly obliterating Hai Bo Dong's defense with a single punch, Xiao Yan nonchalantly shook his hand. With Hai Bo Dong's power sealed, he was merely at the level of an ordinary Douling, even failing to reach the pinnacle of that stage. Against such a foe, Xiao Yan could hardly unleash his full strength, let alone employ any techniques. In stark contrast to Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, Hai Bo Dong was inwardly shaken. Just from their brief exchange, he could ascertain that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own in a sealed state. How could this be? The boy appeared to be no older than 15. How could he already possess the might of at least a Douling? Old sir, I advise you to cease your actions promptly. Otherwise, if this continues, your old body may not withstand it, Xiao Yan remarked with a seemingly gentle smile. Yet his words only served to further infuriate the former Ice Emperor. I refuse to believe that I cannot deal with you, you impudent brat. Hai Bo Dong ground his teeth. A chilling aura once again emanating from his body, ultimately coalescing above his head into hundreds of rapidly spinning spiral ice spikes. Once formed, the ice spikes emitted a low, whistling sound before hurtling toward Xiao Yan like a torrential downpour. A tedious battle unfolded as Xiao Yan observed the icy spikes surging from all directions. He exhibited no intention of defense, merely standing indifferently in place. The approaching ice spikes shattered spontaneously, as if an invisible barrier enveloped him, shielding him from harm. This bizarre spectacle caused Hai Bo Dong's pupils to constrict slightly. His opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Yet, true to his character, he would never concede so easily. Thus, despite knowing he was outmatched, Hai Bo Dong resolved to unleash his most formidable attack against Xiao Yan. Swiftly forming hand seals, he compressed the surrounding cold air in front of him, generating numerous razor-sharp ice blades that hovered ominously, brimming with potential energy. As he continued to weave his seals, the number of ice blades multiplied, eventually shrouding his entire body. This was one of Hai Bo Dong's most powerful techniques, named Mystic Ice Spiral Kill, an advanced Dou technique of the mystic rank. In his prime, few dared to confront it head-on, instilling him with confidence that even if this attack could not defeat Xiao Yan, it would certainly not be as effortlessly countered as before. Are you ready? If so, make your move. Xiao Yan languidly stretched, his demeanor nonchalant. Impudent. The sight of Xiao Yan's casualness ignited a fury within the former Dou Emperor. He shouted, and the ice blades that had been suspended in front of him surged forth simultaneously, merging in midair to form a whirlwind composed entirely of ice blades. The sharpness of these blades far surpassed that of the previous ice spikes. Any unfortunate soul caught within this tempest would likely meet a grim fate. Even a peaked Dou spirit would struggle to survive. However, it was a pity that Xiao Yan had long since surpassed the Dou spirit realm. He regarded the approaching ice blade storm, slowly extending a hand, gently grasping at the formidable offensive that Hai Buodong had painstakingly conjured. In the next moment, the massive whirlwind of ice blades halted abruptly, remaining motionless despite Hai Buodong's frantic attempts to command it. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly at the sight of Hai Buodong desperately manipulating the ice blade storm. Impressive display, but that is all there is to it. As his words fell, the colossal ice blade storm erupted violently, and amidst the flurry of icy fragments, Xiao Yan lightly clapped his hands, declaring, "Old sir, you have lost." "Nonsense. I have not yet lost," Hai Buodong began to retort, only to suddenly feel a searing heat radiating from his limbs. Lowering his gaze, he discovered countless strands of purple-black flames that appeared on the floor, binding his hands and feet completely. The burning sensation made it clear that should he dare to move recklessly, he would risk being obliterated entirely. Chapter 58. The Deal with Hai Buodong. Very well. You have won. Realizing his inability to escape Xiao Yan's bindings, Hai Buodong appeared considerably defeated. It was the first time in many years that he felt such powerlessness. His strongest technique, unleashed with all his might, had been effortlessly neutralized, and he couldn't even discern when the counterattack had occurred. Take the fragment of the map. But do not disturb my seclusion. I will certainly take the fragment, but it will not be the only piece. Xiao Yan stepped forward, stating calmly, "Hand over the other half of the fragment as well." "What other half? I do not know what you are talking about." A flicker of surprise crossed Hai Buodong's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Do you think I cannot see through you? This fragment has been split by you. Only half remains. The other half must be in your possession as well. Hand it over." As he spoke, Xiao Yan casually flexed his wrists. "You think I am someone who can be threatened? Do as you wish, but if you kill me, do not expect to obtain that half of the fragment." Hai Buodong scoffed, clearly confident that Xiao Yan would not dare to kill him. Hearing the veiled threat in Hai Buodong's words, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that pride was not exclusive to Hai Buodong. He too possessed a certain arrogance. Were it not for his desire to utilize this old man for specific purposes, he might have forcibly extracted the other half of the fragment and disposed of him, a task that would not have been overly difficult for him at this point. "Old sir, as long as you surrender the other half of the fragment, I will grant you anything within my power." Suppressing his murderous intent, Xiao Yan restored his calm demeanor. "Unfortunately, what I desire is beyond your capacity to provide." Hai Buodong sna. "Oh really?" Xiao Yan's fingers flicked lightly, and a wisp of purple-black flame ignited at his fingertips. "What if I could help you restore your peak strength?" "What did you say?" Hai Buodong was taken aback, his expression turning serious as he regarded Xiao Yan. "Is my statement incorrect?" Xiao Yan replied with an indifferent smile. "Old sir, your power should far exceed the Dou spirit level, yet you have regressed due to some form of seal. If I can assist you in regaining your strength, then surely you would be willing to part with that fragment." "Ha ha ha. A fine proposal, but I do not believe you possess any means to aid my recovery." A hint of mockery flashed in Hai Buodong's eyes. "Unless you are a 6th-tier alchemist." "How fortuitous, for I happen to be capable of concocting 6th-tier elixirs." Xiao Yan smiled slightly. "You insolent brat, do not deceive me. How could someone your age possibly be a 6th-tier alchemist?" Hai Buodong surveyed Xiao Yan incredulously, clearly skeptical of his alchemical abilities. "When you had me bound to the ground, did you ever consider that I might be a Dou Wang?" Xiao Yan tilted his head, grinning. "If I can achieve the rank of Dou Wang at such a young age, what makes you think I cannot be a 6th-tier alchemist? You young rascal. It seems I truly misjudged you." After a moment of contemplation, Hai Buodong remarked, "Do you know my identity?" "I do not, but I can surmise that your identity must be quite extraordinary." Xiao Yan feigned ignorance, attempting to downplay his awareness of the old man's background. "Indeed, my name is Hai Buodong, and in my heyday, I was known as the Ice Emperor." A proud expression adorned Hai Buodong's face. As one of the 10 strongest of the previous generation, his exploits were surely known to many, and those past experiences formed the foundation of his pride. "Oh, Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, I have heard of you." Xiao Yan nodded casually, acknowledging that he was indeed familiar with Hai Buodong's illustrious past. However, to him, the tales of Hai Buodong's grandeur seemed little more than child's play. "How did you end up in such a predicament?" The calm demeanor of Xiao Yan caused Hai Buodong's lips to twitch slightly, but now was not the time for such musings. With a sigh, he continued, "Years ago, I impulsively ventured into the Tagore Desert, where I acquired that fragment during an adventure, but it subsequently attracted the wrath of Queen Medusa. At that time, my strength was no match for her, and though I managed to escape with my life, I fell victim to her seal, leading to my rapid aging and a regression in my capabilities to the level of Dou spirit." Hai Buodong's expression was tinged with bitterness. For many years, I have been in search of a method to break the seal. After much wandering and trials, I finally discovered an extraordinary alchemical formula, detailing the elixir capable of unbinding the seal. If I can successfully refine it, I shall have the means to liberate myself. Then why not seek out Gu He? I believe he would be more than willing to accommodate a former Dou Huang who owes him a favor, Xiao Yan inquired, raising an eyebrow slightly. Gu He is not an option, Hai Buodong replied, shaking his head. He gazed at the violet-black flames binding him and spoke slowly. This elixir is not merely a 6th-grade concoction. According to the formula, it requires a unique flame to be refined, and Gu He does not possess such a thing. But I happen to have it, Xiao Yan replied with a faint smile. Now, hand over the formula. Given that you have prepared for so many years, you must have gathered the necessary medicinal ingredients, correct? I shall assist you in the refinement. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Hai Buodong chuckled awkwardly. I have gathered most of the ingredients, but I am still missing the last one, the Samandragora. This particular herb can only be found in the Tagore Great Desert, but I bear a seal set by Queen Medusa within me. As soon as I approach that area, she will detect my presence. So you still require my assistance in gathering the ingredients? Xiao Yan smiled slightly. To have a 6th-grade alchemist running about on the basis of a mere fragment of a map, Mr. Emperor, you truly have calculated your odds well. Hai Buodong felt a bit embarrassed as he recognized the unreasonable nature of his request, yet he had no choice but to place his hopes on Xiao Yan. Very well. My greatest virtue is my eagerness to assist others. Since you, Mr. Hai, require the Sand Mandragora, I shall reluctantly undertake the journey for you, but I expect an increase in compensation. Xiao Yan smiled, adding, upon completion, in addition to that fragment of the map, I would like you to assist me with one more task. Assist you with a task? At Xiao Yan's words, Hai Buodong's expression shifted, and he quickly shook his head. No way. Mr. Hai, you're asking too much. Xiao Yan maintained a nonchalant demeanor. As an alchemist, my duty is merely to assist you in refining the elixir. However, since you lack the most crucial ingredient, I must run about on your behalf, which means I am already doing you a favor. Thus, it is only fair that you reciprocate. Rest assured, the task I ask of you will not contradict your principles, and it will certainly be within your capabilities. Xiao Yan smiled. Moreover, I believe there is not a single powerful being in the Jiama Empire who would not wish to assist a 6th-grade alchemist. You speak boldly, yet your words ring true. If you truly are an alchemist of 6th-grade caliber, I doubt anyone in the entire Jiama Empire would refuse to assist you. Hai Buodong sighed in resignation. You have successfully persuaded me. If you can indeed refine that elixir, I shall consider it a fair exchange to assist you. I trust Mr. I will not regret this decision. Xiao Yan clapped his hands and smiled. By the way, since we are to venture into the Tagore Great Desert, could you kindly prepare the most detailed map available? I am certain you would not want me to get lost due to a misstep in the route, causing delays in refining your elixir. Maps of the Tagore Great Desert are abundant, but the most detailed one happens to be with me, Hai Buodong replied somewhat helplessly. Oh. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, realizing the old man had been withholding information. He reached out and searched Hai Buodong's person, shortly discovering a thin piece of parchment. Upon unfolding it, he found that this map was indeed more detailed than the others, illustrating specific routes and even marking water sources and scattered gatherings of the serpent people. What are these places? Xiao Yan pointed to 3 fiery symbols on the map and inquired. These are locations I deduced to be most likely to harbor exotic flames. Hai Buodong hesitated before responding. Exotic flames exist in the Tagore Great Desert? Xiao Yan asked nonchalantly. Are they in the possession of the serpent people? Are you jesting? The serpent people could never possess exotic flames. Hai Buodong shook his head. Rumors of exotic flames have long surrounded the Tagore Great Desert. In my idle time, I conducted some investigations. However, based on my deductions, if exotic flames truly exist in the Tagore Great Desert, they're most likely hidden in those 3 locations. How intriguing. It's a shame that I already possess an exotic flame. Even if I were to find another, it would be of no use. Otherwise, I would indeed wish to test my luck. Xiao Yan feigned a sigh of regret, though internally he was swiftly processing this information. In his previous life, he had heard rumors of an exotic flame belonging to the serpent people, But now Hai Buodong denied this, indicating that at this time, the serpent people had not yet discovered the flame, sparing him the need to infiltrate their territory. Moreover, Hai Buodong's map was an unexpected boon, as he had originally come to the Tagore Great Desert in search of exotic flames. With this map, he would undoubtedly save a considerable amount of time. Hai Buodong remained unaware that Xiao Yan could simultaneously consume multiple exotic flames. Otherwise, he might have regretted lending the map, for in the eyes of most, it was believed that a person could only harbor one exotic flame. If two were to meet, the only outcome would be conflict, leading to disastrous consequences. By the way, while you gather the ingredients, try to avoid the western region. It is perilously close to Queen Medusa's territory. She can sense the presence of humans nearby. And if she detects you, even with your exceptional talents, escaping her clutches would be exceedingly difficult, Hai Buodong warned. Before we even arrive, who can say for certain whether or not I will succeed? Xiao Yan chuckled, stowing the map away in his storage ring. I've accepted the items, Mr. Hai. Await my good news. I shall return shortly. Wait. Just as Xiao Yan was about to depart, Hai Buodong suddenly realized something and called out urgently. No need to see me off. I can leave on my own, Xiao Yan replied without looking back. Come back here. Hai Buodong bellowed from behind. The mountains remain green, and the waters flow eternally. We shall meet again. Xiao Yan waved his hand in farewell as he strode forward, swiftly exiting the shop, leaving behind Hai Buodong, still bound by the violet-black flames, letting out a feeble roar. You have yet to release me from this. Upon stepping outside the shop, Xiao Yan stretched and listened to the echoes of Hai Buodong's cries within. A slight smile graced his lips. He had not forgotten that he had bound Hai Buodong with his offensive technique. The old man had dared to threaten him previously, and thus a lesson was in order. The violet-black flames, even without his Douqi to sustain them, could last for an hour. For Hai Buodong, this hour would undoubtedly be excruciating. Xiao Yan, however, was far more preoccupied with the matter of the exotic flames. He unfurled Hai Buodong's map, examining the fiery symbols, and furrowed his brow slightly. He had visited a couple of these locations in his previous life, but he had not lingered there long, as the exotic flames had already fallen into the hands of the serpent people by that time, making it impossible for him to discover any news of them. But one must wonder, what purpose do the serpent people have for exotic flames? Xiao Yan meticulously assembled all the information he had gathered about the serpent people from both his past and present lives. Currently, the Queen Medusa was merely at the pinnacle of the Dou Huang stage, having been stuck at this level for an extended period. However, in his previous life, when he arrived at the Tagore Desert, Queen Medusa had already ascended to the Dou Zong stage, coinciding with the news of the emergence of Xiao among the serpent people. It was plausible that there existed some correlation between the two events. Repeating the terms of and Queen Medusa in his mind, Xiao Yan suddenly recalled a possibility. During his past life, he had perused numerous tomes on magical beasts, some of which documented the secrets of the Medusa clan. It was conceivable that, by a stroke of fortune, the Queen Medusa could undergo an evolution upon breaking through to the 7th tier, and one such fortunate circumstance could involve the reliance on Xiao. This revelation could potentially elucidate everything. Chapter 60. The Journey Through the Desert upon exiting the shop of Hai Buodong. Xiao Yan did not immediately set off in search of Xiao. Instead, he chose to accompany Qing Lin in exploring the desert city for a few days. At her tender age, the young girl was brimming with curiosity about all things novel. Once they entered the Tagore Desert, there would be no time for leisure. So Xiao Yan decided it best to let her enjoy a brief respite before embarking on their arduous training. Unbeknownst to Qing Lin, during their time together, Xiao Yan had been diligently studying her by Shi San Hua Tong, striving to recall the information regarding such eyes from his previous life. Ultimately, he concluded that this ability was not impossible to transplant. He had the means to do so. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that this power clashed with his own attributes. Should he proceed with the transplant, the success rate would be exceedingly low, and even if he succeeded, it could lead to dire, permanent side effects. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to abandon this notion. After several days of leisure, having replenished the necessary supplies and water, Xiao Yan finally set forth with Qing Lin on the quest for Xiao. Initially, he had contemplated sending Qing Lin to Wutan City. However, given the considerable distance and his belief that their journey through the desert might require her by Shi San Hua Tong, he decided to take her along. The climate of the Tagore Desert was far more sweltering than that of the desert city. Upon entering the desert, they encountered not a single fellow traveler, nor even a magical beast. All that stretched before them was a vast expanse of desolate yellow sands. Without a detailed map, even with ample water supplies, one could easily become lost amidst the swirling sandstorms. The numerous dried corpses they encountered along the way were testament to this grim reality. In addition to the oppressive heat, the relentless sandstorms posed a significant challenge. These storms not only obscured vision, but also stung the skin painfully. Prolonged exposure could leave many travelers disfigured before they even exited the desert. Xiao Yan, however, was unfazed, having rigorously honed his physical form, rendering him impervious to such trivialities. His indifference to appearances contrasted sharply with Qing Lin, a delicate young girl who could hardly withstand such conditions. Thus, he summoned his Douqi to form a protective barrier around her. Though Qing Lin had endured bullying throughout her childhood, she still possessed the sensibilities of a young girl, and, despite her silence, was deeply concerned about her appearance. Xiao Yan's gesture of shielding her from the sandstorms with his Douqi touched her profoundly. Of course, while Xiao Yan cared little about Qing Lin's looks, he was acutely aware that if her, Bai Shi San Hua Tong, were to be damaged, it would be a grave loss. Beyond the sandstorms, the hidden magical beasts lurking beneath the yellow sands presented a lethal threat to those venturing into the depths of the Tagar Desert. Yet, for Xiao Yan, whose soul power rivaled that of a seventh-grade alchemist, this threat was negligible. He could dispatch the ambushing beasts with merely his soul power, without the need for direct confrontation. As his strength grew, so too did his soul power, now firmly established in the latter stages of the mortal realm. His previous ability to effortlessly counter Hai Ba Dong's attacks was a testament to this formidable power, which now served as yet another hidden card in Xiao Yan's hand. As night fell, Xiao Yan realized he had made an error. The desert's temperature fluctuated dramatically between day and night. The scorching heat of the day gave way to bone-chilling cold at night. With his current cultivation level and the protection of Xiao Yan remained unaffected by the temperature shift, leading him to neglect proper preparations. Unfortunately, Qing Lin was not so fortunate. The supplies she had gathered in Black Rock City were insufficient for two, and as a result, she found herself shivering in the cold night air. Despite Xiao Yan draping several layers of clothing over her, she continued to tremble uncontrollably. In desperation, Xiao Yan allowed her to nestle against him, using his body heat to ward off the chill. This proximity allowed Qing Lin to drift into a peaceful slumber. As he felt her petite form nestled against him, a wry smile crossed his face. In any other context, such a situation might have branded him a pervert. As a former Douqi powerhouse, Xiao Yan had long cultivated an unwavering composure. Even with another person in his embrace, he could maintain his focus on cultivation. Yet, each time he opened his eyes, he would find that Qing Lin, who had merely leaned against him, had somehow transformed into a more intimate position. Xiao Yan could only feel helpless about this predicament. Fortunately, they were in the desolate Tagar Desert, far removed from prying eyes. Otherwise, should anyone witness such a scene, his reputation as a lowly enthusiast would be irreparably tarnished. Strangely, Xiao Yan could not shake the feeling that his interactions with Qing Lin bore an uncanny resemblance to a character named Sylvie from a game he had played on Earth. If this pattern continued, it seemed inevitable that Qing Lin would soon fall ill, leading to a series of predictable events. Shaking off these distracting thoughts, Xiao Yan resumed his cultivation. He had attained the rank of a 2-star Do Wang, a notable figure within the Jiama Empire. However, he was acutely aware that such power would render him inconsequential in the Central Plains. To navigate the challenges there, one would ideally possess the strength of a Dozone. At that moment, Xiao Yan's soul power detected an unusual movement, prompting him to withdraw from his meditative state. He swiftly opened his eyes, only to find Qing Lin, who had been asleep in his arms, doing the same. Xiao Yan was not surprised. His soul power had relayed the information that a group of serpent people was rapidly approaching their location. With some serpent lineage within her blood, Qing Lin, aided by her, Bai Shi San Hua Tong, was naturally attuned to their presence. The opposing force was substantial, led by an individual of Dou Wang caliber, making a direct confrontation inadvisable. Xiao Yan quickly assessed their combat capabilities. While he could easily annihilate them, the presence of Qing Lin necessitated a more cautious approach. Thus, he decisively opted for evasion. With a gentle motion, he rummaged through his storage ring and retrieved a golden blanket, covering both himself and Qing Lin. The fierce winds whipped up the yellow sand, completely concealing their hiding place. Moments later, a robust male serpent person, accompanied by a small squad, appeared near their concealed position. Chapter 61. Journey to Shimo City. Amidst the vast expanse of a desert, Xiao Yan embraced Qing Lin, carefully draping a golden blanket over their bodies. To ensure their concealment, he enveloped them both with his soul power, effectively shrouding their presence. It would be no easy feat for anyone, even a Do Wang, to discern their location here. One could hardly expect a Dozone to detect them either. Strangely, the burly serpent man leading the group had distinctly sensed human presence moments ago, now left perplexed by the emptiness surrounding him. As a Dou Wang, his perception was far more acute than that of ordinary serpent folk, which prompted him to alter his original course and investigate this area. However, to his dismay, it was entirely barren. He gestured for his subordinates to search the vicinity, aware that some humans were exceptionally skilled in the art of concealment, possibly lurking nearby and poised to strike. Yet, they were destined to find nothing. For Xiao Yan was concealed less than 3 meters beneath the very feet of the imposing serpent man. Given Xiao Yan's cautious nature, he did not presume that a mere golden blanket would suffice to deceive his adversaries. Thus, before the sands enveloped him, he had quietly burrowed several meters underground, leaving just enough space to breathe. While he could hold his breath for an extended period, Qing Lin would not fare as well. Utilizing his remarkable soul perception, Xiao Yan discerned that the leader of the serpent men possessed a formidable strength of 5-star Dou Wang, 3 stars above his own. Nevertheless, should they engage in combat, Xiao Yan was confident he could defeat the serpent man within a few exchanges. The other serpent men, however, were not particularly strong. Most were at the Great Dou Shi level, with the strongest among them only reaching 7-star Great Dou Shi. Yet, these average serpent warriors, comprising an elite unit, were still not to be underestimated. Xiao Yan was acutely aware that this squad was significantly inferior to the famed Medusa Serpent Guard. Legend held that each member of Medusa's elite force possessed Dou Ling level strength, with the captain, Huashi being a Dou Wang level entity. Many powerful warriors had fallen to this guard during the past conflicts between the Jiama Empire and the Serpent Race. However, the Serpent Race could only muster a single squad of such elite guards. If every unit had such capabilities, they would have long conquered the Jiama Empire. My Lord Mebas, there are no traces of humans in the vicinity. After a thorough search, the serpent men failed to uncover any sign of Xiao Yan and his companion. This was hardly surprising. The phrase digging 3 feet into the ground was a feat few could accomplish, especially with Xiao Yan's position directly beneath Mebas himself. The principle of darkness beneath the lamp held true in any situation. Upon hearing the title attributed to the robust serpent man, Xiao Yan understood that Mebas was one of the leaders of the 8 serpent tribes, which explained his Dou Wang level strength. Yet, he found it curious that Mebas would appear so close to the serpent tribe's territory. It seems I misjudged the situation, Mebas mused, lamenting that he had hoped to capture a few humans for interrogation. After scanning the area once more and confirming there were no human traces, he waved his hand and declared, "Let us depart. We shall seek some amusement in the nearby human city." Yes. After Mebas and his group departed, only about 10 minutes passed before Xiao Yan and Qing Lin emerged from their sandy concealment. Xiao Yan squinted at the direction they had vanished, then promptly retrieved the map he had obtained from Haibo Dong. Following the indicated route would lead them directly to one of the 3 flame symbols, with the nearest city being Shimo City. Those serpent men are headed for Shimo City. Qing Lin observed the map in Xiao Yan's hands, recalling Mebas's earlier comment. A wave of concern washed over her. Serpent attacks on cities were common occurrences in the desert, often resulting in heavy casualties among humans. If they captured Shimo City, the serpents would undoubtedly plunder and wreak havoc, exacerbating the already dire relations between humans and serpent folk. "Let's also make our way to Shimo City," Xiao Yan said, taking a deep breath. When he had left Wutan City, his father, Xiao Zhan, had informed him that his 2 elder brothers were honing their skills in Shimo City, and there might be traces of Yoa nearby. If the serpent race seized control of Shimo City, they could potentially discover the Yoa hidden within the sands, leading to significant trouble. To Qing Lin, however, it seemed that the noble Xiao Yan, upon learning of the impending threat to Shimo City, was determined to intervene and avert disaster. In her eyes, his stature grew even more heroic. At that moment, Xiao Yan was completely unaware of Qing Lin's thoughts, his mind racing with considerations about the situation in Shimo City. The serpents had departed only minutes ago, and given the proximity of the city, they could have easily arrived by now. As a desert city, Shimo City likely had defenses against the serpent race. Even a Dou Wang level serpent would likely struggle to breach its walls in a short time. There was still a chance for Xiao Yan to arrive in time. With that thought in mind, he hesitated no longer. Without a word of explanation to Qing Lin, he swept her off her feet, and, in an instant, magnificent purple-black flames unfurled into wings from his back. The splendid wings left Qing Lin momentarily stunned, soon replaced by astonishment. She had never imagined that her master was a Dou Wang-level powerhouse. Xiao Yan, now unconcerned with hiding his abilities, flapped his wings and soared into the sky, racing towards Shimo City with astonishing speed, creating sonic booms in the surrounding air. Such velocity would leave even some Dou Huang experts in awe. Moments after Xiao Yan's departure, a graceful figure appeared where they had just stood. She surveyed the ground with a grave expression, and after determining the direction, she too summoned her Douqi wings, swiftly making her way towards Shimo City. Her speed rivaling that of Xiao Yan's. Chaptur altmış iki, pirinses yaoye. Billowing black smoke and raging flames transformed a once peaceful village into a hellish nightmare. Among the ruins lay countless disfigured corpses, not a single intact body to be found, suggesting that these souls had suffered unspeakable torment in life. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, and distant cries, accompanied by flickering flames, unmistakably signaled that this place had recently borne witness to a brutal massacre. Located near the outskirts of Shimo City, less than 10 miles away, such occurrences indicated that the serpent race was drawing near. Though Qinglin had heard tales of serpent attacks on human villages, witnessing the horrific scene before her turned her face pale, her stomach churning. Were it not for Xiao Yan's presence, she might have succumbed to nausea. She had not anticipated that the serpent's assault would be so bloody and savage. Xiao Yan, however, displayed little outward emotion. He had seen far more gruesome scenes in his past life, far exceeding the bloodshed before him. His sole concern was the whereabouts of Mebas and his companions, wondering if they remained in this village. At this moment, several serpent men still scouring the village caught sight of the two figures, and upon seeing them, especially the azure-scaled girl hiding beside Xiao Yan, a glimmer of avarice flickered in their eyes. There were two small children here. Kill the boy and capture the girl. Before the lead serpent man could finish his sentence, his head exploded spontaneously, blood and brain matter splattering over the bodies of the other serpent men. This sudden spectacle rendered the once cackling serpent men utterly dumbfounded. They were not foolish enough to believe that the serpent man had self-destructed. The only plausible explanation was that someone had intervened with lethal precision to eliminate him. "Run!" shouted the surviving serpent men hurriedly, but as they turned to flee, their bodies uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. Unbeknownst to them, they had been cleaved in two. As they attempted to crawl away, their arms were severed in the blink of an eye. The excruciating pain compelled them to emit wails. But before the sounds could escape their lips, their tongues were incinerated by a burst of flames. Shortly thereafter, their eyes erupted, leaving only two streams of dark blood trickling from their eye sockets, a grotesque and terrifying sight. Xiao Yan had always endeavored to suppress his true self in front of Qinglin, striving to present a congenial facade. However, today he unusually revealed his brutal side. Yet, Qinglin rationalized Xiao Yan's behavior internally. Anyone witnessing such a scene would inevitably be filled with righteous indignation. And choosing to mercilessly slay one's foes under such circumstances was entirely reasonable. Little did she know, Xiao Yan was not motivated by empathy for the villagers who had perished. He merely sought to unleash the murderous intent he had long suppressed. There are still some survivors here. Let's search for them, Xiao Yan declared. Pulling out a rope to bind the serpent men, he had reduced to mere stumps. He then dragged them along while swiftly scanning the entire village with his soul energy. Before long, he detected a faint life force emanating from cellar. During this process, Xiao Yan also discovered a handful of serpent men still lurking in the village. Without hesitation, he unleashed his soul energy, obliterating the heads of these serpent men, who lacked even the strength of a fighting spirit. This action was not out of compassion for the deceased villagers. Xiao Yan had not yet reached such a noble state. He simply wished to eliminate any potential threats. Rooting out the weeds was his long-standing principle. After dispatching all the serpent men in the village, Xiao Yan finally opened the cellar, where he indeed found a group of people, those weak and elderly, lacking combat prowess. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, they were initially startled, but when informed that he had come to rescue them and had already dealt with the serpent men, they breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yan tossed the bound serpent men to the survivors, who naturally took them as outlets for their pent-up frustration. Subsequently, Xiao Yan decided to leave Qinglin behind. His next destination was Shimo City to thwart the serpent men, and bringing Qinglin along would undoubtedly complicate matters. Before entering the desert, Qinglin's wrists had been wrapped in bandages to conceal her serpent scales, as long as she did not reveal it herself. No one would know of her lingering serpent bloodline. Leaving her behind, the remaining individuals would assist in caring for her for a while. However, as a precaution, Xiao Yan left a soul mark on Qinglin and entrusted her with a ring containing the 9-nether illusionary flame, which would aid her in times of peril. Having completed these preparations, Xiao Yan unfurled his fighting spirit wings and swiftly soared toward Shimo City. where a pillar of fire was already rising into the sky. At this moment, a brutal battle was raging at the front of Shimo City. Upon the city walls, a young girl in military garb was directing the soldiers to target the attacking serpent men. Under her command, despite the serpent men's ferocious assaults, they had not breached the defensive line. Princess Xiao Yan, the serpent men's offensive seems to have halted. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest? A figure resembling a commander respectfully suggested from atop the city walls. No, their next wave of attack is imminent. We must immediately organize personnel to repair the defensive structures. Xiao Yan replied, shaking her head, her expression grave as she observed the serpent men below. Where on earth had these creatures come from? Each serpent man assaulting the city was capable of manifesting fighting spirit armor, indicating that their strength was at least that of a great fighter. Yet Shimo City was merely a remote border town, with the total number of great fighters in the entire city not exceeding 10, including her personal guards. Were it not for the relatively robust defensive mechanisms and the formidable fortifications of the city walls, these creatures would have likely breached the defenses long ago. As the future empress of the Jayamar Empire, Princess Xiao Yan's esteemed status ostensibly precluded her from being in such a remote location. The original intent of that old monster in the royal family was merely to allow her to rationally command the military, providing her with a gilded opportunity. However, Xiao Yan held her own aspirations. She believed that to fully command the military, one must first understand its operational dynamics. Maintaining a lofty demeanor would never facilitate this goal. Thus, she specifically sought out a small city to personally train a defensive force, intending to familiarize herself with military affairs while also establishing her own foundation. Little did she expect that mere months into her endeavor, she would encounter a massive assault from the Serpent Men. Just as Princess Xiao Yan had anticipated, after a brief lull, the Serpent Men launched another offensive, this time far more ferocious than before. Fortunately, her earlier vigilance had led her to reinforce the defensive measures, denying the Serpent Men any opportunity to exploit weaknesses. At that moment, she noticed a convoy escorting several items toward the city walls. Seeing those items, Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief. If they could successfully assemble that particular device, repelling the Serpent Men below would pose no challenge. These were components of a special weapon she had brought from the imperial capital. Once assembled, they would be capable of eliminating entities at the level of fighting spirits. This was the renowned tri-arrow crossbow of the military. Upon reaching the great fighter level, conventional crossbows were ineffective against such beings. However, in the context of imperial warfare, skilled fighters often entered the fray, and when they did, it was akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. Therefore, to equip the military with the means to combat high-tier adversaries, many empires had developed such crossbows forged from special metals. The tri-arrow crossbow was one such weapon. A single shot could easily penetrate the fighting spirit armor of a great fighter, posing a significant threat even to entities at the level of fighting spirits. This was merely one unit. In military strongholds, there were easily hundreds of similar weapons. The devastation wrought by 100 simultaneous volleys would compel even a fighting king to retreat. However, due to its exorbitant cost and the scarcity of materials, such specialized crossbows were typically only found in large military fortifications. A small city like Shimo City was not qualified to possess one. The current assembly was only possible because Princess Xiao Yan had brought it from the imperial capital. Once the tri-arrow crossbow was completed, it took aim at the foremost serpent man below, who was brandishing a serpent spear, preparing to hurl it. Just as he was about to strike, an arrow forged from fine iron shot down from the city walls, directly piercing his body. The serpent man naturally noticed the lethal arrow, yet he paid it little heed. With the ability to wield his battle armor, he deemed himself impervious to such commonplace projectiles. However, he was unprepared for the fact that the arrows launched from the city wall this time possessed an attack power far exceeding that of ordinary arrows. He felt a searing pain, and then everything faded to black, as the arrow pierced directly through his heart, pinning him to the ground in a finality of death. This arrow left the previously aggressive serpent warriors momentarily stunned. They prided themselves on the fortitude of their battle armor, believing that the humans lacked sufficient means to breach their defenses, which emboldened their reckless assault. Yet, the events unfolding before them shattered their preconceived notions. Retreat. In the face of death's terror, the serpent warriors hastily halted their attack. However, Xiao Yan had no intention of letting them escape. With 2 more arrows loosed, she claimed the lives of 2 more serpents. The distinguishing feature of her triple-barrel crossbow was its capability to fire 3 arrows in rapid succession, which was precisely why Xiao Yan had opted for this weapon when she came to Stone Desert City. Once the crossbow was reloaded, Yao Yi aimed it at what appeared to be the leader among the serpents. If she could eliminate him, the remaining serpents would be leaderless, and the defense of the city would be assured. To ensure a fatal strike, she commanded her subordinates to target the leader with all 3 arrows. Fire! With a wave of her arm, the 3 arrows shot forth, aimed directly at the serpent leader. Just as they were about to strike, a formidable energy surged from afar, shattering the arrows into fragments. Witnessing this, Yao Ye's pupils constricted. Only a warrior of the King of Fighters level could so effortlessly destroy her arrows. As if to validate Yao Ye's suspicions, a dark shape appeared in the distant sky. A robust serpent man, flapping his battle wings, was rapidly approaching. He was none other than the leader of the serpent tribe, one of the 8 chieftains of their race, Mobas. Seeing this, even Princess Yao Yi could not suppress a feeling of despair. If he were merely a spirit fighter, perhaps she could have relied on her crossbow to kill him. But a king of fighters was a true powerhouse within the Jama Empire. Even with 10 crossbows, it would be impossible to bring him down. Yet, such beings were exceedingly rare, even among the serpent tribe. The fact that one would come to assault a small place like Stone Desert City was something that even the Emperor's strongest fighters could not have anticipated. The power to dismantle the city's defenses would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Mobas swung his fist through the air, and terrifying energy coalesced into a massive energy python that lunged at Princess Yao Yi atop the city wall. He might not have realized her identity, but he could discern that she was the commander of this city, prompting his direct attack. The speed of the energy assault was blinding, and Yao Yi, unable to evade in light of her strength, revealed a glimmer of despair in her eyes. But just then, a figure wrapped in purple-black flames soared from the distant horizon, intercepting the energy python in the blink of an eye. With a casual wave, he shattered the massive serpent that could easily crush a spirit fighter. Yao Yi breathed a sigh of relief as she gazed upon the figure enveloped in purple-black flames. From the wings of fire on his back, it was evident that he too must be a king of fighters. With such an ally on the battlefield, they should be able to withstand the serpent tribe's king. Yet, she was perplexed when had a king of fighters who wielded purple-black flames emerged in the Jama Empire. She had not heard of such a figure. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you must continue to command your forces, the figure concealed within the flames said calmly. His intervention against Mobas was not an act of kindness, but rather a hope that she would organize her troops for a decisive counterattack. I understand, Yao Yi nodded. As long as their king does not intervene, our strength is sufficient to annihilate the remaining serpents. Xiao Yan glanced at the noble princess of the empire before shifting his focus to Mobas. All right, this one is mine. Who are you? While Yao Yi pondered Xiao Yan's identity, Mobas harbored similar doubts. The Serpent Tribe and the Jama Empire had clashed periodically in recent years, and as a chieftain of the 8 Serpent Tribes, he had participated in many battles, having faced numerous king of fighters from the Jama Empire. Yet none had wielded flames like this. I am the one who will take your life, Xiao Yan replied coolly, enveloped in purple-black flames. His figure bore the semblance of an adult. Thus no one could fathom that this savior-like figure was merely a child, not yet 12 years old. You audacious fool, Mobas sneered. In the current Jama Empire, those capable of claiming his life could be counted on one hand, and they were nearly all at the Emperor level. Although he did not know the boy's origins, he surmised from his aura that he was not much stronger than himself, perhaps even weaker. To speak such brazen words was sheer arrogance. Xiao Yan said nothing further, merely gestured with his finger, a clear provocation that irritated the notoriously hot-tempered serpent chieftain. He swung his fist, unleashing a ferocious energy imbued with terrifying battle power directly at Xiao Yan. The force of this punch was immense. Had it struck the walls of Stone Desert City, it could have obliterated them entirely. Facing this terrifying blow, however, Xiao Yan showed no intent to evade. He flapped his wings and soared toward Mobas, his body crashing through the energy attack that Mobas had unleashed. Clenching his fist, he rapidly appeared before Mobas, and with a punch, he struck. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan's speed, surpassing that of an ordinary king of fighters, left Mobas no time to evade. Faced with the searing attack carried by a fierce gale, he barely managed to summon his battle energy to form a layer of battle armor. However, the armor was shattered almost as soon as it formed, and Mobas was sent flying several hundred meters, barely managing to halt his momentum. You little rascal, I truly underestimated you, Mobas remarked, steadying himself and regarding Xiao Yan with surprise. He hadn't anticipated such might in the boy's strike, even causing his battle armor to show signs of denting. However, it was clear that this level of power was far from sufficient to subdue him. But if this is all you've got, then you cannot hope to defeat me. Is that so? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled slightly. He clenched his palm, and the hidden energy he had injected into MOBAs during the 8 Extremes collapse began to erupt violently within him. Feeling the disturbance within his body, MOBA's expression shifted as he swiftly mobilized his battle energy to contain the dark force. Yet, just as he attempted to neutralize it completely, several more waves of dark energy surged from the corners of MOBA's body, erupting simultaneously. A series of dull thuds echoed as the dark energy detonated within him, causing MOBA's to spit out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously as he nearly collapsed. During his time in the Izumo Empire, Xiao Yan honed the 8 Extremes collapse technique to a remarkable level, enabling him to unleash a punch imbued with 8 layers of dark energy. Such a proficiency in the 8 Extremes collapse indeed possessed an offensive power that could rival that of Earth-tier combat skills. The so-called 8-fold energy layering is not merely a straightforward stacking of 8 layers of dark energy. While this method would amplify the power of the 8 Extremes collapse to some extent, it necessitates a certain amount of time for the layering process. Moreover, the resulting commotion when penetrating an enemy's body makes it easily detectable, thus diminishing the technique's effectiveness. Hence, the true essence of the 8 layers of dark energy lies in using the first layer as bait, enticing the enemy to focus their attention on it, while simultaneously unleashing the other 7 layers. The chain reaction caused by the eruption of the 7 layers will, in turn, propel the first layer, which encapsulates the true principle of the 8 Extremes collapse. Under the eruption of the 8 layers of dark energy, even the formidable Mebas of the Serpent Clan, renowned for his physical prowess, was severely injured, his aura waning to the brink of collapse. Had he not similarly tempered his own body, that single strike could have very well led to his demise. How could this mere Do Wang possess such might? As he felt the excruciating pain radiating from within, Mebas' expression turned grim. In his current state, he could muster less than 30% of his fighting strength, and he held a considerable amount of apprehension towards Xiao Yan's previous blow, naturally opting not to engage further. Thus, he flapped his wings of fighting spirit, retreating while issuing threats. "You wait. One day we of the Serpent Clan shall reclaim this honor. Whether you can reclaim it or not, I cannot say. However, it is evident that you shall not witness that moment," Xiao Yan retorted with a cold smirk, his feet gliding through the air as he swiftly pursued Mebas. In the midst of the latter's fearful gaze, he delivered another punch that sent Mebas, who still retained the ability to fly, crashing down from the sky, embedding him into the ground and causing a cloud of dust to rise. Already gravely injured, Mebas found himself completely incapacitated by this strike, lying in the deep pit created by the violent wind, drenched in blood, gazing up at the figure enveloped in purple-black flames. A feeling of terror gripped his heart for the first time. "Damn it, are you trying to eradicate me completely?" Xiao Yan offered no response. With a powerful flap of his wings, he dove downwards once more, unwilling to let the tiger return to the mountain. Although Mebas was far from a tiger in his eyes, he wouldn't let the opportunity to eliminate him slip away. Just as Xiao Yan's fist was about to strike Mebas' head, a delicate white hand suddenly emerged, halting his punch engulfed in purple-black flames. The seemingly ferocious gust of wind posed no harm to the hand's owner. With a mere flick, she sent the aggressive Xiao Yan staggering back several meters. As he regarded this unexpected figure, his expression grew serious. Before him stood an enchanting woman whose beauty was unparalleled, a living embodiment of allure and grace. The phrase "a beauty that brings calamity to a nation" seemed tailor-made for her. Even Yao Yi, a woman herself, couldn't help but be awestruck by the noble and majestic aura radiating from this woman. The gazes of countless onlookers converged upon her flawless visage, and as someone recognized her identity, waves of horrified whispers erupted. Queen Medusa? The mere mention of Queen Medusa plunged the stone desert city into a deathly silence. Nearly everyone from the Garma Empire had heard of her name. Her infamy had instilled fear across several empires bordering the desert. And in previous battles between the Garma Empire and the Serpent Clan, countless powerful warriors had fallen at the hands of this alluring woman. As the princess of the Garma Empire, Yao Yi was privy to secrets unknown to ordinary folk. She understood that Queen Medusa was a top-tier existence among Dou Emperors. In the entire Garma Empire, aside from the reckless former sect master of the Yunlan sect, only her great-grandfather, the royal guardian Jia Xingtian, stood a chance of contending with Queen Medusa. One of the former top 10 powerhouses, known as the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong, had vanished without a trace after encountering Queen Medusa in the desert, and it was likely that he had met his end. One could only imagine the terrifying might of this queen, Even five-star Dou Emperors struggled to escape her grasp, let alone a mere Dou Wan. Xiao Yan gazed at the exquisitely beautiful face before him, his expression unaltered. No matter how stunning a woman appeared, to him, she was merely a red-haired skeleton, especially if she was an enemy. In his past life, he had slain countless breathtaking beauties. To him, even the most enchanting woman was but decaying flesh after death, no different from anyone else. I never expected that amidst the Dou Wang ranks, there existed such a formidable expert as yourself. Should you continue to grow and successfully ascend to Dou Emperor, our serpent clan may never know peace, Queen Medusa intoned, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar allure. Her tone was calm, yet one could discern the underlying intent to kill. I too did not expect the infamous Queen Medusa to appear in such a remote border town. This hardly aligns with your stature, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly while retrieving the Xian heavy ruler from his back. Could you enlighten me as to your intentions? In truth, Xiao Yan had no desire to involve himself in the strife between the Garma Empire and the Serpent Clan. The demise of either faction bore no consequence to him. However, at this juncture, any explanation would fall on deaf ears, so he refrained from elaborating, swiftly channeling his fighting spirit in preparation for an imminent attack. The answer to that question, you may inquire once you descend into hell, Queen Medusa declared, gesturing with her delicate hand. A vibrant surge of energy erupted forth, hurtling towards Xiao Yan with alarming speed. This seven-colored energy, while seemingly a casual manifestation of Queen Medusa's power, contained a force far more formidable than Mebius's previous full frontal assault. Thus, even Xiao Yan dared not to recklessly absorb the onslaught from Queen Medusa. He promptly activated his fighting spirit wings, narrowly evading the seven-colored energy. Just as he barely escaped this energy attack, he sensed a powerful gust from behind. Without turning to assess the situation, he swung the Xian heavy ruler forcefully behind him. Boom! The pitch-black heavy ruler collided with a hand as pristine as white jade, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind from the point of contact. The two forces struggled for less than a few seconds before Xiao Yan was sent hurtling backward, clearly indicating that in a direct confrontation without employing any combat techniques, he was no match for Queen Medusa. Your weapon possesses quite the rigidity, Queen Medusa remarked, casting a glance at the heavy ruler enveloped in flames in Xiao Yan's grasp. Her surprise evident. Although she had successfully sent Xiao Yan flying, her hand had also suffered some pain from the impact, indicating that this weapon, whose exact appearance was unclear, was no ordinary item. Consequently, Queen Medusa opened her palm, gathering seven-colored energy within, ultimately transforming it into a tangible seven-colored weapon. To pit her flesh and blood against such a peculiar weapon would be unwise. Thus, she opted to conjure a weapon from her own energy to contend with her adversary. Heavenly Fire, 3 mysterious transformations. First layer. Faced with a peak existence like Queen Medusa among Dou Emperors, Xiao Yan naturally held nothing back. As his hand seals shifted, the 9 nether phantom fire surged through a peculiar meridian within him, unleashing a torrent of ferocious power that elevated his aura significantly. Currently, Xiao Yan's strength hovers around the level of a 2-star Dou Wan. However, with the enhancement of the 9 nether illusory demon fire and the application of the Heavenly Fire 3 profound transformations, he superficially appears to have reached the pinnacle of Dou Wan. Coupled with his body surpassing that of his peers and the efficacy of his techniques, he is now capable of contending with the average Dou Wan. Nevertheless, a considerable gap persists between him and a formidable opponent such as Queen Medusa, who stand at the apex of Dou Wan. A method to enhance his strength, you ponder? Yet, such external forces cannot save your life. In a sudden movement, Queen Medusa thrusts her long sword, aiming directly for Xiao Yan's vital points. However, this fierce assault, which even ordinary Dou Huang would struggle to respond to, is thwarted by the Xian heavy ruler, which acts as a shield. The collision of sword and ruler produces a shower of sparks. With her initial strike thwarted, Queen Medusa swiftly alters her approach. She shakes her colorful long sword, and in an instant, countless identical sword shadows splinter forth, raining down upon Xiao Yan like a torrential downpour, enveloping him entirely. Faced with the terrifying sword shadows, Xiao Yan furrows his brow. He steps forward and immediately employs the Yu Yan Ling Xiao step, deftly evading the onslaught of sword rain. To his astonishment, the energy sword shadows that missed him suddenly reverse course, pursuing him relentlessly, revealing their tracking capabilities. Since evasion is no longer an option, he resolves to take them head-on. Realizing he cannot escape the oncoming swords, Xiao Yan quickly formulates a countermeasure. He opens his mouth and unleashes a roar akin to thunder, resonating through the night sky. The sound waves, almost tangible, caused the surrounding energy swords to momentarily falter, even momentarily disorienting Queen Medusa herself. This fleeting moment of distraction grants Xiao Yan the opportunity to counterattack, with a low growl echoing in his mind. He grips the ruler tightly and strikes outward towards the void before him. A purple-black ruler beam, spanning several dozen feet, erupts from the tip of the Xian heavy ruler, and the scorching wind obliterates the nearby energy swords. Following the destruction of the swords, the beam surges unimpeded toward Queen Medusa. Upon witnessing the approaching purple-black beam, a look of solemnity crosses Queen Medusa's beautiful face. She positions the energy-formed long sword before her, and a wave of colorful energy emanates from her, enveloping her in a vibrant protective barrier. Just as the barrier forms, the immense ruler beam descends, crashing against it with a sound akin to thunder, echoing through the air. The protective shield is forcefully driven into the desert below. Seeing this unfold, not only the serpent soldiers who revere Queen Medusa as a deity, but even the ever-composed Yao Yi display surprise. To bring Medusa crashing from the sky is a remarkable feat, one that even the formidable Jiao Xingtian could not achieve. This mysterious figure, merely a Dou Wang, has accomplished what many could not. However, unlike the astonishment on the faces of others, Xiao Yan remains remarkably calm. Though the power of the flame dividing devouring wave ruler is formidable, he recognizes that he is still a tier below Queen Medusa. It is unrealistic to expect this technique to completely overpower her. He senses that much of the beam's might was absorbed by the protective barrier, and it is likely that Queen Medusa, hidden within, remains largely unscathed. Soon, Queen Medusa ascends from the sand below, her appearance somewhat disheveled. It is evident that she did not anticipate Xiao Yan's ruler could achieve such an effect. She gazes at him, her voice slow and laced with intrigue. A ground-tier Dou technique, is it? I underestimated you. Xiao Yan remains unfazed by her praise, observing Queen Medusa's current state. A weight settles in his heart. After being struck by the flame, dividing devouring wave ruler, her breath quickens, yet she bears little injury, demonstrating the sheer might of this queen. Truly, she is a force that instills fear across multiple empires, her abilities surpassing those of the average peak Dou Huang. If an ordinary Dou Huang were to withstand the flame, dividing devouring wave ruler, they would undoubtedly suffer significant injury. That was my intent, to weaken Queen Medusa so that the ensuing battle would be less arduous. I had not anticipated her resilience after withstanding such an attack. Xiao Yan reflects quietly. The might of a ground-tier Dou technique is indeed formidable, yet the disparity in our strengths is too vast. This alone cannot bridge the chasm between us. However, I am curious, how many more times can you wield such a technique? Queen Medusa regards Xiao Yan, her eyes glimmering with an otherworldly allure. As the eerie light shines in her gaze, Xiao Yan feels a sense of foreboding. His pupils constrict slightly as he activates the extinguishing flame eye, unleashing a plume of grayish-white fire towards Queen Medusa. Yet, to his astonishment, the ethereal flames transform into stone mid-air, plummeting to the ground. This unexpected turn leaves Xiao Yan momentarily stunned. Although he had not exerted his full strength with the extinguishing flame eye, employing the transformative fire, its power should not be underestimated. To his dismay, it proves utterly ineffective. This is the innate ability of the Medusa clan, petrification. Yao Yi, standing atop the city wall, gazes in shock at the unfolding scene. This ability is exclusive to the Medusa queens of antiquity, seldom utilized, rendering it unknown to most. Her great-grandfather had once shared his apprehensions regarding this power, claiming that had he not been prepared, he too might have fallen victim to it. Even so, after Queen Medusa employed petrification, Jiao Xingtian had found himself at a considerable disadvantage for an extended period, underscoring the strength of this technique. Had Xiao Yan not activated the extinguishing flame eye in time, he might have been affected by the petrification himself. Thus, both Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa are equally astonished. She has never encountered someone who could entirely disregard her petrification technique. Of course, while petrification is extraordinary, it is not invincible. Its effectiveness hinges on the relative strengths of the combatants. For Queen Medusa, her current prowess allows her to permanently petrify those beneath the Dou Wang level. However, at the Dou Wang level, while the target may turn to stone, the effect is not permanent. They can recover after a time. Upon reaching the Dou Huang level, the petrification effect becomes negligible, merely causing a fleeting moment of rigidity. Even at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, this moment is sufficient to create opportunities in battle. If Xiao Yan were a Dou Huang, she would not be as surprised by his ability to withstand this technique. But the fact that he is merely an ordinary Dou Wang, yet can resist her petrification, is indeed remarkable. Despite her astonishment, Queen Medusa shows no signs of relenting. With a powerful flap of her wings, she vanishes from sight, reappearing directly above Xiao Yan, her colorful long sword poised to strike at his head. However, this attack merely pierces through the afterimage left by Xiao Yan, who has already evaded her lethal assault using the Yan Ling Xiao step. As the strike from Medusa narrowly missed its target, a dark shadow suddenly surged forth from a corner of the space, hurtling towards her with alarming speed. The intense force generated a howling wind that reverberated through the surrounding air. However, this assault was evidently insufficient to inflict any harm upon the Queen of Medusa. With a mere flick of her long sword, she sent the attack careening away. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that it was an oddly shaped black heavy sword, though it would be more accurate to describe it as a measuring tool. Could this be the weapon wielded by that enigmatic individual? Or had that person vanished too? As doubt began to take root in Medusa's mind, a piercing sonic boom erupted from behind her. She swiftly turned to find Xiao Yan, who had seemingly reappeared, standing behind her. His fingers were clenched into a fist, enveloped in violet-black flames, emanating a terrifying energy as he aimed a powerful strike at Queen Medusa's head. 8 extremities collapse. With the impact of Xiao Yan's punch, a resounding shockwave reverberated through the air. Yet, this was not due to the explosion of Medusa's head. Rather, it was her palm that intercepted Xiao Yan's strike. Despite the fact that this 8 extremities collapse was significantly more potent than the one he had unleashed against OPMC, it still failed to inflict any damage upon the Queen of Medusa. A layer of colorful energy enveloped her palm, indicating that she had employed a certain close combat technique of considerable caliber, successfully neutralizing the 8 extremities collapse. Xiao Yan could distinctly feel that the hidden strength of his attack could not penetrate the opponent's body, being thwarted by the exterior layer of colorful energy. Consequently, without the advantage of his hidden strength, the effectiveness of the 8 extremities collapse diminished significantly, and the terrifying energy that accompanied his fist slowly dissipated over time. Realizing this, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. Instinctively, he attempted to retract his fist, but Medusa's hand swiftly grasped his arm. Meanwhile, her other hand brandished the colorful long sword, lunging directly at Xiao Yan's throat, aiming for a lethal strike. Faced with Medusa's fierce assault, Xiao Yan displayed no inclination to evade. He understood that at this juncture, evasion was futile, and he could only brace for impact. As the 9-nether illusionary demon fire surged forth, the peculiar fire armor capable of withstanding the deadly assault of the 4-winged demon scorpion materialized once more, absorbing the blow. While defending against Medusa's attack, Xiao Yan utilized his free hand to strike a wrist. Though the gesture appeared gentle, it sent a tingling sensation through Medusa's arm, causing her to instinctively release her grip on Xiao Yan's fist. Having freed himself from Medusa's grasp, Xiao Yan did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward, closing the distance with rapidity. In that instant, he unleashed a flurry of swift attacks, punches, palms, fingers, and legs, each executed with astounding speed and variety. Xiao Yan's extensive repertoire of close combat techniques left Queen Medusa momentarily overwhelmed. Her colorful long sword was swiftly knocked away, but as a peak Dou Emperor, she quickly regained her footing. Her palms bent into a peculiar arc, and with the aid of the colorful energy, she conjured 2 serpent heads to clash against Xiao Yan's relentless onslaught. This fellow could actually contend with Queen Medusa directly. Those witnessing the confrontation in Shimo City could not suppress their astonishment. It was well known that within the entirety of the Jiama Empire, only a select few could achieve such a feat. Who was this mysterious individual, capable of matching the Queen of Medusa with the strength of a Dou Wang? With a resounding crash, both Xiao Yan and Queen Medusa were thrust backwards, though Xiao Yan was propelled several dozen meters away, while Medusa barely moved a few paces. It seemed that in this close-quarters exchange, Queen Medusa had once again gained the upper hand. However, there was no trace of elation on her face. A thin trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She understood all too well that her ability to suppress Xiao Yan stemmed from her overwhelming strength. In the realm of close combat, she realized she was not his equal. Had it not been for her peak Dou Emperor prowess, she might have been severely wounded in that exchange. Such a realization was difficult for her, who had always held herself in high regard. On the other hand, Xiao Yan had also sustained some injuries during their exchange. Fortunately, being an alchemist, he quickly retrieved a medicinal pill, consuming it to restore his condition while keeping a vigilant eye on Queen Medusa, aware that her next assault would be even more ferocious. Wiping the blood from her lips, Queen Medusa swiftly formed a series of hand seals. A robust surge of colorful energy rapidly condensed before her, causing the surrounding space to ripple. Suddenly, a colossal serpent of vibrant energy, measuring several dozen feet long, materialized before her. Gazing upon the massive energy serpent, Xiao Yan's expression shifted slightly. He could sense the immense power contained within. Such a formidable attack could threaten even a peak Dou Emperor. Even his flame-splitting abyssal meter would struggle to withstand it. However, Xiao Yan was not one to sit idly by, especially since the flame-splitting abyssal meter was no longer his strongest technique. Facing the oncoming colorful serpent, he formed a somewhat intricate hand seal. As he completed the seal, the energies of heaven and earth around him erupted into turmoil. Ordinary earth-tier techniques could provoke a disturbance in these energies, and the intensity of the upheaval signified just how fearsome the technique he was about to unleash would be. With the final seal executed, a brilliant radiance erupted from Xiao Yan's palm, coalescing into a massive energy imprint that hurtled towards the energy serpent. Mountain-crushing seal. If Sun Er were present, she would surely be taken aback by the technique Xiao Yan was now employing. The reason was simple. He was executing an ancient clan's technique known as the Imperial Seal Method. This technique was classified as an advanced earth-tier skill, among the most formidable of its kind. With mastery, it could rival even heavenly-tier techniques. In his previous life, Xiao Yan had interacted frequently with these ancient races, albeit not in a friendly manner. He had been a nemesis of the Soul Clan and had similarly contentious relations with several other races. Many outstanding youths from these ancient clans had met their demise at his hands, leading to his being wanted by 7 ancient races. The Imperial Seal Method was something he had acquired after vanquishing a powerful member of an ancient clan. Given its description as comparable to heavenly-tier techniques, Xiao Yan had diligently studied it. Now, having broken through to the Douang level, he summoned this technique from his memory, as earth-tier advanced techniques capable of exhibiting power at the Douang level were indeed rare. Though Xiao Yan's current strength allowed him to utilize only the first seal of the Imperial Seal Method, the might of this mountain-crushing seal alone was sufficient to compel Queen Medusa to take heed. A colossal energy imprint collided ferociously with a vibrant energy serpent, reverberating through the night sky with a thunderous explosion that left all in attendance in awe. To their astonishment, the body of the energy serpent shattered as Xiao Yan's strike triumphantly thwarted Queen Medusa's offensive. Following the obliteration of the energy serpent, the hue of the light imprint dimmed considerably. Nevertheless, the terrifying energy it harbored still left Queen Medusa taken aback. With a swift change of her hand seal, she summoned the energy shield that had previously withstood the blaze-devouring wave to envelop her body once more. Clearly, even a formidable being of her caliber could not afford to underestimate Xiao Yan's mountain-cleaving seal. As the light imprint descended upon the energy shield, a ripple of energy, almost tangible in nature, began to spread outward. Everyone could distinctly observe cracks proliferating across the seemingly indomitable protective barrier. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it shattered completely. After breaching the energy shield, the light imprint struck directly at Queen Medusa, injuring her despite her peak Dou Emperor strength. A metallic taste filled her throat as she coughed up blood, and several colorful scales fell from her body, indicating that this assault had indeed inflicted significant harm upon the Medusa Queen. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had the mountain-cleaving seal not expended a substantial portion of its power against the previous 2 energy blasts, this strike might have decisively concluded the battle. However, he unusually refrained from pursuing the advantage, as casting the mountain-cleaving seal was also a considerable drain on his energy. That last strike had nearly depleted his Dou Qi, leaving his complexion notably pale. Immediately after unleashing the attack, he hastily retrieved a handful of pills and consumed them, striving to restore his vitality. What a terrifying technique! Yao Yi marveled upon witnessing the wounded Queen Medusa. Although her own strength was comparatively weak, she could discern the overwhelming might of this technique. This mysterious individual, merely at the Douang level, had managed to wound a peak Dou Emperor. If he were to ascend to the Dou Emperor stage, could he not contend directly against the Dou Zone? Your Majesty, I believe it is time to conclude this battle, Xiao Yan proposed slowly, now that he had regained some of his strength and observed Queen Medusa's similarly diminished state. Continuing this conflict would yield no benefits for either of us. Let's put an end to it here. Does your Majesty truly think this king fears your Dou technique? Queen Medusa scoffed, her voice laced with derision. Your technique is indeed formidable, but with your current capabilities, you can hardly employ it many times. Besides, I refuse to believe the secret technique you used earlier to enhance your strength lacks a time constraint. At her words, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Queen Medusa spoke the truth. Most strength-enhancing secret techniques do possess some temporal limitations. Once that duration elapsed, he would suffer backlash from the technique, plunging him into a prolonged period of weakness. His heavenly flame transformation was no exception. Of course, were Xiao Yan to cultivate the heavenly flame transformation to its utmost and possess the Xiao clan's bloodline, he could condense the clan's totem, thereby eliminating such restrictions. The effect would also be far more terrifying. Yet, at present, Xiao Yan lacked the Dou Emperor bloodline, and thus needed to perfect the heavenly flame transformation before he could condense the totem. However, he could only currently manifest the first layer. The second and third layers were not beyond his capabilities, yet the bodily damage incurred from their use was beyond what he could withstand at this time. Your Majesty speaks correctly. My secret technique does indeed have some time constraints. Once that time has passed, I will indeed lose my current combat prowess. However, I possess a certain advantage. When faced with an overwhelming enemy, I choose to flee, Xiao Yan stated nonchalantly. Before the time limit of my secret technique is reached, I shall make my escape. And with my speed, should I genuinely wish to flee, even your Majesty would find it difficult to pursue me. You're welcome to try, Queen Medusa replied coldly. Whether I can accomplish it, I believe your Majesty is more aware than I am. Xiao Yan did not linger on the subject. Knowing that following their previous skirmish, Queen Medusa was cognizant of his abilities. Her current bravado was mere posturing. If I were to escape, I would not immediately seek revenge. Rather, I would first find a suitable place to cultivate. Though I may not breach the Dou Emperor level in the short term, I could still enhance my strength by several stars. However, it would not be so simple for your Majesty to ascend to the Dou Zone, Xiao Yan smiled. At that point, it would be an entirely different matter for you to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa's expression shifted slightly. She recognized the veracity of Xiao Yan's words. She could only barely suppress him through her superior strength. If he were to ascend even a few stars and utilize his secret technique to reach the Dou Emperor stage, it would become exceedingly challenging for her to maintain control over him. Moreover, I shall not remain in one location. I recall that the serpent people possess several tribes, and I intend to visit them one by one. While I may not be able to challenge the entirety of your race single-handedly, nor defeat you in a short span, quietly eliminating a tribal leader should be a trivial task for me, Xiao Yan said with a light chuckle. Are you threatening this king? Queen Medusa's expression darkened upon detecting the underlying menace in his words. It was the first time she had felt threatened by someone far beneath her in power. I am merely stating a fact, Xiao Yan shrugged. Of course, if your Majesty has a means to detain me, I shall have no choice but to fight with all my might. I know you still possess hidden cards, but I too have my own trump cards. Trust me, should it come to that, our most favorable outcome would be mutual destruction. Even if you managed to defeat me, you would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries, and it is not certain that you would prevail. This time, Queen Medusa refrained from retorting. From their earlier battle, she recognized how difficult Xiao Yan was to contend with. If the combat continued, she could not guarantee victory. Moreover, she had come here with a purpose, and the city of Stone Desert held no intrinsic value. Engaging in a feudal battle with this individual over such a border town would certainly be a case of losing more than gaining. Since that is the case, let's take a step back. Your Majesty shall refrain from attacking Stone Desert, and I shall not interfere with your serpent people. How does that sound? Xiao Yan continued. Of course, this is contingent upon your people not provoking me. Everyone, including Princess Yao Yi, watched the two figures in the sky with bated breath, aware that the negotiations between them would determine the fate of the entire Stone Desert. What if this king refuses to retreat? Queen Medusa inhaled deeply. Since you have laid your cards on the table, I will not allow a being capable of threatening the serpent people to continue existing. I wish to see if you truly possess the ability to escape from my grasp. If that is the case, we shall continue our battle. Xiao Yan slowly extended his palm, a black flame rising from it. Following that, a purple flame, reminiscent of a butterfly, swirled above the black flame, creating a scene of enchanting beauty. If this fellow insists on continuing the battle, he will have no choice but to unleash the fury of the Inferno Lotus. However, the defensive capabilities of Queen Medusa are indeed formidable. Even the Mountain Splitter Seal could not vanquish her. Defeating her with the standard dual-colored Inferno Lotus seems implausible. Thus, for the sake of caution, he must resort to the more potent three-colored fury of the Inferno Lotus. He could either employ the transformation flame or utilize the bone spirit cold fire left by the alchemist in his ring. Yet, regardless of which flame he chooses to fuse, it will undoubtedly impose a significant strain on his body. After all, he is merely a junior Dou Wang at this juncture. Initially, he estimated that to genuinely wield the three-colored lotus, he would need to reach the pinnacle of Dou Wang. But Xiao Yan did not wish to risk his life over this matter. Should Queen Medusa persist in her onslaught, he would have no option but to flee. Gazing at the flames spiraling in Xiao Yan's hands, a flicker of seriousness crossed Queen Medusa's eyes. After a brief silence, she reluctantly waved her hand and declared, "Let us depart." She was acutely aware that although his words were harsh, they bore a semblance of truth. The stone desert city was akin to a mere trifle for her. Even if they were to engage in combat, it would yield no significant outcome, especially with such a formidable adversary obstructing her path. Even if she were to emerge victorious, the cost would be exorbitant. To incur such a cost only to gain a paltry piece of land was an unwise bargain. Yet, before departing, she cast a cold glance at Xiao Yan and demanded, "State your name." "Rock Owl," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly. In the presence of the gathered crowd, he would not be foolish enough to disclose his true name. "I shall remember this name. Should we meet again, luck will not be on your side," Queen Medusa retorted with a haughty snort. The fact that she suffered a setback at Xiao Yan's hands left her exceedingly displeased. Should there be a next time, she would undoubtedly seek to reclaim her honor. Once Queen Medusa retreated, many sighed in relief, including Princess Yao Yi. When Queen Medusa had appeared, despair had enveloped nearly everyone, for in past wars, this infamous queen had mercilessly slaughtered several cities, and few within the entire Jiama Empire could contend with her. Yet, unexpectedly, this mysterious Dou Wang had not only triumphed over MOBAS in a single exchange, but had also fought Queen Medusa to a standstill, ultimately forcing the notorious killer to withdraw, thus saving the lives of the citizens of Stone Desert City. Although this may not have aligned with Xiao Yan's inner desires. At this moment, the name Rock Owl was indelibly etched in the hearts of all the inhabitants of Stone Desert City, in their collective exhalation of relief. Princess Yao Yi's curiosity regarding Xiao Yan's identity piqued. Few could stand against the peaked Dou Huang with the prowess of a Dou Wang. If she could draw him into the royal fold, the benefits to the Jiama Empire would be evident. Thus, as Xiao Yan prepared to depart, Princess Yao Yi hastily called out, "Mr. Rock Owl, wait a moment. Is there something you need?" Xiao Yan, retrieving the Xuanzhong ruler he had previously cast aside, turned to her, feeling a tinge of impatience. He still needed to return to the small village to retrieve Qing Lin and had no time to waste with her. "Your assistance was instrumental in driving back the serpent men. Might I request the honor of your company for a gathering, so we may express our gratitude?" Princess Yao Yi carefully chose her words, confident that her eloquent plea paired with her royal status would seldom be met with refusal. However, Xiao Yan was an exception. "Apologies, but I have matters to attend to and cannot linger," Xiao Yan replied, swiftly unfurling his Douqi wings and soaring into the distance, leaving the onlookers atop the city walls in stunned silence. Regardless of her status as a princess of the Jiama Empire, Xiao Yan held little regard for her, considering even the daughters of ancient clan leaders inconsequential. To him, she was merely a princess of a minor empire, and he was unaware that the individual who had called out to him was none other than Princess Yao Yi of the Jiama Empire, the future heiress of the empire. Otherwise, he might have seized the opportunity to leverage this encounter. After departing Stone Desert City, Xiao Yan did not return directly to the village, but instead sought a concealed corner. Once the flames enveloping him dissipated, they revealed a countenance still bearing traces of youthfulness, albeit with a pallid hue, a consequence of the exhaustion from his secret technique reaching its limit. "That woman is truly formidable." Xiao Yan coughed lightly and retrieved several pills from his spatial ring, swallowing them down. Queen Medusa was entirely unaware that after executing the Mountain Splitter seal, Xiao Yan had also reached his limits. Coupled with the impending expiration of the Heavenly Fire's transformation, had the battle continued, fleeing would have been his only option. Even if he wished to deploy the three-colored Inferno Lotus in his current state, achieving successful fusion would have been exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, his final display of bravado successfully intimidated Queen Medusa. Had she perceived his true condition, the repercussions would have been dire. "I must find a way to rapidly enhance my strength," Xiao Yan murmured softly. Queen Medusa's presence in such a remote border town was not coincidental. She was likely in pursuit of the mysterious fire within the desert. Should they cross paths again during her search, the outcome would surely differ from this encounter. Thus, he needed to elevate his abilities to a higher tier in the shortest time possible. Chapter 70. The Small, Lioli Gold Body. To enhance one's strength, there are generally two methods, either by cultivating Douqi to elevate one's rank, or by mastering a potent Dou technique or a higher level cultivation method. However, both options were unsuitable for Xiao Yan at present. Elevating his Douqi would not yield immediate results. It would require either pills or precious resources or prolonged training. Given his current mission to trace the mysterious fire, he clearly could not afford to enter seclusion for cultivation. As for precious materials, he had no time to seek them, and such external aids would inevitably impact his future training. Changing cultivation methods was unrealistic for Xiao Yan, who had already mastered the burning decision. And training in a powerful Dou technique like the Imperial Seal Decision was already the pinnacle of his current abilities. The Imperial Seal Decision was a high-level Earth rank technique. Anything stronger would be of heavenly rank, which was beyond the reach of a Dou Huang. Normally, even high-level Earth rank techniques could only be cultivated by high-level Dou Huangs or above. Without the peculiar nature of the Imperial Seal Decision, Xiao Yan could never have mastered it at the Dou Huang stage, let alone wield its might in combat. Thus, having dismissed these two avenues, Xiao Yan conceived a third approach to delve into his heavenly fire transformation. If he could manifest the second transformation, his combat prowess would see considerable enhancement. However, his current physique could not withstand the side effects of the second transformation. Yet, if he could augment his physical strength, he would be able to utilize the second tier of the heavenly fire transformation. Typically, enhancing one's body would require rare materials or extraordinary encounters. But as the Holy One of Fury, Xiao Yan possessed other means to achieve this. In the realm of Douqi, the classification of martial techniques is not solely reliant on their inherent levels. It also encompasses functional categories. The most prevalent type is undoubtedly offensive techniques, followed closely by defensive and agility techniques. Auxiliary techniques, while somewhat obscure, can play a pivotal role in certain circumstances, such as the interrogation secret art frequently employed by Xiao Yan. These categories represent the most common forms of martial arts, while others, such as flight and soul techniques, are exceedingly rare, having been lost to time, with only ancient relics or long-established sects potentially possessing them. However, the rarest of all are body-refining techniques, which, as the name suggests, are specifically designed to cultivate the physical form. The process of mastering these techniques is notoriously arduous, yet the enhancements they bestow far surpass those of ordinary techniques once successfully cultivated. Such body-refining techniques are exceedingly scarce, yet Xiao Yan, with the prowess from his previous life, managed to acquire several of these esteemed techniques, which are of considerable quality. Given their rarity, he undertook a study of them, although at that time, he did not pursue their cultivation as he deemed them beneath him. Nevertheless, he gleaned substantial inspiration from these techniques, eventually synthesizing his own called the Wujin Zumo body. Although this creation does not rival the legendary body of a Dou Di, it is formidable enough to contend with the mightiest corporeal beasts, such as the Taishu ancient dragon, earning the distinction of the most potent body-refining technique in the history of Douqi Continent, ultimately classified among the 9 absolute techniques of fury. However, attempting to cultivate such a level of technique in his current state would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus, Xiao Yan opted for a more modest body-refining technique known as the Vajra glazed body, which he acquired during his peak as a Dou Zun, ranking as a low-tier heavenly technique. Naturally, even with Xiao Yan's current strength, attempting to master a low-tier heavenly technique would still be perilous. Nonetheless, this was the lowest-ranking body-refining technique at his disposal. As someone on the brink of the Dou Di realm, his knowledge and experience far exceeded that of the technique's original creator, prompting him to simplify and enhance it based on his own insights. The simplified version, which Xiao Yan dubbed the Little Glazed Golden Body, was downgraded from a low-tier heavenly technique to a mid-tier earth technique. While it lacks the terrifying power of its heavenly counterpart, the difficulty of its cultivation has significantly diminished, making it achievable for him as a Dou Huang. Should the Vajra glazed body be mastered to perfection, it could transform him into a colossal 9-zhong tall Vajra giant. Yet the Little Glazed Golden Body lacks this capability. Its refined effect merely allows for the conversion of his entire physique into a golden form. Although not as formidable as its predecessor, its defensive capabilities remain astonishing. Successfully mastering the Little Glazed Golden Body would not only enable him to perform the second transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 transformation, but would also significantly augment his strength. In such a scenario, should he encounter Queen Medusa again, he would not struggle as he did previously. The cultivation method for the Little Glazed Golden Body mirrors that of the Vajra Glazed Body, requiring the integration of Douqi along the specified meridian pathways into the bones, flesh, and even the skin. This integration imposes rigorous demands on the practitioner's physique. Thus, with Xiao Yan's current abilities, achieving this remains a considerable challenge, necessitating reliance on external forces. In simpler terms, It involves harnessing the power of nature to temper the body, utilizing elements such as lightning, gale winds, waterfalls, and raging fire to forcibly infuse Dou Qi into his being through the pressure exerted by these forces, thereby completing the cultivation of the little glazed golden body. Unfortunately, the first few elements are exceedingly hard to find in the desert, leaving him with no choice but to resort to the last method. For Xiao Yan, finding raging fire is not particularly difficult. However, due to the protective presence of his ordinary flames cannot approach him, let alone serve as a means for applying pressure. Unless he encounters flames capable of matching Oa or find a way to draw fire near, such as with magma, he is at an impasse. Yet, is there magma in the desert? Xiao Yan retrieved Hai Buodong's map and scrutinized it, yet found no trace of magma. Frowning, he settled into a meditative position, his immense soul power radiating outward. However, unlike before, this time his soul energy did not scan the surroundings but rather extended underground. As his soul energy reached its zenith, a wave of intense heat finally emerged within his perception. His soul energy conveyed to him that he had indeed located a magma region. Upon comparing his findings with the map, he was astonished to discover that this location coincided precisely with the flame marker denoted by Hai Buodong. Could it be that Eoa is concealed within the magma? Chapter 71. The Ocean of Magma. Upon realizing the possibility of Eoa residing within the magma, excitement welled up within Xiao Yan. However, instead of immediately seeking out the magma, he first restored his state to normal and returned to the small village to retrieve Qinglin. Xiao Yan had initially intended to enter Shimo City to meet his two brothers and leave behind some martial techniques, but upon detecting traces of Eoa, he decisively altered his plans, concerned for Qinglin's safety. As it turned out, the customs of this world remained rather wholesome. Had it been in Xiao Yan's previous life, a throng of refugees encountering a young girl would likely have led to her being treated as a meal. Here, however, since Qinglin had saved the entire village, the survivors held her in high regard, which made her feel somewhat out of place. Seeing Xiao Yan return safely brought relief to Qinglin, for she had sensed a presence more potent than that of MOBAS surrounding Shimo City. Until that moment, she had been praying for Xiao Yan's safety, oblivious to the fact that the formidable aura belonged to Queen Medusa. Utilizing her serpent people's bloodline and the unique abilities endowed by her by Snake Three Flower Eyes, she had only barely sensed the other's existence. As twilight descended, Xiao Yan chose to rest for the night in the village. During his meditative practice, his Douqi cultivation seamlessly ascended to the level of a 3-star Douwang. Xiao Yan felt no surprise at this breakthrough. His rigorous training in the desert had already brought him to the pinnacle of 2-star Douwang, and with just a few more days of focused cultivation, a breakthrough was imminent. The prior battle with Queen Medusa had pushed him to his physical limits. Although the exertion had been immense, his recovery had rendered his Douqi even more robust, thus facilitating his early advancement to 3-star Douwang. After all, regardless of circumstances, combat remains the most expedient path to strengthening one's abilities. Sensing the newfound potency coursing through him, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly. Regardless of the time, enhancing one's strength is always a source of joy, especially at this crucial juncture as he prepares to seek Eoa. In such circumstances, any increment in power would significantly bolster his chances of success. At dawn the following morning, as the first light broke, Xiao Yan and Qinglin bid farewell to the villagers and embarked on their journey to find Eoa. Guided by his soul energy in the map, they determined that the magma region lay within Shimo City, given that he had previously employed the Xianzhong ruler in battle. Xiao Yan carefully stowed it away to avoid recognition and prevent unnecessary complications. His two elder brothers were also honing their skills in Stone Desert City, and it was rumored that they had established a mercenary group, thriving amidst the chaotic environment. However, Xiao Yan had no intention of seeking them out. Their influence was still in its infancy, offering him little assistance. Moreover, matters concerning the strange fire were best kept under wraps, as the fewer who knew, the better. It would be prudent to visit them once the dust had settled. Soon, Xiao Yan and Qinglin arrived at their destination, a seemingly unremarkable expanse of flat sandy terrain. At first glance, it appeared no different from any other desert, yet Xiao Yan, endowed with acute spiritual perception, could distinctly sense the seething energy concealed beneath the surface. "This is the place," he murmured, gazing at the sandy ground before him. Qinglin, observing the surroundings with a puzzled blink, questioned, "Is this truly where young master wants to be?" It seemed rather ordinary. "Do not be misled. The location we seek lies beneath, not above." Xiao Yan replied with a gentle pat on Qinglin's head, smiling. I shall fetch a shovel, Qing Lin said, preparing to leave. But Xiao Yan halted her with a shake of his head. How long would it take to dig with a shovel? Allow me to handle this, he declared. Extending his arm, he embraced Qing Lin, then lightly pressed his foot against the ground. In the blink of an eye, a vast pit appeared beneath them, and they tumbled down, fortunate that dawn had only just broken, leaving the area devoid of passersby. Otherwise, the abrupt disappearance of two children would undoubtedly attract attention. The pit was soon concealed by the swirling sands carried by the fierce winds, rendering it indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. This spectacle was a product of Xiao Yan's manipulation of the strange fire power, a technique he had previously employed to create a tunnel within the scorpion tomb of the Yun Empire. The method was straightforward. By concentrating the energy beneath his feet, he could instantaneously melt the ground with its terrifying heat, while utilizing his Uchi fighting spirit to shield his body from the sharp stones, thereby forging a passage to the depths below. Whether some unfortunate soul might stumble into this pit was a concern far beyond Xiao Yan's contemplation. The descent lasted but a few minutes. As light re-emerged, Xiao Yan was suddenly enveloped by an intense heat. It became evident that directly beneath his chosen spot lay a pool of molten lava, with the tunnel he had created leading straight to it. Just as they were about to plunge into the lava, Qing Lin's previously flushed face turned pale. In the same instant, Xiao Yan unfurled his Uchi wings, cradling Qing Lin as he soared to a nearby rock, where he gently set her down and inquired, "Are you all right, Qing Lin?" "Young master, I am fine," she replied, shaking her head. As she gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of lava, a look of awe spread across her delicate features. She had not anticipated such a magnificent underground world hidden within the desert. The fire attribute energy here is exponentially denser than that of the outside world, Xiao Yan remarked, his eyes gleaming with delight as he observed the crimson lava. He could feel the fungi burning decision within him automatically activating upon entering this place. If he were to cultivate here, his strength would surely escalate at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, with the power of the lava ocean, he could officially begin his training in the little Liuli golden body. In other words, even in the absence of Yoa, staying here was a lucrative endeavor for him. Moreover, upon entering, he sensed the nine nether illusionary demon fire within him pulse, an occurrence indicative of a connection to Ika. In other words, this magma realm indeed bears traces of Ika. Qing Lin, remain here and do not move. I shall investigate further, he instructed, having sensed the resonance with Ika. As he prepared to descend, Qing Lin grasped his hand, saying, "Young master, be careful. There seems to be something in the lava. I am aware. Fret not. I can handle it." Xiao Yan reassured her with a slight smile. If Qing Lin could sense it, his soul power, akin to that of seventh-tier alchemist, could certainly detect it as well. He had sensed the presence of a fourth-tier magical beast lurking beneath the lava upon their arrival. It was likely that the creature concealed in the molten depths was serpent-like, perhaps even a serpent-type magical beast. Otherwise, Qing Lin would not have been able to perceive its existence. If it was indeed serpent-related, could it be controlled by her beast's green serpent three-flower eyes? Xiao Yan licked his lips. If the creature beneath the lava were a serpent-type magical beast, Qing Lin's three-flower eyes could forcibly bind it in a contract, as they were the natural nemesis of most serpents. Though a fourth-tier magical beast would not impress Xiao Yan, it would suffice as a guardian for Qing Lin. Thus, if he encountered adversaries, he would not need to divide his attention to protect her. Moreover, if he could tame it, he would effectively have a native of the lava realm aiding him, making the search for Ioa much more efficient. Once he had reassured Qing Lin, Xiao Yan unfurled his Douqi wings and soared above the lava. Although the beast swimming below was adept at hiding, it could not escape the scrutiny of Xiao Yan's advanced spiritual awareness. Hovering above the molten surface, he feigned a search, biding his time for the beast's ambush. Though he could dive into the lava to confront the creature, it would require considerable effort and could be quite troublesome. Instead, he opted to remain stationary, serving as bait to lure the serpent out of its lair. After nearly 10 minutes of hovering, the once tranquil lava lake erupted with a thunderous roar, and a multitude of molten fire pillars shot skyward. Subsequently, a colossal creature emerged from the depths, lunging at Xiao Yan with ferocity. This sudden turn of events did not alter Xiao Yan's demeanor. He deftly evaded the assault of the crimson beast, retracting his Ouchi wings and descending towards the surface. Just as Qing Lin braced herself for the worst, believing Xiao Yan would be engulfed by the lava, he instead floated serenely above the molten liquid, as if standing on solid ground. This seemingly effortless feat was achievable only by those of fighting sovereign rank. Even Dou Emperor, level fighters would struggle with such a display. Xiao Yan's ability to traverse the lava was rooted in his mastery of the Ling Xiaobu, flame-soaring steps. Although he had yet to perfect this technique to the extent of freely navigating the lava, it was sufficient for him to walk upon its surface. The beast, astonished to find Xiao Yan moving atop the molten sea, observed him warily. As Xiao Yan had anticipated, the immense creature that had surfaced from the depths was indeed a serpent-type magical beast, distinguished by its two heads. Recognizing its characteristics, Xiao Yan quickly identified the beast's nature. Ah, it is the Songteping's two-headed fire spirit snake. No wonder it thrives in the lava, Xiao Yan declared, retrieving the Xinzhongshi, mysterious heavy ruler, from his storage ring. A smirk gracing his lips as he regarded the poised Lingsa. Generally, such creatures resided in extremely hot environments, capable of consuming lava, which explained their habitation in this molten realm. Though the two-headed fire spirit snake is merely a first-tier magical beast upon its birth, it possesses the potential to evolve into a sixth-tier beast under fortuitous circumstances. The two-headed fire spirit snake before Xiao Yan, judging by its aura, has just barely entered the fourth tier. However, given several decades, it could undoubtedly ascend to the realm of a sixth-tier magical beast. Additionally, due to the geographical environment, the power of the two-headed fire spirit snake here would be significantly enhanced. Despite currently being just a fourth-tier beast, it could contend with true Dou level experts. Relying on this magma region, little does the two-headed fire spirit snake realize that the magma not only augments its power, but also bestows a considerable enhancement upon Xiao Yan, one that is even more formidable. As the burning decision technique operates automatically, Xiao Yan remains in peak condition, never having to fret over the consumption of Douqi. Ultimately, the instinct to hunt triumphs over its inner unease. With a piercing cry, the two-headed fire spirit snake launches the first attack, sweeping its massive tail with terrifying force toward Xiao Yan. In the face of this assault, Xiao Yan neither dodges nor evades. He casually wields the Xian heavy ruler to block the snake's iron tail, while his other hand forms a fist, sending forth a punch that condenses purple-black energy into a colossal fist in midair. Before the two-headed fire spirit snake can react, it is struck squarely on its head, the force shattering its scales and leaving it bleeding profusely. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Yan makes the blood that was about to drip into the magma levitate and ultimately collects it into a jade vial. As this creature is also a fire attribute beast, its blood should not be squandered. In agony, the two-headed fire spirit snake emits a sorrowful hiss, glaring at the one who has inflicted such substantial damage upon it. Suddenly, a deep crimson flame ignites upon its body, and both of its massive mouths open wide, unleashing numerous scorching magma beams. Upon witnessing this display, Xiao Yan raises an eyebrow. This deep crimson flame is likely the beast fire within the two-headed fire spirit snake. Though it is merely a fourth-tier beast fire in the magma realm, it can unleash power comparable to that of a fifth-tier beast fire. Alas, no matter how powerful, beast fire ultimately pales in comparison to even a ninth-tier beast fire would be but a younger sibling against it. Merely summoning the 9 nether phantom fire causes the deep crimson flame on the two-headed fire spirit snake to dim significantly. As for those magma beams, Xiao Yan hardly regards them as a threat. He strides across the magma, executing the already refined Yin Ling Xiao step to perfection, weaving through the seemingly ferocious magma beams. Then, with a sweep of his ruler, a formidable force propels the two-headed fire spirit snake from the magma, sending it crashing heavily before Qinglin. The two-headed fire spirit snake, now sprawled before Qinglin, appears to be on the brink of death. The force behind Xiao Yan's strike far exceeds what it can endure, having left it grievously wounded, just as it attempts to raise its head for a final struggle. Xiao Yan is already before it, pressing one of its heads down with his foot, while the other is held firmly in place by the Xian heavy ruler, rendering it incapable of any movement. This battle can be described as overwhelmingly one-sided. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Yan did not even employ a single offensive Dou technique to easily subdue the two-headed fire spirit snake. This is quite reasonable, with his 3-star Dou strength. If he were to struggle against such a creature, he might as well seek to end his life by colliding with a block of tofu. Young master is so impressive, Qinglin exclaims, cheering at the sight of Xiao Yan triumphing over such a formidable magical beast with just a few strikes. Xiao Yan gazes at the battered two-headed fire spirit snake and suddenly smiles, saying, Qinglin, would you like a pet? Of course. Qinglin nods excitedly, but soon realizes the implications of Xiao Yan's words and inquires, Young Master Xiao Yan, do you mean This magnificent creature shall be yours as a pet. Xiao Yan replies with a smile. Huh? Qing Lin looks at the two-headed fire spirit snake that Xiao Yan has thoroughly subdued, instinctively swallowing hard. One could certainly make a statement with such a large magical beast as a pet. But the critical issue is that a creature of this tier would likely not heed her commands. Fear not, Qing Lin, young master would never deceive you. Xiao Yan reassures softly, focusing intently upon the creature's eyes. The two-headed fire spirit snake's eyes reflect a scornful glimmer, as if mocking the notion that this lowly human could tame it, particularly a frail girl. It would rather perish in the Tagore Desert or leap from Stone Desert City than submit to a human. Wait, why are this girl's eyes green? Under Xiao Yan's guidance, Qing Lin concentrates her gaze on the two-headed fire spirit snake. As she does so, the three hidden green dots in her eyes begin to glow with an enchanting luminescence, transforming into three ethereal green blossoms. The bi-snake three-flower eyes, truly the most extraordinary of all mystical gazes. Observing this peculiar scene, Xiao Yan murmurs softly. As those mesmerizing flowers appear within Qing Lin's eyes, even he feels a moment of disorientation, let alone anyone else. However, given Qing Lin's youth, invoking the bi-snake three-flower eyes typically requires intense emotional arousal, such as when faced with life-threatening peril. Yet, Xiao Yan, being at the pinnacle of Dousheng, possesses considerable understanding in this area and knows that with heightened mental focus, such effects can also be triggered. In the future, once Qing Lin's strength increases and she grows more accustomed to using her bi-snake three-flower eyes, this process will become far less cumbersome. The Tianxi mansion lord he encountered in his past life could activate her bi-snake three-flower eyes in an instant, forcibly separating souls. Had Xiao Yan not incapacitated her eyes with the Oblivion Flame eyes, the outcome may have been uncertain. Once the bi-snake three-flower eyes are formally activated, a wave of ghostly green light emanates from her pupils and envelopes the two-headed fire spirit snake. Under the illumination of this light, the snake ceases its struggles, its once ferocious gaze softening considerably, and two green floral marks materialize upon its forehead. The appearance of these two marks signifies the successful establishment of the contract through the bi-snake three-flower eyes. As the light dissipates, Qing Lin's body falters, collapsing toward the ground. Fortunately, Xiao Yan swiftly appears behind her, placing a pre-prepared pill into her mouth. This phenomenon of soul energy depletion occurs because it is Qing Lin's first time utilizing the bi-snake three-flower eyes, compounded by her inherent frailty. In time, as she matures and gains proficiency, such occurrences will diminish. Meanwhile, the two-headed fire spirit snake, released from Xiao Yan's oppression, does not immediately retaliate. Instead, it remains quietly in place. The pill Xiao Yan fed to Qing Lin significantly aids in recovering soul energy, and thus, the once unconscious Qing Lin soon awakens, a hint of color returning to her pallid cheeks. She lifts her head to gaze at Xiao Yan, who embraces her, her face flushing a deeper shade of crimson. How do you feel now? Xiao Yan playfully pinches Qing Lin's smooth cheek, smiling as he asks, Can you control this creature? Yes, Qing Lin nods, observing the two-headed fire spirit snake, whose eyes now brim with a submissive expression. A sense of wonder fills her as she thinks. I feel as though I can comprehend what this magical beast is thinking, as if a strange bond has formed between us. Young master, what is happening? Though she possessed little experience, she had heard that on the Douqi Continent, no contract could forcibly compel magical beasts to obey one's commands. Otherwise, large-scale auctions of magical beasts would have long been commonplace. Yet, what transpired before her eyes was perplexing. This is your innate talent, Xiao Yan remarked with a faint smile. Your eyes are the legendary Bai Shi San Hua Tong, the nemesis of all serpent-type magical beasts, and that formidable creature is no exception. Bai Shi San Hua Tong? Qing Lin gasped in astonishment, her small mouth agape. She had never imagined herself to possess such a unique ability. Soon, her surprise morphed into uncontainable joy. So, I will be able to protect young master in the future. Indeed, I shall rely on you for protection from now on, Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful grin. Although his current strength rendered a fourth-tier magical beast unnecessary for his protection, he could not bear to discourage the young girl, lest she feel disheartened. Moreover, the potential of the Bai Shi San Hua Tong was immense and would undoubtedly aid him in the days to come. Young Master Xiao Yan, it says it knows the whereabouts of the Qing Lin whispered, pointing at the two-headed fire spirit snake. However, before she could reveal the specific location, Xiao Yan covered her mouth and gestured for silence. After Qing Lin nodded in understanding, Xiao Yan released his hand, grasped the Xian Zhong Qi, and slowly raised his gaze toward the passage he had previously opened. Having lingered there for so long, it is time for you to emerge, Queen Medusa. Hiding in the shadows is not your style. Queen Medusa? Upon hearing this name, Qing Lin's previously jubilant expression drained of color. For those dwelling near the desert, no human could escape the terror inspired by Queen Medusa's notorious reputation, and Qing Lin was no exception, despite having some serpent-human bloodline within her. She trembled upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. Your perception is indeed sharp. As Xiao Yan unveiled her presence, a bewitching figure emerged from the passage. She gazed at the Xian Zhongqi in Xiao Yan's hand and remarked coolly, "You're the one who battled me in Shimo City, are you not? I did not expect you to be merely a child." During their previous confrontation in Shimo City, Queen Medusa had been captivated by the heavy black ruler. Its peculiar design made it unforgettable, so upon seeing it again in Xiao Yan's possession, she instantly recognized him. However, her surprise was tinged with incredulity. Judging by his youthful exterior, Xiao Yan could not be older than 12. At such an age, most individuals were still grappling with the Douqi stage. Yet this young boy had already attained the rank of Douwang. Such talent was indeed astonishing, and if he were to continue growing unimpeded. Is it true that your injuries have not yet healed, Queen? Xiao Yan scrutinized the seemingly composed Queen Medusa, narrowing his eyes slightly. Merely a night had passed since their fierce battle, during which Queen Medusa had endured a heavy blow, and it was highly unlikely she had recovered so quickly, especially considering there were no alchemists among the serpent-human tribe, and even if there were, their skills would be of little significance. Conversely, Xiao Yan was different. Although he had sustained some injuries, he was a high-ranking alchemist. Thanks to the healing potions, his wounds had largely mended, and having recently broken through to the first star, he was now in a state even stronger than his peak from the previous night. Coupled with the advantageous geographical conditions, any ensuing combat with Queen Medusa would undoubtedly be less arduous than the night before. As Xiao Yan pondered their respective states, Queen Medusa contemplated whether to eliminate him entirely. Given his alarming talent, if he were to turn his attention towards the serpent-human tribe, the future of their clan would be bleak. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. Should a confrontation ensue, she could not guarantee her victory. At that moment, she noticed Qing Lin, who was huddled behind Xiao Yan, appearing somewhat fearful. As the queen of the serpent-human tribe, she could sense the serpent-human bloodline within Qing Lin. Her expression darkened, for she recalled Qing Lin referring to Xiao Yan as young master. I cannot believe you dare to enslave a member of my serpent-human kin. You are courting death, Queen Medusa declared, conjuring a 7-colored sword. The beauty of serpent-human women often attracted human marauders, and though Qing Lin lacked the external traits of her kin, her bloodline nonetheless marked her as one of them. Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from Queen Medusa, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. Just as he prepared to unleash the Tianhua San Xianbian in defense, Qing Lin suddenly stepped in front of him. No, young Master Xiao Yan has not enslaved me. If it were not for young Master saving me, I would have perished long ago. I willingly serve him out of gratitude. Huh? Upon hearing Qing Lin's words, the furious Queen Medusa paused, staring at her in disbelief. He saved you? Indeed, and young Master Xiao Yan treats me very well. Like a sister, he has never forced me to do anything. Despite trembling in fear of Queen Medusa, Qing Lin found the courage to stand up for Xiao Yan. Though her earlier bravado waned, and she retreated behind him once more. Xiao Yan, did you not call yourself Yan Xiao? Queen Medusa retracted her sword, scrutinizing Xiao Yan as she repeated both names. Xiao Yan, Yan Xiao. This pseudonym is rather lackluster, is it not? It's just a name, Xiao Yan replied, noticing the murderous aura surrounding Queen Medusa dissipating. He was somewhat astonished that Qing Lin had inadvertently become the catalyst for their negotiation. While he held no fear of Queen Medusa, it was undeniable that she was a peak Dou Huang, and confronting her would be somewhat troublesome. If a conflict could be avoided, it would be for the best. Your Majesty has traveled a great distance to this humble place. You must be here for the Am I correct? Xiao Yan said casually. You are quite astute, Queen Medusa nodded. Thanks to you leading the way, I would have otherwise spent years searching for this location. Ah, I nearly fell prey to a cunning scheme, Xiao Yan chuckled, shaking his head. Since our goals align in seeking the Ioa, shall we consider collaboration? What sort of collaboration do you propose? Queen Medusa inquired, momentarily taken aback. I have perused an ancient text and am aware of your intentions in seeking the Ioa. Thus, I am willing to temporarily grant you access to it. However, upon your evolution, regardless of success or failure, the Ioa shall revert to me. What do you say? Xiao Yan smiled, fully cognizant that the serpent-human bloodline was chill and incapable of absorbing the Ioa. Hence, There was no need for a life-and-death struggle between him and Queen Medusa. An intriguing proposition, yet why should I collaborate with you? If I were to eliminate you, I could just as easily acquire the Yoa. The answer is simple. You cannot kill me. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly, a violet-black flame rising from the palm of his hand. Do not be hasty to dismiss my words. Having clashed with me before, you should be well aware that a confrontation between us would only lead to mutual destruction. However, should we choose to collaborate, both parties shall emerge unscathed, and we can both acquire the Yoa. This would be the most splendid outcome for both of us. Queen Medusa pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, if that is the case, I shall cooperate with you this once. Upon witnessing Queen Medusa's nod of agreement, Xiao Yan revealed a gentle smile. Although they both understood that this temporary alliance was exceedingly fragile, at least in this phase, there remained a semblance of mutual trust, albeit limited. All right, my queen, let us seek the Yoa. Can you ascertain its location? Queen Medusa inquired, surveying the surroundings. The magma's presence rendered the fire attribute energy immensely potent, yet simultaneously obscured other energy fluctuations, making it impossible to detect the Yoa's traces. The unique geographical environment here also hindered the snake people's Qinglin from sensing Queen Medusa's proximity. Although Xiao Yan could discern the Yoa beneath the magma through resonance, he was unable to pinpoint its exact location. If you cannot find it, then I'm even less likely to succeed. Xiao Yan shrugged and then turned to Qinglin, speaking softly. You mentioned that this two-headed fire spirit, snake, knows the precise location of the Yoa? Yes, Qinglin pointed toward the nearby magma lake, cautiously stating. It said it is beneath this. Indeed, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, for his earlier sensing had also led him to this spot. It appeared the two-headed fire spirit snake was not lying. He glanced at Queen Medusa, who was also fixated on the magma, and smiled, my queen. Perhaps you should remain above. Lead the way. Queen Medusa disregarded Xiao Yan's suggestion and commanded the two-headed fire spirit snake beside her. As a fellow serpentine creature, and with her superior strength and lineage, the two-headed fire spirit snake harbored a deep fear of her. Before Qinglin could issue any commands, it obediently dove back into the magma at Queen Medusa's behest. Once the two-headed fire spirit snake descended, an eerie light enveloped Queen Medusa, followed by a colorful energy membrane covering her entire body as she plunged into the searing magma. Ah, this beautiful serpent has quite the stubborn temperament, Xiao Yan remarked, shaking his head at Queen Medusa's boldness. He then whispered to Qinglin, stay here and wait. If danger arises, throw me the ring I gave you, understood? Although the magma region was not expected to harbor significant dangers, it was prudent to prepare for contingencies. Understood, Qinglin replied obediently. Xiao Yan approached the edge of the magma, focusing his thoughts as the nine-nether illusionary flame swiftly enveloped him. Without hesitation, he plunged into the magma, much to Qinglin's astonishment. However, her concern was fleeting, for Xiao Yan soon resurfaced from the magma, waving to her. Let's not waste any more time. Queen Medusa shot a glance at Xiao Yan before diving headlong into the magma. Despite her words, she did not lag in speed, and having set off ahead with the two-headed fire spirit snake, she quickly distanced herself from Xiao Yan, seemingly intent on leaving him behind. Yet, Xiao Yan felt no apprehension. He had already left a soul mark on the two-headed fire spirit snake. Even if he were to lose his way, he could locate it. Moreover, with the Yu Yanling Xiao step at his disposal, he navigated through the magma with ease. Should he perfect this technique, he would not even require the protection of the Oa to traverse the magma freely. As he glided through the magma, Xiao Yan silently absorbed the energy within, swiftly guiding it along the meridian pathways of his little glazed golden body. To his delight, he discovered that the energy in the magma indeed facilitated the integration of Douqi into flesh. It seems I shall need to seclude myself here for a while after obtaining the Countless thoughts surged through Xiao Yan's mind. The energy of the magma not only promised to help him refine his little glazed golden body, but also contained fire attribute energy, far superior to that found outside, which would significantly expedite his training. Suppressing his excitement, Xiao Yan resumed his pursuit of Queen Medusa and the two-headed fire spirit snake. Along their journey, they encountered numerous magma currents, but thanks to the guidance of the two-headed fire spirit snake, they deftly evaded these perilous energy-laden torrents. Queen Medusa observed the magma currents with a sense of relief, grateful for her decision to collaborate with Xiao Yan. Had she ventured alone in search of the Yoa, not only would she have consumed more time, but she might also have suffered injuries from the concealed magma currents. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had passed since they descended into the magma. At that moment, the external magma temperature had soared to over 10 times what it had been upon their arrival. and the once fiery red magma now exhibited a slight bluish hue, an evident sign of its influence. Before them, a blue lotus flower stood gracefully at the heart of the magma. If this blue lotus were found in the outside world, it would undoubtedly be deemed exquisite, yet here at the core of the magma, it seemed impossible for any vegetation to thrive in such extreme conditions. Color tinged with blue, fire like a lotus. Xiao Yan murmured internally as Queen Medusa scrutinized the blue lotus. While Queen Medusa was aware of the Ioa rankings, she had no knowledge of the specific Ioa listed therein. She only understood that Ioa was immensely terrifying, capable of aiding her evolution, but beyond that, she was uninformed. Xiao Yan, however, was different. In his previous life, he was a master of fire manipulation, thoroughly familiar with all the Ioa on the rankings except for the mysterious one at the top. Thus, upon his first glimpse of this Ioa, he recognized it immediately. The Qinglan Di Xinhuo ranked 19th on the Yihuo list. Its essence stemmed from the blue lotus itself, flourishing only in the depths of the earth. Having undergone countless trials of earth fire, refinement, fusion, compression, and sculpting, before a strand of Ioa could be birthed at its heart. 10 years to gain spirit. 100 years to take shape. 1,000 years to blossom into a lotus. When fully matured, its hue is a faint blue, with a cluster of Qinghuo emanating from its heart, known as Qinglanhuo or Qinglan Di Xinhuo. This fire's power is unfathomable. In proximity to volcanic regions, it can even trigger eruptions, embodying nature's destructive force. Moreover, in addition to the surface blue lotus was also a remarkable treasure, immensely beneficial to fire attribute cultivators. Securing it would undoubtedly save Xiao Yan a significant amount of training effort. Chapter 76, A Bounty of Gains. Upon seeing the blue lotus enveloped in azure light, Queen Medusa's heart swelled with excitement. Once she acquired the Ioa, she could initiate her evolution. Should she succeed, she would effortlessly transcend Tadadung, liberating the entire snake people from their confinement in the Tagore Desert. As Medusa, the queen, contemplated her desires, she could no longer suppress the tumult within her heart. She extended her delicate hand, intent on plucking the entire azure lotus from its pedestal. However, to her astonishment, the moment her palm grazed the radiant blue light, a searing energy inflicted a painful burn upon her, compelling her to withdraw her hand swiftly. Gazing at her slightly charred palm, her pupils constricted in disbelief. This foolish woman. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan maintained a stoic expression, yet inwardly, he mercilessly ridiculed the regal figure before him. As Medusa prepared to reach out once more, Xiao Yan finally interjected, "Do not blame me for failing to warn you. Such actions, even if they succeed in extracting the otherworldly flame, will surely exact a price. Think carefully and refrain from being so impulsive. What do you propose we do then?" Medusa inquired, furrowing her brow as she regarded the composed Xiao Yan, fully aware that he possessed a method to procure the azure lotus fire. Xiao Yan smiled faintly, snapping his fingers to summon several small jade vials from his spatial ring. Enveloped by the ethereal nine-nether illusionary fire, the vials melted swiftly. Under Xiao Yan's meticulous control, he expelled the impurities within and forcibly fused the remnants, crafting a dagger resembling pure white jade. The pedestal from which the azure lotus fire emerged was a celestial marvel, impervious to ordinary blades, let alone flesh. Only materials of exquisite purity, akin to jade, could potentially extract it. Medusa's previous actions, even if they left her battered and bruised, would ultimately prove futile. Once the dagger was formed, Xiao Yan grasped the still-warm weapon and delicately sliced at the junction where the azure lotus connected to its roots. The exquisitely crafted azure lotus detached effortlessly, and just as Medusa reached for it, the pedestal seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, landing directly in Xiao Yan's palm. "We must take our leave, my queen," Xiao Yan said, tucking the azure lotus fire along with its pedestal into his spatial ring, a smile gracing his lips. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to store the azure lotus fire within a spatial ring, as its extreme heat would incinerate everything contained within. However, Xiao Yan possessed several rings, 2 of which were unoccupied, originally reserved for emergencies. Serendipitously, they now served their purpose, as they harbored no contents to incinerate. Thus, he utilized one of them to contain both the azure lotus fire and its pedestal. While Medusa was unaware of the pedestal's specific function, she recognized it as a precious artifact birthed alongside the otherworldly flame. Initially, she intended to seize it unexpectedly, but Xiao Yan had evidently anticipated this. For a man capable of carrying molten magma, would certainly not relinquish such a treasure to her. Though Medusa harbored intentions to contest with Xiao Yan, she was both wary of his strength and cognizant that the terrain was decidedly unfavorable for her. In a confrontation, she would gain no advantage, compelling her to suppress her desires and seek retribution after their departure. After securing the pedestal, Xiao Yan glanced at the fiery root, which absorbed the surrounding energy, his expression wavering. In his past life, he would have undoubtedly uprooted such a thing. Yet, as an alchemist, he had learned an unspoken rule within the alchemical community. When encountering heavenly materials or extraordinary objects, one must not sever their roots, as the conditions for their formation are exceedingly rare. Although he could remove the azure lotus, the potential for new azure lotus fires to emerge remained. However, if he were to uproot it completely, this site may never again yield otherworldly flames. Let us depart. Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, forcing himself to avert his gaze from the azure root. For one accustomed to taking advantage of every opportunity, the presence of such an unparalleled treasure, yet being unable to claim it, was a torment too great to bear. A wry smile crossed his lips as he reflected on the adage. Those who are well-fed often seek indulgence. It rang true. In his previous existence, where mere survival was a luxury, he would not have considered the possibility of future treasures. His inclination would have been to uproot everything, indicating that he had changed, albeit slightly, in this world. As Xiao Yan and his companions emerged from the magma, they were greeted by the waiting Qing Lin, who hurriedly approached and asked, "Young master, did you find it?" "Indeed," Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile, flicking his fingers to summon a sphere of azure flame that hovered from his spatial ring. Encasing it in his battle aura, he presented it to Medusa, saying, "My queen, as per our prior agreement, this azure lotus fire will temporarily reside with you." Medusa waved her hand, conjuring a surge of multicolored energy to envelop the blazing otherworldly flame. She scrutinized the flame as it danced, taking the form of an ethereal lotus, then furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What of the pedestal?" "Queen Medusa, our collaboration pertains solely to the otherworldly flame, not to any other artifacts. As the saying goes, the strong claim what is rightfully theirs. I have the means to tame it, thus it rightfully belongs to me. After all, you were unable to extract it," Xiao Yan replied innocently, dismissing the notion of relinquishing his hard-earned prize. "Umph, you are quite the eloquent speaker," Medusa retorted, her teeth clenched in frustration. However, given the circumstances, it was unwise to act rashly, compelling her to suppress her anger. "Now that you have acquired the otherworldly flame, preparations for its evolution should commence. When do you intend to begin?" Xiao Yan inquired. Evolution is not an instantaneous process, and many preparations remain incomplete. Medusa hesitated before responding. "It will likely take around 5 years." 5 years? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the duration, yet he refrained from voicing his objections. He caught a fleeting glimpse of a purplish-black light flickering within the azure lotus fire. Cupping his hands in respect, he said, "Very well, I shall await those 5 years. When the time comes for your evolution, I will retrieve the otherworldly flame from the Serpent People tribe." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Medusa appeared momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that, given the young man's temperament, he would negotiate upon learning of the extended timeline. To her surprise, he had readily acquiesced. Did he not fear that she might employ deceit? As the saying goes, a man without trust cannot stand. Though I am young, I understand the importance of integrity. I believe that as the queen of her race and the strongest in the Taggart Desert, you would not deceive me. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, expressing indifference. If the queen were to renege on her word, it would simply reflect my poor judgment of character. "Fine, Medusa, am not so shameless as to deceive a mere child," she huffed, turning with the otherworldly flame and soaring toward the passage. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Xiao Yan, stating, 5 years hence, seek me at the Medusa Temple. Upon your arrival, I shall commence my evolution and guarantee that the otherworldly flame returns to its rightful owner." As Medusa vanished from sight, Xiao Yan allowed a smile to grace his lips. He certainly would not easily place his trust in Medusa. During their ascent, he had subtly altered the azure lotus fire, embedding a mark within it. If Queen Medusa truly deceived him and preemptively utilized the ethereal flames for evolution, then that mark would activate autonomously, inciting the upheaval of the blue lotus earth heart fire. At that moment, even if Queen Medusa were a peak-level Dou Emperor, she would find it difficult to escape death. Moreover, he would be able to sense the location of the blue lotus earth heart fire at any time through this mark. Additionally, this mark would imbue the blue lotus earth heart fire with a degree of affinity towards him, making it considerably easier to subdue it in the future. Once Queen Medusa's aura had completely dissipated from Xiao Yan's perception, he cautiously extracted the resplendent blue lotus. Observing the 11 earth-fire lotus seeds nestled within the lotus heart, he delicately picked them out with the jade dagger he had just forged and placed them into a jade vial. These earth-fire lotus seeds, renowned for being the essence of fire spirits, contained an incredibly potent fire attribute energy. It would take a century to condense a single seed, which speaks volumes about the terrifying energy contained within. Such a substance is immensely beneficial for practitioners of fire attribute Douqi, and even in the central state, it is a rare treasure. After stowing away the blue lotus pedestal and earth-fire lotus seeds, Xiao Yan turned to Qinglin and said, "Qinglin, I shall be training here for a period of time. During this interval, could you assist me with a task?" "Of course, young master," she replied dutifully. Xiao Yan retrieved several scrolls and a letter from his spatial ring, placing them into an empty spatial ring before handing it to Qinglin. "Once I escort you outside, take these to a faction known as the Mo Tai Mercenary Group and tell them you are a friend of Xiao Yan. Stay there for a while, and once I finish my training here, I will come to find you." "All right." Though she felt a twinge of reluctance, Qinglin obediently nodded. Beckoning to the two-headed fire spirit serpent, which transformed into a streak of light and darted into her sleeve. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but marvel once more at the wonders of the azure serpent's three-flower pupil. With the protection of the two-headed fire spirit serpent and the ring he provided, no one in Stone Desert City should be able to harm Qinglin. Even if she encountered a Dou Wang-level opponent, she could likely evade without issue. Moreover, Xiao Yan had left a soul mark on Qinglin, ensuring he would sense any danger immediately. The scrolls were naturally techniques and combat skills he had prepared for his two elder brothers, all of high Xian rank. As for Hai Ba Dong, he had already been sealed for such an extended period. Waiting a little longer wouldn't cause any harm. After sending Qinglin away, Xiao Yan returned to the magma's edge. Though he intended to cultivate within the magma, he did not recklessly leap in. Before doing so, he first disrobed completely, then took out a small jade vial from his spatial ring, pouring the red liquid within over his body. This red liquid, known as burning blood, was concocted by the medicine elder. It enhanced the perception and absorption speed of surrounding fire attribute energy, albeit at the cost of some discomfort. However, now that he had broken through to the Dou Wang level, the pain was negligible. Furthermore, with Qinglin nearby, it was not the most suitable method to employ. Thus he refrained from using it, though several vials remained in his ring for emergencies. Once the burning blood coated his body, Xiao Yan summoned the nine-nether illusionary flame, enveloping himself before plunging into the magma. The fire attribute energy within the magma was far more potent than that of the outside world, amplifying the effects of the burning blood several times over, albeit the accompanying pain was similarly magnified. He descended to the location where he had previously discovered the blue lotus earth heart fire, halting in the most concentrated area of fire attribute energy within the magma. The temperature here was likely dozens of times greater than that of the outside, and even with the protection of the nine-nether illusionary flame, Xiao Yan could not linger long. While the fire attribute energy here was indeed abundant, it could not be absorbed directly. Its ferocity posed a risk of irreparable damage to his meridians. Absorbing too much could lead to the accumulation of a terrifying fire poison, which, if excessive, would not only disturb his mental state, but could also result in his own demise. However, this descent was different from the last. Observing the bluish magma around him, he retrieved the blue lotus pedestal from his spatial ring. This pedestal, tempered by the earth fire for over a millennium, possessed the ability to automatically refine the energy of heaven and earth. The chaotic energy that entered the blue lotus pedestal was swiftly refined, with all the violent factors extracted, leaving behind the most pristine fire attribute energy. Of this pure fire attribute energy, only 1/3 was absorbed by Xiao Yan, while the remaining 2/3 flowed through his body. As this pure energy coursed through him, his bones and flesh seemed to grow more resilient. It was accompanied by an agonizing sensation as if his internal organs were being scorched. This was a method known as fire-induced body refinement, which significantly enhanced physical prowess, but also posed great danger. Besides the excruciating process, if his body could not withstand the onslaught of fire attribute energy, it could potentially shatter. Thus, few would choose this method for body tempering. Nonetheless, for Xiao Yan, this was merely routine. If the Douqi Continent had a Hall of Yama, given his past conduct, his name would undoubtedly flicker upon the death register. In the boundless magma realm, devoid of any life force, only silence reigned, occasionally interrupted by surges of magma. At the very bottom, a blue lotus gently swayed in the magma, emitting a faint glow. In the heart of this lotus sat Xiao Yan, who was deep in seclusion and cultivation. Though time bore little meaning in the magma, Xiao Yan could vaguely sense that nearly 3 months had elapsed since he began his training. During this time, apart from applying the burning blood externally, he had remained submerged in the searing magma, harnessing its turbulent fire attribute energy to cultivate the little Lihua body. Yet, even Xiao Yan did not anticipate that. Even in the depths of the magma, with so many external aids, cultivating the little Lihua body remained exceedingly arduous. This was, after all, quite natural, as Earth-grade techniques were inherently more challenging to master than ordinary Xian-grade techniques, and body refinement techniques were among the most difficult of all. Moreover, the little Lihua body was originally a heavenly-grade technique. Although Xiao Yan had simplified it to an Earth-grade technique, it was still far more challenging to cultivate than a standard Earth-grade technique. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's extensive experience from his previous life, even a Dou Emperor would struggle to succeed in mastering the little Lihua body. As time progressed, the red liquid on Xiao Yan's body gradually thinned. However, this time he refrained from applying more burning blood. With a brilliant golden light erupting, Xiao Yan finally opened his eyes after 3 months of silence. Within his black irises, a fleeting golden glimmer manifested, lending him an almost otherworldly appearance. Little Lihua body, manifest. With this incantation, a dazzling golden radiance erupted from Xiao Yan, blindingly brilliant. And were it in the outside world, it would likely be visible to all of Stone Desert City. The golden radiance enveloping him did not linger for long. It swiftly receded, ultimately coalescing into a faint golden gleam upon his surface. It was precisely this glimmer that allowed him to remain unscathed amidst the molten lava, without relying on the protective embrace of a nether illusory flame. As he felt the surging power coursing through his veins, Xiao Yan could not help but grin. After 3 months of arduous cultivation, supplemented by the assistance of the green lotus seed and the blood-burning technique, he had finally refined his little Lioli golden body to a minor completion stage. Now, even with this corporeal form alone, he could contend on equal footing with Dou Huang level experts. Furthermore, should he unleash techniques like the Heavenly Fire 3 Xian transformation, he would possess the strength to engage even Dou zone powerhouses. Moreover, his enhancement within the lava was not limited to mere physical prowess. Throughout these 3 months of cultivation, he had utilized fire attribute energy to temper his body while also dedicating a portion of that energy to his training. Presently, the intensity of the Dou Qi within him was several-fold more potent than it had been 3 months prior. He was now at the pinnacle of a 5-star Dou Wang, and it would not be long before he successfully ascended to the 6-star Dou Wang level. To ascend from a 3-star Dou Wang to the peak of a 5-star Dou Wang in merely 3 months could only be described as astonishing. Should the so-called top 10 experts of the Jiama Empire catch wind of this, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. After all, it typically took them years of relentless effort to elevate just 1 star in their cultivation, whereas Xiao Yan had accomplished this feat with ease in a matter of months. Such innate talent was truly breathtaking. It was time to depart. As Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings, he felt a tinge of regret. The fire attribute energy here was extraordinarily abundant, making it an ideal locale for his training. If he could continue to cultivate in this environment, he would undoubtedly shorten the time required to break through to Dou Huang. Alas, he had numerous matters to attend to and could not linger here any longer. Although he recognized that continuing his seclusion would likely lead to a rapid breakthrough to the 6-star level, Xiao Yan understood that cultivation requires a balance of diligence and relaxation. Pursuing cultivation obsessively could lead one astray. Hence, he refrained from extending his seclusion. Moreover, he was acutely aware that should he continue training here, even after reaching the 6-star realm, he would not simply halt his cultivation. It was in his nature to strive for continual improvement. Yet he had other pressing endeavors to pursue and could not remain here indefinitely. Just as Xiao Yan was preparing to return home, he noticed the hidden undercurrents deep within the lava. These currents were exceedingly elusive, even beyond his perception of their origins, and they moved with remarkable swiftness, capable of inflicting grievous harm even on Dou Wang experts if utilized offensively. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply. With the enhancement of his strength, the 8 extremities burst technique was gradually becoming insufficient for his needs. In his earlier confrontation with Queen Medusa, the technique had proven ineffective due to its relatively low rank. While he possessed other close combat techniques, the method of attack employed by 8 extremities burst was particularly to his liking, and he was reluctant to abandon it. Thus, he pondered ways to enhance the technique. At this moment, Observing the swirling lava currents before him, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Did not the explosive force of the 8 extremities burst resemble the eruption of these lava currents? The former excels in explosive power, while the latter boasts superior stealth and surprise. If he could unleash the dark energy of 8 extremities burst in the form of these concealed currents, its power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Despite the fervent desire to experiment with the technique immediately, Xiao Yan recognized that this was not an appropriate location. If he failed, it would be inconsequential. However, should he succeed, he might very well collapse the surrounding ground, leading to dire consequences. Suppressing these thoughts, Xiao Yan's form quivered as he executed the flowing flame ascending step, swiftly navigating out of the lava lake. Having spent 3 months amidst the molten energy, he had grown intimately familiar with it. Thus, as he employed the flowing flame ascending step, he found himself mimicking the undulating flow of lava, his movements becoming somewhat erratic. Now that matters here had been resolved, it was indeed time to depart from the Tagore Desert. Once he emerged from the lava, he donned a garment. Mindful of the unfinished agreement with the Dou Huang expert, whose involvement was crucial to his journey in the Black Corner region, he could not afford to be negligent. In the city of Amo, within the establishment known as Gu Tu, Hai Buodong was diligently sketching maps at the counter, as usual. Due to his aloof disposition, his shop had always lacked clientele. Moreover, following Xiao Yan's earlier rampage 3 months prior, which necessitated repairs, the store had become even more desolate. Aside from the sporadic customers seeking a map, most of the time, Hai Buodong found himself alone in the shop. However, the reclusive cartographer, who had hidden away in this remote place for decades, was now unusually restless. Even his once masterful map-drawing skills had faltered in recent times. After waiting for so many years, he had finally encountered an alchemist capable of aiding him, only for that individual to vanish without a trace. How could he not feel anxious? If not for the half-fragmented map shard still in his possession, he might have truly believed that Xiao Yan had played him for a fool. Yet now, he could not shake the worry that the young man might have met with misfortune along the way. In his tumultuous state of mind, Hai Buodong once again misaligned his map, exhaling a sigh of frustration as he cast aside the flawed parchment. Just as he was about to close the shop for the day, he noticed a rather lovely young girl timidly stepping through the door. "Are you here to purchase a map?" he inquired, somewhat surprised to see a girl in such a desolate place seeking a map. The girl shook her head and softly replied, "My young master has sent me to find you. He wishes for you to meet with him." "Your young master?" Hai Buodong furrowed his brow. In Mo City, several influential figures were aware of his background and sought to forge connections with him. It seemed that this girl's master was no exception. Quickly regaining his indifferent demeanor, he stated curtly, "Tell your young master that I am unavailable." "Is that so?" "Lord Emperor, you certainly appear to be quite occupied." A familiar voice suddenly resonated through the cramped room, startling Hai Buodong. He turned to find Xiao Yan seated upon the counter where he had been drawing maps, having appeared without him noticing. "Since you, Lord Emperor, are so busy, I shall simply come to visit on another day," Xiao Yan remarked playfully, fiddling with a few discarded maps. "Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise, young brother." Upon seeing Xiao Yan, a broad smile spread across Hai Buodong's face. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he exclaimed, "You truly kept me waiting. I wonder if you have the item I requested?" "Here." With a subtle motion of his fingers, Xiao Yan summoned a pale yellow plant to the counter. "This should be the sand mandrake you require." It took quite a bit of effort to locate. Hai Buodong accepted the plant, inspecting it before his expression shifted from concern to delight. Just as he was about to extend some courteous words, he suddenly sensed a unique aura emanating from Xiao Yan, causing the joy on his face to transform into astonishment. You've come into contact with Queen Medusa?" "By coincidence, encountered her in Stone Desert City, and we ended up in a skirmish." Xiao Yan replied with a smile. TSK, 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 it truly is the emergence of heroes among the youth. I never would have imagined you could return unscathed from the clutches of that woman. Remarkable indeed. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's acknowledgement of this matter, Hai Buodong could not help but exclaim, for he, having been defeated and sealed away by the Queen Medusa for decades, was acutely aware of the formidable nature of that enchanting woman. During this time, he had indeed heard whispers of a mysterious powerhouse wielding violet-black flames engaging in combat with the Queen Medusa in Stone Desert City. However, he had not grasped the full scope of the events, and thus merely assumed that Xiao Yan had escaped unscathed from the Queen's grasp, never considering that he had fought her to a standstill. Merely a stroke of luck. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. His gaze fixated on the sand mandrake in Hai Buodong's hand. He spoke coolly, "Very well, I have brought you what you requested. Might I now receive the other half of the fragmentary map? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, a somewhat awkward expression spread across Hai Buodong's face. Ah, young brother. We had an agreement. You would concoct the pill to lift the seal, and in return, I would provide you with the remaining half of the map. As the pill is yet to be refined, the pact remains unfulfilled, does it not? Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. All right, then I shall assist you in concocting that seal-breaking pill. However, since your memory serves you so well, I trust you also recall our other agreement, yes? Of course, Hai Buodong chuckled sheepishly. Young brother, since you have procured the sand mandrake for me, I shall certainly honor our agreement and assist you in a matter that does not violate ethics. Remembering is all I ask, Xiao Yan replied with a smile, then glanced around the room, stating, Mr. Hai, you must understand that it is most crucial for an alchemist to work undisturbed, so I would appreciate your assistance in preparing a quiet chamber for my preparations. Certainly, certainly. Upon hearing that Xiao Yan was ready to commence his work, Hai Buodong eagerly nodded and led him into a remarkably tranquil room situated in the back of the house. Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings and, after scanning the area with his spiritual power to ensure there were no issues, finally settled into a chair, smiling as he said, All right, Mr. Hai, please provide me with the prescription and the necessary materials. Hai Buodong retrieved the prescription and an array of alchemical materials from his spatial ring, his face contorting with a mix of reluctance and pain. The effort he had expended to acquire these items had been immense, and now they were to change hands, effectively becoming the possession of another. It was vital to note that this was a prescription for a 6th-grade pill, whose worth was certainly comparable to that of a scroll of Earth-rank fighting techniques. Hai Buodong was acutely aware that in the Douqi Continent, should one wish to enlist the aid of an alchemist in pill refinement, not only must one provide the alchemical materials, but the prescriptions must also be left to the alchemist's discretion. Even if the alchemist desired to claim the prescription as their own, they could not be opposed. Lest they break the customs, should Xiao Yan publicize this matter, no one would ever wish to assist him in pill crafting again. As for whether Xiao Yan might claim this prescription as his own, that was beyond question. Not only were there regulations governing its handling, but Xiao Yan would undoubtedly secure it regardless. It was not merely the prescription that Xiao Yan intended to acquire. He also contemplated how to deftly maneuver Hai Buodong into an advantageous position for himself.